The story begins with a legend circulating on the Martial Emperor continent, according to an unverified source from some deaf detective. It tells of the Ku Mat Luke, written by the ancient demon emperor, which chronicles all the ultimate techniques of his life. The ancient demon emperor was the most dominant being on this continent. He compiled everything he learned into a book for the world, the Ku Mat Luke. Unlike the Qin Hua Bao Dian, mastering this book doesn't require self-castration. It can grant the power to devour heavens and earth, reaching the highest realm with the world in one's heart. And unexpectedly, this book fell into his hands. The Demon Emperor, Track Fam. This news was leaked. To obtain this peerless cultivation method, cultivators from all righteous paths launched an attack on Thien Ma Fong, where Track Fam was staying. Just then, a panicked man ran in to report, "Master, it's bad! The mountain's defensive formation has been broken! They're about to attack!" The messenger was Triuthan, Track Fam's direct disciple. He continued, "I'm afraid it won't be long before the 7 emperors arrive." Hearing this, Track Fam wasn't scared at all, just smirking with contempt. What's there to panic about? He calmly walked to the door, adding, "Even if the 7 emperors join forces, they're no match for me. I can't believe they broke my formation. I have to go see this for myself." As soon as Track Fam stepped outside, he saw countless different factions. They shouted in unison, "Demon Emperor, hand over the secret manual!" Track Fam sneered. "A bunch of nobodies dare to act so arrogantly before me?" Afterwards, everyone below fell into a panic when they saw Track Fam fly down, shouting to one another, "Everyone, be careful! He's here." Along with the screams of the crowd, Track Fam's confident figure charged down. With a single swing, he cut down 4 powerful experts in front. Just as he landed, another shout was heard. "Demon Emperor, Track Fam, surrender now!" Hearing this, the first emperor grew excited. They finally arrived. He and Triuthan flew up to them. The group of 7 emperors formed a battle array, saying, "Hand over the Ku Mat Luke now, and we'll guarantee you won't die." Track Fam replied coldly, "Old man Kiem Hoang, I am the leader of the 8 emperors, recognized by the sacred domain. Even if all 7 of your emperors attack together, you're no match for me. Why are you seeking your own death?" The old Kiem Hoang retorted, "So what? You're now the enemy of the entire sacred domain. Do you think there's no one stronger than you here?" Then, a dominant figure appeared from behind the old man, calling Track Fam's name. This saint, on behalf of the sacred domain, will reclaim the Demon Emperor's relic. Triuthan, behind Track Fam, worried for his master. "This is bad, master. He's the strongest saint in the sacred domain." Yet Track Fam remained fearless. "What righteous defender? What saint? You're just a bunch of vile hypocrites who covet a treasure." But before he could finish his sentence, a blade from behind struck Track Fam. It was Triuthan. He had betrayed his master. "Master, surrender. A wise man submits to the circumstances." Track Fam's eyes widened in shock. "Triuthan, it was you. You're the one who leaked the news, broke the defensive formation, and led them in." He couldn't accept it. "Why? I raised you since you were a child, treated you like my own son. Why did you betray me?" Triuthan's face was sinister. "Master, although your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, you shouldn't have cultivated the Ku Mat Luke alone. You guarded it like a vault, not letting me see it for even a minute." Track Fam stared coldly at his ungrateful disciple. "I can't believe a mere cultivation manual was worth more than all the years I spent raising and teaching you." Triuthan coldly withdrew his sword, and Track Fam's blood gushed out like a flood. He said coldly, "As long as what I do is right, I don't care if others judge me." Is this what a master teaches his disciple? Track Fam thought angrily. Triuthan, Triuthan, I originally planned to pass on my ultimate techniques to you. I can't believe you were in such a hurry. There's nothing trustworthy in this world anymore. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Well said. Track Fam's eyes radiated power as if he was about to self-destruct. Today, even if I have to destroy the Ku Mat Luke, I won't let anyone have it. Everyone around felt the danger and shouted warnings. Look out! He's going to self-destruct! But it was too late. An immense power erupted from Track Fam, tearing through space and unleashing terrifying destruction. The scene then changes. A golden soul falls through the night sky. Below are numerous bodies, all having died gruesome deaths. Suddenly, the stream of soul entered the forehead of a young boy. It then seemed to awaken him. He opened his eyes and looked around. Where is this I am now? It was indeed Track Fam. He thought to himself, to think that I, the great demon emperor, would end up possessing the body of a child. Suddenly, he glanced behind him, sensing danger. It was a pack of black panthers in the bushes. Spotting Track Fam, they ferociously charged at him. He just gave them a murderous glare and barked a single word, scram. All the panthers in the area, along with other fierce beasts, immediately turned tail and fled. After walking a few steps, Track Fam saw a figure slumped at the base of a tree, calling out, Track Fam, help, save me. Track Fam looked at him, wondering who he was. Probably an acquaintance of this boy. Not bad. His cultivation was at the second level of the chi condensation realm. I can use him to absorb energy. He coldly walked over and grabbed the man's face, showing no concern for their past relationship. The man cried out, What are you doing? You? You're not Jack Farm. Who are you? With a murderous look, he replied, You're right. I'm not. I am the Demon Emperor, Jack Farm. Then, he struck. At that moment, he used the Thenma Dai Hoa Fap from the Kuyu Matluk, a technique he had saved with his life in his previous existence, to absorb all the life force from the man. After all was said and done, only a piercing scream echoed through the forest. After a few hours, dawn broke. Next to the body he had drained, only a dry skeleton remained. Track Fam sat cultivating and thinking, in the Kuyu Matluk, the highest technique is the Thenma Dai Hoa Kiet, which can absorb another's cultivation to enhance one's own. Therefore, I must demonize the other person's elemental energy before I can completely absorb it. He casually took the unlucky man's scarf and put it on. It's morning. I can't believe it took a whole night to refine the power of a second-level chi condensation cultivator. Track Fam shot a blast of energy from his hand toward a distant boulder, his power increasing relentlessly. A single palm strike shattered the boulder to pieces. As the dust settled, his figure stood there, satisfied. A murderous intent filled Track Fam. He muttered to himself, Kim Hoang Triu Thon, you just wait for me. When I return to the sacred domain, you'll know true despair. After traveling for some time, Track Fam assessed his new body. My cultivation went straight from 0 to the 5th level of foundation establishment. It seems it won't be long before I can return to the sacred domain. Suddenly, as he was moving, he sensed something below. He wondered what was happening. Below, a group of people was split into 2 factions, fighting. Bang Rian, commander of the Lac Guards, stood with a girl, pointing his sword forward and shouting coldly, That traitor, surnamed Tan, don't push us too far. Ton Tiet, the steward of Lac City, stood with his hands behind his back and spoke up, Commander Bang, for old time's sake, I advise you to be wise. The girl on the other side said, Steward Tan, the Hoilong Truong is a spirit-level martial art, passed down through my Lac family for generations. We'd rather die than hand it over to you. The little girl next to her was just as fierce. Sister, don't stop me! I have to kill this traitor! Track Fam observed the situation from above. So, the Lac family is in trouble because of a traitor, a bandit. Does this body have a past grudge with the Lac family? Track Fam seemed to realize something. But, he decided, the affairs of this mortal family have nothing to do with me. He then tried to leave, but as soon as he flew up, his body was racked with intense pain. What's happening? This situation is... A terrible pain suddenly erupted from his heart. It made Track Fam collapse, clutching his chest. What's going on? Did my cultivation go haywire? The Thenma Dai Hoa Kiet caused a deviation right at the start? If so, wasn't all this for nothing? Could it be that this body can't cultivate? Is he a cripple? He immediately sat cross-legged, regulating his internal energy and heart meridian. He found it to be completely normal. The celestial cycle was running smoothly, everything was perfectly fine. Track Fam frowned, not understanding. What exactly is the problem? He seemed to realize something. Could it be... He jumped back onto the tree branch where he had been observing. As expected, as long as I'm facing the Lac family's young miss, the pain disappears? But the farther I get from her, the more intense the pain becomes. This is a heart demon. For a cultivator, developing a heart demon means being very close to cultivation deviation. I'll merge with this boy's memories first to see why this heart demon formed. He recalled the body's past memories. A voice echoed from inside a house. Your father sacrificed himself for the Lack family. We won't let you suffer. From now on, the Lack family is your home. The Lack young miss had stood up for Track Fam many times. Don't bully Zhao Fam. He's just a servant. Young miss, is it worth it? But she believed, as long as you've entered the Lack family's doors, you are one of us. The young Track Fam had also asked Guardbang many times, can you teach me cultivation techniques? I want to protect our home too. But Guardbang just gently patted his head and said, your body is too weak. It's too early for you to be a guard. I'll teach you some basic techniques to strengthen your health first. The young Track Fam was incredibly determined at that time. I must work hard and become strong so I can protect the young miss and the Lack family. Then a fire burned down the Lack family home. Bandits! The bandits are here! Protect the young master! Young miss. The gravely injured Track Fam lay in the young miss's arms, telling her to run, to take the young master, and escape. Track Fam hated his own weakness. He couldn't protect the Lack family. The stream of memories gradually closed. Track Fam realized, so that's how it is. He wanted to protect the Lack family. Therefore, if I betray them, it will trigger his heart demon. Damn it, why this kind of heart demon? Does this mean I have to be someone's servant for the rest of my life? I'd rather be killed than this. I, the great demon emperor, leader of the 8 emperors of the sacred domain, am being controlled by a mortal family. He punched the tree trunk in anger. This startled the people below. Then, Track Fam descended and coldly walked forward. A large brute saw this and shouted, who's there? Show yourself! The Lack City side wondered, is that our reinforcement? It can't be, not this fast. Track Fam slowly approached. He told the young miss, it's just a spirit-level secret manual. What's the big deal? Just give it to them. At worst, I'll just give you another one. Recognizing Track Fam, the young miss and her group were incredibly surprised. I thought you were. He quickly interrupted. I'm hard to kill. I didn't die. He silently assessed the other group. These bandits are at least at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Steward Tan is at the 6th level of the Chi Condensation Realm. The other group saw him and laughed loudly. I was wondering who it was. You've got some nerve, kid. You, the Lack family's servant of 15 years? With Track Fam's current strength, rushing in would be certain death. The Lack family members sighed in despair. I've always thought this kid was a bit foolish. We really should find him a doctor. Track Fam thought to himself, I need to find a way to break this siege. He said, we have no choice. We have to fight them. Seeing this, the young miss called out worriedly. Track Fam, stop talking nonsense and get over here. The young miss is as kind as ever. She even wants to save a crazy servant. Hearing the man's mockery, the Lack young miss asked, Steward Tan, won't you even spare a madman? He didn't answer, just coldly ordered his subordinates. Kill everyone beside her until she agrees to hand over the Huilong Trung. Fatty, do it! As soon as he finished speaking, the large fat man immediately lunged towards Track Fam. He stood still, observing and assessing his opponent. 7th level of Foundation Establishment, 2 levels higher than me. I can probably handle him, but I only have one chance. Just as the fatty swung his blade down, Track Fam let out a soft sneer. Then he pivoted, quickly grabbing the man's arm and twisting it 90 degrees, causing the blade to fall from his hand. He immediately caught the blade and swung it. He effortlessly sliced a line across the man's stomach, to the utter shock of everyone watching. Everyone was in the same state of jaw-dropping disbelief. What? Track Fam immediately made a decisive move. If not now, then when? He flew towards the Lack young miss, grabbing her. I have to protect these two. What a hassle. Then, very quickly, Track Fam grabbed the young miss and the young master and fled, leaving the others behind. The guards, seeing this, also ordered each other, Stop them! Buy time for the young miss and young master! Steward Tan's face darkened with rage. You rotten brat! How dare you ruin my plans! Don't let me catch you. If I get my hands on you, I'll skin you, chop your bones, and make sure you die a horrible death. After running for a while, the two of them shouted loudly, Let me go! The Lack young miss yelled, We can't just abandon them. I have to save them. The young master also scolded him, You servant dog! Let us go! Track Fam threw them down at the base of a tree. The young miss was still stubborn. "We have to go back. We can't let the Lack family's guards sacrifice their lives for nothing." He coldly asked her, "What can you do if you go back? Can you defeat the bandits?" "Let's go. The enemy's about to catch up and you still have time to pull your young miss's act on me." The young master added his 2 cents. "Servant dog. Is that how you speak to your master? Apologize to my sister now." Track Fam gave him a cold look. "You little brat! Believe it or not, I'll spank your bottom raw." The kid was still defiant. "You dare? Servant dog?" Then, looking at Track Fam's expression, it seemed he really did dare. And so, the young master's butt was spanked into a blooming flower. The only sound in the forest was the echo of smacks. A moment later, the siblings were rubbing each other's sore behinds while cursing Track Fam. "You're so insolent," he replied with the same cold face. "I only spanked his bottom a few times. Do you want me to spank yours too? If you don't run now, they'll catch up and kill you. By the way, is there anywhere nearby we can hide?" Hearing this, the Lack young miss thought for a moment, then said, "There's a farm nearby, but no other place to hide. West of Hakfong Mountain, there's a dense fog forest. People say that even the bandits living on Hakfong Mountain don't fully understand the terrain." Hearing her words, Track Fam pondered for a long time. He felt this place was quite safe and decided to take refuge there for now. "Let's go. We'll head there. Carry your brother and lead the way." Fan Thuong was still fuming, but she had no choice but to obey him. She decided not to look at him and just walked straight ahead. She silently vowed, "Once we're out of danger, I will definitely settle this score with you. Just you wait." After 2 or 3 hours, the three of them arrived at a forest shrouded in an indescribably gloomy fog. A vast whiteness swallowed the forest in peril. Track Fam looked at the scene before him as if lost in thought. Lack Fan Thuong saw him standing motionless and silent, thinking he was scared of the sight. "My father once said the mountain lord of Hakfong's son is very powerful. No less than him. This is the misty cloud forest, shrouded in fog for years. No one who has entered has ever returned. Hiding inside is safe, but we might never get out. You take my little brother in first, I'll go block the bandits." Track Fam wasn't listening to her at all. He quietly scanned the surroundings. This is a good place to hide. Hearing Lack Fan Thuong's intention, he turned and said to her, "I refuse. I'm not familiar with the terrain here. I need a guide. If you dare to leave, I will definitely strangle this little brat. Your deaths don't matter, but for me to die with you is not worth it at all. Why don't we finish off Steward Tan's group right here? What do you think?" Hearing his words, she was terrified and took a few steps back. What on earth had driven him to become like this? She angrily shouted at him, "With just you? Someone who hasn't even reached the chi condensation realm wants to kill a 6th level expert like Steward Tan? Even me and Guard Bang together couldn't defeat him. Don't go looking for death." He couldn't be bothered to argue with this young miss. Looking around again, he finally found a path to survival. He spoke to Lack Fan Thuong again. "Young Miss Lack, do you dare to make a bet? If we win, Steward Tan's group will be buried here." Lack Fan Thuong looked at him in terror. What on earth does he want to do? Seeing her hesitation, he knew she could only rely on him. He gave a faint, smug smile. "Give me the spirit stones you have on you. The last hope of the Lack family is in your hands." Lack Fan Thuong weighed her options. In the end, this was her only path. She took off the ring on her hand, her last remaining asset, and gave it to him, hoping it would be as he said. If he dared to deceive her, she would not spare him even as a ghost. Holding the spirit stones, Track Fam felt a bit of excitement. He turned and disappeared into the vast fog, leaving behind only one sentence, "Wait for me here." The young Lack master saw him leave and quickly said to his sister, "Sister, do you believe that servant dog?" Lack Fan Thuong shook her head slightly, saying with some difficulty, "Although he's disrespectful, his actions are helping us. That's better than those with honeyed words who stab us in the back when we least expect it." Track Fam slowly entered the misty forest. He assessed his surroundings. Eastern green dragon, western white tiger, southern vermilion bird, northern black tortoise, and the Keeleen rising in the center. The forest pierces the clouds and shatters the sky. This place is definitely a grand formation. Unfortunately, no one knows it. But this time, he came here to turn this place into a second heavenly demon peak. Holding the spirit stone, A bright light flashed as he moved through the forest, reciting an incantation. Netherworld, Palace, Ghost Gate. Open. 4 directions. Merge into my killing formation. Activate. In just a moment, the fog around the forest vanished without a trace. The sound of mournful cries echoed endlessly from within the woods. The 2 Lack siblings were quite frightened by this. After a long while, she saw a pale-faced Track Fam approaching and asked, "What just happened? Did you pull some trick?" Track Fam didn't answer her question, just waved for her to follow him. Although Lack Fan Thuong was suspicious, she still followed behind. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a 1,000-year-old tree. He spoke, "I'll teach you the hand seals. When Steward Tan's group arrives, you will control the formation to annihilate them." Hearing this, Fan Thuong was both thrilled and scared. "What? You're saying this is a formation? How do you know how to activate it?" Lack Fan Thuong was puzzled by this. Formations were more precious than cultivation techniques. How could a mere guard like him know about them? Track Fam lost his patience with her, replying with a hint of anger. "Don't worry about how I know. You just need to kill those people. Stop talking so much." Half an hour later, Steward Tan finally found them. Bang Rien was no match for him and had been captured to be used as a hostage. Lack Fan Thuong understood his intention. Bang Rien spoke up. "That traitor Tan! Kill me quickly! If I escape, I'll tear you to pieces. Don't you dare use me to threaten the young miss." Steward Tan scanned the surroundings and, hearing Bang Rien's words, chuckled lightly. "Once I get what I need, I'll quickly grant your wish." "Well played, Track Fam, you little brat. You're good at hiding. Knowing I'm not familiar with the terrain, you hid deep in this treacherous forest." Suddenly, the person next to him noticed something unusual ahead. He said, "Steward Tan, there's someone lying up ahead. Let's go check." As they got closer, they realized it was him, Track Fam. Seeing Steward Tan's group finally arrive to meet their doom, Track Fam smiled leisurely. "Steward Tan, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tan frowned, looking at him. He sensed something was off, but his face remained calm. "Track Fam, you've got some nerve, daring to appear before me. Men, kill him for me, Track Fam." Chapter 4, Annihilating a Bandit. He charged forward with unstoppable momentum, but the person sitting there didn't flinch. Just as the blade was a hair's breadth away from him, he suddenly looked up, a sinister smile on his face. Steward Tan, the 2 Lack siblings. "Track Fam, oh Track Fam, when did you become so cunning? Or, should I say, was it all just an act before?" Tun, the steward, laughed mockingly. Track Fam ignored Steward Tan's taunts and continued, "Let's make a deal. How about it?" Steward Tan ordered his subordinate to stop, his gaze fixed on the person opposite him. A hint of suspicion, a touch of vigilance. He tried to find deceit on his face, but there was none. He replied, "What deal? What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Hearing this, Track Fam knew Steward Tan had already stepped halfway into his trap. His death was not far off. Hiding his smugness, he replied, "The lives of the 2 Lack siblings in exchange for unlimited power on Hak Fong Mountain. It's not a bad deal, is it?" Steward Tan, being an old fox, wasn't easily fooled. He looked at him suspiciously. "Why should I believe you? Weren't you willing to die to protect the Lack family before? Why the sudden betrayal?" Knowing he wasn't easy to trick, he continued to spring his trap. "Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. Isn't that something you understand better than I do, Steward Tan? Besides, the Lack family has fallen. Why should I risk my life for them? Exchanging their 2 lives for my boundless glory is well worth it, isn't it, Steward Tan?" Bang Rien could no longer listen. He angrily pointed at Track Fam and cursed. "Track Fam, after all the Lack family has done for you, you betray them for a little power. And you, Steward Tan, you 2 are ungrateful wretches. You won't die a peaceful death." Bang Rien's words had no effect on the deal being made. Clearly, Steward Tan was tempted. He saw the immediate benefit. Most importantly, he still didn't believe Track Fam could defeat him. He immediately agreed to the proposal. Seeing that he had agreed, Track Fam gave him a red string and explained, "The siblings are up ahead. However, to avoid your pursuit, they took many turns that only I know. To be safe, use this red string as a marker. Let's go. I'll lead the way." Steward Tan held the red string, but he still didn't fully trust Track Fam. He warned, "Track Fam, Lead the way, honestly. Don't try any tricks on me. Seeing his suspicion, Track Fam replied, Steward Tan, don't be so distrustful. I'm an upright person. Hearing the whole sentence, Steward Tan laughed loudly. If it were before, I would have believed you. But now, I don't believe a single word. Track Fam paused for a few seconds, looking straight into Steward Tan's eyes. Suddenly, they both burst out laughing, as if they understood each other, as if they knew neither of them trusted the other. But no matter what, this trip was destined to be a one-way journey for Steward Tan. The group entered the white mist, still holding the red string from Track Fam. Suddenly, he stopped. Steward Tan asked suspiciously, What is it? He had a bad feeling. He unconsciously tightened his grip on Track Fam's sleeve. He turned around with a wicked smile. Looking at Steward Tan's group, he opened his mouth maliciously. Steward Tan, I'll see you off for a part of the way. The rest of the road to the underworld, you'll have to walk on your own. Steward Tan was shocked. It was only then that he realized he had fallen into a trap set by Track Fam. He angrily pulled him closer, about to strike. With a bang, only a torn piece of clothing remained. Track Fam was long gone, having already escaped. Damn it! That brat dared to trick me! Quick, go back the way we came! Steward Tan roared in anger, telling his men to retreat quickly to avoid casualties. But he had underestimated Track Fam. His killing formation was already active. How could he let them escape so easily? One of his subordinates cried out in fear, It's no good, Steward Tan. The red string is gone, and Bang Rian is nowhere to be seen. Steward Tan slammed his fist furiously onto the ground. How could he have imagined that a kid who hadn't even reached the chi condensation realm could lure him into such a massive trap? Steward Tan looked up to the sky and roared, Track Fam, oh Track Fam, you think this bit of fog can trap me here? You're so naive. When I get out, the first person I'll kill is you. Track Fam, standing in the darkness, heard this and sneered. What a pity. You will absolutely not have that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog in the forest turned from white to red, the red of fresh blood, of death, terrifyingly gloomy. The group stared in horror at the changing surroundings. Unsure of what to do, they quickly turned to Steward Tan. Steward Tan, look what's happening. Why is the fog changing color? Stay on high alert. He must still be around here. Steward Tan looked around and said, What a bold idea he has. Could this be a formation? Having lived for over half a century, he knew that formations were extremely powerful because they borrowed the power of heaven and earth, capable of annihilating a group of people in an instant. At this moment, he finally felt fear. Track Fam, he was definitely no ordinary person. Who on earth was he? On this side, Lak Fan Thuong was controlling the killing formation under Track Fam's command. She turned to Track Fam. They've been trapped in the formation. What's our next step? Young miss, this final step depends on you. After saying that, he stepped behind her. He took her hand and taught her how to recite the incantation. His eyes narrowed slightly, maintaining a straight face as he said, Kill! In that instant, the red fog turned pure black, engulfing and incinerating everyone inside. At this moment, within the formation, not a single person could be seen, only harrowing screams, as if thousands of vengeful ghosts were swirling around, draining their life force, wave after wave. Lonely, terrified, they had no chance to resist in this killing formation. Streaks of black energy drilled into their bodies, with no way to resist. At this moment, Steward Tan finally felt death approaching. He was terrified. He had no way to resist in the killing formation and could only surrender. Bit by bit, he was consumed by the black energy. He desperately wanted to know what kind of person he had provoked to end up in this state of a gruesome death. Track Fam, who exactly are you? Track Fam was standing outside at this moment. He watched all their struggles and helplessness, but he had no compassion, no pity to spare them. He gave a victorious smile. You want to know? Go down to the palace of Yama, and King Yama will answer you. In the forest, Track Fam found a place to hide from the Lak family members. He knew that if he absorbed all the power from the people in the killing formation right now, they would definitely suspect him. Having found a suitable spot, he began to recite the incantation, Return to dust, return to earth. The 9 nether demonic killing chi belongs to me. As soon as the incantation started, the killing formation immediately went out of control. The Lak family members were a bit surprised by this turn of events, not knowing why the formation lost control. On the other side, Track Fam continued to absorb the power. He sat in the fog. The black shadows rushed towards him like gusts of wind, and he just took it all in. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He continued to alter the incantation, activating the Thien Ma Dai Ho Kiet. In an instant, the black elemental energy in his body began to surge, rushing through his meridians, then moving to his dantian. In a flash, his cultivation began to increase dramatically. Foundation Establishment Level 6, Foundation Establishment Level 7, Foundation Establishment Level 8. Before he had time to adapt to the new source of elemental energy in his body, it continued to rise to Foundation Establishment Level 9, the peak of Foundation Establishment. It wasn't until his elemental energy reached the Qi condensation realm that it showed signs of stopping. The killing formation he opened this time brought him a decent amount of demonized elemental energy. After absorbing all the elemental energy, he slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. Compared to before, this breakthrough to the Qi condensation realm had expanded his meridians much more. The elemental energy accumulated in his dantian was also 3 times larger than that of a normal Qi condensation realm expert. He tested the power within him. Not bad absorption, it's pretty well refined. Now, he could control the demonic formation without needing that Lak Fan Thuong. Ultimately, it's always better to rely on yourself. Exhaling, he murmured an incantation, and the killing yin qi in his body began to recede. After the killing yin qi dissipated, he made a slight movement, and the fog immediately vanished as if it had never existed. He looked up at the sky. I've finally broken through to the Qi condensation realm. I should practice some martial techniques. The Lak family members finally found him. Lak Fan Thuong saw him and shouted, "Track Fam, where did you run off to?" The formation suddenly went out of control. "Oh, the fog is gone?" She looked around and, not seeing any more fog, asked him with confusion. He didn't answer her question, just made up an excuse to brush it off. How could he reveal his secrets to others? He had been betrayed once. How could he make the same mistake again? It was probably due to insufficient spirit stones. The formation has many flaws, that's why it happened. But Stuart Tan's group still died a horrible death. Not a single one survived. Lak Fan Thuong nodded upon hearing his explanation, not doubting his words in the slightest. At this moment, Bang Rian looked at Track Fam with some hesitation. But he suddenly clasped his hands and knelt down. "I was reckless before. I didn't know you were setting a trap for them, so I said some offensive things. If you want to scold or beat me to vent your anger, I won't say a word of complaint." Seeing his action, Track Fam thought for a moment. Ultimately, he was still a loyal servant. He always gave his all for his master. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling his own past situation. If that Triu Thon had even half the loyalty of Bang Rian, he wouldn't have ended up dead. Realizing he was dwelling on the past while Commander Bang was still kneeling, he spoke apologetically. "Commander Bang, you are the commander of the guards. I am just a humble servant. How could I dare to blame you? Besides, this time it was all thanks to the young miss for setting up the formation." Hearing this, Commander Bang was overjoyed. As for the young miss of the Lak family, she was stunned for a moment, looking suspiciously at Track Fam. She didn't understand why he was hiding the fact that he was the one who activated the formation, but seeing his signal, she decided to go along with him this time. The young miss knows about formations? Heaven is protecting the Lak family. The day the Lak family rises again is not far off. After saying this, Commander Bang threw his head back and laughed loudly. Hearing this, Track Fam just smiled and offered no comment. The danger had passed. This time, he had to plan how to protect the 2 Lak siblings, and also find a way to leave without affecting the heart demon of that kid, Track Fam. It's really too troublesome. In this life, he would have to take it one step at a time. He couldn't let himself fall into a dangerous situation like before. He thought for a moment, then discussed with Commander Bang, "Now that the threat is gone, what are your plans? We originally planned to protect the young miss and take her to the Tai family for shelter. The young master has had a marriage contract with the young miss since childhood, so we should be able to rely on them." At this point, Commander Bang completely trusted Track Fam, honestly telling him all his plans. Hearing this name, Track Fam thought for a moment. The Tai family of Phong Lam City. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then silently nodded. According to this body's memories, the Tai family is the top family. Entrusting the 2 Lak siblings to them will surely guarantee their protection. Then the kid track fam can rest in peace, and I won't be affected by the heart demon anymore. Thinking of this, he nodded and smiled. That's good, seeking refuge at the Thai family. Then he looked at Hakfong Mountain and muttered, I will be back. At the same time, on the peak of Hakfong Mountain, in a dark cave untouched by the sun, a young man sat on a large chair in the middle, a cruel look in his eyes. He spoke to his subordinate. Still no news about Steward Ton's group? Young Fortress Lord, Steward Ton's messenger said the technique is about to be in his hands. The subordinate reported fearfully. Good, you may leave. With that, he walked further inside. On a bed, an old man with snow-white hair looked at him, angry but with trembling lips, unable to speak a word. Seeing this, he gently patted the man on the bed and said smugly, Master, don't worry. That old friend of yours is already waiting for you on the other side. Once I get my hands on the Huilong Trong, I'll send you over to reunite with him. In summary, the next day, Track Fam and the Lac family group finally set foot in Fonglam City. The bustling and prosperous city made all the burdens of being hunted seem to vanish in a puff of smoke. Seeing the lively scene, they seemed to regain their former happiness. Lac Fen Thuong revealed a smile. Fen Hai, look over there. She pulled her brother towards a stall, her face as bright as a flower. Bang Rien looked at the two siblings, finally content that they hadn't lost themselves to the massacre. He then turned to Track Fam and said, You've never been to Fonglam City before, have you? It's very lively. But he didn't know that in the eyes of the old demon emperor in a child's body, this bustling city was, at most, a small village. He smiled and nodded, offering no opinion, and asked again, Aren't we going to the Thai family yet? Lac Fan Thuong, who was walking ahead, heard his question and turned back with a happy reply. We can't go directly to the Thai family. Van Hai and I will go pay a visit first, then you two can come. Hearing this, Track Fam frowned and muttered, What a hassle. Bang Rien just gave a wry smile. After all, we're relying on others. It would be a bit impolite to do otherwise. Unable to stand these formalities, he interrupted. All right, you guys go first. Whether they went first or later, as long as the two Lac siblings were well taken care of, he would be free. He didn't mind waiting a little longer. But just then, he heard a child's voice cursing him from behind. Servant dog, now that we're in Fonglam City, I'll definitely have my brother-in-law deal with you. You just wait. Lac Fan Hai stood with his hands on his hips, warning him, in your dreams. As soon as the young master finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to kick him straight in the butt, knocking him to the ground. He then smiled and said to him, No need to wait for your brother-in-law. I'll deal with you right now, you little brat. Lac Fan Thuong saw this and quickly helped her brother up, glaring at him. How could you pick on a child? It was your brother who was asking for a beating. Don't blame me. Track Fam glanced at her lightly, waved his hand and said, Hurry up and get you two settled. Then you can kick me out. It won't be too late. Commander Bang, who saw everything, spoke up with some difficulty. Brother Track Fam, look, he is the young master after all. Could you give him some face? How could you kick him? Track Fam chuckled, shrugging indifferently and refusing to reply. He had never paid any mind to anyone. He was arrogant and haughty. How could he let himself become someone else's slave? He was only doing this because of the heart demon. He turned and walked away. Bang Rien knew he wouldn't listen to his words and helplessly followed. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a stall and suddenly heard an argument. Curious, they went forward to see. He saw a lady standing in front of a jade stall, arguing with the seller. The woman was dressed in white, her eyebrows curved like a bright moon. She looked incredibly gentle. Despite the shopkeeper's harsh words, she maintained a faint smile, not being rude, and gently stuck to her opinion. This jade of yours is not real. The shopkeeper, having his stall criticized, couldn't hold back any more and shouted at the woman, Which eye of yours sees that it's not real jade? What do you know about jade? Go play somewhere else, kid. Don't interfere with my business. The woman smiled, but firmly reiterated her opinion. I really don't know anything about jade, but I saw a pure jade pendant once, and I know this one of yours is fake. This woman used such a strange reason to deny the value of the jade pendant. It was hard to tell if she was naive or just pretending. But looking at her smile, he still couldn't help but step in to help. This jade piece of yours, just as this lady said, is definitely a fake. I have a way to prove it. The strange woman was stunned for a moment, looking at Track Fam thoughtfully. Finally, She nodded lightly and smiled. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, help me find some sulfur and a basin of water. I can completely prove it's a fake." The crowd, wanting to see if they had been tricked by the dishonest merchant, immediately went to prepare. The shopkeeper was still trying to salvage some of his reputation. "Where did this brat come from? Everything I sell is genuine." Hearing this, he just smiled faintly. In his previous life, he lived in a city where the most common things were various types of jade. He would definitely make this man admit defeat. Right in front of everyone, he put the prepared ingredients into the water, then challenged the shopkeeper. "Put that jade pendant of yours in the water. It will prove whether it's real or fake." "Fine, I'll put it in." The shopkeeper was still confident. He didn't believe some water could prove if jade was real or fake. The moment the jade fell into the solution, it immediately changed color to red and even emitted a fishy, bloody smell. The shopkeeper was utterly shocked and stammered, "How can this be?" "What's so surprising? This jade of yours is simply a fake. Put it in the solution, and its true form is immediately revealed. Now, return it to the man." Also, what the lady said was not wrong. "This jade pendant of yours is worth at most 3 spirit stones." The woman continued to state her case. The angry crowd, realizing they had been tricked by the shopkeeper, immediately surrounded and beat him relentlessly. Ignoring the chaos behind them, the woman spoke to Track Fam. "You are very skilled, sir. I only knew it was a fake, but I had no way to prove it. Fortunately, you were here to help." Track Fam, seeing her about to leave, asked with confusion, "Miss, aren't you going to buy it? It's only worth 3 spirit stones." The woman gazed into the distance, a flicker of viciousness appearing in her eyes before vanishing, returning to her gentle demeanor. "No, I just wanted to point out the value of that jade piece to prevent others from being deceived." After saying that, she smiled and walked away. Commander Bang finally exclaimed, "What a strange woman! How could she fool a seasoned demon emperor like Track Fam?" Her vicious gaze couldn't escape his eyes. He muttered, "This woman is vicious, but still not experienced enough. Otherwise, this treasure would have fallen into her hands." After speaking, he turned back to the jade. His eyes held a hint of excitement. He would definitely get this treasure. Then he turned to Commander Bang, borrowed 10 spirit stones, and ran towards the shopkeeper. On a dark street, Track Fam found the shopkeeper resting at the base of a large tree. He had been beaten beyond recognition. He shouted, "I finally found you! I came to discuss business with you. I'll take that jade pendant of yours for 10 spirit stones. How about it? Will you give it?" "You came to find me? You dare to come find me? You ruined my business. You know this jade is fake, yet you're offering 10 spirit stones to buy it? That woman just said it's only worth 3. The shopkeeper spoke with suspicion. "Even though it's fake, it looks very real. Now I'll buy it. Maybe I can sell it for a higher price. I understand. You also want to resell it to someone who doesn't know. But I don't know. But you caused me to compensate so much. 10 spirit stones probably won't be enough. I want your life." The shopkeeper's eyes were vicious. He ordered the others to attack Track Fam. "I sincerely wanted to do business with you. You really prefer the hard way." As he spoke, his body slowly turned black. A gentle breeze stirred, and the people in front of him turned to dust, dissipating into the air. He was now at the chi condensation realm. These small fries were no match for him, not to mention he was a renowned demon emperor in his past life who had killed countless people. They were simply seeking their own death. After snatching the jade pendant from the alley, Track Fam went straight back to the inn to rest. As soon as he returned, he ran into Bang Rien. He returned the 10 spirit stones to him, then instructed, "I'm going back to my room to rest. Help me stand guard and don't let anyone in." With that, he entered his room to rest, took out the jade piece to examine it, and shot a blast of black elemental energy towards the jade. With a loud bang, cracks immediately appeared on the jade pendant, and a blood-red light emerged. Seeing this, he rejoiced internally. As expected, he wasn't mistaken. It was a blood spirit crystal. Legend has it that the blood spirit crystal is a rare gem, formed from the accumulation of thousands of drops of essence blood, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon over tens of thousands of years. It is a treasure of extreme yin and yang, coveted by any cultivator. According to the Ku Yu Mat Luke, a blood spirit crystal can be used to cultivate a natal blood infant. Once the blood infant is born, it will live by stealing the essence blood of others. It's incredibly cruel. The blood infant can also grow with the cultivator, becoming a blood infant level entity that even emperor level experts wouldn't dare to provoke. If he had this in his past life, what would a mere saint be? Unable to wait any longer, he excitedly cut his wrist and dripped blood onto the jade. I can't believe even the Ku Yu Ma Day wasn't lucky enough to get this, and now it has fallen into my hands. The heavens are on my side. Fighting desperately, Track Fam dripped his blood onto the jade pendant bit by bit. Each drop of blood that fell onto the jade vanished without a trace. Seeing all this, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he continued to feed the jade with his blood. In the end, he underestimated the amount of blood needed to nurture the blood infant. He could die from excessive blood loss. When refining a blood infant, one must use the cultivator's own blood until the blood spirit crystal forms a heart meridian. Once started, it cannot be stopped, or it will be a failure. As time passed, Track Fam's blood was nearly drained, and his lips turned pale. The world suddenly spun before him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Was he still unable to defy fate? Did he have to give up? At this moment, he remembered his past life. In his past life, he was besieged by everyone. The 7 emperors, the saints. Even that traitor Triu Thon wanted him dead. At this moment, the resentment welled up again, bit by bit. All that belonged to him, fueling the will within his body, carrying old hatreds and new grudges. He would reclaim everything that belonged to him with his own hands. He roared, "Break for me!" Following Track Fam's roar, a loud explosion occurred. A red light shot out from the jade pendant and entered his body. He focused his mind to check, and in his dantian, an infant's body lay quietly. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the natal blood infant. He rejoiced inwardly, but his body could no longer hold up. He collapsed softly to the ground, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He thought to himself, now that I've refined the blood infant, the next step is to figure out how to cultivate it. Track Fam didn't expect that he would stay in his room refining for 10 consecutive days, nor did he expect Bang Dien to stand guard outside his door for 10 days straight. This left him a bit stunned. You're out. The Thai residents sent people to urge us. Let's go quickly, or the young master and young miss will be waiting long. Seeing him finally emerge, Bang Rien rubbed his eyes and urged him on. You waited outside for 10 days straight, Commander Bang? You've worked hard. Aren't you curious what I was doing inside for 10 days? He asked in surprise. Hearing him, Commander Bang gave a genuine smile and replied, It's nothing. We're brothers. What you do is your own business. If you wanted to tell me, you would. Let's go. The young miss and young master are waiting for us. Track Fam was a bit taken aback by his response. He trusted him, unconditionally. In his past life, and this one, cultivating all the way to the Demon Emperor realm, what kind of person hadn't he met? But he had never met anyone who could trust others so readily like him. Or was it that he hadn't met enough people? Or that he just wasn't fated to meet someone like that? It was half an hour later when Commander Bang and Track Fam arrived at the Thai residence. But as soon as they reached the gate, they were stopped by 2 guards who shouted, Who are you two? How dare you barge into the Thai residence? With the mindset of seeking refuge, Commander Bang replied with a gentle smile, I am from the Lack family. This is the Lack family's butler. Our young master and young miss are guests at your esteemed residence. Hearing this, Track Fam was stunned. When did he become the Lack family's butler? He gave a bitter smile. A mighty demon emperor who once dominated the realms now had to be a butler for a mortal family. If anyone found out, he'd be laughed at endlessly. The 2 gate guards heard Commander Bang introduce himself as from the Lack family and showed a look of contempt. 2 more from the Lack family coming to beg again. Commander Bang was furious and was about to make a move when Track Fam stopped him. The attitude of these servants means that the people in the Thai residence didn't really welcome the Lack siblings. I'm afraid they haven't been living well these past few days. Soon a servant led them to where the Lack Van Thuong siblings were staying. Looking at the desolate scene, it was worse than the inn they stayed at. Commander Bang couldn't help but get angry and shout, How can the Thai family treat them like this? They don't even have basic courtesy. Track Fam was also a bit angry. Seeing this situation, he couldn't just leave the 2 siblings with the Thai family. This meant his plan was ruined. Not only that, they were being treated like servants. Let's go in and see. Track Fam silently entered the room, and Bang Rien hurriedly followed. In the room, only Lok Fan Hai was sitting on the bed, his eyes vacant. The room's furnishings were also very simple, with nothing but a table and chairs. Bang Dian felt a bit of pity seeing this scene. Young master. I'm sorry I'm late. I've made you suffer. Track Fam looked at the scene without a trace of compassion, asking, Kid, where's your sister? Sister went to ask young Master Tai for help, the young master replied timidly. The Tai family's attitude is already like this, and she's still asking for help? Is your sister an idiot? Let's go. We'll go bring your sister back. After speaking, the three of them went to find Lok Fan Thuong. In a small courtyard next to a clear blue stream, a handsome young master and a lovely lady were playing, their cheerful laughter echoing through the courtyard. Lak Fan Thuong watched them exchange flirtatious glances. She couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up. Brother Hu Din, I'm not asking you to fulfill our old marriage contract. I'm just asking you to speak to your father on my behalf, to help restore the Lak family. Hu Din, who was happily with the beautiful woman, was in no mood to entertain her. He replied impatiently, I've made it clear to you, there's no relationship between us. Also, your family's problems have nothing to do with me, and I can't help. That's right. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Brother Hu Din has long since stopped liking you. The young lady beside him chimed in with wide eyes. At this moment, Fan Thuong understood. The old ties between the two families had been completely discarded by the Tai family once the Lak family fell into ruin. But she had no other choice. To revive her family, for the Lak family to be as it once was, her only option was to beg him. For the sake of our childhood friendship, I beg you to speak on my behalf, please? Suddenly, a slap landed on Lok Fan Thuong's face. She was stunned, Ton Vu Fai's curses still ringing in her ears. You little slut, stay away from him. And you, Brother Hu Din, if I find out you have anything to do with her in the future, I will absolutely not forgive you. Ton Vu Fai screeched shrilly. Lak Fan Thuong had lost all hope. What was her Lak family to do? At this moment, she truly needed someone to save her, to save the Lak family. Suddenly, a figure flashed past her, heading straight for where Tai Hu Din was standing. A punch landed on his face. The sudden event startled the two of them. When they came to their senses, they saw a young man standing in front of Lok Fan Thuong. He opened his mouth. A pair of adulterers dare to ruin my plans. You think you're worthy? Who are you? Con Vu Fai and Tai Hu Din looked at the person before them, utterly terrified. They were known as the geniuses of their families in Phong Lam City. Yet this person was at most their age. Yet when he arrived, no one noticed. He had already slapped them twice. What level was his cultivation at? At this moment, Bang Rien and Lak Van Hai finally caught up, helping Lak Van Thuong to her feet. Track Fam paid no attention to the two's questioning. He looked over at the young miss, her face covered in tears. The needle hurt a bit. He, the great demon emperor, how could he feel pity for this little girl? It must be the damn heart demon of that kid Track Fam. He sighed helplessly, reached out to wipe her tears, and said, Let's go. Lak Fan Thuong nodded in agreement. I am the great demon emperor. Since things had come to this, they couldn't stay at the Tai family residence. They were about to leave when Ton Vu Fai's voice rang out from behind. You hit someone and then just leave? There's no such thing. Lak Fan Thuong, where do you think you are? Coming and going as you please. If you don't kneel and kowtow to me 3 times today, none of you will leave this place. Don't forget you still have that little brother of yours. After saying that, she smugly thought that, in order to submit to the power of the Tai and Ton families and to protect Lok Van Hai's life, Lak Van Thuong would definitely kneel, as she said. Lak Van Thuong hesitated for a moment, then finally slowly closed her eyes and was about to kneel. Just as the adulterous pair was gloating over their success, Track Fam made his move. A gust of wind flashed by, and it was over before anyone knew what happened. No one had a clear view of the situation. Ton Vu Fai and Tai Tu Din were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. There were even bloodstains on the ground. The two of them gnashed their teeth, their eyes wide as they stared at the person who had struck them. It's you again, you bastard. Now, even if you kneel before me, I will definitely not spare you. As soon as she finished speaking, Track Fam struck again. With 2 kicks, they were sent flying. Without even giving them a second glance, he said, You want me to kneel? You think you're worthy? You're thinking too much. Just then, as Lac Van Thuong and Bang Dien were marveling at Track Fam's actions, an old, angry voice approached. Who has the guts to cause trouble at the Thai residence? Seeing the person arrive, a hint of joy appeared on Tai Hu Din's face as he shouted, "Father, your timing is perfect!" They're the ones causing trouble in our Thai residence. Unlike the cheerful Tai Hu Din, Lok Fan Thuong and Bang Dien were now extremely scared. They had caused trouble at the Thai residence, and now the master had appeared. They would surely not escape. As for Track Pham, he looked at the newcomer and carefully assessed him. Tai Vin appeared to be over 50, tall and imposing, exuding the aura of an expert. He looked at Tai Vin and said with a smile, "8th level of the bone-tempering realm." His words immediately stunned Tai Vin. He couldn't believe this kid could see through his cultivation. He glanced at the young man before him, whose cultivation was unfathomably deep. He smiled in return. "You have a good eye, young master. May I ask who you are?" "The butler of the Lac family, Track Pham," he answered confidently. The Thai family head was startled once again. He had long heard of the Lac family's butler, but he never expected him to be this young. He valued talented people. However, he knew there was someone here he couldn't afford to offend. He glanced at Ton Vu Phi. He spoke comfortingly, "Rest assured, with me here, I will definitely get justice for you." After speaking, he turned to the Lac Fan Thuong siblings. His expression changed and his voice deepened. "Fan Thuong, out of respect for our two families, I took you in, yet you caused trouble here." Track Pham didn't wait for Lac Fan Thuong to speak. He answered on her behalf, "An old man like you bullying a little girl. If you have something to say it to me directly. Fine. If you want to turn hostile, then don't blame me for being impolite. If you can withstand 20% of my power right here, I'll let you leave. How about it?" Tai Vin said coldly. 20% of your 8th level bone tempering power is higher than a 9th level chi condensation expert. You clearly want to kill us. You're bullying us too much, Bang Rian replied angrily. Without waiting for them to argue further, Track Pham immediately made his move. A palm print appeared in the air. Tai Vin never expected that he would dare to strike first, and even managed to block 20% of his power. This young man was truly extraordinary. A 2nd level chi condensation expert managed to block 20% of my power. Not bad, but unfortunately, while you might have been lucky enough to escape death this time, others may not be so fortunate. Track Pham gave a strange smile, pointing at Tai Vin. "I've never believed in luck in my life. The only thing I believe in is my strength. Now look at your son. We can take his life whenever we want." Tai Vin lowered his head in alarm and examined himself. His eyes involuntarily contracted. There was indeed blood on his hand. How could a chi condensation realm expert injure him? He looked over at his son and saw that Hyo Din had suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish. He asked Track Pham, "What in the world did you do?" "I'm just giving the Thai family head a little warning. I can crush your son's life whenever I please, so don't be reckless. Also, you showed us no courtesy today. We will definitely meet again in the future. Farewell." After speaking, he turned and pulled the Lac family group away, to their utter astonishment. In their minds, Track Pham should have died under Tai Vin's palm strike just now, but he survived and even got them out alive. This was too unexpected. Tai Vin was both surprised and furious. Letting them go now was like releasing a tiger back into the forest. There would surely be trouble in the future. He had to make a plan. This Track Pham could not be spared. He turned to Ton Vu Phi. "Vu Phi, this Track Pham. If we don't eliminate him, he will. In the future, he will definitely be a threat to the Ton family. You should find a countermeasure soon." Tai Vin was a cunning old fox. He wanted to use the Ton family to eliminate Track Pham. But this was exactly what Ton Vu Phi wanted. She had just suffered a loss and would definitely get it all back from Track Pham. "You're worried about your son's life, so you don't dare to touch him, but my Ton family isn't afraid. I will definitely avenge this." The three of them walked out of the Thai residence. Commander Bang and Lok Fan Thuong were still terrified. Only Track Pham remained calm. If you looked closely, you could see a hint of anger in his eyes. He was so close to settling the Lac siblings. He could have removed his heart demon and continued on his path, but all of this was ruined by the Thai family. He vowed that the Thai family would pay a heavy price for this. He now had to make plans for himself, while also looking after the two Lack siblings. He couldn't let anything happen to them, or his heart demon would affect his future path. Thinking of this, he pondered for a moment, then said casually, "Young miss, do you know what the 7 noble houses are?" When Lack Fan Thuong heard this question, she answered in a panic, "What? Why do you know about this? We're in a dangerous situation right now. If we really encounter someone from the 7 noble houses, we must avoid any conflict with them, even with their dogs." Lack Fan Thuong was once a proud young lady. Even in her fallen state, she wouldn't have this attitude when facing the Thai family. What exactly were the 7 noble houses? During the founding of the Tianyu Empire, there were 7 meritorious officials approved by the royal family. They could stand on equal footing with the royalty, possessing territories and power above all other families. Their enemies were the entire empire. These are the 7 noble houses. The 7 houses are a forbidden zone that other major families must not touch. Everyone in power in their respective families knows this. Hearing this, Commander Bang was a bit scared. What? There are families in this world that can be on par with the royal family? Do they really have that much power? In contrast, Track Fam remained calm and continued to ask, "Is the Ton family among them?" That girl just now said she would show us the power of the 7 noble houses. What? Could the Ton family be related to one of the 7 houses? We have to go apologize to Miss Ton. With that, Lack Fan Thuong grabbed Track Fam's hand and started pulling him away. But how could Track Fam go and apologize? He had never regretted anything he had done. Besides, with his personality, the mere Ton family was nothing in his eyes. He shook off Lack Fan Thuong's hand and said, "It's useless. What's done is done. If you go now, you'll only be walking to your death." Just then, a child's tender voice rang out, "Big Brother Track, what should we do now?" A bit surprised, Track Fam narrowed his eyes and asked, "Kid, you're not calling me a servant dog anymore?" "Big Brother Track saved my sister and me. I am incredibly grateful. From now on, you are my real brother, my brother-in-law. Please help us one more time." Van Hai spoke sincerely. Hearing his words, everyone was caught off guard. Track Fam was very pleased. "Very good. It's good that you know how to be grateful." Then he turned to ask Lok Fan Thuong, "Is there really someone from the 7 houses in Phong Lam City?" "Yes, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, the #1 appraising family, is incredibly wealthy." Lack Fan Thuong thought for a moment, then named a family. Track Fam patted Van Hai's head and said, "Good. Then let's go back to the inn first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Flower Glimmer Pavilion." With that, he started walking back towards the inn, leaving Lack Fan Thuong and Commander Bang in a state of confusion. After a moment, the two of them ran after him, asking, "Why are we going to the Flower Glimmer Pavilion?" "To form an alliance," Track Fam replied softly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The 7 noble houses, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, how could they form an alliance with them, a fallen mortal family? It wouldn't be that easy. The next morning, they set out for the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. In Phong Lam, city stood an ancient building, dozens of stories high, which gave people a sense of oppression. As soon as they arrived, they saw 2 guards at the gate, but the aura they exuded was intimidating. Track Fam was assessing them. "I can't believe even the guards have reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. There was nothing to assess about them. They are truly one of the 7 great houses." Seeing them approach, the 2 guards warned, "Stop." Track Fam walked to the door. Seeing them block his way, he introduced himself. "Please inform your master. The young miss of Quy Van Manor, Lack Fan Thuong, requests an audience." Seeing this, the 2 guards glanced at each other, feeling a bit strange. They had never heard of a Lack family in Phong Lam City. They said coldly, "Never heard of it. Our steward doesn't meet with nobodies." Lack Fan Thuong, hearing these words from behind, knew it was expected. How could the 7 great houses easily form an alliance with others? But Track Fam didn't think so. He had lived 2 lives. What hadn't he experienced? He didn't hold back and said loudly, "Whether he meets us or not, you still have to inform your master. It's not up to 2 servants like you to make that decision. The 7 noble houses, such a great family, has this kind of hospitality? Seeing is truly believing." Track Fam saw them preparing to attack and took a few steps back, assuming a defensive stance. Just then, a charming voice called out, "Stop! Following the voice, a woman in a pure, white, gentle, and beautiful dress emerged from within. The two guards heard her and respectfully said, "Young miss, someone is causing trouble. I heard what you said just now. You were in the wrong. Guests are to be welcomed. You shouldn't be so rude." The woman gave the two guards a cold glance, then looked at Track Fam and said, "Sir, we meet again. It's you, miss. I didn't expect you to be the young lady of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. My apologies." Track Fam looked at the person before him, feeling a bit of joy. If it was this lady, things would be much easier. The woman heard his words, nodded, and smiled in reply. "My name is Long Kui. I just do odd jobs here at the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. May I ask why you have come, sir?" Track Fam didn't hide his purpose. "To be honest with you, miss, I am Track Fam, the butler of the Lack family. Due to some trouble at home, and hearing that the Flower Glimmer Pavilion is the #1 appraising family in the Tianyu Empire, I came with my young miss to sell a family heirloom." A light flashed in Long Kui's eyes. She smiled at Track Fam. "Sir, you wish to sell a treasure? Allow me to lead the way. Please, come in." The situation changed abruptly. The two guards were caught off guard, asking each other in confusion. Was that person a friend of the young miss? Impossible. How could the young miss have such a destitute friend? He said he came to sell a treasure. With his appearance, what valuable treasure could he possibly have? When they get kicked out, we'll teach them a lesson. Track Fam's group followed Long Kui into a room. The four of them sat down, and Long Kui smiled, saying, "I wonder what treasure you have, sir. Please take it out for me to have a look." Track Fam looked at her, his lips curving into a smile. This little girl may look inexperienced, but she's extremely shrewd. The incident outside the door, this girl clearly knew everything, but she wanted to use the two guards to probe him before intending to negotiate business. The person opposite her was a demon emperor who had dominated for decades. She was still too naive in front of him. Track Fam took out a scroll from his pocket. It flew out in front of her. The scroll looked like a fake, but when Long Kui saw it, she was slightly thrilled. Lack, Fan Thuong, and Commander Bang were also very curious. This was just a painting Track Fam drew last night. What was so precious about it to be considered a treasure? After a careful examination, hiding the excitement in her eyes, Long Kui slowly spoke up. "I wonder what price you are asking for, Sir Track Fam." "Miss Long is an expert. You name the price," Track Fam said with a smile. 200,000 spirit stones. What do you think, sir? Long Kui sensed that Track Fam was also an expert, so she had no intention of deceiving him and stated a price. What? 200,000 spirit stones. This number truly shocked Lok Fan Thuong, making her jump up from her chair. Her Kwai Van Manor, even in its most prosperous days, had never reached such a number of spirit stones. Now, Track Fam had casually drawn a picture, and it was worth 200,000 spirit stones. Commander Bang also stared in astonishment. This number was too large. He had never imagined it. Seeing the two's reaction, Long Kui felt a bit contemptuous. She looked over at Track Fam, who was still sitting calmly. He smirked and she heard him say, 200,000 spirit stones. Miss Long, are you giving alms to a beggar? I'm not selling. Track Fam shook his head and laughed twice. Miss Long, if you're not sincere, then this deal is off. With that, he stood up, looking like he was about to take back the treasure. But with the treasure in her hands, how could Long Kui let it slip away? She continued to negotiate. Sir Track, this is at most a first-level formation diagram. 200,000 is not a small amount. Besides, what you have is just a hand-drawn copy, not the original carving. My price of 200,000 is very fair. Track Fam paid no attention to her words, immediately retorting and reaching for the diagram. Miss Long, even if I haven't read many books, you can't fool me. All right, I'm not selling it anymore. Give the diagram back to me. Miss Long kept her eyes fixed on the map in her hand, silently making a decision. She bit her lip and shouted, 300,000. I'll take the loss. Track Fam looked disappointed, shaking his head, and moved forward to snatch the diagram back. You still lack sincerity. Seeing him about to take it, Miss Long stepped back, trying her best to avoid him. This diagram is a first-level formation diagram. It contains many formations that even she has never seen before. No matter what, she had to get her hands on it. Feeling that negotiations with Track Fam were getting nowhere, she started to target Lok Fan Thuong. Miss Lack, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion can, At most, pay 300,000 for this diagram. Moreover, in this entire world, only the Flower Glimmer Pavilion can afford it. You won't get this price anywhere else. Suddenly being targeted, Lak Fan Thuong hesitated for a moment. Looking at Trak Pham, she weighed the pros and cons. She was about to open her mouth to persuade him, but he shouted fiercely, glaring at her, "Shut up, you foolish woman! Do you think I came here for money?" She had forgotten their purpose for coming here today. After just a few words of persuasion, she was ready to agree. A person like her has probably been tricked and sold countless times. "Miss Long, I am the butler of the Lak family. I am in charge of everything. Give me back the painting." Trak Pham took a deep breath, his smile gone, and looked coldly at Long Quai. Long Quai was a bit stunned. A butler with this much authority? He could make all the decisions for the Lak family. She sighed, not wanting to return it at all. Helplessly, she reached out. What a pity. "Sir Trak, your demand is too high. We can't meet it. But I guarantee on the honor of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, this first-level diagram is worth at most 300,000. With that, she turned to leave. Trak Pham got the diagram back in his hand. He looked at Long Quai and said, "I'm sorry. I thought you were deliberately trying to trick us, but it turns out you just don't understand. Are there any other appraisers here?" "What? I don't understand." "Sir Trak, your eyes are indeed good, but don't be too arrogant. You just wait for me." Long Quai couldn't help but freeze, her anger palpable. Since she was young, she could distinguish the characteristics and value of an object just by looking at it. Now, someone was questioning her ability. This bastard dared to attack her competence. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned away. Looking at her retreating back, Lak Fan Thuong looked at Trak Pham with some fear. Could we have offended the Flower Glimmer Pavilion? Hearing her fear, he shook his head to reassure her, a strange smile on his face. Not long after, Long Quai reappeared with someone else, a one-eyed old man, the Divine Eye Long Ku. Lak Fan Thuong gasped, whispering a reminder to Trak Pham. Trak Pham looked at the person walking beside Long Kui, lost in thought. This person's strength was likely even greater than Tai Vin's. The gap between their strengths was too vast. He currently couldn't see through his cultivation. Elder Siyu glanced at Trak Pham. "You're the new butler of the Lak family." "Not bad. As long as you're not that old man, Tan, it's fine." The little brat said you doubt her abilities. Although she hasn't been in the business long, her eye isn't bad. If you don't believe her, let this old man take a look. With that, he slowly sat down. "Yes, then, please take a look." He then placed the diagram on the table. As soon as the diagram was out, Long Q was immediately stunned, his eyes fixed on it. Long Kui, seeing him silent, quickly said, "Uncle Ku, wasn't I right? A first-level formation diagram worth 300,000. Long Q remained silent, just staring intently at the diagram. After a long while, he looked at Trak Pham and said, seriously, "I never thought the Lak family would have something like this. Kid, I'll offer 1.8 million. How about that? 1.8 million is the most we can mobilize right now." As soon as he spoke, everyone was simultaneously shocked into silence. 1.8 million, a number no one could have ever imagined, especially Long Kui. She never thought it could be worth that much. Trak Pham remained calm, looking at Long Ku. The corner of his mouth twitched up, too low. "If you can't offer a higher price, then this deal is off." Hearing his words, everyone was once again surprised. This number was already exorbitant, yet he still considered it too low. For Lak Fan Thuong right now, that amount was enough to revive the Lak family, but Trak Pham didn't want it. She opened her mouth, calling his name with a hint of anger. Trak Pham. Trak Pham paid her no mind, holding on to the painting without letting go. Just then, Long Q narrowed his eyes, and a powerful aura immediately struck out. Trak Pham felt the oppressive aura coming and retreated. "Kid, I must have this diagram." Trak Pham forced back his discomfort, enduring the expert's pressure. He still smiled coldly, looking at him. "Elder C, you? Doing this will damage the reputation of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion." "Aren't you afraid, kid?" Long Q increased his pressure. Trak Pham just chuckled and asked him back, "Aren't you afraid, Elder Q?" Slightly stunned. Long Cu suddenly withdrew his aura and laughed loudly. "Good, a fine lad. With someone like you supporting the Lak family." The Lack family will soon be restored to its former glory. All right, you didn't come here for money. Speak, what are your conditions? Track fam's lips curled up. He had won. He had successfully gambled his life and the reputation of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. As expected of an old fox, his purpose for coming here was seen through by him. It was too much. He had also achieved his goal. It no longer mattered if he knew or not. Thinking this, he answered bluntly, 10 million. You can pay 1 million now. The rest can be paid slowly. Consider it a debt you owe us. Long Ku considered for a moment, then reached out and took the diagram, saying calmly, all right, deal. The Flower Glimmer Pavilion owes you. Little Kwai, give them 1 million and see them out. With that, he immediately turned, and his figure vanished. Long Kwai hesitated for a moment, then followed Long Ku's instructions and gave the money to them. At the same time, Long Kwai was suspicious. Lak Fan Thuong and Bong Rien also looked at him with suspicion. In this negotiation battle, Trak Pham had actually won. He had casually drawn a diagram and received 1 million, plus a favor from the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. How on earth did he do it? But they didn't understand that the battle just now was a psychological contest between experts. The one with the stronger mentality would win. In another room, Long Kui gave the spirit stones to Trak Pham's group and went to see Long Ku. She asked, Uncle Ku, isn't it just a first-level formation diagram? Why did you offer such a high price? Look carefully. That's an ancient formation diagram. It has been lost for a long time. I'm afraid this is the only one in the entire Tianyu Empire. 1 million and a favor is not a loss. Long Ku calmly answered her questions. Remembering something, he added, find a Keat and have him assign 4 or 5 experts to protect them. They just offended the Tun family. Long Kwai was thrilled to hear Long Ku's words. An ancient perception diagram, and the only one at that. Just how precious was this? Waking from her shock, Long Kui looked at Long Ku and replied, why do we have to protect them? Didn't you hear me? We owe them. Long Ku sighed in reply. After achieving the purpose of his trip, Trak Pham returned to the inn in a cheerful mood. His next step was to plan how to deal with the Ton family. He gave a wicked smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Ton family and the power of the 7 noble houses behind them, he hoped they wouldn't make him wait too long. The next morning, he was sitting in his room resting and regulating his body when he suddenly heard Bang Rian's panicked voice. It's bad, Trak Pham! The Ton family's people are surrounding us outside! Hearing this, he immediately stood up, his eyes excited as he replied, they've finally come! I've been waiting for them. Let's go out together. Seeing him go out without a shred of fear, Commander Bang felt a bit of admiration. They were both servants, yet he had such an imposing aura. But he didn't know that inside Trak Pham's body was no longer the boy who was once loyal to the Lack family. He was now a demon emperor, feared by all, a demon emperor who slaughtered in all directions. Trak Pham, Lak Fan Thuong, and Commander Bang all stepped outside, looking at the aggressive crowd before them. Lak Fan Thuong spoke up, Miss Tan, I wonder why you have come here today. Lak Fan Thuong, don't play dumb with me. You know what you did, yet you shamelessly ask me? I came here today to settle the score with you, especially that brat Trak Pham. Tan Vu Phai spoke aggressively. Lak Fan Thuong looked at her, then turned to look at Trak Pham. Seeing his expression hadn't changed at all in the face of her aggression, if he wasn't afraid, then neither was she. She spoke again. Miss Tan, my Lack family has been in Phong Lam City for hundreds of years. We can't be so easily wiped out. The Tan family has only been in Phong Lam City for a few dozen years. You should watch your words. Hearing Lak Fan Thuong's words, she became furious, glaring at Lak Fan Thuong and starting to gather elemental energy in her hand, intending to attack her. Today, I'll show you what a phoenix with broken wings is worth. As soon as she finished speaking, she aimed a strike at Lak Fan Thuong. However, before she could strike, someone stepped forward to stop her. Cousin, you. Tan Vu Zifai looked at her cousin in confusion. She only saw the young master give a faint smile. He didn't look at her, only at Lak Fan Thuong, and said politely, Miss Lak, please forgive my cousin's rudeness. We came here today only to seek justice for her. As long as you hand Trak Pham over to me today, I guarantee the Lak family's safety. And if you're willing, miss, I'm prepared to help the Lak family rise again. No need. Trak Pham is the butler of the Lak family. Causing trouble with him is the same as causing trouble with my Lak family. Without a second thought, Lac Fan Thuong immediately spoke up. The young master burst out laughing, then said helplessly, "Miss Lac, I advise you not to act on impulse and defend others. Let me introduce myself. I am Uu Tuyen of the Netherworld Valley." Hearing this name, Fan Thuong was startled and took a step back. She took a deep breath and muttered, "You are from the 7 noble houses." The Tan family really does have connections with the 7 noble houses. No wonder the 7 noble houses finally made an appearance. With just a flick of their finger, they could annihilate the Lac family at any time. Lac Fan Thuong looked worriedly at Trac Pham, her eyes showing a hint of trembling. Just then, Trac Pham stepped forward with a laugh, looking arrogantly at Yu Tuyen. "I am Trac Pham, the butler of the Lac family. What do you want? A one-on-one, or all of you at once?" What an arrogant servant dog. To deal with someone like you, why would I need to tarnish the name of Netherworld Valley? I alone am enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm strike cut through the air. In a flash, Yu Tuyen moved to Trac Pham's side, who quickly dodged. But in the end, it was too late. When he looked again, there was a bloody gash on his face. 6th level of chi condensation, a demonic cultivator. Not bad. The techniques of Netherworld Valley were indeed of the demonic path. For a normal cultivator, dealing with them would be a bit difficult. But for Trac Pham, an old demon who had cultivated the demonic path himself, dealing with this level of chi cultivator was no problem. So, you managed to dodge that. But you won't be so lucky this time. Yu Tuyen spoke gloomily. At this moment, both had begun to exchange blows. It wasn't just that Yu Tuyen wanted to kill Trac Pham, but also because of his own desire to win. He had never had the chance to fight a higher-level demonic cultivator before, and felt a bit curious. Outside the battle circle, Lac Fan Thuong was very worried, afraid he couldn't hold on. Tan Vu Fai was no exception. She shouted a reminder to Yu Tuyen, "Cousin, be careful." Tai Vin has already suffered a loss from this move of his. The moment Trac Pham made his move, Yu Tuyen knew he had run into a worthy opponent this time. He lowered his head to look at the bloody wound on his hand, then looked up at Trac Pham. He was also looking at him, a strange smile on his face. He couldn't help but be a bit on guard. If he had known this kid was this type of person, he really shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. The demonic path is the eternal pursuit of strength, by any means necessary. Wu Tuyen quickly launched a vicious attack at Trac Pham. He had to deal with him as soon as possible. A high-grade martial art, the Netherworld Claw, approached with a chilling aura. This single strike hit Trac Pham squarely in the chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yu Tuyen, having succeeded in one move, spoke smugly, "Your heart meridian has been sealed. Even if you want to pull any tricks, you can't." Tan Vu Fai, seeing his success, couldn't help but shout, "Cousin, kill him!" while the Lac Fan Thuong group was filled with worry. Feeling that Tan Vu Fai was right, Yu Tuyen nodded. Trac Pham absolutely could not be left alive. He naturally knew the vengeful nature of the demonic path. If he let him go, the next one to die would be him. He couldn't release a tiger back into the wild. The moment he decided to kill Trac Pham, he made his move as well. A loud explosion rang out. Yu Tuyen flew backwards like a broken kite, a trail of blood appearing behind him. "Blood, Shadow Palm!" Trac Pham roared, his body maintaining the striking posture. Yu Tuyen got up from the ground, his hand over his chest, in disbelief. "Impossible! Your heart meridian was sealed. How could you use a martial skill?" As soon as he finished speaking, Trac Pham also collapsed to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. Unbeknownst to anyone, a large hole had appeared in his chest. Lac Fan Thuong rushed to support him. Yu Tuyen finally understood. He had actually self-destructed his heart meridian to use a martial skill. He was on the verge of death. Thinking this, he lunged at Trac Pham to strike. His speed was not as fast as before. But Lac Fan Thuong was terrified and stood in front of him. Yu Tuyen looked at the person blocking his way and smirked. "Miss Lac, move aside. I don't want to hurt you." Suddenly, a hand reached out, blocking Yu Tuyen's attack. Yu Tuyen's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the warm face of a young man. "Long Kiet, don't ruin my plans." Tan Vu Fai, hearing this name, also muttered, "Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Wu Tuyen. One should be lenient and merciful, not hunt down and kill completely. I am under orders from Elder Siu to ensure their safety," Long Kiet spoke, unconcerned. Hearing this, Tanvu Fai felt her love vanish in an instant. The Lack family was now protected by the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, which meant from now on, they could be on equal footing with her Tan family. At this moment, she hated Lok Fan Tuong even more. Yu Tuyen looked at the half-dead Track fam, reluctant to let go. He said seriously and coldly, "Long Kiet, don't forget our strengths are equal. Do you think you alone can protect all four of them? U Tujin, you are heavily injured. In your current state, are you still a match for me? A demonic path expert is formidable, capable of unleashing 120% of their strength at critical moments. But if you and I fight to the death, leading to a war between our two sides, can you bear that responsibility?" Long Kiet's smile vanished as he replied coldly to Yu Tuyen. The grudge between Netherworld Valley and Flower Glimmer Pavilion will lead to war sooner or later, but now is not the time. Just as Long Kiet said, if Yu Tuyen acted now and ruined the family's grand plans, he indeed couldn't bear the consequences. After careful consideration, he decided to reconcile as Long Kiet suggested. But just then, a figure rushed forward, a palm strike tearing through Yu Tuyen's chest. "Didn't your master ever tell you that in a battle between demonic cultivators, hesitation means death?" "Fool," a familiar, wicked voice whispered in Yu Tuyen's ear. Yu Tuyen looked at him in shock. You're not." This person was clearly on the verge of death. Where did he get such immense strength? And it was even stronger than before. His speed was also faster. Could it be? In that moment, on the brink of death, Yu Tuyen understood. This person had been setting a trap for him all along, luring him in. Unfortunately, he realized it too late, and his life was over. Track Fam was like a death god at that moment. His hand viciously ripped out Yu Tuyen's entire heart. Fresh blood flowed like a river. Die. Yu Tuyen instantly collapsed. This left everyone utterly astonished. The situation had turned so quickly that no one could have expected the person who was in the dominant position just a moment ago would now be dead on the ground, his eyes wide open. Ton Vu Fai saw Yu Tuyen's body, let out a scream, and fainted. "Cousin." The Tan family's people quickly retreated. The Flower Glimmer Pavilion, this was a power the Tan family could not fight against. Long Kiet was frozen in place. A person who always had a cold expression like him was now a little shocked. Yu Tuyen died right in front of him, and the sight of Track Fam still holding Yu Tuyen's heart made him feel a chill. He knew that demonic cultivators were ruthless, but he had never seen such a degree of ruthlessness before. While he was assessing Track Fam, he was also looking at Long Kiet. After a moment, he casually tossed the heart aside, then gestured to Long Kiet. "You must be the one Elder CU sent to protect us. Thank you for your help, but please relay a message to Elder CU for me. There's no need to send anyone anymore." With that, he turned and entered the inn. At the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, after hearing the news, Long Ku angrily slammed the table. "Damn it! I, Long Ku, have dominated my whole life. And now I've been outsmarted by a kid, ruining the family's plans." Long Kwai and Long Kiet bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Finally, Long Kwai couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "Uncle Ku, I don't understand. Track Fam killed Yu Tuyen. What does that have to do with our Flower Glimmer Pavilion?" Long Kyo, hearing this, scolded angrily. A Kiet was there at the time and even fought with Yu Tuyen. Everyone else saw it. That brat killed a disciple of Netherworld Valley right in front of a Kiet. You think they won't blame us for this? Choir, would you believe that someone from a small family would dare to kill a disciple of the 7 noble houses? Even you don't believe it. So how would Netherworld Valley? They will definitely blame this on us, Long Kiet helplessly explained to Long Kwai. Hearing Long Kiet's explanation, Long Kwai exclaimed, "We're so unlucky." Unlucky? No, that kid. He had planned everything from the beginning. He took advantage of a Kiet stepping in to mediate, then attacked with even more strength than before. He was clearly waiting for them to fall into his trap. He's plotting against both the Flower Glimmer Pavilion and Netherworld Valley. If our 2 houses go to war, his Lack family can escape, Long Ku said gravely. How is that possible? Isn't he afraid of offending 2 great families? He thought of this point long ago. When he sold the diagram, he knew we valued our reputation. So if we were to act or abandon the Lack family, it would show that we are weaker than Netherworld Valley and would damage the reputation of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. So there was only one path, which was to protect the Lack family. From the moment he stepped into the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, that kid started plotting against me, plotting against the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. He is the most dangerous person I have ever met. After hearing this, Long Kiet seemed to recall the scene at that time and nodded deeply. Uncle Ku is right. Track Fam is indeed a very dangerous person. At the same time the people of Flower Glimmer Pavilion were denouncing Track Fam's plan, little did they know that the people of Flower Glimmer could find Track Fam. Right at the inn, he was enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, his face pale as he sat on the bed. Lak Fan Thuong, seeing this, wanted to tend to his wounds but was loudly shooed away by him. Today's battle with Uu Tuyen made him realize that his current strength was too weak. He was afraid he couldn't even protect himself, let alone the two Lack siblings. He had to get stronger, or he would not be able to walk his future path. Track Fam sat on the bed and bit his lip. He formed a hand seal, and his eyes turned a strange red. At that exact moment, in the Thai residence, Tai Hudin was cultivating when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his stomach. His face contorted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious to the ground. When he fought Tai Vin earlier, he had sent the blood infant into Tai Hudin to control him and also to help monitor the Tai family. But now, that was no longer necessary. The blood infant was now in Tai Hudin's room. It slowly turned its head to look at the person lying on the ground, a cold smile on its face. This time, I'll spare you. I want you to witness the fall of the Tai family with your own eyes. As soon as it finished speaking, the blood infant transformed into a red light and quickly flew away. As it flew through the courtyard, it happened to see the patrolling guards. The blood infant immediately entered a guard's body. Before the patrolling guard could react, he felt his whole body stiffen and immediately fell. In an instant, 50 guards became the blood infant's prey. The blood infant has now merged with Track Fam's body. Applying the Thien Ma Dai Hua Kuet to the blood infant is a perfect match, allowing it to instantly kill Qi Condensation Realm cultivators. If it weren't for the fight with Uu Tuyen, which ruptured his heart meridian and required the blood infant to gather blood Qi for healing, on its way back, the blood infant sensed a strange aura at the Tai family residence, which caught its attention, a demonic path expert. The Tai family actually has a demonic path expert. Curious, he followed the aura and found himself in front of a room. He saw guards, all at the peak of Qi condensation, standing watch. He finally stopped to listen. In the room, sitting in the main seat, was a bald old man, his entire body exuding a strange aura. Track Fam could tell at a glance that it was the aura of a demonic path expert. Tai Vin was standing respectfully before the bald old man. Elder Jian, I wonder why you and family head Tun have come here. The bald old man, called Elder Jian, glanced lightly at Tai Vin. He chuckled and said, Family head Tan probably already knows. Our Netherworld Valley's disciple, Yu Tuyen, was killed by the Flower Glimmer Pavilion today. Wasn't it the Lack family who did it? Elder Jian couldn't help but laugh. You think the Lack family has the guts to do something like this? Netherworld Valley and the Flower Glimmer Pavilion have had a long-standing feud, but neither side dared to make a move and break the balance of the 7 houses. This time, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion used the Lack family as an excuse to kill my disciple. I wonder what they mean by that. Hearing this, Track Fam couldn't help but laugh smugly to himself. As expected, it was all within his calculations. The 7 houses had been dominant for so many years, they would never expect someone to dare challenge their authority. It was their arrogance that made them more willing to believe in a conspiracy than the truth before them. Moreover, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion was the same. They would rather be wrongly accused than appear weak. Tai Vin still didn't know the purpose of Elder Jian's visit and continued to probe. So, why did you come to see me today? Nothing much. Just help me probe the Flower Glimmer Pavilion to see what they're up to. If I were to show up, a major battle between our two sides would be unavoidable. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to investigate the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. You can't afford to offend them. You just need to help me deal with the Locke family and see what their attitude is, Elder Jian said with a smile. After today, who in Fonglam City doesn't know that the Lack family is protected by the Flower Glimmer Pavilion? Now you want the Tai family to attack them. Isn't that indirectly offending the Flower Glimmer Pavilion? Tai Vin was no fool. He found an excuse to decline, not hiding it from Elder Jian. I had a conflict with that kid Track Fam a few days ago, but he used some evil technique on my son, so I haven't made a move against him yet. Elder Jian, Family head Tan has always been very astute and has a good relationship with Netherworld Valley. If you entrust this matter to him, he will surely not disappoint you. Seeing the two cowards, who usually benefit so much from Netherworld Valley, now shirking their responsibilities, Elder Jian became a bit angry and shouted, "Enough! I don't need your help anymore. I'll find someone myself. As for you, Tai Vin, is the spirit rank martial art, the Divine Windblade, that I asked you to prepare, ready? Our Tai family only has this ancestral spirit rank martial art." Tai Vin respectfully presented it and replied, "All right, I won't take it for free. This is a mid-grade spirit rank martial art, the Blazing Flame Finger, stronger than your low-grade spirit rank one." Old Man Tan, who had been silently watching their exchange, suddenly spoke up. "I wonder who you plan to find to deal with the Lack family. Are you two servant dogs afraid someone else will take your place? Don't worry, they're all from Netherworld Valley. He's a pawn I placed long ago. He's on Hakfong Mountain, trading a mid-grade spirit rank for a low-grade one? What is Netherworld Valley planning?" And hearing the name H. Fong Sun again, he was a bit stunned and carelessly revealed his aura. He was immediately discovered by the three people in the room. Track Fam quickly recalled the blood infant and returned. He let out a loud shout, and the guard's body exploded. Amidst the chaos, the blood infant quickly escaped. Tai Vin and the Tan family head gave chase. Looking at the situation on the ground, they asked in surprise, "What was that just now?" Elder Jian shook his head, his expression growing more serious. "I don't know, but it's definitely something from the demonic path." In the darkness, a red light flashed. It shot straight into the body of Track Fam, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. He exhaled, opening his eyes and feeling a sense of relief. Luckily, the blood infant ran fast, or it would have been caught by that bald old man. He hadn't expected the Tai family to have a demonic path expert. He couldn't even see the other person's cultivation level. Once the blood infant is destroyed, he will surely die as well. At this moment, he understood once again that he had to become stronger. He had to cultivate urgently and increase his strength. Thinking of this, he quickly closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy, refining the elemental energy that the blood infant had absorbed. In a flash, a stream of blood chi began to circulate within his body, healing his meridians. After half an hour, his injuries were almost healed. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the large wound on his chest could be perfectly fine after just half an hour. Track Fam continued to circulate his energy, beginning to refine the elemental power. The 50 chi condensation realm experts absorbed by the blood infant were refined one by one. He quickly broke through to the third level of the chi condensation realm, only showing signs of stopping when he reached the fourth level. As expected of the blood infant, it allowed him to break through 2 consecutive levels. Looking out the window, the sky was already brightening. He stood up and stretched, looking towards Hak Sun Fong. A vicious look appeared on his face. "Hak Sun Fong, if you don't want to die, then come here." Track Fam opened his door and stepped outside, but he heard a thud, and a female figure fell in front of him. When he got a clear look, he saw Lac Fan Thuong awkwardly standing up. "What are you doing in front of my room?" He looked suspiciously at Lac Van Thuong. Last night, when he was absorbing the blood infant, he wasn't paying attention to the outside. He was so careless that he didn't notice. If it were an enemy, he would have been dead long ago. Seeing Track Fam's angry expression, Lac Fan Thuong felt a bit apologetic. She muttered, "I was afraid your injuries were too severe and something might happen, so I waited outside. Now that you're fine, I'll go first." "What? You're saying you stayed outside my door all night?" Track Fam was surprised. Before he could finish his sentence, a blushing Lok Fan Thuong had already turned and left. He looked at her retreating back, a warmth suddenly rising in his heart. By the time he realized the strangeness of it, he cursed the damn heart demon. "I, a great demon emperor, how can I be moved by such a small thing? It must be that kid's heart demon acting up." Just then, Commander Bang also arrived. Seeing him safe and sound, he smiled and said, "Brother Track, it's good that you're okay. You know, you were so badly injured last night, you scared us to death." The young miss stood guard outside all night, afraid something would happen to you. "Oh, where is the young miss?" He looked around but didn't see Lac Fan Thuong, so he asked. Seeing that he had just arrived, he was about to leave anyway, so he said to Commander Bang, "She left. You came at the right time. Come with me to the Flower Glimmer Pavilion." Commander Bang was a bit worried about his young miss and young master and stammered a reply. But the young miss understood his intentions. Before he could finish, Track Fam cut him off. "Don't worry. After what happened yesterday, no one dares to touch the siblings now, unless they want to offend the Flower Glimmer Pavilion." Hearing him, Commander Bang felt relieved and went with him to the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. A moment later, the two arrived at the pavilion and met the same two guards as before. However, after the incident that day, their attitude had changed. This time, they were more respectful. "Honored guest, please come in." "What? No need for an announcement anymore?" Track Fam said with a laugh. "Before, we subordinates were blind and didn't know you were a distinguished guest, so we offended you." Track Fam chuckled twice and entered with Bang Rien. As soon as he entered, he met Long Kwai. Because of the incident the other day, she just snorted at them this time and turned away. Did we do something to offend her? Commander Bang was startled and looked at Track Fam, confused. Track Fam smiled lightly, naturally understanding why she was angry. "Miss Long Kui, is this how the Great Flower Glimmer Pavilion treats its guests? What kind of distinguished guests are you?" Long Kwai snorted in reply, clearly surprised. Track Fam could tell she was angry, but he thought for a moment. He had thought that, having studied under Long Ku and been entrusted with responsibility, her abilities would be considerable. But now it seemed she still didn't understand some things. He smiled and said to her, "In business or in family relations, everything must be calculated based on benefits. If you get angry every time you're outsmarted like this, how can you survive in this dog-eat-dog world? Compared to you, that Long Kiet seems a bit more mature." After he knew he was tricked by me, he didn't say much and just left. Sometimes, admitting defeat is a form of strength. At least next time, it won't be so easy for me to trick him. Grudges and hatred won't help you. Benefits are the most solid relationship. Let's put aside our hatred and talk business, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, steady voice spoke up. "Mr. Track Fam, it's better if I speak with you. Even I was outsmarted by you, so how can these youngsters of mine talk with you? If I didn't know your background, I would have thought you were a 1,000-year-old monster hiding in the Lack family." Long Kiet calmly stepped out and taunted him. Long Kiet and Long Kwai approached. He saw Track Fam, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yesterday, he had clearly seen him self-destruct his heart meridian, but in just one night. His injuries were gone, and his aura was steady, with no signs of being hurt. Seeing the person approach, and ignoring Long Kiet's observant gaze, Track Fam looked straight at Long Q and replied, "Elder Su, won't you give the younger generation a chance? And thank you, Elder Ku, for your praise." "How can we compare to Elder Su?" Seeing his extremely arrogant attitude, Long Siu finally lost his patience and interrupted angrily, "Enough with the nonsense. Why are you here today?" "Calm down, Elder Su. I just want to find a residence for the Lack family to settle in. Do you have any recommendations?" "Why should I help you?" Long Ku asked reluctantly. Track Fam wasn't rushed by his question, calmly smiling as he replied, "This is all part of what you owe us, right? Besides, it'll make it easier for you to keep an eye on us, won't it?" Hearing this, Long Ku couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This kid actually has everything under his control. He knew that after last night's events, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion was in a passive position, not knowing when war with Netherworld Valley would break out. With the Lack family having no fixed residence, it could inadvertently trigger a major war between the two great houses. So he had to keep an eye on the Lack family. What exactly was this kid planning? He had been in power for years, yet he was being played by a kid. He was really not happy. Seeing the hesitation in Long Ku's eyes, Track Fam knew he had to give them some benefits to get what he wanted. He continued to negotiate. "How about this? I'll give you a piece of intelligence in exchange for a courtyard. Not a bad deal, right? You think you have any intel that's better than our Flower Glimmer pavilions?" Long Kwai sneered upon hearing his words. Track Fam ignored her. After all, she wasn't the one in charge. He looked straight at Long Ku, waiting for him to speak. In the end, after some consideration, Long Ku spoke up. "Tell me, what news is it?" Track Fam was smug. His goal had finally been achieved. "You probably don't know yet, but Netherworld Valley has already sent people." Hearing this news, all three members of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion were instantly shocked. It was impossible. They hadn't received any news about this. Do you have proof? I may not have proof, but the person is a bald man. Tai Vin and family head Tone call him Elder Jian. Bald Jian Pham. Hearing Track Pham's description, Long Q clearly knew who he was and angrily spat out a name. It took him a long time to calm down. Track Pham clearly felt the killing intent that Long Q had just released. He probed, Elder Q, do you have a grudge against that bald old man? It's more than just a grudge. One of his eyes was destroyed by Jian Pham, Long Kiet said with a sigh. Hearing this, Track Pham rejoiced inwardly. He was only afraid they had no grudge. If that was the case, things would be much easier. He feigned a sigh. Elder Q, my condolences. Long Siu still had hatred in his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. He had matters to attend to. All right, since you could describe that person's appearance, I believe you. There's a courtyard 100 paces from here. You can go there. Also, where did you see that old ghost? Having achieved his goal, Track Pham smiled and replied, Thank you, Elder Q. He's at the Tai family's residence, but he's probably at the Tan family's by now. Long Ku, having confirmed the news, could no longer maintain his composure. He angrily ordered, Kiet, send word to the family, have the elders come. I want Jian Pham to come but not leave alive. This time he broke the rules by coming to my territory. Letting him leave would be an insult to this blind eye of mine. Protected by the Flower Glimmer Pavilion and thanks to Track Pham's courage and wit, the Lack family had now become the #1 family in Fonglam City, surpassing even the Tai and Tan families. However, there were only 4 of them. As the group stepped into the courtyard, Lok Fan Thuong looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but exclaim, So, we'll be living here from now on? This place had magnificent architecture, a spacious courtyard, and guards patrolling at all times, all of whom were high-level qi condensation experts. Even during the Lack family's most prosperous days, they could never have had such treatment. Commander Bang looked at the guards with a bit of admiration. Seeing their curiosity, Track Pham said, When the Lack family is revived in the future, I will definitely give you a team like this, all right? Every guard here is stronger than me. It would be great if I could become one of them. How could I dare to command such experts? Bang Rian replied shyly. Mr. Track Pham, it turns out you not only look down on others, but also on yourself. The position of butler is not worthy. With Commander Bang's qualifications, at most he can cultivate to the 6th level of qi condensation. In my place, he's only worthy of being a low-level guard, not a commander. I advise you, a small family shouldn't dream of becoming a great family. Everyone looked up. It turned out Long Kiet and Long Kui were approaching. Ever since Long Kui learned that Track Pham had schemed against the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, she hadn't given him a pleasant look. This time, she spoke with even more contempt. Hearing her words, Lack Fan Thuong and Commander Bang could only bow their heads. But Track Pham, who had never taken criticism from others, retorted with a stern face. Miss Long, have you ever heard the saying, Don't bully a young man for being poor? Your words are a bit too much. What? Don't bully a young man for being poor. That's just something to comfort daydreamers, a form of self-consolation. To be a great family, you need a strong foundation, accumulated over generations. You think you're so great just because you used a little cleverness to get the Flower Glimmer Pavilion's protection? Even if you rule this place, you're just a frog in a well. Hearing Long Kui's endless criticism, Track Pham finally couldn't take it anymore. Calling him a frog in a well? He, the great demon emperor from the sacred domain, the Tianyu Empire, in his eyes, was at most a speck of dust, let alone the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. He turned grimly to Lok Fan Thuong. Young miss, let me borrow some of your spirit stones. After receiving the spirit stones, Track Pham leaped onto the roof. Observing the surroundings, coiling dragon formation, a 3rd-level defensive formation. As soon as he spoke, Long Keet and Long Kui were astonished. He actually knew the formation set up by Long Ku. Before the two of them could recover from their shock, Track Pham leaped down. He formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the entire courtyard began to tremble. Following that, 79 golden-headed dragons suddenly burst from the ground, their roars echoing throughout Fonglam City, causing quite a stir. In the secret chamber of the Su family, Jian Pham suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the scene before him, he was terrified. Someone is setting up a formation. Could it be that old ghost? No, he doesn't have the ability to set up such a grand formation. Similarly, at the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, Long Ku also saw the strange phenomenon. He was utterly terrified. He realized this was not the formation diagram he had set up. His diagram's power was not this strong. On the Hakfong mountainside, a young man standing in front of a cave also looked towards Fonglam City, wondering what was happening in the city. Could the plan be proceeding ahead of schedule? No, Elder Jian couldn't be so reckless. What on earth was it? Everyone was shocked by this strange phenomenon, but Track Pham remained calm, changing his hand seals. The 9 golden dragons returned to the small courtyard, burrowing into the ground. A golden light slowly appeared, forming the formation. Long Kui was still terrified and stammered, "What are you trying to do, Track Pham? You better not underestimate me." Track Pham completely ignored her, respectfully turning to Lak Fan Thuong. "Young miss, the previous dragon formation was only a 3rd-level formation. I was afraid it couldn't protect you safely, so I upgraded it to a 5th-level, 9 heavens coiling dragon formation. It cost quite a few spirit stones, please forgive me." Hearing Track Pham's words, the 2 from the Long family finally lost their composure. A 5th-level formation? A family in a remote place actually has someone who can set up a 5th-level formation? Could he be a 5th-level formation master? There were not many people in the entire Tianyu Empire who knew how to set up a 5th-level formation master. Even the 7 noble houses didn't have many. But he could upgrade the formation in an instant. Seeing the shocked expressions on the 2, Lak Fan Thuong knew Track Pham was intentionally humiliating them and went along with him. "Butler Track, you used so many spirit stones this time without my permission. You deserve to be punished, but considering your good intentions, I won't blame you. Let's go." After speaking, leaving Long Kiet and Long Kiwi in a state of shock, Track Pham and the Lak family group turned and left. As soon as they left, Long Siu arrived just in time. He immediately asked, "Who set up the formation just now?" The 2 looked at each other, and Long Kiet finally answered calmly, "It was Butler Track. It was Track Pham." To be a formation grandmaster, one must be proficient in every level of formation, and also cultivate to understand the weak points in the heaven and earth formations. I've spent my whole life only managing to set up a 3rd-level formation. He's so young, yet can set up a 5th-level one. Truly a talent. Invite him here. I have something to discuss with him. In a small pavilion in the courtyard, Long Qiu brewed a pot of tea and placed it on the stone table. A moment later, he saw Track Pham approaching with Long Qiu and Long Kiet. He opened his mouth and said, "Brother Track Pham, please have a seat." Long Qiu was a senior, but he addressed Track Pham as a brother, showing how much he valued talent. However, Track Pham didn't care at all. He respected strength above all else. Age was not important. "I wonder why Brother Ku was looking for me." "Shameless!" Long Kui exclaimed angrily. But Long Ku was overjoyed to hear him call him Brother Ku and happily replied, "Since you've called me Brother Ku, I won't beat around the bush. You can set up a 5th-level formation. That talent shouldn't be wasted in a small family like the Lak family. Why not come to my place instead?" After a pause, Long Q continued, "Brother Track, come to our Flower Glimmer Pavilion. I guarantee you will be treated with the utmost respect. Even the family head will have to be polite to you." Hearing Long Q's words, Long Kiet and Long Kwai were utterly shocked. The position of an honored guest was the one with the highest treatment in the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, even higher than an elder. How could Track Pham sit in that position? But Track Pham wasn't impressed. He showed no excitement and replied, "My conditions are not a problem, right?" It was just as he had expected. While setting up the formation, he had anticipated this. No family in the Empire wouldn't want to recruit someone who could set up a 5th-level formation. Even the Emperor would have to be respectful. Of course, not a problem. As long as the Flower Glimmer Pavilion can do it, you can name any condition. Then I want her to serve me tea and wash my feet. That's not a problem, right? Track Pham teased, pointing at Long Kui. He said, "I'm just kidding, don't worry. Don't I already have a young miss in the Lak family? I don't want to serve another one. What I want is for the Lak siblings to live a peaceful life." Hearing his condition, the 3 from the Flower Glimmer Pavilion were stunned for a moment. With his strength, all the major families would want to recruit him. He could get any treatment he wanted. But he wasn't asking for conditions for himself, but for the Lak siblings. This was a bit unexpected. Long Q heard this and replied without hesitation, "All right, I agree. As long as the Flower Glimmer Pavilion exists, the Lak family will not only live a peaceful life, but their descendants will also be safe. Rest assured, from now on, you are an honored guest of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. I will report this to the family. In 3 days, a Kiet will take you to the family headquarters. Track Fam picked up his teacup, took a sip, and suddenly waved his hand. I never agreed to be your honored guest. Long Ku was shocked. He suddenly stood up, looking angrily at Track Fam. Weren't you just talking? Are you toying with me? With a soft laugh, Track Fam suddenly looked seriously at Long Q and replied, if this offer had been made before, I would have agreed without hesitation. The conditions would have been just as I said. But, Miss Longqui, do you remember what you said before? 10 years. In 10 years, I will definitely make the Lack family surpass the 7 noble houses. As soon as he finished speaking, Track Fam drained the tea in his cup in one gulp, then turned and left. Looking at his back, Long Quai felt a slight tremor in her heart. 10 years. He wanted to turn a small family into a great family, more powerful than the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. This was a fantasy. Although he had strength and intelligence, this was impossible. Yet, he expressed such confidence that it left her speechless. Long Q looked confusedly at Long Quai and Long Keat and asked, Little Quai, what did you just say to him? Long Quai said nothing, just stared at Track Fam's retreating back. Long Keat hesitated for a moment, then told Long Ku everything that had happened. Understanding the situation, Long Q shook his head helplessly. I've told you all, when you hit someone, don't hit their face. When you scold someone, don't touch their pride. You insulted the Locke family. No wonder he wants to prove himself like this. What a pity! You made us lose the chance to have a 5th level formation master as an honored guest. With a 5th level formation master presiding, we should still form an alliance with them. At the same time, after Track Fam left, he went straight to Lok Fan Thuong's place. On the way, he thought about many things. It was such a good opportunity. The Lack family would be protected by the Flower Glimmer Pavilion for life, and they would be safe. That way, his heart demon would be resolved. But Long Kui's words had ignited his competitive spirit. He had never bowed to fate. The demonic path goes against the heavens. One's fate is seized by oneself. Now he wanted to help the Lack family not just to resolve his heart demon, but also for his demonic path. If the heavens wanted to stop him, he would defy them and change his fate. His fate was his own, not heaven's. At that moment, he decided to turn that ruined family into the strongest great family in the world. Track Fam pushed open the door and entered. His face was filled with killing intent. Seeing him return, Lok Fan Thuong and Bang Rien were startled. Gathering her courage, Lok Fan Thuong asked, Track Fam, why did Elder CU want to see you? He invited me to be an honored guest at the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, Track Fam replied casually. Hearing his words, Lack Fan Thuong was a bit panicked. She knew that with his strength, he could go much further and shouldn't be buried in a small family like the Lack family. But she was a bit reluctant to let him go. She forced a smile and said, Then congratulations! You will surely have a bright future there. Seeing their sorrowful faces, he sighed lightly. What? I refused him. Why? Hearing this, everyone was startled, but deep down, they were overjoyed. No reason. I'm going back to my room. Also, from now on, I am the great butler of the Lack family. I'm in charge of everything, don't interfere. Within 10 years, I will definitely make the Lack family stronger than the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly disappeared, leaving the 3 of them standing stunned for a long time by his words. For 10 days, no one saw Track Fam. He was cultivating tirelessly, releasing his blood infant at night to absorb elemental energy, with the Tai family as his target. As a result, the Tai family was in constant turmoil for those 10 days, the number of guards in the residence dwindling daily. Track Fam had also tried sending the blood infant to the Tan family to absorb elemental energy. But the demonic path expert, Elder Jian, was there. After several close calls, he stopped going. Today, as usual, Track Fam released the blood infant to absorb elemental energy, but unexpectedly, he encountered someone unexpected scouting on the roofs of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. He had the blood infant follow the figure to scout the situation. After a while, the figure stopped at an inn. The blood infant gently flew to the window to peer inside. In the room, a group of large men looked at the person in black. Young miss, what did you find out? A young girl next to them spoke up. Track Fam was surprised. A woman. He didn't expect Hak Sun Fong to look down on them so much as to send a woman to deal with them. Suddenly, the woman shouted, Xiao Tui, bring me a brush! The woman focused on drawing a map on the paper. In just a moment, the entire layout of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion appeared before them. Look carefully. This is the structure of the Grand Courtyard. This place is heavily guarded, and these four corners have bone-tempering realm experts stationed. The four of them quickly pointed to the map and assigned tasks to their subordinates. Young miss, this is the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. How are we going to attack? I'm afraid we'll be dead before we even get through the door. Don't worry, we have the support of Netherworld Valley. We just need to take advantage of the chaos to rush in, capture Lac Fan Thuong, and kill the Lac family members. The young girl spoke viciously again. Hearing this, Track Fam was surprised. What? Capture the young miss? Why would a woman want to capture the young miss? Young miss, there are some things you don't want to hear. But this concerns the lives of our brothers, so I must speak. After a moment of hesitation, the person continued, Young miss, although the young fortress lord has a relationship with Netherworld Valley, but this is the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. If we offend them, we will definitely be in trouble. If Netherworld Valley abandons us, our only path is death. So, you're all just afraid of dying. Do you think you're worthy of the Fortress Lord? To heal and avenge the Fortress Lord, what's 10 lives worth? It's always about the Fortress Lord. Stand down. Everyone follows the original plan. No objections. Hearing her subordinate's words, the woman snorted and said angrily. The subordinates all retreated in unison. At this moment, Tu Tui, who was beside her, spoke up. Young miss, you are truly amazing, very much like the Mountain Lord. If my foster father were still healthy, his presence would be many times greater than mine. No one on Hakfong's Sun would dare to disobey. And there wouldn't be so many who question me like this. Stop comforting me. I just hope that after this trip, I can get the Huilong Trong and heal my foster father. Track Fam, listening from outside, felt a bit of admiration. With just a few words, she could suppress the morale of her troops. Not bad, but it's nothing. They are here to harm the Lac family. He must deal with them. With that, he immediately took action. A filial little girl and reality are two different things. And who told you the Huilong Trong can cure diseases? Who? Don't panic, I have no ill intentions. I just want to invite you two to come with me for a moment to clarify some things. The woman in black stood protectively in front of the young girl, glaring fiercely at Track Fam. She hadn't detected him at all, and didn't know when he had appeared. If he were an enemy, she might already be dead. Who are you? Track Fam smiled and replied politely, I am the butler of the Lac family. Track Fam. Hearing his words, the woman immediately gritted her teeth and, without a second word, attacked. If you're from the Lac family, then die. Seeing her attack, Track Fam was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be at the 9th level of chi condensation with a spirit rank martial skill. With such strength, she could definitely fight a bone-tempering realm expert. But unfortunately for her, she was facing him and his natal blood infant. Without another word, he formed a hand seal, and a red light shot towards the woman. The two of them were instantly immobilized. Taking this opportunity, he scooped them both up and returned. Just as dawn was breaking, the two guards saw Track Fam's figure flash by, carrying two women with him. They exchanged knowing smiles and teased, Butler Track, you must have had a rough night. At the same time, Long Kwai also saw him and spoke with contempt. Men are all the same. Track Fam brought the two back to his room and threw them harshly to the ground, then slammed the door shut. He sat down on a chair. Tu Tui, who had fallen to the ground, turned to her young miss. Young miss, are you all right? The woman in black lay on the ground, still unable to move. She couldn't answer. Seeing her situation, Track Fam chuckled, flicked his finger, and restored her freedom. But she didn't behave. As soon as she could move, she drew a hairpin and lunged at Track Fam. But what did she know? But how could she succeed? All her movements were completely under his control. Not bad skills, but useless against me. I invited you two here just to ask a few questions. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go. Also, it's best not to put on airs like this in front of me. After speaking, he took the hairpin from her. Remembering something, he spoke again. Right. Do you have anything else dangerous hidden on you? With that, he pretended to search her. You! The woman in black blushed and shouted, You dare! His hand stopped in midair. He looked at her, then shook his head and said, Whether I dare or not depends on whether you're worthy. Who are you, really? What are you doing in Fonglam City? The woman in black turned her head away, unwilling to answer. How could the old demon emperor let her off? The more stubborn she was, the more he would tear. Piece by piece, the woman's clothes were no longer intact. Track Fam once again pressed his question. Who are you? What are you doing in Fonglam City? Seeing that she still refused to answer, Track Fam coldly raised his hand to continue tearing her clothes. Finally, the young woman, terrified, could no longer resist, and spoke up. I am Loi Vu Din, the foster daughter of the Haksun Fong Mountain Lord. I came here this time to take advantage of the opportunity. When Netherworld Valley attacks the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, capture Lac Fan Thuong and annihilate the Lac family. Track Fam's face was calm, as if he had expected this. But what he wanted was the key point. The relationship between Netherworld Valley and Hak Fong's son, and who was pulling the strings at Hak Fong's son. He continued to press the woman. What is the relationship between Netherworld Valley and you? What benefits did they offer you? How do you contact Netherworld Valley? Who is pulling the strings? Loi Vu Din's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Back Fam immediately tore her clothes viciously again, until she was left with only a pink bra for cover. Loi Vu Din started to get scared, tears welling up in her eyes, but she remained silent, biting her lip and not speaking. Track Fam looked at her, very beautiful, but it didn't affect him. He slowly reached his hand towards her chest, about to remove the last piece of clothing covering her. He said coldly, This is your last chance to maintain your dignity. If you still don't talk, there are dozens of hungry men outside. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. With that, he reached his hand towards her. Don't! Tu Tui, beside her, finally screamed in fear. In the end, Tu Tui, who was beside her, couldn't bear to see her young miss being humiliated like this, and spoke up. It has nothing to do with Netherworld Valley. It was all senior brother Duong Min's doing. Seeing the girl about to spill everything, Loi Vu Din tried to stop her, but before she could speak, Track Fam stopped her. She could only watch as Tu Tui revealed all the secrets of Netherworld Valley and Hak Fong's son. Who is senior brother Duong? Track Fam asked slowly. His name is Duong Min. He's the Mountain Lord's final disciple and also the young Mrs. fiancé. But the Mountain Lord was assassinated by Lac Tran Nam. His body can't move, and he can't speak, so we colluded with Steward Tan to attack the Lac family and avenge the Mountain Lord, but unfortunately, Lac Fan Thuong escaped. We only recently found out you were in Fonglam City. So, how do you know the one who ambushed the Mountain Lord was Lac Tran Nam? Did you see it? No, it was senior brother Duong who saw it. Track Fam listened silently to Tu Tui. He seemed to have figured a few things out. So the grudge between the Lac family and Hak Fong's son started from this. Duong Min was the one pulling the strings behind everything. To be sure of everything, he asked, so the story that the Hoi Long Truong can heal the Fortress Lord's injuries was also told by Duong Min. Loi Vu Din and Tu Tui were a bit surprised to hear that. How could he know such a thing? With everything clear, Track Fam felt there was no need to make Loi Vu Din suffer anymore and was about to withdraw his hand from her chest. Just then, someone opened the door from behind and walked in. It was Lac Fan Thuong. Track Fam, what are you doing in your room? As soon as Lac Fan Thuong stepped through the door, she saw Track Fam's indecent situation. There were 2 women in his room, one of whom was improperly dressed. His hand was still on the woman's chest, not yet withdrawn. She was so embarrassed that she became angry. As a butler, this is the Flower Glimmer Pavilion's courtyard after all. How could you do such an indecent thing here? Track Fam was a bit startled when she entered, then answered calmly, I'm doing this for the Lac family. For the Lac family? You bring 2 women of unknown origin back home for a whole night, and you say it's for the Lac family? Didn't you say you wanted to become stronger? Didn't you want the Lac family to surpass the 7 noble houses, so what are you doing? Hearing her angry, scolding, Track Fam was startled. Lac Fan Thuong had always maintained the image of a proper, elegant, and gentle young lady. Now she was shouting to this extent. Why? Seeing this, he explained to her, they are from Hak Fong's son. I just finished interrogating them. Hearing the words H. Fong's son, the anger in Lac Fan Thuong's body immediately flared up. She quickly gathered it in her palm and struck at Loi Vu Din. She shouted, Pay for my father's life! Seeing the impending fight, Track Pham immediately stopped Lok Fan Thuong and said, "Wait a minute. The grudge between the Lak family and Hak Fong San is not that simple. It might all be the doing of the 7 noble houses." As soon as he finished speaking, Lak Fan Thuong immediately froze and looked at him. Loi Vu Din and Tu Tu did the same. They all knew that to the 7 noble houses, both the Lak family and Hak Fong Sun were nothing more than insignificant specks of dust that could be wiped out at any time. If it was really as he said, then they were just pawns that the 7 noble houses used to achieve their goals. Seeing them thinking, Track Pham continued, "Miss Loi, I want you to take me to Hak Fong Sun. I want to clarify the reason for this matter." "You want me to take you to the Hak Fong Sun camp? You're dreaming," Loi Vu Din snorted angrily. Seeing her unwillingness, Track Pham turned to Lok Fan Thuong. "Young miss, lend me the Hoi Long Trong. What do you want to do?" Although suspicious, Lak Fan Thuong still complied and gave it to him. She knew he had strength and didn't need this martial skill. He was also a 5th-level formation master. He must have a reason. "Your Hoi Long Trong. But it can't heal your mountain lord's illness. I just need you to take me to Hak Fong Sun to investigate the matter clearly. Maybe that Duong Min is lying to you." Duong Min easily instigated the Lok family's steward to rebel and was able to connect with Netherworld Valley. "So, Miss Loi, do you really know him well?" Track Pham guessed maliciously. Track Pham gave the Hoi Long Trong to Loi Vu Din to show his sincerity. After a moment of hesitation, Loi Vu Din finally agreed. The man had already given her the family's treasure. There was no reason for them to deceive her. With that thought, she nodded at Track Pham. Seeing her agree, he smiled lightly and walked past. Suddenly remembering something, he coughed twice as a reminder. "Miss Loi, you might get cold." Reminded by him, Loi Vu Din finally remembered her clothes were in tatters. She had been talking to him this whole time. She was only wearing a single bra for cover. She immediately blushed, turned around, and scolded him, "Get out!" Fan Thuong and Tu Thua also realized this and pushed him out. As Track Pham was pushed out, he teased, "Miss Loi, you should wear more clothes in the future. It might help a little." In a small forest, a woman in black and an old man walked side by side. The woman was tall and slender, with a face as beautiful as a flower. The old man's hair was streaked with silver, and he had a long tuft of beard on his chin. His eyes looked old, but they constantly flickered with a bright light. The two walked to the foot of a mountain. The woman looked at the distant peak, then glanced at the old man. "Track Pham, you better behave. If I find out you have any ill intentions towards Hak Fong Sun, I will definitely not spare you." The old man looked up at the sky, laughed, and shook his head, saying, "Miss Loi, rest assured, I'm just here to investigate the situation, not for revenge. Besides, what can you do to me?" Loi Vu Din snorted and walked straight ahead. "And another thing, if Tu Tui loses even a single hair, you'll answer to me. Don't worry, I'm keeping Tu Tui as a life insurance policy." Also, Track Pham looked at her with a mysterious glint in his eye and said, "It's also for your own good. Good for me?" Loi Vu Din looked suspiciously at Track Pham. Seeing him shake his head without a word, she wisely didn't ask further. And so, the two of them walked up the mountain side by side. Halfway up the mountain, they encountered the gatekeeper of Hak Fong Sun. "Who goes there?" "Oh, it's the young miss. You're back. Weren't you in Phong Lam City?" Hearing his question, Loi Vu Din immediately gave the man a sharp glance and answered arrogantly, "I had some business, so I came back." With that, she walked straight up the mountain. Track Pham looked at the man who had blocked their path, then at her, and said meaningfully, "That's Duong Min's man. Your trip to Phong Lam City was a secret, yet even a guard at the foot of the mountain knows. Just you wait. When we get to the top, Duong Min will surely be there to welcome us." Loi Vu Din was slightly startled. She pondered his words, her brows furrowing. She had trusted Duong Min completely, but these past few days, Track Pham had been pointing out unusual things, and she was starting to have her doubts. Soon, the two had passed through several gates and finally reached the mountain peak. The H Fong Sun camp was now in front of them. As the two were about to enter, a figure appeared. A young man. His handsome face had a wicked look. As soon as Track Pham saw him, he knew this was Duong Min. He turned and whispered smugly to Loi Vu Din, "See? Your every move is reported to him." But Loi Vu Din was not happy to hear that. She finally started to believe Track Fam's words. It was highly likely that Duong Min was the one pulling the strings behind the feud between the Lac family and Hak Fong's son. Biting her lip, she walked towards him with a complicated expression. Vu Din, weren't you in Fong Lam City? Why did you suddenly come back? And who is this? Duong Min shifted his gaze to Track Fam and asked Loi Vu Din with a smile. Loi Vu Din hesitated for a moment. After probing, she said, Senior brother, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion is not easy to deal with. The people from Netherworld Valley are not reliable. This operation is really too dangerous, so I ordered them to stand by for now and observe the situation. Hearing this, Duong Min's expression suddenly changed. He even exuded a hint of killing intent. Vu Din, junior sister, master, was like a father to me. For his sake, what does sacrificing my life matter? We are not people who cling to life and fear death. Besides, we must avenge our master. Of course, I understand this. It's just... Loi Vu Din frowned and gritted her teeth. Enough. Who is he? This is a second-grade alchemist I just invited. Maybe he can save my foster father. At this moment, Track Fam stepped forward and interjected between them. I have traveled the world and can cure all kinds of diseases. Even difficult and chronic illnesses, as long as I take action, they will be cured. Duong Min didn't wait for him to finish, waving his sleeve and saying angrily, Junior sister, he was severely injured by the Hoilong Truong. Only the Hoilong Truong can cure him. Don't you believe me? Hearing this, Loi Vu Din thought about her time with Duong Min. A hint of hesitation arose in her heart. Track Fam once again stood between them and said, Little brother, give me a chance. I really can. Get lost! Duong Min was furious and couldn't help but attack, striking at Track Fam. He felt the palm strike, but for the sake of the act, he gritted his teeth and took it. He was sent flying. He stubbornly spoke up. If you don't want me to, then don't. Why hit me? An old man like me can't take a hit like that from you. Miss, I don't dare to treat him. It's really not easy to do business with bandits. What did you say? I invited this gentleman. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Lac Von Thuong quickly intervened. Fine. If you want him to treat him, then so be it. If he does anything to Master, I will definitely not spare you. With that, Duong Min waved his sleeve and left, not even glancing at Loi Vu Din. Loi Vu Din was ignored by Duong Min and gave Track Fam a resentful look. It's all your fault. Senior brother isn't talking to me anymore. I shouldn't have believed you. Miss Loi, didn't your foster father teach you how to judge people? Judge people by what they do, not just what they say. Just now, he deliberately didn't let me treat him because he wasn't sure of my strength, but he struck me to test me. Seeing that my strength was average, he agreed to let me treat him. Don't you think he's suspicious in every way? Loi Vu Din was startled. She recalled Duong Min's actions again. It was just as Track Fam said. As he left, she thought she saw him give a faint smile. Could it be? After that, Loi Vu Din didn't dare to think further. She could only control herself from acting rashly, and her expressions were all taken in by him. Track Fam stood up and patted her on the shoulder. Let's go. I'll go check on your foster father. You're just a fool. Acting is all you're good for. What do you know about treating illnesses? The act must be played out completely, and besides, the play isn't over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Track Fam went straight in, with Loi Vu Din following closely behind. The two of them walked together. Upon entering the room, they saw Duong Min sitting by the Mountain Lord's bed, pretending to be a good little disciple. Unfortunately, at this moment, Loi Vu Din no longer dared to trust him. You swindler! Master! If anything happens to me, I won't forgive you! Duong Min saw the two of them playing and viciously slammed the bowl of porridge on the table, glaring angrily at them. Track Fam chuckled to himself and slowly walked over to the old man lying on the bed to check his injuries. As soon as he touched his hand, he was a bit stunned. A deep smile appeared on his face. Your master doesn't have any external or internal injuries, but rather, Track Fam had just finished speaking when Duong Min couldn't wait any longer. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He never expected that the person before him, only at the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm, could discover his plot against Loi Vu Din. She didn't believe he could diagnose any illness. It was just an act. He has been possessed by a foreign object, Track Fam continued, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, the corner of the table was broken by Duong Min. The old man on the bed seemed to want to say something to them, but unfortunately, he couldn't speak. The man was clearly a bit agitated. He spoke incoherently. Duongmin aggressively approached Trak Pham, grabbing him with one hand and almost making him fall. This action stunned Loi Vu Din. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Duongmin's eyes revealed a wicked look. He turned his head towards her and said coldly, "Are you hiding something from me?" "Junior sister, where is that tui of yours?" Loi Vu Din was slightly startled, hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook her head and said with a smile, "I sent her out on an errand." Seeing her expression, he knew she must have found out something. Without waiting for her to answer, Duongmin viciously struck her with his palm. Unable to react, she was sent flying, a trail of blood on her face. Immediately after, Duongmin pressed a round block, and a large hole immediately appeared in the room. In an instant, both Trak Pham and Loi Vu Din fell inside. Seeing this, Loi Vu Din immediately understood and questioned Duongmin. "Duongmin? So, this was all you're doing? Junior sister, I felt something was wrong when you returned this time, and you even brought a second-grade alchemist with you. As expected, you've started to suspect me." Hearing him speak, Loi Vu Din couldn't help but feel indignant and a little heartbroken. She shouted, "Why did you do this? My foster father has been nothing but good to you." Duongmin laughed coldly, ignoring her question and replying casually, "So what if he was good to me? I came here with a purpose. I didn't want to act so soon against you, but I didn't expect you to bring an alchemist here, ruining my plans." Hearing these words, Loi Vu Din immediately burst into tears. She had trusted him so much, only to be plotted against by him, and he didn't even want to spare her life. Trak Pham watched from the side, shaking his head helplessly, without a shred of pity for her. Who could she blame? Now she could only blame herself for having poor judgment. But since he was acting, he had to play his part fully. "Little brother, if you have a grudge, you can settle it yourselves. We are innocent, let me go." "Ha, you fraud. If it weren't for you, whether I kill you or not wouldn't matter." "Unfortunately, who told you to diagnose the cause of that old man's illness?" "Cause? What cause of illness?" "I just felt that he had been lying down for a long time and his body had produced toxins, so I was going to give him some laxatives." Hearing this, Duongmin was startled and surprised. He actually didn't know, which made him act rashly and reveal his plan. "Damn it, this old man, putting on an act and ruining my plans. When I'm done with my business, I'll deal with you all. Guard this place for me. No one is allowed in." "Let me go! I'm innocent!" Trak Pham stubbornly called out. Seeing him leave, he stopped acting. He turned to look at Loi Vu Din and saw her curled up in a ball, her eyes filled with tears. Women are all like this. They always put their whole heart into the person they love, only to have their lives used in schemes, suffering deep pain. He stroked his chin and said with a smile, "You're in the same boat as my young miss. You two can exchange notes in the future to learn from your experiences. Whether we can get out of here alive is a problem. What future is there to talk about?" Loi Vu Din glanced at him. He said coldly. Trak Pham smiled, his face full of confidence. "It's all part of the plan. We can get out tonight. If you want to die, you can kill yourself right now." "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me," Loi Vu Din shouted. After a while of silence in the pitch-black cave, Trak Pham, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He looked at Loi Vu Din sleeping peacefully on the ground and felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't cause any trouble, or he would have had to deal with her. He immediately summoned his blood infant and gave a wicked smile. "Go." As soon as the blood infant appeared, it silently entered the bodies of each guard, who then exploded without understanding what was happening. The lives of everyone on Hakfong Sun ended just like that, silently. Suddenly, a voice came from the body of the gate guard. "Quick, open the mechanism and let us out, hurry!" The other guard was surprised and asked, "Why is the voice of the person locked in the secret room coming from your body?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the other person's body exploded. He was immediately terrified and turned to run, but a red light didn't spare him either. It quickly entered his body and spoke, "Open the mechanism, let us out." Seeing the tragic state of his comrade, his hands and feet trembled. He didn't dare to delay, abandoning everything and running inside. He opened the mechanism, releasing Trak Pham and Loi Vu Din. Below, Trak Pham smiled wickedly. His goal was achieved, and the secret chamber door was open. He could now get out. He woke Loi Vu Din. Miss Loi, your recovery is complete. If you don't want to die, follow me out. With that, he leaped out. Loi Vu Din was astonished, not understanding how he could open the mechanism door. But hearing his words, she didn't care anymore and scolded angrily, "You want me to die so badly? Then I'll live." As soon as she finished speaking, she also leaped out. The two of them left the mechanism safely. The guard, seeing the two of them, hurriedly knelt down. "My lord, my lady, please spare me." "I was forced by the young fortress lord? No, by that bastard Duong Min." Loi Vu Din looked on, not knowing what had happened, and didn't speak. Track Pham waved his hand and said coldly, "Step aside." With that, he walked straight to the old mountain lord's sickbed, looked straight at the person lying there, and said, "I can cure you, but from now on, you must obey me." "Can you really cure my foster father's illness?" Loi Vu Din asked in surprise, hearing his words. Ignoring her, Track Pham saw the person on the bed move, but there was some hesitation in his eyes. He knew what the man was hesitating about and said, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone harm your family. I am the butler of the Lack family. We have a common enemy. I need a bone-tempering realm expert." Seeing that he was about to agree, he curled his finger, and the blood infant flew out from the guard's body, heading straight for the body of the person on the bed. Seeing the red light fly out, the guard showed a look of fear. He had seen it make his comrade explode without a sound. Loi Vu Din saw it and was shocked. She had also suffered under this red light. She reached out to stop him. "What are you doing?" "Just treating his injuries," he answered calmly. "You're saying this thing can treat injuries? Tell me what this thing is." She had only seen it, and she had fought it. Moreover, she knew very well how powerful it was. She had suffered and been humiliated because of this thing. Now, he was telling her he wanted to use it to cure her foster father. Of course, she wouldn't believe it. Knowing what she wanted to hear, Track Pham explained, "A demonic creature. We demonic cultivators often refine demonic creatures. Whether for attack or defense, demonic creatures are extremely important. Do you know why I said before that he was possessed by a foreign object, and why Duong Min attacked us? Didn't you say you were just guessing? Now I know why you were fooled. Truly foolish. If we didn't say that, how could we have fooled him? He attacked us because it hit his sore spot. This old man can't move because a demonic creature has possessed his body, so I have to use my demonic creature to get rid of it." Just then, the person on the bed moved and spoke. "Dinner, your foster father can speak now." Loi Vu Din approached and saw a pure white insect slowly crawling out of the old man's body. Loi Vu Din was startled. Seeing the insect's appearance, she became furious. "So it was you who harmed my foster father and brought him to this state." Her body radiated anger as she viciously lunged at the insect. Suddenly, Track Pham shouted and grabbed her hand. She was startled, looking at him in confusion, only to see a hint of excitement in his eyes. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from killing this thing?" Loi Vu Din asked, puzzled. "What do you know?" Track Pham cursed mercilessly, took out a small box, and put the insect inside. He really hadn't expected to gain so much from this trip to H. Fong-san. This insect is the cold pond snow silkworm, which grows in extremely cold places and is incredibly rare. Most people in the demonic path raise it as a goo worm. However, even in the sacred domain, few people know about it. The cold pond snow silkworm has a fatal talent. If it parasitizes a host, unless the host dies, it will find a new host. Otherwise, there is no way to get rid of it. Just now, he used the blood infant with the Thien Ma Dai Hua Kuet to exterminate its larva, making it think the host had died so it would crawl out. Now that it's in his hands, he will definitely turn it into the most terrifying creature in the world. After thinking, he turned to Loi Vu Din and said, "Quick, carry this old man. We're going back to Fonglam City." Track Pham glanced at the remaining guard and smiled. "Thank you for opening the mechanism for me. However, you've outlived your usefulness." With that, without waiting for a reply, he struck, completely blowing the man to bits, not even leaving a corpse. Seeing Loi Vu Din about to intervene, he turned and said, "Can't bear it? If the news of you saving him gets out, you'll be in danger." "Dinner. He's right." The old man on Loi Vu Din's back spoke up at this moment. "Butler, Track, thank you." At this point, Loi Vu Din was completely in awe of him. Who would have thought he was such a ruthless and terrifying killer? Moreover, on the way, She had seen clearly that over 300 to 400 people had died without a sound. No one knew how they died or when they died. No one knew for sure. Except for that person, she now didn't know if cooperating with him was beneficial or not, but she truly understood that opposing him meant certain death. After 10 days, Trak Pham, along with Loi Vu Din and the old man, had secretly snuck into the Lac family's courtyard at the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. They had been gone for 10.5 days, but fortunately, Trak Pham had made arrangements before leaving. The Hak Fong Sun people on the other side didn't make a move, so the Lac family was still safe. A moment later, in a small room, only Tu Tu's scream was heard. The door opened, and a tearful Tu Tuai rushed forward to hug Loi Vu Din. Young miss. Seeing her cry, Loi Vu Din wiped the tears from her face and comforted her. Silly girl, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Young miss, rest assured. In the Lac family, apart from that scoundrel Trak Pham, everyone else is very nice, Tu Tuai replied, shaking her head. Hearing his name mentioned, Trak Pham spoke up. Little girl, you shouldn't speak ill of people behind their backs. Be careful, or I'll deal with you. Immediately after, 3 more people followed Trak Pham, Lac Van Thuong, Commander Bang, and Lac Van Hai. The 3 of them snickered when they heard Tu Tui, but Lac Van Hai naively spoke up. Little girl, you're doomed. My big bro Trak likes spanking people's butts the most. You dare to speak ill of him, watch your butt. Hearing this, Tu Tuai was startled. Remembering his ferocity when interrogating her young miss, and with Lac Van Hai's words, she quickly hid behind Loi Vu Din. Trak Pham, hearing this, rolled his eyes. So this was the fierce image they had of him. Lac Van Thuong and Commander Bang glanced at each other. They knew this person was sharp-tongued and ruthless in his actions, but he had always protected them with all his might. He had his warm side too. After a moment of chaos, a moved voice suddenly spoke up. This is Van Thuong? Then you must be Van Hai. Heaven be praised, both of Tran Nam's children are safe and sound. Senior, I don't know who you are, Lac Van Thuong asked, looking at the old man in surprise. This is the fortress lord of Hak Fong Sun, the leader who led Hak Fong Sun to annihilate the Lac family. Hearing these words, Lac Van Thuong was startled, and her expression gradually darkened, her face filled with killing intent. Loi Vu Din, seeing this, quickly stood in front of her foster father, afraid this young miss would harm him. But at this moment, the old man slowly pulled Loi Vu Din to the side and said, Din Her, step aside. The Lac family's matter is my fault. Kill me or cut me as you wish, I have no complaints. Foster father, mountain lord, Loi Vu Din and Tu Thui cried out in unison. The old man ignored them and continued, This is what I owe the Lac family. You all stay out of it. Lac Van Thuong was startled. She looked at the man with limited mobility kneeling before her, her hands and feet frozen, not knowing what to do. Just then, Trak Pham immediately stepped in to mediate. This old man was tricked by Duong Min and was left paralyzed. He's only just recovered. The Lac family massacre had nothing to do with him. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lac Van Thuong, holding back a mountain of anger, looked at Trak Pham and questioned him. Trak Pham stroked his chin and said calmly, This old man was blind and let a wolf into his house, which led to the Lac family's tragedy. It's reasonable for you to kill him for revenge. Lac Van Thuong looked at him helplessly, unable to accept his reasoning. She quickly ran to the old man's side to help him up. Senior, you were also a victim. It's not your fault. No. Tran Nam and I were sworn brothers, but the Lac family suffered because of me. It's my fault, the old man said painfully, startling Lac Van Thuong. She looked at Lac Van Hai, and seeing her little brother shake his head, she asked again, Senior, why have I never heard my father mention you? Taking a deep breath, the old man said with emotion, The Lac family is a prestigious one. I came from a bandit background. How could I dare to aim so high? It's just that I met your father and felt like I had found a kindred spirit, so we became sworn brothers. To avoid affecting the Lac family's reputation, we could only meet in secret. Moreover, the Loi family's ancestral teachings forbid us from being enemies with the Lac and Tai families. My father told me before that no matter what happened, we must live and die with the Loi and Tai families. I know about the Tai family. I just didn't know the Loi family was you, Senior, Lac Van Hai said in surprise. Father never mentioned you, Senior. Lac Van Thuong asked suspiciously, Father said this is a secret among men. He wouldn't tell women, let alone others. Could it be that the ancestral teachings of the Loenlak families are only passed down to the family heads? Track Fam asked, listening silently. He pointed to the crux of the matter and asked, "That's right. This ancestral teaching is passed down to each generation's family head. Unfortunately, I have no children to pass it down to now. Besides, Tran Nam and I were friends. How could I harm the Lak family?" Hearing this, Track Fam frowned. Lao Bao said, "Does the old man's Loi family have any family inherited martial arts?" The old man nodded and replied, "Yes, the spirit rank martial art, the thunderous finger, is the Loi family's ancestral art. I've passed it down to Dinher, but the jade slip was stolen by Duong Min." Track Fam clapped his hands, finally understanding. He immediately said to them, "So that's it. This is what they were after. Stay here and wait for me to return." With that, he strode out the door, leaving only his back and the confused crowd behind, wondering what he was up to now. He arrived at the Flower Glimmer Pavilion's headquarters. It was still a taller building, with the same 2 guards. This time, as soon as Track Fam arrived, he walked straight in, and no one dared to stop him anymore. He walked to a branch courtyard and saw Long Kiet and Long Kwai standing in front of the door, and shouted loudly, "Brother Ku!" Long Kwai saw him shouting loudly, afraid he would disturb the person inside, and angrily scolded, "Shut up! Uncle Ku is not seeing guests today. Get lost!" Seeing her blocking his way, he didn't care and waved his hand to rush forward. "I'm not a guest either. I have something important to tell Long Ku. Move aside." "What important matter could you have? Don't think you can act recklessly just because Uncle Ku values you. This is the Flower Glimmer Pavilion." Long Kui, seeing him still trying to force his way in, joined forces with Long Kiet to block him. Long Kiet, seeing the two about to argue again, stepped in to mediate. "Brother Track, Uncle Q won't see you today. You should go back." Seeing this situation, Track Fam realized that forcing his way in would be useless. He chuckled lightly. "Little girl, do you know where I went today? Men like you, where could you go? A few days ago, you brought back 2 beauties. You must have been doing something with women, right?" He couldn't help but smile. "I'd like to, but I'm not as elegant as Miss Long. Actually, I went to investigate the movements of Netherworld Valley. They're going to attack the Flower Glimmer Pavilion soon. Don't blame me for not warning you then. Tell Brother Ku for me that I'm taking the Lack family into hiding to avoid being implicated when Netherworld Valley destroys you." With that, Track Fam immediately strode back towards the branch courtyard. Long Kwai wanted to curse at him. The Flower Glimmer Pavilion had helped the Lack family so much, and not only was he not grateful, but he was also cursing them. She was about to scold him when Long Ku's voice came from inside. "Invite Brother Track in." Hearing this, Track Fam smiled smugly. "No need to invite me. I'll let myself in." Jack Fam walked straight inside. He saw Long Ku sitting in the main hall, smiling at him. "Brother Track, what brings you to see me? Let me remind you, if you're here to talk about trivial matters, I won't forgive you." He couldn't help but rub his nose, refusing to comment, and said with a smile, "Netherworld Valley is about to attack. Is this a big or small matter?" As soon as he heard the news, before Long Q could react, 2 figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared behind him, even more terrifying than Long Q. A strong aura immediately shot towards Track Fam. Track Fam was caught off guard and couldn't defend himself, slowly retreating. This aura belongs to a master of fire-based techniques, and the other has a diamond body. The strength of these 2 is unfathomable. But they are not far from the divine illumination realm. They are considered the number 1 and 2 experts on the continent, as expected of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, truly one of the 7 noble houses. To have such powerful experts guarding it. After a long silence, they withdrew their auras and looked at him cautiously. "You're the young man that old Ku can't stop praising. Track Fam, I hear you're a 5th level formation master." "That's right. I only know a little about 5th level formations. I'm afraid it's not enough to catch the eyes of you 2 seniors." Nodding, Track Fam spoke respectfully. "A 5th level formation master is highly honored in the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Since you've come, we 2 elders must be respectful to you." Hearing his confirmation, the golden-haired old man smiled, his face full of fiery energy, and replied. At this moment, the red-haired old man spoke up. "Hey kid, old Ku said you're very arrogant. You said you'd make a small family surpass the 7 noble houses in 10 years. The moment you met, you called him Brother Q one time, Brother Q 2 times. You are indeed very arrogant. But why do you seem so meek in front of us?" Hearing this, Track Fam gave a faint smile and said, "I've met Brother Q many times. I know him well. But this is my first time meeting you two. How can I treat you with the same attitude as I treat Brother Q?" Hearing this, the two old men were startled and looked at him differently. But Long Ku was so angry he was trembling. "You brat, so you're just a sycophant. I thought you were arrogant with everyone, but it turns out it's only with me. You back down when you meet someone powerful. I'm arrogant with Brother Q because I consider him one of my own. Brother Q is a broad-minded senior who won't hold it against me. If I were to encounter a narrow-minded person, wouldn't being arrogant with them be seeking death? That's just foolish." The two old men beside him kept glancing at Track Fam. He was indeed just as old Siyu had said. He understood people's hearts and flattered without leaving a trace. Hearing his words, even if old Ku was angry, as a senior, he wouldn't hold it against him. Truly clever. I like this kid. After hearing him speak, the red-haired old man laughed heartily in admiration. "If I didn't know your intentions with the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, I would have taken you as my disciple." The golden-haired old man also nodded in agreement, smiling faintly at him. Hearing this, Track Fam sneered. He, the great demon emperor of the sacred domain, even in his fallen state, wouldn't deign to look at this matter. Becoming a disciple of someone in the divine illumination realm? Impossible. It would be more reasonable for him to guide them. It wasn't their place to act superior to him. Right, you just said that people from Netherworld Valley have arrived. Is this true? While he was thinking, the golden-haired old man spoke again. Seeing that they had gotten to the main point, Track Fam nodded slightly in confirmation. Half a month ago, I discovered 2 very strong auras at the Tan family's residence, in addition to Elder Gion. It's just that I was out on business these past few days and didn't have time to monitor them. I don't know if they've brought more people since then. It's not clear. The more the merrier. We'll make sure they come, but don't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Q fiercely slammed his palm on the table, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he roared angrily. The golden-haired old man looked at Long Q's action, but remembered, and shouted coldly. Then looked at Track Fam. "Little brother, how do you know?" "I have my ways, which I can't reveal." Hearing his question, Track Fam was unwilling to tell them, shaking his head and smiling. Having received reliable information from Track Fam before, Long Q clearly trusted him much more. He nodded firmly and said to the golden-haired old man, "Third brother, his intelligence is very reliable. He was the one who informed me that Gion Fam had come here. I went to confirm it myself, and it was just as he said." The old man with the bun frowned. Similarly, the red-haired old man looked at each other, then at Track Fam in surprise. "Oh, little brother, you really surprise me. I wonder who your master is." "The Tyrant of Su-Am." He wanted to avoid future trouble, so he gave them a name. In the sacred domain, this name would be associated with the Su-Am demon emperor, but mortals would surely have never heard of it. After all, this place was too far away to have reached the level of knowing the titles of the 10 ancient emperors. As expected, this name left them baffled, seeming profound and mysterious. They didn't press further. "Your master must be a reclusive expert. Otherwise, he couldn't have raised such a young 5th-level formation master as you, Brother Track." Track Fam still hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here. One was to give them information, and the other was to trade it for some benefits for the old mountain lord. He really needed a bone-tempering realm expert to work for him. "Right, Brother Q, do you still have any recovery pills?" Seeing that he had provided them with useful information, Seiyu didn't hesitate to give it to him. With the pill in hand, he didn't want to waste any more time and immediately wanted to leave. "Thank you, Brother Q, and the 2 seniors. I'll be leaving now." "You rotten brat, so that was your only purpose. You interrupted our meeting." Seeing him achieve his goal and leave, Long Q was a bit angry and shouted. Long Q angrily scolded him, but he didn't care. Just waved his hand and said, "I'll give you another piece of intel. Netherworld Valley will make a move in the next 2 days. Prepare your defenses." With that, Track Fam laughed loudly and walked towards the door, leaving only his back for the 2 astonished old men. They assessed him. Old Q, Old Wu. This person is not only clever and witty, but every word he says is very careful and deeply calculated. At such a young age, he is already proficient in strange arts. I wonder which expert's disciple he is. In the future, The Flower Glimmer Pavilion must befriend him. At the same time, Track Fam didn't care how they assessed him. At this moment, he returned to the Lac family's courtyard. Previously, Lac Fan Thuong had learned everything from Old Master Lowy. As soon as he returned, he gave the pill to the Mountain Lord of Hak Fong's son. "Take this quickly. It will help you recover faster." "What is it?" Loi Vu Din asked in surprise. "A recovery pill." Loi Vu Din was startled. A recovery pill was a 9th grade pill. It would take tens of thousands of spirit pills to buy one. A year's worth of plunder from her Hak Fong wouldn't be enough. The Lac family was so rich. Vu Din assessed. "Sister Vu Din, don't worry. The Flower Glimmer Pavilion owes us 10 million. A 3rd grade pill is just the interest." Seeing Loi Vu Din's surprise, Lac Fan Thuong went over and patted her on the shoulder. "The Flower Glimmer Pavilion owes them so much. No wonder they're protecting them." "Wait a minute. Kwai Van Manor has so much money? Why are they getting richer the more we rob them?" Only Track Fam rolled his eyes helplessly and muttered women twice. At the same time, in the secret chamber of the Ton family, Duong Min was respectfully clasping his hands in a salute to Elder Jian. Elder back. Elder Jian glanced at him and said, "You've been hiding on Hak Fong's son for over 10 years. You've done well. But this time, why did you entrust the operation to a little girl?" With a faint smile, Duong Min said confidently, "It was just a small accident, nothing to worry about." As soon as he finished speaking, a green light flashed past Duong Min's face, leaving a bloody streak. Fresh blood slowly trickled down. Staring at him intently, Elder Jian finally spoke. "The family has been preparing this Dark Moon plan for over a decade. If you mess it up, I won't spare you. Now, step down. The operation will begin in 3 days. No one from the Lac family is to be spared, especially that Track Fam. Although the Flower Glimmer Pavilion used him, he is the one who stained your junior brother's blood. His crime cannot be forgiven." Duong Min, waking from his surprise after Elder Jian's attack, bit his lip and bowed. Yes. In Track Fam's small courtyard, he sat on his bed quietly cultivating his qi. Just a little more, and he could break through to the 5th level of the qi condensation realm. Unfortunately, his elemental energy was insufficient, and he was stuck at the peak of the 4th level, unable to break through. If he had known this, he would have absorbed more elemental energy on H. Fong's son. He knew the great battle between the Flower Glimmer Pavilion and Netherworld Valley was fast approaching. If his strength was not enough, he would be in danger. He couldn't conveniently send out his blood infant either. In the end, he shook his head and muttered, "I'll just have to bear with it. They're about to fight soon." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a powerful aura approaching. He gave chase. After a while, he saw Long Q's figure hovering in the air. Filled with killing intent, opposite him, he saw Jian Fam facing Long Q. Seeing them release their auras, Track Fam knew his guess was correct. They were both heavenly profound realm experts. This situation was clearly the Flower Glimmer Pavilion surrounding Jian Fam, determined to fight to the death and ensure he never returned. He smiled, smugly. Track Fam's goal was finally achieved. The Flower Glimmer Pavilion and Netherworld Valley were fighting to the death, which meant the Lac family was safe. All he had to do now was watch the show. As he was thinking, Track Fam sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Lac Fan Thuong and Bang Rien behind him and shouted at them to go back. "What are you doing out here? Go back!" With those heavenly profound realm experts up there, a casual wave of their hand could kill them. For now, with Old Man Loi in their room, they were temporarily safe. Coming out here was just asking for death. Seeing his anger, Lac Fan Thuong wisely retreated, not forgetting to remind him, "Track Fam, be careful." Track Fam said nothing, just gave a slight nod. Then he ignored her and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Long Q was wicked, staring intently at Jian Fam, radiating killing intent. He coldly shouted, "Gian Fam, you've got some nerve, coming to my territory to cause trouble. Long Q, someone from your Flower Glimmer Pavilion killed Netherworld Valley's disciple, Yu Tuyen. Shouldn't I be allowed to come and demand justice?" Fam, hearing Long Q's question, disagreed and spoke up. "Justice? What do you people from Netherworld Valley know about justice? Who was it that schemed against me and lured me to Lac Diep City? Who was it that set a 3-on-1 trap and destroyed my Tuloi Kim Nan?" Hearing this, Track Fam finally understood. The grudge between them started from this. and he hadn't expected the Tu Loi Kim Nan to still exist in the mortal world. Legend has it that the Tu Loi Kim Nhan was one of the 3 strongest among the 10 ancient emperors, the divine eye of the heavenly emperor, capable of emitting a golden light. The divine thunder of annihilation could burn the souls of even high-level experts with a single glance. He never thought such an ancient artifact would remain in the mortal world to be cultivated by a mortal. With such a precious treasure destroyed, it was perfectly reasonable for Long Ku to want to kill Jian Pham. Jian Pham, hearing Long Ku's words, shamelessly laughed smugly. "You were a fool. Who can you blame? You used to be a big shot in the Flower Glimmer Pavilion with your Tu Loi Kim Nan, but now, without it, you've retired, a great elder reduced to guarding this remote border." Long Ku gritted his teeth, his entire body erupting with a dense killing intent, and shouted loudly, "Nonsense! Jian Pham, I will never rest until one of us is dead." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at Jian Pham, forming a seal with his hand. A golden dragon head appeared. A mid-grade spirit rank martial art, the Soaring Dragon Claw. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth as it bared its fangs and claws, attacking Jian Pham. With just a flick of his hand, black chi shot out from his sleeve. It bound the dragon head that was shaking the heavens and earth, and with a squeeze, the dragon head vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Jian Pham sneered disdainfully. "You used to be a dragon with the Tu Loi Kim Nan. Now the title of Divine Eye Long Ku is gone forever." As soon as his words fell, a palm appeared before his eyes. "The Flower Glimmer Claw, a mere spirit rank martial art. What can it do to me? Besides, it's a mortal rank martial art." The corner of Jian Pham's mouth curved into a strange smile. He then threw Long Ku away, sending him tumbling to the ground. At the same time, a golden-haired old man and a red-haired old man appeared. Seeing the newcomers, Jian Pham showed a look of surprise. He had fallen into their trap. Long Ku's long claw was not meant to kill him, but to trap him in an encirclement so he couldn't escape. At this moment, Long Ku charged in desperately, determined to kill Jian Pham even if it meant sacrificing his own life. As long as he could get his revenge, he had no regrets. A beam of sword light appeared in his hand. The golden-haired and red-haired old men below were shocked. Seeing him like this, they quickly rushed into the battle. Suddenly, just as the golden-haired old man was a step away from taking Jian Pham's life, a purple light suddenly appeared, blocking the old man's attack. Caught off guard, the old man was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The red-haired old man was startled and quickly moved to support him. The golden-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently ahead. He looked at the creature on Jian Pham's shoulder. It was the devouring ghost crow. Track Pham, watching from below, was also startled. His brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Jian Pham to be cultivating by refining the demonic creature, the devouring ghost crow. It wasn't too powerful, but it could devour all things depending on their attributes. Its strength or weakness depends on its master. It's a pity such a demonic creature fell into Jian Pham's hands. He looked at it again, and his eyes lit up with joy when he saw what was in its eye. The thing in its eye was the third heaven's violet thunder fire eye. Unable to hold back any longer, Track Pham laughed with excitement. "Interesting. The heavens are helping me. Now I have something to do. That's my Tu Loi Kim Nan!" "Impossible." Long Ku stared at the familiar object in the crow's eye, stunned. He had once dominated with it, and now it had been stolen by Jian Pham and used on a demonic creature as a weapon against him. Anger surged, and the killing intent radiating from Long Ku grew even denser. He wanted to kill that Jian Pham even more. Jian Pham, seeing Long Ku's grim expression, laughed smugly. "Long Ku, you didn't expect this, did you? Your Tu Loi Kim Nan has been refined onto this demonic creature by me. Today, if you want to kill me, you'll have to get past your own divine eye first." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a hand seal. The ghost crow immediately attacked Long Ku. "Old Ku, be careful!" the golden-haired old man shouted. He reacted in time to block with the bright sword formation. But with a loud bang in the sky, Long Ku was struck by wave after wave of lightning, sent flying in a flash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and losing consciousness. Seeing him injured, the golden-haired old man and the red-haired old man both became anxious. They worriedly went to his side. They both understood that as long as they dealt with Jian Pham, the ghost crow would lose its controller and its power. With that thought, they charged towards Jian Pham and continued their attack. Jian Pham, confident in the demonic creature on his shoulder, was not afraid as he watched them charge. He sneered and continued to form his hand seals. The three great experts clashed, creating a massive explosion in the sky. But unexpectedly, the golden-haired and red-haired old men were knocked back. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Track Pham, below, was just as shocked. The Tuloi Kimnan was indeed powerful. It could render three heavenly profound realm experts powerless to resist. Seeing this situation, the chances of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion's failure were too high. The Lack family would surely be finished. He had schemed for so long, he couldn't let it fail at this crucial moment. After some thought, he decided to risk sending out his blood infant. When the situation is favorable, he can make his move. At this moment, Jian Pham looked at the heavily injured Flower Glimmer Pavilion members and couldn't help but laugh smugly. The Tu Loi Kim Nhan is indeed good. Even with the three of you, you can't touch a single hair on my head. Two other people appeared in front of Jian Pham at this moment, looking wicked. Long Si Yu and the other two's expressions darkened. The three great elders of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion were being looked down upon by others. If they didn't succeed today, their Flower Glimmer Pavilion would have no place in Fanglam City anymore. The golden-haired old man then stepped forward, sighed, and said with a hint of killing intent, "Just a demonic creature and a stolen Tu Loi Kim Nan? And you think you can defeat the three of us? You're too confident. Old Ku, Old Wu, you two stay put. I only need one breath to take their three heads. Today, I will show you what my golden serpent coiling dragon heaven and earth shattering technique is like." With that, the old man roared again. "Golden rank high-grade martial art? Dragon tail whip?" Hearing these words, the red-haired old man and Long Ku's hearts trembled. They knew the golden-haired old man was getting angry and returned to his side. Among the 9 great elders of their Flower Glimmer Pavilion, the golden-haired old man was the strongest. At this moment, Jian Pham was fully focused on dealing with the golden-haired old man. Finally, realizing the danger, he ordered everyone to charge. Netherworld entangling chains. He had underestimated this person's strength. His power was indeed very strong. The three of them together were only evenly matched with him. But just then, Jian Pham suddenly thought of something and roared, "Third elder of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion, die!" With that, he ordered the ghost crow to continue attacking the third elder. Right at this moment, Track Pham saw the perfect opportunity. He secretly sent his blood infant behind the battle. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He would not let the Flower Glimmer Pavilion lose. "Taking your life while I have the chance. I will not let the Flower Glimmer Pavilion lose this battle." Jian Pham was laughing maniacally in the sky, the ghost crow viciously attacking the three from the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Suddenly, a red light shot towards him and entered his body. By the time he realized it and tried to circulate his energy to get out, it was too late. In a flash, he found himself at a disadvantage against the Flower Glimmer Pavilion's attack. He thought it was a sneak attack from the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, he cursed under his breath and took the initiative to retreat. But the three old men from the Flower Glimmer Pavilion wouldn't let him go so easily and quickly gave chase. After succeeding, Track Pham immediately recalled his blood infant, smiling smugly. "This grudge, I'll just pin it on the Flower Glimmer Pavilion." "Your grudges are already numerous. One more won't make a difference," Track Pham thought to himself. Remembering the Tuloi Kim Nan on the ghost crow, he was very pleased with it. He would definitely find a way to get it back. The opening act has just begun. At the same time, a group of black-clad figures suddenly appeared, heading towards the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. The leaders were several bone-tempering realm experts. However, the Flower Glimmer Pavilion was prepared. They were just looking for death. On this side, Long Ki led his men into battle. The two sides clashed for a moment, and then Long Ki led a group of ambushers forward. They were waiting for the people of Netherworld Valley to ensure none of them would return alive. "Brother Kiet, kill them all!" Long Kwai shouted. And Netherworld Valley finally realized something was wrong and immediately retreated. Long Kai and Long Kwai also led their men in pursuit. Surely Long Kwai can defeat Long Kwai. Track Pham stood to the side, watching everything. He guessed the intentions of the Netherworld Valley group, luring the tiger away from the mountain. During this battle with Netherworld Valley, no one would pay attention to the small Lack family in the small courtyard. Once the battle started, The Lack family would be unprotected, and Netherworld Valley would send Dwangmin's group to annihilate them. A good plan indeed, but unfortunately, it couldn't escape the eyes of the demon emperor Track Fam. A moment later, Dwangmin appeared in sight with a group of men from Hak Fong Sun, a slight smile on his lips. Track Fam chuckled and shook his head. "This way is blocked, gentlemen. Go back quickly to avoid a pointless sacrifice." Seeing the person suddenly appear, Dwangmin asked defensively, "Are you from the Lack family?" "I am the butler of the Lack family, Track Fam." Track Fam answered calmly, not at all surprised. Dwangmin's lips twitched slightly, and he laughed maniacally. "So, you're Track Fam. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Men, take his head. The young master will reward you handsomely." With Dwangmin's order, someone immediately rushed forward to attack Track Fam. Glancing lightly at the man, Track Fam couldn't help but sneer. "A mere second-level chi condensation realm weakling wants to face me?" With a shout, he struck, directly using the Thien Ma Dai Hoa Keat. The man instantly exploded, not even a corpse remaining. Track Fam's single move surprised Dwangmin. He actually used a supreme demonic art. "Who are you? How can someone like you exist in the Lack family?" "Ah, little brother, I am just a wandering swindler. Don't you remember?" Track Fam said mockingly. "It's you! Where are the other two? If you say don't know, then you don't know. Since I'm here, they're obviously here too." Hearing this, Dwangmin was furious, regretting not killing the two of them and ruining his plans. Seeing him about to attack again, Track Fam replied with a bit of horror, "You regret not killing me, don't you? You don't dare to make a move because you haven't seen Tu Tui. You were able to lie in ambush at Hakfang Sun for so long, which shows you're very cautious. Until you confirm the whereabouts of the maid beside Miss Loy, how would you dare to make a move? Am I right?" His eyes couldn't help but narrow. The person before him seemed to know his every thought. Bit by bit, he completely understood his every move. This person was too dangerous. He definitely could not be spared. With that thought, he attacked Track Fam, unleashing the power of the bone-tempering realm to kill him. He laughed at me. "I'm not that weakling, Twian. I definitely won't let you turn the tables." As soon as he attacked, Dwangmin used the Loy family's ancestral, low-grade spirit rank martial art, the Thunderous Finger. Track Fam paid no attention to the aggressive attack coming towards him, a strange smile on his face. His fingers suddenly curled, and with a bang, a golden light appeared around him. As soon as Dwangmin touched it, he was sent flying, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Track Fam looked at the injured man and said coldly, "You're a bit stronger than Tuyen, but you're both just weaklings. There is only one path for weaklings: death." As soon as he finished speaking, Track Fam immediately formed a seal with his hands. A golden dragon appeared and viciously attacked Dwangmin. Just then, Loi Vu Din's shrill scream rang out, "Stop!" But Track Fam had never paid attention to others' words. What he did was his decision. The hand seal continued. But just then, the golden dragon was suddenly bound by chains from nowhere, and a figure appeared along with them. Seeing his move was unsuccessful, Loi Vu Din ran over and said, "I told you to stop just now. Why didn't you stop? The person in front of me is my enemy. He must die." "Why should I listen to you?" Track Fam replied, not even glancing at her. He stared intently at the figure that had appeared in the air. Suddenly, the figure spoke. "You Min, step back. I, Elder Van, want to end him myself." Dwangmin bit his lip, swallowing the blood in his mouth, but he was caught off guard and sent flying by a wave of the black-clad man's hand. "You think you're worthy? Before, I saw that your schemes and talent were superior, but compared to this kid, you're not even an ant. Go back to Netherworld Valley." With that, he turned to Track Fam and said, "Track Fam, I'll give you a chance to join my Netherworld Valley. We'll forget the grudge between us." Hearing this, Track Fam said, "I'll give you a chance to join my Netherworld Valley." Track Fam couldn't help but sneer. "You think you're worthy?" The man in black, seeing Track Fam's unwillingness to obey, stretched out his hand and attacked the group of Hakfong Sun people behind him. A black light appeared. The group was immediately bound, screaming in agony. Just like that, the entire group lost their lives. He threatened, "If you don't want to end up like them, then come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Track Fam stroked his chin, laughing. "You people from Netherworld Valley don't all rely on Hakfong Sun to act for you? Why do you want to kill them now? The man in black, hearing his question, thought he had agreed to his proposal. He laughed heartily and said, "A clever person like you surely knows why. The matter has been exposed, and they are no longer useful. There's no need to leave behind any trouble for them to find evidence." Track Fam frowned. "They? Who are they?" The man in black smiled calmly and said, "You'll know once you join Netherworld Valley." Track Fam couldn't help but laugh loudly and shake his head. He pointed at Duong Min behind him and sneered maliciously. "In my eyes, you are just like him, and in your eyes, you're not even ants." The man in black, hearing his words, couldn't help but get angry. "You're not afraid of death, so I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Track Fam, even though he was at a disadvantage. But Track Fam wasn't flustered. He calmly formed a seal in his hand, and a golden beam of light immediately appeared, blocking the palm strike. Duong Min, watching from behind, couldn't help but stare in envy. Duong Min was known as a genius in Netherworld Valley and was heavily relied upon for major plans. But now, he was being cast aside just because of Track Fam's appearance. Wiping the blood from his eyes, he glanced at Track Fam with a murderous glint. "Track Fam, you just wait for me." With that, he turned and ran. Loi Vudin, watching the battle from behind, saw him trying to escape and immediately gave chase. Soon, both of their figures vanished from sight. Track Fam, in the midst of the battle, was defending against the other's attack while also keeping an eye on her actions. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Silly girl, I can't bear to see her in danger." He then sent his blood infant out to follow her. After ensuring Loi Vudin was safe, he focused back on the battle. Outside the protective barrier, the old man in black was still attacking him with all his might. He couldn't afford to be careless. The man in black continuously launched 3 palm strikes at Track Fam, but they were all blocked by the hand seal Track Fam held. After a while, unable to gain the upper hand. He was finally a bit surprised and said, "At such a young age, you can already master the 3rd level formation, the coiling dragon formation. Your talent is not bad. Unfortunately, you met me today." The strength of a heavenly profound realm expert is not something a chi condensation kid like you can imagine. After speaking, the man in black continued to strike at Track Fam. Track Fam formed seals one after another. A series of golden lights appeared, and the 5th level 9 Heavens Dragon coiling formation officially activated its attack. The old man in black no longer underestimated him. This was not a normal coiling dragon formation. With just a little carelessness, he would lose to Track Fam. "Very good. You can actually create a 5th level formation. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to come to Netherworld Valley or not? That rundown place of yours can't contain me." Seeing his stubbornness, Track Fam said mockingly, "All right. In that case, today, I will definitely not let you survive." With that, a murderous glint finally appeared in the eyes of the man in black as he charged towards Track Fam. Seeing his killing intent, Track Fam wasn't flustered. He was the demon emperor of the sacred domain and had been through many storms. The killing intent of others had little effect on him. He calmly changed his hand seals, fully prepared to face the killing blow. The 9 golden dragons now burst from the ground, charging towards the man in black like the wind. The man in black hadn't even reached where Track Fam was standing. He was blocked by the 9 powerful dragons. He fought with all his might, but their strength was too great. He was thrown far away, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. He never would have thought that a 5th level formation could be so powerful. Seeing this, Track Fam couldn't help but smile smugly. "With just this level of strength, you can be an elder?" Hearing this, the man in black immediately flew into a rage. He couldn't believe a mere chi condensation realm kid could make him so disheveled. If the people of Fonglam City found out, he would have no place to stand anymore. "Kid, even if you kneel and beg me this time, I will absolutely not spare you." The eyes of the man in black gradually turned red, and a round object appeared in his hand, radiating a wicked aura. Seeing the object in his hand, Track Fam was surprised, and his expression gradually darkened. A demonic treasure. An elder of Netherworld Valley using a demonic treasure to deal with a chi condensation junior? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Hearing this, the man in black wasn't ashamed and laughed loudly. "How can a dead man tell tales?" Track Fam immediately became serious. He had originally intended to provoke him into retracting the origin wheel, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. As expected of a demonic path expert, shameless. They always achieved their goals by any means necessary. This was why demonic path experts were unwilling to confront their fellow cultivators. Besides being fierce and cruel, the demonic path had no shame. Once a battle started, there would be no negotiation. There was only a life and death battle. But he knew. He was also of the demonic path, so if it were him, he would have done the same. Just then, the man in black launched another attack at Track Fam, shouting, "Kid, die!" Seeing the situation was not good, Bak Fam once again formed a hand seal. 9 golden dragons charged towards the man in black. But the man in black had a treasure in his hand, and his speed was much faster this time. In a flash, he passed the golden dragon. With a swish, the 9 dragon heads were severed. Track Fam was a bit stunned. He was too fast. When the 9 golden dragons attacked, not even a shadow of him could be seen. He had the help of a demonic treasure. Another silver light approached, appearing before his eyes, along with the man's shout. The man in black gave a smug, wicked smile. "Kid, you can't escape this time." Gritting his teeth, Track Fam finally got a clear look at the sharpness of the demonic treasure and said, with a laugh, "A 3rd-grade demonic treasure." The man in black nodded and said, "Not bad eyes. To die under a 3rd-grade demonic treasure is your fortune." Seeing this situation, Track Fam's mind raced. He waved his hand and said, "Wait, if I agree to join Netherworld Valley now? It's too late." The man in black laughed loudly and sent the crescent moon wheel towards Track Fam. A hint of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He was going to die in this place. Just then, a clap of thunder sounded. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Man Lowy standing in front of him, a trail of fresh blood dripping from his arm. Opposite him, the man in black was a bit surprised and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Hak Fong Son, Loy Vantin. Daring to deal with the Lack family makes you my enemy," the old man shouted, his entire body crackling with lightning. Track Fam looked at the person shielding him with a bit of doubt. "You've recovered your strength?" "Thanks to Track Fam, not only have I recovered, but I've also broken through to the heavenly profound realm," Loy Vanthin answered calmly. Hearing this, Track Fam was overjoyed. At this moment, he needed an expert's help. "Old Man Loy, listen to my command. This time, we'll take his life. I've broken your formation. Plus, an old man who just broke through to the heavenly profound realm is no match for me." The man in black, hearing Track Fam's words, found it ridiculous and spoke up. Track Fam smiled strangely at him. "That's not necessarily true. I've always been unpredictable when using people, and never more so than now. Old Man Lowy, charge." As soon as he finished speaking, Loy Vanthin quickly attacked. He used the thunderous finger to strike at the man in black. On the other side, Track Fam formed a hand seal and activated the formation again. The man in black, seeing him reactivate the formation, became wary. His formation was always strange. To win, he had to deal with him first. With that thought, he attacked Track Fam. But Loy Vanthin kept blocking him. The clash of heavenly profound realm experts shook the heavens. Just as Loy Vanthin was at a disadvantage, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. Track Fam took advantage of the opening when the man in black was attacking Loy Vanthin to immediately form a hand seal, muttering, "Let me show you the true power of the 9 heavens coiling dragon formation." Track Fam suddenly roared, and 9 golden dragons appeared again, transforming into a golden light that surrounded him. After a moment, a roar shook the heavens and earth. It shot straight towards the man in black to attack. By the time the man in black realized the danger, it was too late. He was already surrounded by the giant dragon. Along with his screams and the dragon's roar, a massive explosion occurred in the sky, illuminating the entire area. A heaven-shaking explosion, the giant dragon exploded, its golden light illuminating the sky of Fenglam City. With that, the body of the man in black also vanished, turning to dust. 100 miles away in the forest, 2 black-clad men from Netherworld Valley were fighting and retreating under the attack of Long Ku's group. Suddenly, they saw the golden light explode in the direction of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion and froze for a long time. The 3rd elder of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion spoke up. "What's happening?" "I don't know. Could there be another expert fighting? But what kind of expert could unleash such a stunning move? Something's wrong. Something's happened at the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Quick, retreat!" Hearing the 3rd elder's words, Long Ku was a bit reluctant. Jian Pham had taken the opportunity to escape, and his revenge was still not taken. But the safety of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion was more important, so he retreated back with them. and the two men in black had just escaped the pursuit of Long Ku's group. They looked towards Fonglam City for a long time, and after some thought, they finally decided to retreat, leaving the man named Elder Van behind to his fate. On this side, Loy Van Thien, having directly witnessed the stunning scene, was dumbfounded with shock. He had originally thought he would have to trade his life for theirs, but he never expected Track Fam to only need him to buy time. In such a short period, he could unleash a heaven-shaking move, killing a great heavenly profound realm expert without even leaving a corpse. At this moment, he finally understood just how terrifying Track Fam was. Just as Loy Van Thien was still in shock, Track Fam thought of Loy Vu Din and turned to him. "Old man Loy, please take care of the Lack family. I'm going to find Miss Loy." Hearing that he was going to find Loy Vu Din, Loy Van Thien nodded in agreement. "All right, as long as I have a breath left, I won't let anyone touch the Lack family. You can rest assured." Seeing him like this, Track Fam was also relieved and smiled as he went to find Loy Vu Din. "It's been so long, and only 4 have shown up. There probably aren't any more coming." He left Loy Van Thien. With a heavenly profound realm expert here, the Lack family should be safe. Now he had to go find that foolish girl Loy Vu Din, afraid she would suffer at the hands of Duong Min. Thinking of something, Track Fam tried to move towards the man in black from before to retrieve the demonic treasure. A third-grade demonic treasure was right in front of him. It would be a waste not to take it. At the same time, in a forest not far from Fonglam City, Duong Min, after escaping the battle at the small courtyard, had run all the way here. His injured body couldn't hold up, so he stopped to rest. Loy Vu Din finally caught up. Seeing him about to escape, she ran to block his way. "Stop!" Duong Min was resting. Hearing the voice, he immediately became alert and turned his head, but only saw Loy Vu Din alone. He said smugly, "Junior sister Duong, you dare to come here alone to stop me?" Seeing him smile, Loy Vu Din immediately became furious and shouted, "Today, I must clean up the sect on behalf of my foster father and kill you, you traitor! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. I want to know, did you ever like me? I am a genius disciple of Netherworld Valley. Even if I were to marry, it would have to be within the 7 noble houses. A woman like you, are you worthy?" Hearing his words, Loy Vu Din gave a bitter smile, tears appearing on her face. "All right then. Then let's end this completely today." With that, Loy Vu Din unleashed her elemental energy and quickly attacked Duong Min. Wave after wave of lightning shot towards him, but the difference in strength between them was still too great. After just a few exchanges, she was at a disadvantage. Just as Duong Min was about to strike her, a red light suddenly appeared and attacked Duong Min. By the time he realized it, he had been sent flying. His internal injuries worsened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't until Duong Min was injured that Loy Vu Din finally saw what had saved her. She was a bit surprised to see it. It was Track Fam's natal blood infant. She never thought he would use his own treasure to save her life. At this moment, she finally understood a few things. Seeing the situation was not good, Duong Min could no longer be smug. He opened his mouth to beg her, "Vu Din, junior sister, please show mercy. Have you forgotten the good times we had? Have you forgotten how I usually treated you?" Loy Vu Din, hearing him mention the past, smiled slowly. A second ago, he had denied their past. The next, he was using it to beg her. How shameless could he be? Because of this, I must kill you even more now. But just then, a loud explosion rang out, blocking Loy Vu Din's attack. After the smoke cleared, a figure appeared. It was the Elder of Netherworld Valley. As soon as he appeared, he asked Duong Min, "How did you end up in such a pathetic state? What about the plan?" The plan? Duong Min thought of something and stammered a reply. Seeing his hesitation, the elder guessed that the plan had probably failed. But at this moment, it no longer mattered. "It's best to retreat first." "All right, let's retreat for now. But before we go, I have to kill this girl." With that, the elder launched an attack at Loy Vu Din. Facing a heavenly profound realm expert for the first time, she was startled. Just as she thought she was about to die, a silver light suddenly flashed by. The elder, seeing this, wisely retracted his attack and retreated. By the time the elder looked up again, he saw a figure standing there with a half smile. He smiled mockingly at him. An elder of Netherworld Valley bullying a junior here. Loi Din was surprised to see Trak Pham arrive, and a sense of security washed over her. Just like before, when he silently killed the people of Hakfong's son and brought her and her foster father out safely. Trak Pham. In contrast to Loi Din's joy, the elder was not happy. The person before him had ruined many of his plans. He couldn't be happy. He shouted, "It's you again! And how did this demonic treasure end up in your hands? Where is Elder Van?" Hearing him mention that person, Trak Pham smiled slyly. Take a guess. The elder was shocked, not daring to believe his own speculation that Elder Van had lost to a mere chi condensation realm kid. But seeing the demonic treasure in Trak Pham's hand, he ignored Elder Van's death and wanted to snatch the treasure back. He didn't want a treasure of Netherworld Valley to fall into the hands of an outsider. Seeing the expression on the person's face, Trak Pham knew exactly what the other party wanted. His lips curled up. He used sound transmission to speak to Loi Din. Loi Din, this is sound transmission. Listen to me in a moment. Aim for his heart meridian. Then close your eyes. Use the thunderous finger and stab straight in. You don't need to worry about the rest. Hearing this, Loi Din was startled and looked at him. A great expert of the profound realm was in front of her. How could she possibly succeed? One strike, and death would await her. She knew Trak Pham had always been unscrupulous in achieving his goals. Perhaps he wanted to use her as a scapegoat so he could kill the other person. But she didn't care. Having chased him this far, she didn't expect to get back alive anyway. She nodded. Receiving her consent, Trak Pham flicked his finger, returning the blood infant to his body, and shouted, "Attack!" As soon as the shout came out, Trak Pham immediately made his move. Behind him, Loi Din also used the thunderous finger to stab at the elder. Seeing this, the elder was thrilled. They actually dared to attack him first. The strength of a heavenly profound realm was not something their chi condensation realm could withstand. The only thing that could harm him was the crescent moon wheel in Trak Pham's hand. But he had forgotten that Elder Van of Netherworld Valley, just a few hours ago, had also fallen at the hands of a chi condensation realm expert because he was too arrogant. Having determined his target, the elder focused his attack on Trak Pham, ignoring Loi Din behind him. This feint might work on others, but not on me. Don't play your main attack sub-attack game with me. I won't fall for it. Hearing him speak, Trak Pham replied disdainfully, "But you still fell for it, didn't you?" As soon as his words fell, Jian Pham was utterly shocked. He had always been on guard against him. How could he have succeeded? But at this moment, a red light shot towards his body, causing him to scream and freeze his movements. "It was you last time, too." "Well played, kid. You're the one who cost me an arm. When I force this thing out, I'll settle old and new scores with you." While talking to Trak Pham, the elder had gathered his elemental energy, intending to force the blood infant out. Trak Pham, seeing this action, once again revealed a strange smile. "Elder Jian, you've fallen for it again." As soon as the words fell, Loi Din, from behind, charged forward with her thunderous finger, stabbing straight into Jian Pham's heart. He looked at Trak Pham in horror, unwillingly, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Trak Pham chuckled lightly, not much different from Jian Pham. He was also heavily injured, but a wicked smile remained on his lips. "Elder Jian, you guessed wrong. The main attacker this time wasn't me. You thought only the crescent moon wheel in my hand could injure you, but unfortunately, you forgot that your heavily injured body is not what it used to be. And you gathered all the elemental energy in your body." After hearing him speak, just before he died, Elder Jian finally understood just how deep this person's schemes ran. He was truly terrifying. But if Trak Pham wasn't ruthless, the one who died would have been him. One wrong step, and he would be doomed forever. Fate forced him to be unscrupulous. Trak Pham's internal injuries were severe. Unable to stand, he immediately leaned against a tree to rest. Loi Din looked at him. She now understood how wrong she had been. He was using himself to give her a chance to live. Thinking this, she sat down beside him and sincerely apologized. "Trak Pham, I'm sorry." Trak Pham looked at her and shook his head helplessly. "This has nothing to do with you. My blood infant was heavily injured just now, so my internal energy was affected. Go see what you can get from him. An elder of Netherworld Valley must have a lot of good stuff." Loi Din was shocked to hear Trak Pham's words. She had thought it was just his treasure, but she never expected it to be linked to his life force. Yet, at a critical moment, he had used it to protect her. At this moment, a warm current flowed through her heart, mixed with a bit of guilt. Loi Vu Din followed Trak Fam's words and went to Elder Jian's side, quickly searching his body. Many items immediately appeared in front of her. Trak Fam, watching her actions, clicked his tongue in admiration. As expected of a bandit, her technique was 10/10ths perfect. After collecting everything, Loi Vu Din brought it to Trak Fam, her eyes shyly cast down, which surprised him. She had never acted so strangely before. He just glanced at her once, then focused on the treasures collected from Jian Fam. As expected, he found a jade slip. It was indeed the Loi family's low-grade spirit rank martial art, the Thunderous Finger. There was also a low-grade spirit rank martial art of the Chai family, the Divine Wind Kick. Although he didn't know what secrets these two families' inherited treasures held that made Netherworld Valley go to such lengths to obtain them, he would take them for now and figure it out later. A moment later, Trak Fam looked at Loi Vu Din and casually handed her a ring, saying, "For you. According to the bandit's code, I get half. You can keep the rest." Loi Vu Din was shocked to see him casually toss such a precious item to her. "That old man was killed by you. You should keep these things. Although the Lack family has money, if you keep this up, no amount of money will be enough for you, Trak Fam," he said nonchalantly. "I don't need these things. I can get as much of this junk as I want. If you don't want to take it, I'll just throw it away." Loi Vu Din felt like she was going to die of anger. He considered such precious items as junk, and what's more, he said he would throw them away without a second thought. "Don't throw them away, we'll take them." Trak Fam suddenly burst out laughing. He shook his head helplessly at her. After collecting what he needed from the bag of treasures, he wanted to go back. "All right, let's go back. We've been fighting all night. I should probably go talk to the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Help me back." With that, he put Jian Fam's body into the jade slip. He walked over to Loi Vu Din and put his arm over her shoulder, letting her support him back. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where's that bastard Duongmin?" Hearing his words, she finally remembered. She had chased after Duongmin to kill him, but unfortunately, he had escaped. Trak Fam had guessed as much since he couldn't find him. The man had already fled, but the next time they met, he would definitely kill him. On this side, the three from Long Ku returned together, standing before the inner gate of the Flower Glimmer Pavilion. Due to the stunning events earlier, they were a bit worried about Long Keat and Long Kwai and were about to go in to check. Just then, the two of them appeared. Third uncle, fifth uncle, ninth uncle. The third elder looked at the two arrivals and spoke up. "Little Kui, Akiat, how was the situation yesterday?" Reporting, third uncle. "Yesterday, just as we predicted, after we went after the three elders of Yumin Kok, they mobilized a large force to attack us. But we were prepared. They're all dead. Only a few bone-tempering realm experts managed to escape." Long Kwai calmly relayed the situation. Hearing this, Long Ku and the others laughed. This was a huge victory, a crushing defeat for the people of Yumin Kok. "Excellent. Tu Kwai and Akiat have improved significantly. They can lead our guards to wipe out the enemy." The fifth elder chimed in with a laugh. "Third brother, we must make sure to praise their accomplishments in front of the clan master when we return." Third elder then remembered last night's disturbance and asked, "That's right. What was that massive commotion last night? Do you two know?" Hearing this, Long Kwai and Long Kiet were stunned. They glanced at each other, then both shook their heads. The three elders were now suspicious. The sound was earth-shattering, yet they had no idea who caused it. Suddenly, Long Ku remembered the Laksa group and said to the third elder, "Right, isn't Laksa staying in that other courtyard? Let's go ask them, and we'll find out." The third elder thought for a moment and nodded. The three of them headed towards Laksa's courtyard. Hearing Laksa's name, Long Kwai scoffed contemptuously. With such a big battle yesterday, they were probably hiding and didn't dare to come out. What could they possibly know? Soon, the group from Tiem Long Kak arrived at Laksa's courtyard. The moment they stepped inside, they were startled. They actually sensed the aura of a heaven-profound realm expert. Since when did the Lack family have such a powerful guardian? Long Ku looked at the man with suspicion. "And you are, my friend?" Loi Van Thien saw the three approaching and knew they were from Team Long Kak. Not daring to be rude, he quickly replied, "I am from Hak Fong's son." Loi Van Thien said, "I have long heard of Tiem Long Kak's reputation. It's an honor to finally meet the three esteemed elders." Long Ku understood immediately. He knew all the powers surrounding Feng Lam Han, and for a heaven-profound expert to suddenly appear with the Loi family meant they could now stand firm in the city. Long Ku saw everyone gathered in front of a room and asked with suspicion, "Master Loi, what is everyone gathered here for?" Loi Van Thien sighed. "Our steward Chak was gravely injured last night. His life hangs in the balance." "What? This place was also attacked yesterday?" Third Elder shouted in shock. He thought Yumin Kok had only attacked TM Longkak. He never expected them to split their forces in 3 directions to attack everyone. Truly vicious. Hearing that Chak Pham was injured, Long Kwai spoke with disdain. Wasn't Chak Pham incredibly arrogant, saying something about surpassing the 7 houses in 10 years? Today, a mere group of grunts managed to injure him so badly his life is uncertain. How useless. As soon as she finished, everyone turned to look at her. Seeing her contemptuous face, Long Ku angrily shouted, "Long Kwai, shut your mouth!" He then looked apologetically towards the Lack family members. "I apologize. The girl is ignorant. Please don't mind her. Who was the attacker last night that even a heaven-profound expert like yourself couldn't protect Chak Pham? It's embarrassing to say, but I only just broke through last night and wasn't strong enough to protect Steward Chak. The assailant was a heaven-profound master. Someone called him Elder Van." Loi Van Thien ignored Long Kui and answered Long Ku. "What? The cloud coverer, Yu Van Thon? Yu Min Kok actually sent him to make a move? Brother Loi, you're truly skilled. You must know, Yu Van Thon is one of the 12 elders of Yu Min Kok. He entered the Heaven Profound realm over 10 years ago. For you to force him back right after your breakthrough is already an amazing feat." Hearing this name, Long Ku exclaimed in shock. He praised Loi Van Thien without hesitation, thinking he had defeated him. Hearing Long Ku's words, Loi Van Thien knew they misunderstood, thinking he was the one who defeated Elder Van. But it wasn't him. The 3 elders praised me too highly. I couldn't even withstand a single one of his moves. It was all thanks to Steward Chak. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us would have escaped death. What? As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. No one here could believe that a Qi condensation realm cultivator could repel a heaven-profound expert. It was too unbelievable. But they didn't know that the one inside Chak Pham's body wasn't the real Chak Pham, but the demonic emperor Chak Pham, who held life and death in his hands and possessed the 9 Serenity secret records, the treasure of the 9 Serenity demonic emperor. What? You're saying the one who held off Yuthan Van and protected everyone was Chak Pham? How is that possible? He's only in the Qi condensation realm. Loi Van Thien knew they wouldn't believe him. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't believe such a thing was possible either. I know this. So what? The fact remains that he protected the Lack family from a heaven-profound expert. The 3rd elder was still astonished. He desperately wanted to know how Chak Pham withstood Yuthan Van's assault. And then what? Are you saying he forced Yuthan Van to retreat with just the power of the Qi condensation realm? Retreat? You all still underestimate that kid Chak Pham's strength. The 3 from Long Ku's group heard the mockery in Loi Van Thien's voice. But they weren't wrong. Across the entire continent, a Qi condensation realm cultivator forcing a heaven-profound expert to retreat would be treated as nothing more than a joke. That guy didn't just retreat, he died without leaving a corpse behind. The kid Chak Pham merely depleted his origin energy. His words sent a shockwave through the crowd. This was simply too unbelievable. With only the strength of the Qi condensation realm, he could kill a heaven-profound expert, leaving no trace of a body. Long Kui was also utterly shocked. She had never believed he had any real strength, assuming he only relied on his formation skills. She never expected him to be this incredible. After recovering from the shock, Long Ku spoke up. A Qi condensation realm cultivator killing a heaven-profound one, how is that possible? If he killed Yu Van Thon without a scratch, then how did he get injured? Just as Long Ku finished his sentence, a voice came from the room. Wasn't it because of you, Brother Ku? Chak Pham walked out. The members of the Lack and Loi families were overjoyed. Lack Van Thuong smiled at him. Chak Pham, are your wounds better? Chak Pham burst out laughing and yelled, I'm trying to recover here. How am I supposed to heal with all you people making so much noise? He then turned back to Long Ku and asked, Brother Ku, didn't you want to know how I got hurt? With that, he waved his hand, and a white light flashed. A corpse suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The moment the 3 from Long Ku's group saw it, they couldn't help but scream in horror. Chok Ung Jan Pham. How can this be? How did he die here? Who killed him? I'm the one who brought out the body. Who else could have killed him? I knew this old guy had a grudge with Brother Q. I trust you won't blame me for meddling, Chak Pham said with a casual smile. Everyone was extremely surprised. Although they had guessed he was the one who killed him, they couldn't believe he had lost at his hands. In a single night, with only the strength of the Qi condensation realm, he killed 2 heaven-profound experts. It was truly unbelievable. Hearing his words, Long Ku could no longer contain himself. His body trembled. He said to Chak Pham, "That scoundrel destroyed my divine eye and humiliated me. I hate that I couldn't drink his blood and tear his flesh apart. How could I ever blame my brother for acting on my behalf? Brother Chak, from this day forward, I will treat you as my own flesh and blood. If you ever need help, just come to me." Chak Pham saw his formality and waved his hand dismissively, which agitated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing this, Long Ku went to him and gently inspected his injuries. "Don't move. Brother Ku has healing pills. After taking them, you'll be fully recovered in 3 days." Long Kwai, standing to the side, was unconvinced. Seeing this scene, she sneered loudly. Who knows what tricks Chak Pham used? He was lucky to take down those 2 old men. How could a Qi condensation realm cultivator like him kill heaven-profound experts? The 3rd and 5th elders glanced at her and shook their heads helplessly. Her attitude was truly beyond words. Chak Pham looked at her and then addressed everyone loudly. "It's true, I was lucky to run into the elder after I had cut off his arm and taken his head. But it wasn't good luck, it was bad luck. If I hadn't exhausted my origin energy killing that heaven-profound expert, how could Jian Pham have seriously injured me? Normally, killing that old man would have been easy. Yesterday's luck was just terrible. Unlike someone who leads a whole group of people, whether they're lucky or not doesn't matter. Of course, their safety is guaranteed." Loi Vudin, who was standing nearby, laughed at his words. She was the one who best understood what happened yesterday. He was profound and unpredictable. Jian Pham was schemed against until his death, his eyes unable to close. But it wasn't as he described. He was just trying to humiliate Long Kui. The 3 elders, including Long Ku, also smiled at his words and shook their heads. They knew he definitely had his own methods, but the fact that he killed 2 heaven-profound experts proved his strength. "Long Ku, you stay here for now and help Brother Shak heal. I'll send a few hundred more guards to protect the courtyard. Old 5th and I will go back and report to headquarters. The clan master must be informed of the situation here." Long Kiet nodded in agreement. But Long Kiet and Long Kiet were stunned. The 3 elders of TM Long Kak were calling Chak Pham their sworn brother. At that moment, the quick-witted Chak Pham chimed in, "3rd brother, 5th brother, take care." The 3rd and 5th elders heard him call them brothers so smoothly. They glanced at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and shook their heads. This man was truly capable of seizing any opportunity to climb higher. After seeing off the 2 elders from Tiam Long Kak, Chak Pham returned to his room, followed by Long Ku and the members of the Lak and Loi families. At this moment, he sat on his bed with a serious expression and faced everyone. "All of you, leave! I have a few things to discuss with Brother Ku. The secret of the purple lightning golden eye." Everyone looked at each other, understood, and nodded. They wisely left, leaving only a surprised Long Ku looking at Chak Pham, wondering what he wanted to say. "Brother Ku, I have a gift for you." Chak Pham looked at Long Ku and spoke. Long Ku frowned when he heard he had a gift for him. "Brother, it's not that I look down on you, but what kind of treasures could the Lak family possibly have right now? Unless you still have an ancient formation diagram?" Chak Pham chuckled and slowly shook his head. "You wish. I'd have to charge at least 10 million for that. You want me to give it to you for free? However, I'm sure you'll like this gift." With that, he took out the bag he had gotten from Jian Pham. Long Ku frowned when he saw it, not knowing what was inside. But when Chak Pham opened it, a black crow flew out with a caw and perched on his shoulder. This is that old man Jian Pham's ghost crow. That's right. After that old man died, this demonic creature was left without a master. "Brother Ku, take it back and train it. I believe it can become your spirit beast and protect you." Chak Pham nodded and said calmly. Hearing this, Long Ku's heart stirred with a mix of joy. Ever since his purple lightning golden eye was taken, he had lost his prestige. Now, with this ghost crow in hand, it was as if he had regained his divine eye. "Brother, thank you. You are very kind." Seeing all this, Chak Pham secretly nodded and asked with curiosity, "Brother Ku, there's one thing I've never understood. Since you were able to cultivate one purple lightning golden eye, why can't you cultivate a second one?" Long Ku sighed helplessly and reminisced about the past. With the golden dragon gone, he began to tell Chak Pham his story. At this moment, Long Ku truly saw Chak Pham as a brother, a secret he had buried in his heart. It was time to share it with his brother. "Do you know? I obtained this divine eye by chance. Once lost, it can never be found again, because it's not a technique created by TM Longcack, but something I stumbled upon when I was out adventuring." "Brother, do you know about the 3 great perilous lands of the continent?" Chak Pham thought for a moment and shook his head. He really wasn't sure what places those were. Long Ku smiled and explained, "Then let me tell you. On this continent, you can go anywhere, except for 3 places you must never enter, regardless of your strength. These 3 places are the All Thunder Cliff, the Frozen Jade Mountain, and the Heaven Flame Cavern. But don't worry. Even if you wanted to go, you couldn't find them. Unless you were lucky." "Why?" Chak Pham asked hurriedly. "Because these 3 places appear randomly. They have no fixed location, and where they appear, a vortex will form. Anyone caught in it will never return." Chak Pham understood. The place Long Ku mentioned must be a barrier set by a great expert. Without knowing the formation's incantation, finding the entrance and exit is impossible. "And how did you get out?" "I was scared." Stunned, Long Ku gave him a deep look and nodded. "Brother, you are indeed smart. When I was young, I happened upon the All Thunder Cliff and was sucked into a vortex. The place was filled with purple lightning. The experts with me were killed instantly if they were struck. But strangely, when the purple lightning struck my eye, I was fine. It just hurt abnormally, like it was on fire. Remembering it still makes me break out in a cold sweat." Hearing this, Chak Pham seemed lost in thought. He understood why Long Ku was able to obtain the purple lightning golden eye. According to the 9 Serenity, Demonic Emperor's 9 Serenity secret records, the Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning golden eye was forged from his own eye pupil. All things would be destroyed within it, so the purple lightning attacking his eye didn't cause him any fatal damage. After a moment of silence, Long Ku spoke again with emotion. "At that time, it was probably a survival instinct. I used all my strength to strike out wildly. I clearly knew the power of the purple lightning, but I wanted to resist. Then, a man's voice suddenly appeared in my ear. He recited a passage of an incantation. In a daze, I followed along, and unexpectedly, it allowed the eye that was struck to generate purple lightning. Perhaps because of that eye, the purple lightning no longer attacked me. After the vortex passed, I was the only one left alive. I had turned a disaster into a blessing and cultivated the purple lightning golden eye. Unfortunately, it was later stolen. I can't remember the incantation, so I can't cultivate the other one." Listening to Long Ku's story, Chak Pham finally understood the issue. The All Thunder Cliff was definitely a relic left by the Heavenly Emperor. It must contain his cultivation techniques. He had to find this place. As long as he had the Heavenly Emperor's techniques, plus the 9 Serenity Demonic Emperor's 9 Serenity secret records, the inheritances of the 2 strongest of the 3 ancient emperors would be in his hands. No one in this world could be his opponent. No one would have ever guessed that the relics of an emperor-level expert would appear in the mortal realm. This time, his reincarnation through possession was a blessing in disguise. He hadn't lost out. After learning the truth from Long Ku, Chak Pham decided to go into seclusion to recuperate. A month passed quickly. At the Lac family's courtyard within Tiem Long Kak, Chak Pham finally emerged. His seclusion this time lasted nearly a month, but the gains were significant. His cultivation and his blood infant finally broke through to the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. It was just a pity that he couldn't absorb the origin energy of the 2 heaven profound experts, otherwise he might have broken through again, reaching the bone tempering realm. As soon as he stepped out, Chak Pham met Tutu. But when she saw him, she let out a cry of, "Steward Chak!" Then she ran away. Seeing this, Chak Pham was surprised. Had he changed in some way during his seclusion that made this little girl see him and run? He wasn't some man-eating monster, he couldn't be that scary. After a pause, he suddenly remembered their first meeting. He finally understood that he had been too rude, leaving a psychological scar on the poor girl. While Chak Pham was wondering if he had been too cruel to Loi Vu Din and Tutu, Commander Bang also came over and saw him. He called out loudly, "Brother Chak, have your injuries fully recovered?" Hearing this, Chak Pham nodded and said with a smile, "Old Bang." Before he could finish, Commander Bang suddenly thought of something and also turned and ran. Chak Pham was once again left standing there, stunned. What on earth was going on? Tutu running was one thing, but even Commander Bang fled at the sight of him. Based on his judgment and past battles, their actions must have a purpose and some benefit, but he couldn't figure out why they were so afraid of him. Just then, a gentle, shy voice sounded from behind him. "Steward Chak, thank you for saving me that day. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." Turning around, he saw it was Loi Vu Din, holding a bamboo basket. Her face was bright red, and her strangely shy behavior made Chak Pham a bit suspicious. He spoke up, "What's this for?" Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted from the bamboo basket, making Chak Pham exclaim in admiration. He said cheerfully, "It smells amazing. Where did you buy it?" "There's a restaurant this good in Phong Lam Thon. It's not bought. My lady spent an hour every day cooking it. She was waiting for you, so that Steward Chak could taste it as soon as he came out of seclusion." Tutu quickly answered. Hearing Tutu's words, Chak Pham was surprised. She had learned to cook and waited for him every day. He was a little touched. He smiled and thanked Loi Vu Din. "You're too kind. I'll accept this gift," seeing him take the basket. Loi Vu Din was overjoyed. Her daily efforts had not been in vain. She waited for him to come out of seclusion. She blushed again and said shyly, "Steward Chak, your injuries have just healed. You need to take care of your body. Please go back and eat quickly. It's not good for your health if it gets cold." With that, Chak Pham didn't think anymore. He went to his room to eat. With his chi condensation realm cultivation, not eating for a month had indeed made him a bit hungry. Since she had been so kind, he couldn't refuse her goodwill. As soon as he entered the room, Chak Pham laid the food on the table, ready to eat. Loi Vu Din watched him from the side, secretly happy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lac Van Thuong and Commander Bang opened the door and entered, surprising the three of them. As soon as she entered, Lac Van Thuong saw Loi Vu Din was also there. She looked at the food in front of Chak Pham and said mockingly, "Oh, I didn't expect someone had already made breakfast for Steward Chak. It seems my worries were in vain." With that, she forcefully placed a bamboo basket on the table and continued, "Steward Chak, this is a dish I personally made for you. I hope you will take care of your body." Commander Bang, standing beside her, looked a bit worried at her expression and remained silent. Chak Pham, on the other hand, was a little surprised. Lac Van Thuong was usually gentle and virtuous. Why was she so irritable today? Looking at her basket, then at the food on the table, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "But I already have some. I'm not a rice bucket. Why would I eat so much?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw anger flash across Lac Van Thuong's face. His intuition told him she was about to get angry. Disagreeing would be dangerous, so he reluctantly said, all right, I'll eat both, okay?" He carefully opened Lac Van Thuong's basket. He didn't know. But when he saw the food inside, he swallowed hard. His face stiffened, and he stammered as he pointed to the other food. He said, "I think I should eat this one instead." As soon as he said that, Lac Van Thuong became furious. "You just said you'd eat both." After speaking, her face fell, showing a hint of grievance. In contrast to her anger, Loi Vu Din was extremely excited. Chak Pham looked at Lac Van Thuong's expression. He suddenly felt guilty and said, "All right, if I have to eat it all, I'll eat it all. Eat mine first." Lac Van Thuong and Loi Vu Din spoke in unison. Then they unconsciously looked at each other, competing. A young girl's heart is like that. They had gone to the trouble of cooking for him, so they both wanted him to eat their food first. Seeing this situation, Chak Pham was a little thoughtful. He didn't know what had caused the two of them to be at odds. Before his seclusion, they were fine. But now they were like this. He couldn't help but wonder. After thinking for a while, Chak Pham decided to wave his hands and choose the food that would ensure his survival first. He pointed to Loi Vu Din's food and said, "First come, first served. I'll taste Miss Loi's first." Loi Vu Din watched him touch her food, her eyes wide with excitement, waiting for him to speak. The moment the food entered his mouth, Chak Pham immediately praised it. "It's delicious. Your cooking skills are amazing." Hearing his words, Loi Wudin's heart blossomed with joy. She smiled shyly and watched him. Huang Tu Tui, seeing this, also spoke up proudly. Our lady knew how to cook since she was 10. No one in Fenglam Than can surpass her skills. Steward Chak, you're a lucky man. With that, Loi Wudin looked embarrassed again, the corners of her mouth turning up in a happy smile. In contrast to Loi Wudin's joy, Lac Van Thuong couldn't be happy. She reminded Chak Pham, Chak Pham, hurry up and try mine. Hearing her, Chak Pham swallowed the food in his mouth and hesitantly moved his chopsticks towards Lac Van Thuong's blackened dish. The moment he put the food in his mouth, he spat it out and criticized her without mercy. Poison is more delicious than this. I think I'd better eat the other one. With that, he pulled Loi Wudin's food closer, looking like he only wanted to eat that. Loi Wudin was overjoyed to see that he liked her cooking. Lac Van Thuong was dejected, her eyes welling up with tears. Just then, a child's voice broke the atmosphere. Big brother Chak, you're out of seclusion, and there's so much delicious food. Share some with me. It turned out to be the kid, Lac Van Hai. He had smelled the aroma of the food and burst into Chak Pham's room, wanting to eat with him. Unfortunately, he didn't want to share such delicious food with this kid. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to Lac Van Thuong's basket and said, Go on, eat your sister's food. Lac Van Hai was surprised to hear that. My sister doesn't know how to cook. She doesn't even know where the kitchen is. As soon as he finished, Lac Van Thuong took her lunchbox and left, looking a little hurt. Unfortunately, Chak Pham was heartless and indifferent. He was focused on enjoying Loi Wudin's delicious food. Lac Van Hai saw his sister leave angrily and asked doubtfully, Huh? Did I say something wrong? Chak Pham heard the boy's confusion and explained, You didn't say anything wrong. You just don't know how to be tactful. With that, he turned to everyone. I'm going to Team Longcac for a bit. You all stay here and don't go out, in case people from Yumin Kok are still around. As soon as he finished speaking, Chak Pham went straight out. Everyone quickly nodded. Seeing him leave, Tu Tui happily said to Loi Wudin, This is great, miss. It seems Steward Chak likes you more. At that moment, Loi Wudin thought so too. Her face suddenly turned red, a mix of shyness and joy. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Thien Vu Empire, two old men with gloomy faces sat opposite each other, their faces full of hostility. Suddenly, an old, stooped man approached, coughing. He wore a golden robe, his hair and beard were white. Seeing him, the two old men knelt down in greeting. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Emperor. The Emperor of Thien Vu Quoc looked at the two old men before him. He waved his hand and frowned, saying, Team Long Cac and Yumin Kok are both part of the 7 noble houses under the crown, pillars of the empire. I wonder what brings you to see me this time. Before the other could answer, the man in black hurriedly cupped his fists and reported, Reporting to your majesty, a month ago, Team Long Cac killed 2 great elders of my Yumin Kok. Team Long Cac has violated the agreement of the 7 houses. I ask your majesty to seek justice and punish Team Long Cac. Hearing this, the man opposite him couldn't help but sneer. The man in black wanted to file a complaint first. He pouted and said, You Van's son? You dare to accuse us first? An elder of Yumin Kok trespassed into Tiem Long Cac's territory. How do you explain that? Who was it that broke the agreement of the 7 houses? A disciple of Yumin Kok was killed in Phong Lam Than. I sent an elder to investigate. What's wrong with that? Long Giat Phi, you're using this as an excuse to take revenge for what happened 20 years ago. Yu Van's son, seeing the other man deny the crime, shouted coldly. Hearing Yu Van's son mention the events of 20 years ago, Long Giat Phi sneered. So what if it's revenge? 20 years ago, you people tricked the 9th elder of Tiem Long Cac to Lac Diep Than and destroyed one of his eyes. You said he violated the 7 houses agreement by trespassing on your territory. I didn't say anything. This time, your elders came to my territory, and there were 4 of them. You claim it was just for an investigation. Seeing the conflict before him, the old emperor could no longer bear it and let out a cold shout. Enough. Both sides are at fault in this matter. By my decree, Team Long Cac will withdraw from Phong Lam Than. From now on, it is no longer your territory. Furthermore, no one from Yumin Kok or Tiem Long Cac is to set foot in Phong Lam Than ever again. Your Majesty! The two men were shocked to hear the emperor's decree. They couldn't believe the emperor would make such a decision. The old emperor above did not agree with them and cut them off with a wave of his sleeve. It is decided. From now on, I don't want to hear any more rumors about the 7 houses fighting among themselves. All of you, withdraw. At this point, they had no choice but to obey the king's will. They unwillingly bowed and left. After the two had gone, a glint flashed in the emperor's eyes as he said calmly, "People from Yumen Kok have come to Fonglam Than again. It seems they've learned of the 1,000-year-old secret order." But unexpectedly, a hoarse voice came from behind the emperor. "The imperial city is a place of intrigue, with spies from all the major powers everywhere. You should have known this long ago, Your Majesty." Hearing the other person's meaning, the emperor nodded and said with a smile, "It seems it's time to start the plan. The jade will shine." After leaving the courtyard, Shak Pham went straight to Tiem Long Kak. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance. However, seeing the situation at the gate, he paused to observe carefully. A sedan chair was waiting at the gate, but what caught his attention was the cultivation level of the surrounding guards. They were all experts. He suspected they were from one of the 7 houses. Just then, a person stepped out of the sedan chair. It surprised Shak Pham. The man was so fat that he wondered what he ate to get that big. However, Shak Pham didn't care about these people and quickly walked past them into Team Long Kak. He hadn't gone far when the fat man called out to him. Wait, hearing someone call Shak Pham, Pham turned his head to look, puzzled. "Are you looking for me for something?" "Hey, are you from Tiem Long Kak?" the fat man asked hesitantly. "No, I just know some people from Tiem Long Kak. I'm not from here." Hearing this, the fat man was immediately delighted. All he needed was someone who could go inside Tiem Long Kak to deliver a message for him. Their identity didn't matter. He immediately smiled fawningly. "Then, could I trouble you to deliver a message to Lady Long Kwai for me? If she doesn't come out to see me, I'll eat and sleep here for a day without leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, Shak Pham was a little surprised. This fat man was pursuing Long Kwai. He didn't know his status, but with his appearance, the high and mighty Lady Long Kwai would definitely not look at him. Thinking of her disgusted face, Shak Pham smiled, planning to tease her about it later. With a smile on his lips, he gave him an answer. "All right, I'll pass on the message for you." The fat man was overjoyed to hear this. He hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Then I'll have to trouble you, brother." With that, Shak Pham quickly walked inside. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. The man's identity was unclear, so he couldn't afford to offend him. Soon, he found Long Kwai standing in front of a room. "Lady Long Kwai, long time no see. How have you been?" Long Kwai saw him and let out a cold snort. She didn't even glance at him, showing no welcome at all, and mocked him. "I was very well, but now that I see you, I'm not well anymore." Seeing her attitude, Shak Pham didn't mind. She was just a spoiled little girl who didn't know the ways of the world. He wouldn't stoop to her level. Ignoring her taunts, he smiled and said, "Is Brother Ku home? I want to see him." "Not here." Long Kui glared at him and said coldly. Seeing her expression, Shak Pham thought she probably wasn't lying. Long Ku really might not be here. Since the person he needed to see wasn't here, he didn't want to stay any longer. He immediately turned to leave. However, he remembered the fat man at the gate and his request, and had an idea. Looking at the arrogant Long Kwai before him, he wanted to provoke her. With that thought, he gave Long Kwai a strange smile. "Lady Long Kwai, outside, there's a handsome and rich man who asked me to pass a message to you. If you don't meet him, he won't leave. But hey, who is he? Lady Long Kwai?" Long Kwai heard the description of the man and knew who it was. A look of disgust immediately appeared on her face. She didn't care about the mockery in Shak Pham's words and went straight to the main gate. Looking at the fat man in front of her, she spoke with disgust. "You damned fatty, didn't I tell you already? I won't agree to your marriage proposal. You're still loitering here and refuse to leave." At that moment, the waiting fat man heard the voice he had been longing for and ran over happily. "Sister Long Kui, I've been proposing to you since I was 5, and now I'm 20. I've proposed 1,000 times already. Aren't you moved at all?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shak Pham, who had just caught up, came over and patted his shoulder, feigning sympathy, and said to Long Kwai, "Moved. Of course, she's moved. Lady Long Kwai, Look how sincere he is. You won't find anyone better. Just agree. Long Kwai looked at the two of them, one singing, one harmonizing, one with a disgusting appearance, the other with an unbearable personality, and finally couldn't hold back her anger. But suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. A seductive smile appeared on her face. She said to the fat man, "Brother Thong, you've been so good to me since we were young, how could I not know? But my heart already belongs to someone else." The fat man's expression changed when he heard that she already had someone in her heart. A hint of killing intent appeared. "What? Who is it?" On this side, from the moment Long Kwai finished speaking, Chak Pham had a bad feeling. She was going to pin this on him. He wanted to run, but unfortunately, it was too late. Long Kwai and the fat man had already turned their eyes to him. The fat man immediately rushed towards him, shouting angrily, Well, I was wondering why you could come and go from Team Long Kak so freely. So, you're the one in her heart." Chak Pham hurriedly waved his hands. "Brother, you're mistaken." But the fat man wouldn't listen to him. His eyes were red with anger. There are two things a man cannot tolerate in life: the murder of his father and the theft of his wife. And Chak Pham was now becoming the rival who was stealing his wife. If he didn't explain, this would definitely cause trouble later. The fat man looked at himself, then at Chak Pham. He turned angrily to Long Kwai. "Sister Kwai, what's wrong with me? What am I not as good as this kid?" Long Kwai heard this and rolled her eyes in contempt. She mocked him inwardly. Chak Pham was no exception. He almost burst out laughing. He looked at the fat man and said, "Brother, I finally know why you had to propose 1,000 times." He had met many arrogant and conceited people, but this was the first time he had met someone as clueless as this fat man. With his obese figure, no matter how high his status, he would never catch Long Kwai's eye. Long Kwai finally couldn't take it anymore and told him to leave. "Brother Thong, you came to Phong Lam Thon for a reason, didn't you? Otherwise, you couldn't have left the imperial capital so easily. You should do what you need to do. Don't waste your time on useless things." "How can that be? In the future, you will be my lawfully wedded wife. This time, I took this job to visit you." I didn't expect, after speaking, the fat man looked at Chak Pham with a sorrowful expression, pointed straight at him, and said, "Let's duel." Chak Pham was startled by these words. He looked at the fat man. In his heart, he nodded deeply. It was the first time he had seen someone like this. This kid didn't even announce his name and sect in front of him. He somewhat respected him for that. The guard next to him saw his master wanted to duel and tried to stop him. "Young master, your body is precious. How can you fight so casually? If you want to teach him a lesson, let your subordinate do it." Before the guard could finish, the fat man shouted, "Shut up! I want to marry Sister Kwai. This duel is a matter of a man's dignity. If you all step in, where will I put my face? Sister Kwai will look down on me." Hearing this, Long Kwai really wanted to curse him, but considering his face, she could only secretly despise him in her heart. "I've never thought highly of you in the first place." Still a man with some backbone, but for a lady with her eyes higher than her head like Long Kwai, she would never think highly of a fatty like him. Pham silently glanced at him, then nodded. "All right, I accept the duel. Is there anything else? All of your guards are stronger than me. If they make a move, I won't be able to fight back." The fat man became angry when he heard Chak Pham doubting him. His face showed his rage. "I said I'd duel you one-on-one. A gentleman's word is his bond. You don't believe me." Shaking his head slightly, Chak Pham said nonchalantly, "Of course I believe you, but if the master is beaten, won't they come to help? At that point, I'm afraid even your orders won't work." The fat man thought for a moment. He was still angry that Chak Pham doubted him. He quickly turned to his guards. "You all stand there and don't move. Whoever dares to move, I'll kill them immediately." After speaking, he turned back to Chak Pham. "You choose the place. We'll fight one-on-one with no one to interfere." Chak Pham saw him agree and nodded with a slow smile. He was indeed a fool with some spirit. Long Kwai knew Chak Pham's strength and schemes. She frowned and followed behind them, worried. "You really want to fight? Let me tell you, if he gets hurt, Team Long Kak won't be able to protect you." Chak Pham heard her and didn't comment, but he still wanted to say one thing to her. He's actually a good guy. Long Kwai was startled by his words. She didn't understand what he meant. But on the other side, the fat man saw the two walking intimately side by side and couldn't help but get angry. "Kid, You just wait. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. But Chak Pham just laughed loudly. He didn't care much. Compared to an old demonic emperor like him, if he wanted to kill him, this fool would have died countless times. A while later, Chak Pham, Long Kui, and the fat man entered a deserted forest. Long Kui had kindly reminded him, but he didn't listen. Worried, she decided to follow. Along the way, Chak Pham had his blood infant scout the area. Although he said he trusted this fool, being cautious was never a bad thing. Feeling they had gone far enough, the three of them stopped. Chak Pham said to the fat man, "Kid, you're not bad. You didn't even bring a single guard." The fatty pouted arrogantly. He shook his head and said, "I keep my word. Besides, this concerns Sister Kuai's marriage. I have to make you lose convincingly." A strange smile appeared on Chak Pham's lips as he looked at him. "Aren't you afraid I've set up an ambush here?" Hearing this, the fat man was startled and looked around cautiously. However, he shouted loudly, "I came here alone. If you dare to do something so despicable, will Sister Kuai think highly of you? Even if I get beaten up, I'll still be the winner." "Ha ha ha. You're a very straightforward kid. I like it. Then let's decide the winner and loser." Chak Pham laughed loudly. But as soon as his laughter died down, the fat man threw a punch. He attacked him. It was a bit surprising, but he still managed to dodge, retreating a few steps. He looked at the fat man and said, "Kid, you act all righteous, but you resort to a sneak attack. You've changed." He was angry, but the fat man didn't feel he had done anything wrong. He pouted and said, "Didn't you say to start? It doesn't count as a sneak attack." Chak Pham glanced at him after he spoke and secretly admired him. This guy looked foolish on the outside, but he was so cunning on the inside. However, the demonic path's principle was to use any means to achieve one's goal. His attack within the rules of the fight was right up his alley. He liked it very much. Seeing Chak Pham remain silent, the fat man said with a hint of pride, "Stinking brat, are you scared now? With just this little bit of skill, you want to steal my sister Kuai?" At this, Chak Pham, instead of getting angry, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, not bad, you're right." With that, his expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Long Kui and shouted, "Long Kui, why are you taking off your clothes?" The fat man heard Chak Pham's shout. Although he knew he might be tricking him, he couldn't help it. He turned his head back. The result was that he was tricked. Taking advantage of his distraction, he attacked him. He couldn't have tricked him. Caught off guard, he was forced back. Behind them, when Long Kui heard this, she gritted her teeth. Her whole face turned red. She looked at him and cursed him as shameless. Chak Pham smirked in response. "You flatter me. You flatter me." Chak Pham smirked in response. In an instant, the fat man was enraged by Chak Pham's actions. He was angry not only because he had been sneak attacked, but also because he had used Long Kui to trick him. He cursed. "You despicable brat. You dare to insult Sister Kuai. I will definitely teach you a lesson." Seeing his anger, Chak Pham didn't care. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I was just exaggerating a little." "You shook your head at my words, but what were you thinking in your head at that moment? Weren't you also insulting your great lady Long?" The fat man was stunned by Chak Pham's words. He was right. Although he had been disrespectful to Long Kui just now, for a moment, he too had had improper thoughts. If Chak Pham had insulted Long Kui, then he was no exception. The only difference was that Chak Pham used words, and he used his thoughts. He thought. The two of them were the same. Neither had the right to blame the other. With that thought, the fat man said to Chak Pham, "Kid, I won't pursue what happened just now. Now I'm going to get serious." With that, the fat man immediately channeled his origin energy and attacked Chak Pham, unleashing the high-grade martial skill, Mountain Shaking Fist. "Kid, if you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way. But if you run, it means you admit defeat. If this punch lands, you'll definitely die if you can't block it." However, his opponent was Chak Pham, the man who could kill two great heaven-profound experts. In his eyes, he was just trash. Even as the fierce momentum rushed towards him, Chak Pham wasn't. But at this moment, the fat man saw Chak Pham standing still, not moving. He broke into a sweat and angrily cursed, "You stinking brat! You want to die? I'm at the 7th level of the Chi Condensation Realm, and I have a high-grade martial skill. What's so great about a 5th level Chi Condensation cultivator using a mid-grade martial skill? If you don't want to die, move. He thought that with his 7th level chi condensation strength, he definitely wouldn't lose to Chak Fam's 5th level strength. He was that confident. But unfortunately for him, his opponent was Chak Fam, who was perfectly capable of winning battles against those of a higher level. 2 levels were as easy as flipping his hand for him. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The fat man was sent flying, the origin energy surrounding him completely shattered. As he got up, his face was full of shock. How can this be? I'm clearly stronger than you. Why was I so easily sent flying? Long Kwai, who was standing nearby, wasn't too surprised to see this scene. The fat man's defeat was within her expectations. To be honest, she really hated Chak Fam for the many times she had suffered at his hands, but putting aside these conflicts, he was a capable person. He was the first person on the continent to use Chi Condensation Realm strength to kill 2 Heaven Profound experts. The fat man was only 2 levels above him, so he was definitely not his opponent. Chak Fam slowly walked towards the fat man, extending a hand to help him up, and smiled at him. Fatty, you held back just now, didn't you? I know you didn't use your full strength. The fat man was surprised to hear him say that. However, he was a man with pride and wouldn't make excuses for himself. Although he had indeed softened his blow before attacking, a loss was a loss. He waved his hand and said, "A loss is a loss." A 7th level chi condensation fighting a 5th level and still losing even with full power is still a loss. Chak Fam's expression turned serious when he heard him. In your eyes, it may be a fair fight, but in my eyes, it's kindness. The fatty heard him, stared at him for a moment, and was silent. His inner thoughts had been completely seen through by the person in front of him. Shaking his head, he reached out his hand to Chak Fam, pulling himself up. He sighed and said, "No wonder Sister Kwai has her eyes on you. Sister Kwai has good taste. This kid will definitely be a great figure in the future." With that, he acted as if he was bringing the 2 of them together and turned to leave. But at that moment, a wave of origin energy suddenly shot through the air towards the fatty. Sensing the danger, Chak Fam. Bak Fam immediately pulled the fatty towards him, dodging the recent attack. The fatty was stunned for a moment, then gratefully said to Chak Fam, "Brother, thank you for saving my life. I never thought my rival would save me." Chak Fam didn't mind his words, pulling Long Kui and him behind him, protecting them. Just then, a group of masked men in black appeared, their bodies emitting auras that surprised Chak Fam. They were all bone-tempering realm experts. Long Kui frowned when she saw the newcomers. She looked seriously at Chak Fam. What do we do now? At this moment, she knew clearly. In the current situation, they could only rely on Chak Fam. This place was too far from Team Long Kak for immediate rescue. The fatty's guards weren't here either. This group of black-clothed men were all bone-tempering realm experts. The 3 of them, all in the chi condensation realm, wouldn't last long. But at this moment, the fatty stepped forward. He looked at the men in black. "You're looking for me. It has nothing to do with them. Let them go." The masked man in front saw him step forward and laughed strangely. Truly a member of the royal family with a kingly demeanor. Unfortunately, we won't let anyone survive. Hearing his words, the fatty immediately became worried. He didn't want to involve Long Kwai and Chak Fam because of him. Suddenly, Chak Fam took a step forward. He pushed the fatty behind him and said with a serious face, "This fatty is under my protection. If you want to take his life, you'll have to go through me." Wipe them all out. As soon as he finished, the group of black-clothed men immediately laughed in contempt. "A mere chi condensation realm cultivator like you wants to step up?" The person next to the leader spoke up. "Since we have to kill them all anyway, let's start with this kid." Another person disagreed, saying, "Or we could kill the mission target first. The mission is more important." It's rare that we have this opportunity. Seeing them arguing about who to start with, Chak Fam didn't mind, but the fatty was really afraid of involving them. So, while the masked men weren't paying attention, he approached Chak Fam and whispered, "Brother, they're looking for me. Later, I'll lead them away. You take Sister Kwai and run back to Tiem Long Kak." Chak Fam couldn't help but admire him when he heard this, but he still mercilessly told him the truth. "With your speed, you won't even run 10 meters before you're killed. How are you going to lead them away?" The fatty didn't mind Chak Fam's taunt and hurriedly shouted, "Then what should we do?" Without rushing to answer the fatty, Chak Fam looked at the masked men with a strange smile. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Chak Pham moved. In an instant, he was in front of the leader. An object appeared in his hand from nowhere. It was the hidden moon wheel he had obtained from Elder Van of Yu Mincock. The leader in black saw him attack and the object in his hand, and immediately knew what it was, exclaiming in horror, "Demonic treasure! But, let's go." He didn't have time to dodge and was hit by a red light that entered his body. A silver light flashed. He fell in an instant. Chak Pham stood in a pool of blood, looking at the fallen man without a care. His eyes gradually darkened. But on the other side, the fatty was shocked to see him succeed. He stared at him blankly. He now realized how formidable the person he had just fought was. He had been merciful by just sending him flying. The masked men on the other side were no exception. They stared in shock at the scene before them. Who would have thought that a chi condensation realm cultivator facing a group of bone-tempering realm experts would dare to attack first and succeed? At this moment, their gazes towards Chak Pham were no longer filled with contempt, but only fear. Suddenly, someone shouted a name. "Kill this kid!" They all knew that among the three people before them, the most dangerous was the Chi Condensation Realm kid with the third-grade demonic treasure. If they could take care of him, the mission would be a breeze. The masked men attacked Chak Pham in unison. Seeing the group approaching, Chak Pham wasn't flustered. He smirked wickedly. Just what I wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. A silver light flashed in his hand. He charged towards the approaching group. With the treasure in his hand, combined with Chak Pham's speed and strength, one by one, the masked men fell. Blood flowed like a river. Seeing this, the group immediately retreated in horror. If they had thought his previous success in attacking their leader was a sneak attack, then now, facing him head-on, he still created such a terrifying scene. It was truly horrifying. Chak Pham watched the group being pushed back relentlessly, his wicked eyes turning red. "You dare to cause trouble on my turf? Then none of you will leave here alive." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but tremble and unconsciously retreat. They looked at the person in front of them in fear. Since when had they, the hunters, become the prey in his hands? One of the masked men spoke up. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Charge. He's just a little chi condensation realm brat. He's only relying on a third-grade demonic treasure. If we surround him, he won't be able to escape." Charging again, the masked men attacked Chak Pham with killing intent. But the treasure in his hands was exceptionally dangerous. He used it with such proficiency that person after person fell into a pool of blood. The fatty standing nearby was secretly horrified. At this moment, seeing Chak Pham's aura, he couldn't help but be reminded of the pressure from his imperial father. He thought Chak Pham was even stronger. It seemed that anyone who opposed him would be hunted down and killed, with no one able to survive. Unlike the fatty, Long Kwai was also shocked. This was the first time she had truly seen Chak Pham in action. Now she understood how terrifying he was. With such a majestic aura, no young master of the Seven Houses could truly compare. And at this moment in the battle, which could now be considered Chak Pham's massacre, he was still fighting arrogantly. His majestic figure exuded the aura of a strong expert. The hidden moon wheel in his hand flashed with silver light again and again, each flash taking the life of a masked man before him. Just like that, they fell one by one, their blood staining the ground red. A moment later, when only one masked man remained, Chak Pham stopped and retracted his aura, asking, "Who sent you here?" The surviving masked man, seeing him ask, replied, trembling in fear, It was... But just then, a flute sound was heard. The man's eyes widened, and he immediately fell, dead with his eyes open. Seeing this, Chak Pham immediately became vigilant, looking around. He took a deep breath, killing with a thought, a powerful expert. If such an expert attacked, even with his blood infant and the hidden moon wheel, he would be no match for him. Just as everyone was surprised, a sound came from behind. A figure in white appeared, holding a flute. He was the one who had killed the masked man with a thought just now. The fatty was overjoyed when he saw the person. "Teacher, why are you here?" Chak Pham silently observed the newcomer. The person had a long, white robe, a sharp face, and a jade flute as a weapon. A faint smile had been on his lips since he appeared. After a moment of thought, he finally recognized this person. He was one of the 5 guardian dragon god guards of the imperial family. hailed as the #1 sword god of Thien Vu, Jade Flute sword god Phuong Thu Bach. Chak Pham had previously heard Long Ku mention the current powers of the Seven Houses and the Imperial family, as well as the Guardian Dragon God Guards who protected the Imperial family and reduced the influence of the Seven Houses. Indeed, with such a powerful expert guarding it, it was no surprise that the Imperial family could suppress the Seven Houses. As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh rang out. At the same time, Long Ku also appeared from behind a tree. "See, I wasn't wrong, was I? This kid has a sharp eye. I only mentioned it once, and he recognized you immediately." Long Kui was overjoyed to see Long Ku appear and ran to him, calling out, "Ninth uncle! When did you and Senior Phuong arrive? Why didn't you come sooner?" Long Ku chuckled at Long Kui's question. "Ha ha ha, we arrived when Brother Chak and the third prince were dueling. You're quite something, Brother Chak, facing more than a dozen bone-tempering realm experts without changing your expression, charging in alone. Even when I was young, I didn't have your courage. I'm impressed, truly impressed." The fatty was also puzzled. "Teacher and senior arrived, so why didn't you come out?" "I was fine, but Sister Kwai was also there." Phuong Thu Bach nodded in agreement with Long Ku's words. Long Ku was right. He was not only intelligent, but also powerful and courageous. Who would have the confidence to face more than 10 bone-tempering realm experts with only chi condensation realm strength and not retreat? Moreover, he successfully wiped them all out. Thinking this, he looked at Chak Pham and said, "If I had intervened from the beginning, wouldn't I have missed a good show? Besides, I wouldn't have been able to witness the skills of this talented young man." Hearing Phuong Thu Bach's praise, Chak Pham wasn't too pleased and bowed slightly. "Senior, you praise me too much. But why did you kill that person? Could it be—" As soon as he finished, Phuong Thu Bach shot a sharp look at him. His face darkened, a hint of warning in his tone. "Young man, you are very smart, but with your current strength, being smart isn't necessarily a good thing." Hearing his words, Chak Pham understood the warning in his tone. He was warning him. The power struggles of the Imperial family were not something he could interfere with now. Killing that person was also a way of protecting him. He hurriedly nodded in understanding. He said to Phuong Thu Bach, "Junior understands. I will forget what happened today." As soon as he finished speaking, Phuong Thu Bach knew he understood his meaning. He was indeed, as Long Ku had described, a man of few words but great understanding, who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Truly very smart. He looked at Chak Pham and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that besides the Seven Houses, there would be someone as formidable as you in the secular world. If you didn't belong to the demonic path, you would be a good match for me. I would definitely take you back and teach you for 2 years. Your future would be limitless." His words came as a shock to the fatty and Long Kwai. Everyone in the Seven Houses knew that Phuong Thu Bach had a bad temper and looked down on everyone. He didn't even give the emperor face. He had previously taught the fatty a few moves only because the fatty had kowtowed to him for 3 consecutive years. He had agreed then but refused to take him as a disciple. That's why the fatty called him teacher and not master. But now, Chak Pham had only met him once, and he already wanted to take him as a disciple. If not for their different cultivation methods, perhaps Chak Pham would have become the first disciple of the sword god. Just like that, the people of the Seven Houses would have to make way for him when they saw him. This was truly an enviable opportunity. However, Chak Pham shook his head helplessly at this. He laughed. With his previous cultivation as a demonic emperor, the only person he could accept as a master would have to be at least an emperor-level expert. So, these mortals, he really didn't care about them. Phuong Thu Bach looked at Chak Pham again, a little reluctant to leave with the fatty. "Long Ku, third prince, I still have official business. I'll take him with me first." After speaking, he and the fatty quickly disappeared. So fast, as expected of a divine illumination realm expert. Chak Pham took a deep breath and exclaimed. He was truly determined in his heart. He had to quickly cultivate to the divine illumination realm, so that he could walk freely on the continent as he once did. At this moment, Long Ku walked up to Chak Pham with a serious expression and said, "Brother Chak, come with me to Team Long Kak. I have something to give you." Hearing this, the corners of Chak Pham's mouth lifted slightly. He seemed to know what it was and nodded slightly, following Long Ku. A moment later, they had entered Tiam Long Kak. Long Ku immediately sent Long Kuai out. Even though she was unwilling, she had to obey. After she left, Long Ku took out a piece of animal hide from his clothes and gave it to Chak Pham. He took it and opened it. The two words Alliance Oath appeared before his eyes. After reading the contents, Chak Pham put it away, a satisfied smile on his face. As expected, it was all within his calculations. What he wanted was for Tiem Longkak to form an alliance with the Lac family, to become their backer and help the Lac family unconditionally. With this, no one would dare to touch the Lac family. In this way, his inner demon could be resolved, and he could focus on developing his own power. Long Ku was surprised by the expression on Chak Pham's face and asked, "I have a feeling you already knew about this." Chak Pham glanced at Long Ku and smiled mysteriously. His plan from the beginning was to obtain this alliance oath. Every step had a purpose. From the first day he came to Tiem Longkak to all the subsequent events, he had planned it all himself, step by step. What he wanted was to make the Lac family an ally of Tiem Longkak. A moment later, Chak Pham, holding the alliance oath, said to Long Ku, "I'll take this back for the young lady to sign." Seeing him about to leave, Long Ku quickly stopped him. "Wait, sign it here. Sign it now. Our clan master's intention is that this alliance agreement is not to be signed by the Lac family, but by Chak Pham. Chak Pham is the ally of Tiem Longkak. This is the clan master's original words." Hearing this, Chak Pham was surprised. However, their clan master was indeed insightful. He smiled. "Your clan master is truly a hero." Late at night, Chak Pham returned to the Lac family's courtyard. As soon as he entered, he met Commander Bang. He opened his mouth and asked, "Old Bang, where's the girl? I need to talk to her." When Commander Bang heard he was looking for Lac Van Thuong, his expression froze. He said helplessly, "I'll take you to her." Chak Pham was a little stunned by Commander Bang's reaction. He followed silently. In a moment, the two arrived at the kitchen door. He looked at Commander Bang with confusion, only to see him point inside. He walked over with suspicion. At this moment, the kitchen was a mess, with things scattered everywhere. Lac Van Thuong had fallen asleep in the kitchen. Commander Bang sighed when he saw her. "The young lady has been here from morning till night, even asking the kitchen staff for advice. She's exhausted now. I know you're a capable person, Steward Chak, so you don't care much for the young lady and young master. But the young lady has been practicing hard in the kitchen for a month just so you could have a good meal when you came out of seclusion, only to be met with your harsh words. Any girl would be heartbroken." Chak Pham didn't listen to him and went straight to Lac Van Thuong. Looking at the blackened food on the stove, he couldn't help but shake his head. She really has no talent. But while his mouth said that, his hand still picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Commander Bang disagreed with him and came over, picking up a piece of food and putting it in his mouth. "Even if she's not a skilled cook, you should still give her some face, right? Like me, I just swallow it. It's not that hard." But as soon as he swallowed a piece, he spat it out and said apologetically, "Steward Chak, maybe we should forget it. It's really hard to eat. I was wrong to blame you." But Chak Pham didn't care, and continued to put piece after piece into his mouth and swallow. Seeing this, Commander Bang's face immediately turned ugly. "Don't eat any more, Steward Chak. What I ate just now was really hard to eat." A smile appeared on the corner of Chak Pham's mouth as he ate every last piece of the food Lac Van Thuong had made. "It's nothing. I'm just hungry." The next morning, warm rays of sunlight shone into the quiet kitchen. Lac Van Thuong's eyelids fluttered open. She looked around and realized she had slept in the kitchen last night. She smiled bitterly. She looked at the stove with a hint of grievance, wanting to find the food she had made yesterday, but it was gone. She then noticed a piece of clothing on her. She slowly looked down and saw Chak Pham sleeping peacefully below. She covered her mouth in surprise. Last night, she had actually slept in the same place with him. She couldn't help but feel a little shy. She unconsciously moved closer to him, her face turning redder and redder with embarrassment. "Miss Steward Chak." Just then, Commander Bang's voice suddenly rang out, startling Lac Van Thuong. She quickly leaned against Chak Pham and pretended to be asleep. Just then, Chak Pham also woke up from his dream. Hearing Commander Bang's call, he opened his mouth. "Old Bang, what's the hurry?" As Commander Bang stepped into the kitchen, his eyes fell upon his young lady leaning against Chak Pham's shoulder, sleeping peacefully. He noticed her face was slightly red and looked a bit unusual. He asked, "Brother Chak? Miss? Hearing this, Chak Pham immediately turned to look at Lak Van Thuong. Seeing her face flushed red and her body trembling, he couldn't help but press his forehead against hers. The heat radiating from her body surprised him a little. Last night, he had intended to carry her back to her room, but he was afraid of waking her, so he decided to sleep here for the night. He didn't expect her to fall ill after just one night. Old Bang, whatever it is, let's talk about it later. I'm taking the young lady back to her room to rest. With that, Chak Pham picked up Lak Van Thuong and went straight to her room. But Commander Bang hurriedly stopped him. No, Brother Chak. Someone wants to invite the young lady to the mansion. We absolutely cannot offend them. Seeing that he wanted to stop him from leaving, and looking at Lak Van Thuong's condition, he said angrily, Who can't we offend? Even if it's an invitation from Team Longkak, we're not going. Don't you see your young lady is unconscious? How can she go? At most, I'll go see him later. Commander Bang saw his anger, but the person who had come was also someone they couldn't afford to offend. He said anxiously, Brother Chak! Steward Chak! This person said the young lady must show her face. He brought the Imperial Golden Token. Chak Pham was startled. The Imperial Golden Token? People with the Imperial Golden Token are all Imperial Guards. Even the head of the 7 houses would have to come if summoned, otherwise it would be a crime of defying an Imperial edict. The lightest punishment is death, the heaviest is the execution of 9 generations of the family. However, he knew, thinking about what happened last night, he wouldn't dare to do anything to us. He narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said coldly, Old Bang, you tell him the young lady is not well. Tell him to come back tomorrow. Hearing this, Commander Bang was shocked and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The other party had come on the Emperor's orders. To turn them away like this, I'm afraid, but seeing him hesitate, he was certain that the visitor was one of the fatty's men. He definitely wouldn't kill innocent people. Knowing Commander Bang's thoughts, Chak Pham shouted again, Just do as I say, hurry up! Suddenly, Lak Van Thuong cried out and broke free from Chak Pham's arms. She said seriously, Wait, Commander Bang, tell that person to wait a moment. I'll be ready to go soon. Commander Bang obeyed, and with a whoosh, he felt a wave of relief. If Lak Van Thuong hadn't woken up in time, he was afraid that with Chak Pham's personality, he would have definitely offended that person, and they would have been powerless to resist. Chak Pham glanced at Lak Van Thuong, thinking deeply. She had been unconscious just a moment ago, but now she was suddenly awake and alert. He couldn't help but find it strange. Chak Pham once again understood that he couldn't comprehend women's temperaments. Lak Van Thuong glared at him and said, Steward Chak, don't be so emotional. We can't afford to offend the people of the imperial family. With that, she hurriedly disappeared, leaving Chak Pham standing there, surprised. Shaking his head helplessly, he went straight to the reception room. Upon entering, Chak Pham saw the person who had come to invite them. He was dressed as a servant, but his strength was at the peak of the chi condensation realm. As expected, he was one of the fatty's men. The person saw Chak Pham approach. He stood up and cupped his fists, his face arrogant and his eyes showing clear contempt. Whether intentionally or not, he revealed the Imperial Golden Token in his hand and said, You must be the chief steward. My master invites you and Miss Lak to the mansion for some business. Chak Pham saw his attitude and couldn't help but snort coldly. A mere servant dared to be arrogant in front of him. In his prime, he had roamed freely. This man probably wasn't even born then. Without even glancing at the man, Chak Pham walked straight to the main seat, crossed his legs, and said, The fatty isn't hurt, is he? Just as the man was about to get angry, he heard these words and his eyes widened in surprise. This person dared to call his master fatty, thinking that he had a relationship with his master. In an instant, the contempt in the man's heart disappeared. He fawningly said, My master returned last night and didn't mention any injuries. Chak Pham looked at him with respect. In his heart, he laughed coldly. Really? He was probably too embarrassed to say it. I hit him 30 times yesterday and kicked him more than 10 times. It would be strange if he wasn't hurt. Am I right? That kid is just putting on a show because he's afraid of you all laughing at him. Ha ha ha. Oh, right. That old man Phuong Thu Bach is still angry, isn't he? Hearing this, the man finally believed that the person in front of him really did know his master. Phuong Thu Bach had brought the fatty back yesterday, so he knew Phuong Thu Bach was there. But this person also knew. He stammered in reply. I don't think so. That's good then. Yesterday, Old man Fuang wanted to take me as his disciple, didn't he? If I hadn't been so unyielding, he would have taken me away. Now that you say that, I'm relieved. Chak Pham pretended to sigh. Luckily, he said. The man's legs trembled when he heard this news, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand. The person in front of him not only knew his master but was also being considered as a disciple by Phuong Thu Bach. No matter who he was, with this status alone, he couldn't afford to offend him even if he had 10 lives. Seeing the man's terrified expression, Chak Pham was pleased. He had a satisfied look on his face. Daring to be arrogant in front of him, this person wasn't qualified yet. Outside Phang Lam Thon, in a remote mountain forest, there was a secluded courtyard. It wasn't very large, but it exuded a quiet and elegant atmosphere. Outside, the guards were all bone-tempering realm experts. The man brought Chak Pham's group of 4, the 2 siblings and Commander Bang, to this place, bowed, and said, "Steward Chak, Miss Lack, please come in." Soon, everyone arrived at a small courtyard. From a distance, they saw members of the Tai family and the Loi family sitting with the fatty. Chak Pham immediately understood why they had been summoned today. He quickly took a step back, pushing Lac Van Hai and Lac Van Thuong forward. He touched his nose and said, "This is a meeting of the 3 families. You're in charge." Lac Van Hai looked at him, not understanding. But Lac Van Thuong, although she usually didn't pay attention, understood his words. After the recent events, everyone in Phang Lam Thon knew that the person in charge of Lak Sa now was Steward Chak Pham. Therefore, the imperial family would also consider Chak Pham to be the true master of Lak Sa. He wanted the Lac family to become famous, and for everyone to know that the master of the Lac family was still a Lac. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be moved and sincerely thanked him. The man led the 3 to the front of the courtyard. He bowed respectfully and gestured for them to enter. His attitude was as respectful as if he were addressing his own master. But seeing this, the fatty and the others were stunned. The imperial guards had always been arrogant, looking down on everyone except the royal family, even towards the 7 houses. Their attitude was arrogant, but today, this respectful attitude towards the Lac family, what was going on? Everyone was puzzled. This kind of treatment was something that no one in Phang Lam Thon didn't admire. While everyone was assessing the situation, the 4 of them had already stepped into the courtyard. Lac Van Thuong looked at the fatty and slowly bowed her head in greeting. The commoner Lac Van Thuong greets the 3rd prince. Chak Pham, who was beside her, helped her up, his face as calm as ever. The fatty looked at her and Chak Pham, not sure if it was right or not. He casually waved his hand and invited them to sit. Lac Van Thuong and Lac Van Hai, as well as their opposite, sat down at the same time. Commander Bang and Chak Pham stepped back. The fatty nodded in approval at his actions. He had both strength and merit, but he wasn't arrogant and remained loyal to his master. Phuong Thu Bach, on this side, also nodded in admiration. The 3 families were all present. Remembering the purpose of his visit to Phang Lam Thon, he took a breath and spoke. "Today, I, the prince, have invited the 3 masters here on my father's orders to fulfill the 1,000-year-old destiny of our 3 families. When you all took over as family heads, you were all given one instruction, not to be hostile to the other 2 families and to support each other. At the same time, the 3 families were not to leave Phang Lam Thon until the radiant pearl emits its light." Haha, actually, all of this was an agreement between the founding imperial family and the 3 family heads from 1,000 years ago, called the Radiant Pearl Decree. The Lac, Tai, and Loi families, along with the 7 houses, were all founding meritorious officials. As soon as the fatty finished speaking, Tai Vin and Loi Van Thien glanced at each other, then looked at the fatty. Lac Van Thuong looked at Lac Van Hai and saw her younger brother nod. A look of suspicion appeared in her eyes upon receiving this shocking news. She was stunned for a moment, looking at the fatty in disbelief. They never would have thought that their 3 families could stand on the same level as the 7 houses. Yet now, they were reduced to being just a small family, facing the doubts of everyone. A hint of guilt appeared on the fatty's face as he continued, "I'm sorry, the Vu Van family owes you all. Back then, when the Thien Vu nation was just established, its foundation was unstable, and the common people were in chaos. Therefore, the founding emperor sent 7 founding meritorious officials to various places among the common people to quell the chaos, giving them enough authority even on par with the royal family. That is, the 7 noble houses under the crown. But who would have thought that 20 years later, the power of the 7 houses grew strong, and conflicts of interest arose, leading to war. At that time, the royal family couldn't control them and had to cut back their power. In the end, they knew they wouldn't gain any benefits, so they stopped fighting. But after that great war, which caused immense suffering and weakened the nation's strength, they were even in danger of losing the country. But what does this have to do with our 3 families? Chak Pham, who was standing beside them, frowned and asked. Upon Chak Pham's question, the fatty looked at everyone and answered their doubts. To be honest with you all, the 3 families were the founding elders of the dynasty. If they were still in the court now, they would surely be on par with the 4 pillars. The 4 pillars. As soon as he finished, everyone was immediately shocked. The 4 pillars are the cornerstones of the Thinvu Empire, holding power over the military, economy, politics, and the nation's lifeline. There are even rumors that the true strength of the 4 pillars is even greater, making the imperial family feel uneasy. The imperial family, the 4 pillars, and the 7 houses form the strongest strategic alliance in the empire, but they also maintain a balanced relationship. If just one side loses its balance, the Thinvu Empire will immediately collapse. It was unexpected that the ancestors of Laksa could become one of the 4 pillars of the empire, but now Laksa is no more. Seeing the shock in everyone's eyes, the fatty continued. The Radiant Pearl secret decree was made when the founding emperor was angry about the war between the 7 houses. So he made an agreement with the ancestors of the 7 clans, using the excuse to banish the 3 families to Fonglam Tai. They became ordinary families until the War of the 7 Houses broke out. Then, they continued to bring other major families into the 7 houses to ensure a balance of power and reduce the suffering of the people. Hearing this, Lac Van Thuong thought of the current situation and sighed. But even now, with an 8th house, it's still not enough to stop the 7 houses. Before the fatty could speak, Chak Pham, who was standing beside him, laughed and said, "It's not about stopping them, but about balancing them. Wars always happen when one side has an advantage, like a war of 1,000 people with 800 casualties. Unless it's a life-or-death feud, it won't happen. Therefore, sometimes, conflicts between 2 major powers are easier to resolve. After all, no one wants to suffer a mutual loss." Lac Van Thuong nodded in understanding after hearing him. The fatty. He immediately looked at him with admiration. Steward Chak is truly a genius. No wonder the Lac family is reviving under your leadership. However, Chak Pham didn't pay attention to his words. He went straight to the point. "Third Prince, we now know the connection between our 3 families. Now, I just want to know one thing. How will you help us safely become the 8th noble house? Of course, it's not difficult for a family to rise with the support of the imperial family. The difficulty lies in rising without being discovered. The 7 houses will certainly not stand by and watch us gradually take a seat among them." As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty looked at him in surprise. He's truly intelligent. He had only spoken about the external issues, but he had already grasped the core of the matter. The fatty sighed and said with admiration, as expected of Chak, "The steward asks the right questions." Chak Pham's words immediately shocked everyone. However, he was not wrong. How could the 7 houses watch a small family grow stronger, even possibly surpassing them? Therefore, their only option was to destroy them before they could rise. The strong are always like that. No power wants another power to emerge, to share the delicious cake of power with them. Tai Vin, on the other hand, regretted it after hearing Chak Pham speak. He was truly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, but he had offended him. If not, he could have pulled him to his side. At this moment, the fatty spoke up. This point was already arranged in the initial secret order. The foundation of a family is its experts. To ensure a family's prosperity, like Tiem Longkak with its 9 powerful elders, or Yu Minkok with its 12 elders, the 7 houses all have their own powerful strategies. And each new family has their own secret weapons. Initially, to deceive the 7 houses, the founding emperor confiscated the assets of your 3 families. That's why you now have no decent weapons or techniques. However, it's precisely because of this that the 7 houses gave up monitoring you 100 years ago, and they didn't expect you to have a profound grade martial art. As long as you have this martial art, you can cultivate your own experts. Even the 7 houses only have 1 or 2 sets of profound grade martial arts. Hearing this, All three families showed surprise. They actually had profound-grade martial skills in their possession? How could that be? If they really had them, they would have discovered them without needing to be told. In contrast to them, Chak Pham was deep in thought. After a long while, he nodded, as if he had understood the problem. The fatty revealed a mysterious smile. A jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand. This is a mortal-grade fusion secret art. It has no value on its own, but when combined with your family's ancestral spirit-grade martial arts, it can merge the martial arts of the three families into one, becoming an ultimate martial art. In other words, the Lak family's returning dragon palm, the Tai family's wind-severing kick, and the Loi family's thunderclap finger were originally one martial art. It's just that the Imperial family holds the key to merging them. Chak Pham smiled and nodded, saying calmly. The fatty once again marveled at his intelligence, nodding in praise. Steward Chak is indeed smart. I didn't expect Brother Chak to have figured this out. If my father hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known either. With that, the fatty turned to the three family heads and continued. The three family heads, now take out your ancestral martial arts. However, at this moment, Loi Tranthin spoke up. Third Prince, 1 Loi, failed to protect my ancestors' martial art. It was stolen by someone else. I have failed the Emperor's command. Your Highness, please punish me. Just then, Tai Vin also spoke up. Your Highness, actually, the same thing happened to me. I lost it. With that, the fatty immediately shouted in surprise, What? You lost it? The fatty was furious when he heard them. What kind of family heads are you? You can't even protect your own family's martial arts. Have you forgotten your ancestors' teachings? Tai Vin and Loi Tranthin immediately knelt in fear. Your Highness, please forgive us. The fatty sighed and scratched his head, not knowing what to do now. At this moment, Tai Vin carefully said, Your Highness, couldn't the Imperial family just give us another set? Hearing his words, the fatty's anger flared up again. He said rudely, You're dreaming. Do you think profound-grade martial arts are vegetables at the market that you can have as many as you want? Even the Imperial Treasury doesn't have more than 3 or 4 types, and they're all registered. They can't be taken out casually without attracting attention. What good would it do for your 3 families to rise up? Are you a pig? Do you want to die? With that, he paced back and forth anxiously, saying, What should we do? The family martial art is gone. How can we merge them now? The Radiant Pearl Secret Order is ruined. But at this moment, Chak Pham smirked. Then, 2 jade slips appeared in his hand. He said profoundly, I've recovered the martial arts of those 2 families. The 3 of them were startled, their eyes fixed on Chak Pham. Only Tai Vin looked at him in shock. He knew clearly that he had given the Tai family's martial art to Elder Gyan of Yumin Kok. How did it end up in his hands? The fatty was overjoyed. He walked up to Chak Pham and gave him a hug. Ha ha, Steward Chak, you're amazing. As expected of the person, the 9th elder of Team Long Kak values. Without you, I couldn't have completed the mission my father gave me. I owe you a favor, Your Highness. Chak Pham smiled faintly and didn't comment. He shook his head. I did it for the Lak family, ignoring his words. The fatty got to the important matter. Now that we have the martial arts, the next step is for the 3 families to merge. At that time, the founding emperor established the Radiant Pearl Secret Decree. When the secret decree is opened, 2 families will merge into the strongest family. The profound-grade martial art will be managed by the family head. Therefore, you all. Before he could finish, Tai Vin immediately spoke up. Your Highness, the Lak family's power is weak now, with only 4 members. The Loi family is also not as strong as before. Only the Tai family is prosperous. Therefore, I don't mind taking charge of the great family and assisting the royal family. With that, he reached out to take the martial arts that had been passed down and place them on the table. But just then, a hand stopped him. Loi Tranthin said, Tai Vin, with only your bone-tempering realm strength, you want to be the family head? Ha ha ha. So what if you're strong? You're just a mountain bandit. How can you set foot in the Great Hall? If your Loi family becomes the new head, I'm afraid you'll become a laughingstock for the 7 houses. How can you be ranked among the 7 houses in the future? Tai Vin laughed mockingly after hearing Loi Tranthin's words. In a moment, Loi Tranthin and Tai Vin were fighting for the position of family head. Chak Pham sneered contemptuously from the side. These two families were ultimately fighting over immediate benefits, not thinking that becoming the eighth house was only the first step. The storms ahead would certainly not be few. How shallow. The fatty and Phuong Thu Bach watched them argue quietly, with the same disdainful expression. They had been a small family for so long that they had no charisma at all, only greed for power. Lac Van Thuong was furious with the two of them. The Lac family was in decline, but she couldn't stand the two of them pushing the Lac family aside. It was clear they didn't take the Lac family seriously. It was too insulting. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. The argument stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the source of the sound. They only saw a child's head trying to stand up on the table, his face full of seriousness. "What are you arguing about? The three families will become one, and only one family is qualified to be the head. That is the Lac family." Lac Van Hai spoke with great authority, shocking everyone. Tai Hyo Din, standing next to Tai Vin, looked at the unremarkable kid and sneered. "What does this brat understand? Among the three families, your Lac family is the weakest. How are you qualified to be the head?" Lac Van Hai heard this and laughed coldly, a wicked smile on his face. Seeing this, everyone was startled. They were all too familiar with this arrogant expression, but they didn't recognize who it was. But when they looked at Chak Pham, they understood. This kid had learned from Chak Pham's arrogance. Chak Pham, standing beside him, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He looked like he was enjoying the show, watching Lac Van Hai. At this moment, Lac Van Hai continued to speak. "Our Lac family has no people, no money, and no pills right now. There are only 4 of us relying on each other, but we are the strongest of the 3 families. Steward Chak." With that, this kid turned to look at Chak Pham with an expression of respect. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at him with serious faces. This kid wasn't wrong. The Lac family was in decline. The only thing they could compare with the Thai and Loy families was that Chak Pham, as long as they had him, the Lac family's future was limitless. In the future, it was only a matter of time. But Tai Vin immediately spoke with contempt. "A mere steward and servant. How can we let him support the guards and assets of the Thai family? The merging of the 3 families is a matter for adults. You don't." Before he could finish, Chak Pham had taken out the alliance oath and slammed it on the table. If he didn't want to see the disappointment on Lac Van Hai's face when he relied on him, he wouldn't have taken it out so early. Chak Pham glanced coldly at everyone and said, "The alliance oath between the Lac family and TM Longkak." His words immediately shocked everyone. TM Longkak had actually signed an equal treaty with the Lac family. With this treaty, if the 7 houses wanted to touch the Lac family, they would have to be wary of Team Longkak. This news was truly shocking. Phuong Thu Bach, who had been sitting quietly behind the fatty, also spoke up with a serious expression. "Kid, how did you do it?" "Heroes respect heroes." Chak Pham nodded at Phuong Thu Bach. Then he looked at the 2 families, Tai and Loy, and said, "Let me tell you, even without the Radiant Pearl secret decree, with the 3 families merged as one, as long as Chak Pham is here, it's only a matter of time before the Lac family joins the ranks of the 7 houses. You all are of no help to the Lac family, just a hindrance." Still reeling from the shock of the alliance agreement, the Tai and Loy families remained silent, unable to offer any opinion. Seeing this, Lac Van Thuong held her head high with pride. The weight of Chak Pham in her heart had grown even more. Lac Van Hai, on the other hand, looked at him with admiration, his respect for him growing even stronger at this moment. He must have been able to move the clan master of Tiem Longkak to achieve this great opportunity. Once again, he turned to Chak Pham and said, "Steward Chak, staying in a secular family is a waste of your talents. Why don't you come and help me?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Even the imperial family wanted to recruit him. How formidable could he be that all the major powers wanted him? Lac Van Thuong was nervous and afraid. She was afraid he would be poached by the 3rd prince, then her Lac family. Her feelings would be for nothing. But fortunately, unlike everyone else, Chak Pham paid no attention to this recruitment offer. Even if it wasn't for his inner demon, he wouldn't become a stepping stone for others. He had greater ambitions. He wanted to control his own power. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "3rd Prince, you praise me too much. By staying with the Lac family, am I not also contributing to the imperial family?" The prince didn't think he would refuse, but he also smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, if you're not willing, then forget it. It's decided." From now on, Laksa will be in charge. The Tai and Loi families must assist Laksa in completing the Radiant Pearl's secret decree. Your Highness, this... Tai Hu Din was not convinced. How could he want the Laksa he had once chased away to be his leader? He spoke up to object. But Tai Vin, seeing the killing intent in the fatty's eyes, understood the situation and immediately pulled him back, slowly shaking his head. Tai Vin knew that just with that one alliance agreement, Chak Pham had successfully gained the trust of the imperial family. This plan was too important, and the alliance agreement with Time Longkak was the key. Loi Tran Thien also wisely nodded. Your Highness, rest assured. In the future, I will definitely assist Van Thuong and Van Hai. The Lac family's return to glory was lost because of me. I am willing to spend the rest of my life in service to atone for my sins. Seeing that everyone had submitted, his mission was considered complete. He nodded and waved his hand, saying, All right, if there are no other objections, then let's proceed. Seeing the fatty's intention to dismiss them, everyone immediately bowed and took their leave. At this moment, the fatty turned to Chak Pham and said, Steward Chak, please stay for a moment. After everyone had left, the fatty and Chak Pham went to a nearby forest. Chak Pham was very curious as to why he had been called out here. Unable to guess, he finally spoke up. Third Prince, are you planning to? Before he could finish, the fatty, who was walking ahead, turned and interrupted him. No need to say anything, just follow my lead. With that, he pointed to the sky and said loudly, I, the third prince of the Thien Vu Empire, Vu Van Thuong, swear to the heavens, from this day forward, to become sworn brothers with the steward of the Lac family, Chak Pham. We will live and die together, with no regrets, Chak Pham. Dak Pham stood beside him, a little too surprised. He wanted to become sworn brothers with him without a word. However, this was not a bad thing. He looked at Vu Van Thuong, then immediately pointed to the sky and swore, I, the steward of the Lac family, Chak Pham, swear to the heavens, today I become sworn brothers with the third prince of the Thien Vu Empire, Vu Van Thuong. If he betrays me, I will betray him. With that, Vu Van Thuong frowned as he looked at him. He actually made such an oath. He was too cautious. Brother, you're too careful. Hearing Vu Van Thuong's words, Chak Pham didn't mind and smiled. Fatty, it's not that I don't trust you, but the martial world is treacherous. Vu Van Thuong didn't mind his words. He let out a sigh of relief. Call me whatever you want. Anyway, after becoming sworn brothers with you, my mood has improved. Do you still remember our promise from yesterday? Whoever loses will no longer pursue Sister Kwai. But I can't do it. After becoming sworn brothers with you, I can't bully my brother's wife. So I'll completely give up hope on her. Chak Pham frowned and shook his head helplessly. He still thought he and that girl Long Kwai had a relationship. What a guy. Seeing how much he cared about this, he reminded him, Fatty, actually, there's nothing between me and that girl. She was just making an excuse. Vu Van Thuong heard this. He was overjoyed and his eyes widened with excitement. What? Are you telling the truth so I can still pursue her? Oh, brother, you're truly my brother. Ha ha ha. Chak Pham looked at his excited expression and revealed a wicked smile. Go on. It's best if you annoy that girl to death. But, Fatty? What is the real content of the Radiant Pearl secret decree? His excitement suddenly vanished. Vu Van Thuong fell silent and looked at Chak Pham. He said cautiously, Brother, didn't I just tell you? Chak Pham looked at him, not wanting to speak, and said charmingly, The plan is very detailed, and the goal is very legitimate, but the ambition of this plan is too small. So small that it doesn't seem like it was set by the founding emperor. Chak Pham knew clearly that any founding emperor would have a heroic spirit, to set up a 1,000-year hidden plan just to restrain the 7 houses and balance their power. No matter what, he didn't believe it. The plan was good, but it couldn't deceive someone like him who used schemes to control life and death. Vu Van Thuong smiled awkwardly. He shook his head helplessly. I don't know about this either. In short, I received the imperial edict to complete this secret order. Chak Pham still stared at him, trying to see the deceit in his eyes, but there was none. Perhaps he really didn't know, or he was too good at acting to fool his sharp eyes. He chuckled softly and continued, If the secret order was hidden for 1,000 years, how did Yu Min Kok know? Now that I think about it, everything Yu Min Kok has done has been to obstruct this secret order. which makes one suspicious. Perhaps they're afraid of an imperial investigation. Vu Van Thong also pretended to frown after hearing this. He said suspiciously, "Logically, that's right. But there are too many spies in the imperial city. The secret order might have been leaked." Chak Fam's eyebrows furrowed, and he smiled and shook his head. "It wasn't leaked for 1,000 years, but now it suddenly is? And only a part of the content was revealed." Facing his questioning, Vu Van Thong couldn't help but tremble. He blinked repeatedly, not knowing how to answer. However, Chak Pham had already seen through him. As expected, his guess was right, but he didn't expose him. He already had a plan in mind. He said to the fatty, "Forget it. As long as this benefits the Lack family, why should I think so much? It's not a suggestion. Ignorance is bliss. Ha ha ha, fatty. See you again if we have the chance. I'm leaving." As soon as he left, the fatty immediately changed. His expression relaxed into a sigh of relief. This person was too terrifying, and also really smart. In the courtyard just now, he thought they all believed this plan. But it turned out he was waiting to clarify things, not believing it at all. He listened for a bit and immediately guessed something was wrong. This person was truly a genius. At the same time, Phuong Thu Bok also appeared from hiding. He looked in Chak Pham's direction and said, "The more I look at this kid, the more he resembles someone." Vu Van Thong was puzzled. He really couldn't see who he resembled. "Teacher, who do you think he looks like?" Looking at Chak Pham's back, Phuong Thu Bok frowned. After a long while, he said a name, Kak Trong Phong. Hearing this name, the fatty was immediately startled. He never would have expected this name. His eyes were full of doubt. "What?" "One of the four pillars, Prime Minister Kak Trong Phong? You're talking about Chak Pham." Phuong Thu Bok nodded, but Vu Van Thong's confirmation was full of meaning. He glanced at him and smiled deeply. "Thonger, becoming sworn brothers with him might be the best choice you've made in your entire life. One day, he will become your four pillars, helping you rule the world." Hearing this, Vu Van Thong was immediately stunned. He looked again in the direction Chak Pham had disappeared. It seemed there was a hint of starlight in his eyes. At the same time, Chak Pham returned to the courtyard, unaware of Phuong Thu Bok's assessment of him. After today's incident, the three families, Tai Jia, Loi Jia, and Lack Jia, immediately spread the news of their merger, with Lack Jia at the head. From now on, Lack Jia could be revived. Limitless glory was a matter of time. Let's head to the Imperial City. Outside is a gloomy and remote place. Because this place is a mix of good and bad, with dilapidated houses, the scene is extremely desolate, so it is called the slum. But right at this moment, a light flickered in a small house. There was obviously someone inside. Suddenly, the door opened. An old man was sitting behind a curtain, flanked by two people of unfathomable strength. A glance was enough to see that this person was not simple. At this moment, a person in black appeared, their face completely covered, their figure indistinct. However, the person behind the curtain seemed to know who the visitor was. A strange smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Valley Master Yu, how did things go?" That's right, the visitor was the master of Yu Min Kok, Yu Van San. Hearing the other person's question, he sighed helplessly and replied, "More than 10 years of effort, all down the drain. The emperor has ordered Yu Min Kok to withdraw from Phong Lam Than permanently and has also restricted the other 6 families. It seems he's caught on." Hearing this, the old man behind the curtain let out a sound of understanding, then laughed sinisterly. "So you're saying the emperor intends to open the Radiant Pearl secret decree?" Yu Van Sun, beside him, also nodded in agreement. "I think so too." This time, they were lucky. It won't be so easy next time. The royal family wants to establish an 8th noble house. Then we'll see if this family has what it takes. The old man wasn't in a hurry despite the plan's failure, but a mocking smile played on his lips. "Valley Master Yu, don't get excited. A loss is a loss, why make excuses? The master of Yu Min Kok is one of the 7 houses under the crown, yet you couldn't even handle 3 secular families, so it's only natural that you'll lose your title in the future." Hearing his words, Yu Van Sun immediately became furious, his killing intent overflowing. He smashed the door of the room and said to the old man, "What did you say? You were the one who told me the contents of the Radiant Pearl secret decree." You also said the royal family intended to establish an 8th noble house to replace my Yuminkok, a plan of more than 10 years, all from your hands. What do you mean by saying that now? Now, Kak Trong Fong, you can die for me. With that, Yu Van Sun attacked the old man. The person behind the curtain didn't panic and laughed softly. With a casual wave of his hand, he created a loud explosion. The shockwave rushed towards Yu Van Sun. The clash of the 3 great experts shook the quiet slum. A moment later, Yu Van Sun was no match for the 2 people beside Kak Trong Fong and was knocked back. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he secretly swallowed it. He looked forward in disbelief and said, "The twin elders of mirth and gloom." Kak Trong Fong secretly nodded. Valley Master Yu is indeed knowledgeable. These 2 seniors haven't shown themselves in nearly a year. I didn't expect you to still recognize them. Yu Van Sun forcefully suppressed his anger, panting as he looked at the 2 people beside Kak Trong Fong. He said with apprehension, "As expected of the smartest person in Thien Vu, the leader of the 4 pillars. To think you could invite these 2 old monsters. Even the 5 guardian dragon god guards of Phuong Thu Bok wouldn't be a match for them." Kak Trong Fong shook his head and chuckled softly, but a hint of confidence appeared on his face. "Valley Master Yu, you flatter me. I dare not claim to be the smartest person in Thien Vu, and I certainly wouldn't dare to turn against the royal family now." How could Yu Van Sun not see what the person in front of him was like? He laughed coldly and muttered, "Prime Minister Kak is too humble," which is a form of arrogance. With your current strength, who in the Thien Vu Empire is your opponent? Including the royal family, your defeat in Phong Lam Than was not in vain. In this world, true strength cannot be judged by appearances alone. Besides, I am not the smartest person in Thien Vu. Kak Trong Fong sighed and looked up at the sky helplessly. Hearing this, Yu Van Sun was surprised. Kak Trong Fong, the head of the 4 pillars, was skilled in both literature and martial arts. In terms of strength or scheming, no one in the Thien Vu Empire could compare to him, but he still said he wasn't. Was there really someone better than him, or was he being humble to the point of arrogance? If not you, then who? Kak Trong Fong pointed upwards, his eyes solemn, and replied, "The one above me." Yu Van Sun knew who he was referring to and said in surprise, "You mean that useless old emperor?" Kak Trong Fong heard him and glanced at him, a smile in his eyes. "Useless? I've been in the court for 45 years and I still don't understand him. If he's useless, then there's no one smart in this world. Valley Master Yu, you should go. Don't cause any more trouble recently. Be careful not to let that old man catch you, or you'll be doomed forever." Yu Van Sun pouted and laughed coldly, but seeing the cold expression on Kak Trong Fong's face, he fell silent. He wisely retreated and disappeared into the night. After Yu Van Sun left, Kak Trong Sun took a deep breath. He looked up at the sky with a profound meaning and muttered, "My dear Majesty, what on earth are you planning?" At the same time, at Hak Fong Sun, Chak Pham was holding a gourd. Inside, a worm was wriggling. Seeing it squirming, Chak Pham revealed a satisfied smile. For 3 months, he had been raising the cold pond snow silkworm he had taken from Loi Tran Thien. However, it should now be called the cold pond blood silkworm. So now is a good time to leave. After deciding to leave, Chak Pham returned to see Lok Van Thuong to explain everything. He happened to see her as soon as he reached the door. He called out, "Young lady, come inside with me. I have something to tell you." Lak Van Thuong was startled by his call and turned around, replying happily, "Chak Pham, you're back." She then entered the room with him, full of curiosity. As soon as he entered the room, Chak Pham closed the door. What he was about to say was very important, so it was better to be careful and avoid prying eyes. But Lak Van Thuong watched him close the door. A thought that made her blush rose in her heart. She looked at him shyly. "Chak Pham, what are you planning to do?" Chak Pham ignored her words, secretly took a breath, and sighed. "I have to go." Lak Van Thuong was shocked by his words. She widened her eyes and questioned him loudly. "Why? The Lak family is getting better day by day. Why choose to leave?" Chak Pham knew that his choice to leave now was very difficult for Lak Van Thuong and the Lak family to accept. Although they had become a great family in Phong Long then, they lacked manpower and experts. Now, he was leaving. They definitely couldn't accept it. However, his departure would be beneficial to them in the long run, so he chose to ignore Lak Van Thuong's feelings and said calmly, "For the safety of the Lak family, the Lak family will not be in danger for a short time." Moreover, no family here can compare to the Lack family. But don't forget what we traded for it. We agreed with the imperial family to execute the Radiant Pearl secret decree, offending the 7 noble houses, including Yumin Kok and Tiem Longkak. If we can't become a 7 noble house of equal standing, they won't let us go either. Listening to Chak Fam's words, Lack Van Thuong understood the Lack family's current situation. However, the Lack family really needed him. She didn't want to be away from him. Tears appeared in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Then we need you very much. If you go, what will we do?" Seeing her cry, Chak Pham shook his head helplessly. His departure was only a matter of time. Choosing this time was good for him and for the Lack family. He reached out and wiped the tears from her face. He said helplessly, "The fatty was right. The foundation of a family is its experts. I'm going out this time to recruit experts for the Lack family to ensure the Lack family's safety in the future." With that, a jade slip appeared in his hand. He gave it to her and continued, "This is the formation manual for the 4 great formations of Hakfong Sun. Only you can learn it. Don't let anyone know. If I'm not here and the Lack family runs into trouble, you can activate the formation. 4 5th-grade formations, plus the Yin Fiend formation previously set up in the Miyu, can ensure safety for a short time." At this moment, she finally understood that she couldn't stop him from leaving. She could only sigh and reply, "How long will you be gone?" This time Chak Pham also didn't know when he would be back. This time, he was leaving not only to recruit manpower for the Lack family, but also to recruit manpower for the Lack family. He also wanted to find the relics of the Heavenly Emperor Lack Tuyet Heap that Long Ku had mentioned, because he wanted to quickly increase his strength. Only by relying on himself could he be safe forever. Knowing she was looking forward to it, he didn't want to discourage her, so he chose to give her a vague answer. "I don't know, it will be soon." "All right, go on, call Commander Bang and Van Hai in." At this moment, Lack Van Thuong mustered all her courage and called out to him. Then she ran up to him and placed a kiss on his lips. Chak Pham was immediately stunned and glanced at her, but she had quickly left, saying, "Come back soon," and then left. A moment later, Commander Bang and Lack Van Hai came to Chak Pham's room, but when they heard he was leaving, they were immediately shocked. Lack Van Hai looked at him, his eyes welling up with tears. "Big brother Chak? Are you leaving?" Although Chak Pham didn't like the 2 Lack siblings at first, after living together for a while, he couldn't help but feel some affection for them. Unfortunately, his ambitions didn't lie here. He couldn't stay with them forever. Looking at Lack Van Hai in front of him, he instructed the boy, "You are the only male heir of the Lack family. In the future, you must take care of your sister like a family head. You will be in charge of the Lack family, understand?" With that, he quickly turned his gaze to Commander Bang. "Old Bang, do you remember what Long Kwai said? She was right. With your aptitude, you'll at most only reach the chi condensation realm, but there's nothing absolute in this world. Now, I have a way to help you shed your old self, change your bones, and gain powerful strength, but you'll have to endure pain worse than death. Are you willing?" With that, Chak Pham looked at Commander Bang again. A jade slip appeared in his hand. He said, "This is a mid-grade demonic art, the profound demonic fiend art. Unlike other techniques, it is a body-refining technique, and doesn't require the cultivator's talent or cultivation level. There's only one catch. The cultivation process will make you wish you were dead, like being in the Tula Hell. Furthermore, once you start cultivating, you can't stop. Otherwise, your soul will be completely destroyed, and you'll be doomed forever." After Chak Pham finished speaking, Commander Bang was immediately terrified. It was the first time he had heard of such a terrifying martial art. However, for the sake of the Lack family, to increase his strength and protect the Lack family, he had to be strong. After thinking for a moment, he took the jade slip from Chak Pham's hand and said, "It's fine. As long as I can become stronger, I'll endure any hardship." With that, he gripped the jade slip in his hand even tighter. Seeing him accept it, Chak Pham knew he was loyal to the Lack family and wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. But he knew the danger of this technique, and warned him. Although its power can be comparable to a high-grade profound tier technique when mastered, you can't imagine the pain of cultivating this technique. Many demonic path experts don't dare to touch it for that reason. You might die from the excruciating pain during the cultivation process, so think carefully. Hearing this, Commander Bang waved his hand, a look of pain on his face. Brother Chak, the most painful thing in my life was watching my master die in front of me, but I couldn't do anything. Now, my only wish is to protect the young lady and young master. Brother Chak, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not regret it. Chak Fam's heart couldn't help but tremble. He nodded slightly, a look of respect in his eyes. I hope the next time I return, I'll see a strong old Bang, not your corpse. Haha, don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Brother, come back soon. Commander Bang laughed loudly, his eyes moist. After bidding farewell to Chak Fam and giving his instructions, Chak Fam had Commander Bang and Lak Van Hai leave, then had Loi Vu Din come in. Since he was leaving, he had to arrange everything properly to be at ease. As soon as she entered, Loi Vu Din saw Chak Fam standing there resolutely. Sensing her presence, he smiled and said, Miss Loi, how is the task I entrusted to you? Loi Vu Din blushed and nodded, saying, Big Brother Chak asked me to find 600 children around 16 years old. I've found them all. They all have good aptitude and are waiting for your instruction. Chak Fam was surprised. She had actually understood his methods. He glanced at her and nodded secretly. Why did you know I would train them? Loi Vu Din smiled and answered confidently, From what I understand of you, you're not kind enough to pity these orphans. So I guessed you must want to train them to be guards for the Lak family, which is why you asked me to bring them back. Hearing this, Chak Fam snorted coldly. Kindness. He had once taken in a person with kindness, but in the end, he was betrayed. People's hearts are deceitful. After experiencing betrayal in one life, he would certainly not make the same mistake again. Thinking of this, a jade slip appeared in his hand. He gave it to Loi Vu Din and said, Miss Loi, this is the mid-grade spirit tier technique, the shadow concealment art. Take it and cultivate it. Then, choose trustworthy people to pass it on to, and organize a shadow team to secretly protect the family. Train those 600 children first. Follow the method I taught you. The lower ranks will be assigned to the regular guard team, the middle ranks to your shadow team, and the upper ranks with strong wills will be given to Old Bang. Secretly train them. Pass on my message to him, and he will know what to do. Remember to like and share this video to support my channel. Accepting the jade slip from Chak Fam's hand, she looked at him intently and said, Why don't you do it yourself? Hearing her question, Chak Fam answered honestly, I'm preparing to leave. Hearing his words, Loi Vu Din was surprised. Everything was going well, yet he chose to leave. She asked doubtfully, Why? Chak Fam heard her question and shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to explain the reasons to her. After Loi Vu Din heard him, she was a little disappointed. She didn't want him to go. However, she knew he was a man of his own mind. She tolerated it. If he had made up his mind, no one could stop him. She nodded and decided to leave. But before she left, she managed to leave a fleeting kiss on Chak Fam's face and a sentence, I'll wait for you, then quickly ran away. Chak Fam was once again stunned by such a situation. First, it was Lak Van Thuong. Now it's Loi Vu Din. He couldn't help but wonder, do all young girls like this? After arranging everything, Chak Fam finally left with peace of mind. The next thing was to determine his route. Since ancient times, spirit beasts have been indispensable for improving one's cultivation. Righteous path cultivators use them as spirit pets, while demonic path cultivators use them to refine into demonic creatures. Therefore, the first place Chak Fam decided to go was the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. However, this place had to pass through the territory of Yu Min Kok, so he had to be careful. At this moment, Chak Fam had arrived at Thon Min Thon. He wore a black robe that covered him, and his whole body exuded a gloomy aura. As soon as he reached the city gate, he was stopped by 2 guards. Where's your pass? Chak Fam wasn't flustered. He calmly reached into his clothes and took out a jade pendant. The golden token was engraved with the character Yu. The 2 guards looked at the golden token, nodded slightly, and opened the way for Chak Fam to enter the city. Seeing them make way, Chak Fam quickly stepped inside, a strange smile on his lips. Even with Yu Min Kok on high alert, Chak Fam still had a way to get into the city. In order to find a spirit beast, he had decided to go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. However, this place had to pass through the territory of Yu Min Kok, so he was currently in disguise to enter the city. If his identity was exposed, with the enmity between him and Yu Min Kok, he would definitely be in danger. Just as he was thinking about his next move, a figure came and threw themselves into his chest. Chak Pham looked down at the person's appearance and thought it was a beggar. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to push the person away, the person opened their mouth and begged, "I beg you, don't say anything." Hearing the person's plea, he frowned but didn't push them away, silently hiding them. Just then, a group of soldiers, all in the chi condensation realm, came running, looking for someone. After not finding them, they took the person away. They then left. After the soldiers left, the little beggar finally poked his head out, looked around, and let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, "That was scary. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to run. Big brother, thank you." Chak Pham said nothing. He glanced at him and quickly moved away. The current situation was quite dangerous. It was better to avoid trouble. The beggar jumped to his side again. "You're from outside the city, right? Can you take me out? Please." Unable to bear him jumping around, he said coldly, "If you want to, you can go out of the city yourself. You don't need proof." Seeing him refuse, the beggar, he bit his lip and said hesitantly, "To be honest, I stole something of theirs. If they find out, I'm definitely done for. Can you please take me out?" Chak Pham couldn't help but chuckle softly. He exposed the person in front of him. "You're 15 to 16 years old and already at the 4th level of the chi condensation realm. At your age, you're not that weak. A commoner wouldn't have this level of cultivation. Are you sure you're a beggar? That's too much. Even if you're telling the truth, why should I help you? I don't get anything out of it." With that, he walked straight ahead. Hearing this, he was right. The little beggar felt he could no longer deceive him and stopped pretending to be pitiful. His mind spun as he asked, "You want to go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, right?" Hearing him mention the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, Chak Pham decided to stop and turn to look at him, waiting for him to continue. Seeing Chak Pham finally stop, the little beggar was faintly delighted and immediately smiled. He continued, "If you want to go to the mountain range, you'll have to wait another 3 months. You can't go now." Chak Pham heard him say that he had to wait another 3 months to enter the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. He asked doubtfully, "Why?" The little beggar raised his eyebrows smugly. He excitedly came to Chak Pham and told him, "Let me tell you, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range is about to have diamond quicksand. So for the next 3 months, Yu Min Kok will seal off the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. No one is allowed in. Let's make a deal. If you're willing to take me out of the city, I'll take you into the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range through a small path. When the diamond quicksand appears, we can take the opportunity to steal some." Hearing him mention diamond quicksand, Chak Pham was startled. Diamond quicksand is known as a rare material for refining 5th-grade spirit weapons. More importantly, it is very compatible with his life-bound blood infant. If he uses it to temper his body, he won't have to be afraid even if a heaven-profound expert attacks him. Such an important thing. Yu Min Kok would definitely guard it carefully and not let anyone touch it. If someone led the way, his success rate would also be higher. So he could make a deal with this little beggar and use him to get into the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Thinking of this, Chak Pham decided to cooperate with the little beggar in front of him. He nodded and said, "Deal," the little beggar in front of him. Seeing that he had agreed, the beggar was overjoyed and jumped in front of him. He laughed excitedly. "Haha, that's great. I can finally get out. Right?" "Oh, right, big brother. My name is Tiu Nung. And you?" Chak Pham heard him ask and replied seriously, "Chak Pham." When he said this name, he was a little worried. Yu Min Kok and that Duong Min knew his name. With the enmity between him and Yu Min Kok, if they knew he had set foot in this place, they would definitely come to kill him. But who would believe him if he said it? Just as the beggar was leading Chak Pham into an alley, a group of people suddenly appeared. The leader shouted at the beggar, "Nagur, have you caused enough trouble? Let's go home." Hearing the newcomer's voice, the beggar unconsciously stepped back, bowed his head, and muttered, "Big brother Chak, save me." Seeing Taenung not backing down and hiding behind Chak Pham, he shouted loudly, "This is a matter of the Tiat Gia. If you don't want trouble, please step aside." Chak Pham looked at the group in front of him. They were all chi condensation realm experts, well-dressed, and definitely not from an ordinary family. However, he had said he was from the Tiat Gia. Chak Pham was surprised. The Tiat Gia was the #1 family in Thonmin City. They have a heaven-profound realm expert guarding them, but Yumin Thon is controlled by Yumin Kok. The Tiet family is at most a small family. He didn't care much. He looked down at the begging little beggar and couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to pull him into his embrace. The person from the Tiet family was terrified when he saw him hugging the little beggar. He shouted, "Kid, what are you doing?" Seeing his anger, Chak Pham didn't care. He said nonchalantly, "From now on, he's my person. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me." Hearing this, the person from the Tiet family became even more furious. His eyes were filled with anger. "This is ridiculous. Before coming to Thonmin City, didn't you inquire about who our Tiet family is? You still dare to offend us." Chak Pham sneered and said, "Of course I did, but the Tiet family is just a dog of Yumin Kok and Thanmin Than. Do you think I came to the 10,000 Beast mountain range to pay attention to a dog instead of the rare spirit beasts there?" But the little beggar in his arms suddenly got angry, pushed Chak Pham away, and said loudly, "Don't talk about the Tiet family like that." Chak Pham was stunned and blinked at his outburst. He didn't understand. He was clearly venting his anger for him, yet he had the nerve to scold him. While Chak Pham was feeling annoyed, the leader of the Tiet family on the other side shouted loudly, "Men, seize them!" As soon as he finished, a group of guards behind him immediately stepped forward and attacked Chak Pham. Seeing this situation, he didn't care at all and laughed coldly. They were at most at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm and couldn't hurt him at all. He looked at them with contempt, pouted, and didn't retreat or advance. He shot a red light towards the group of guards. The mid-grade martial art, Blood Shadow Palm, was instantly unleashed. This move hit a guard standing closest to him. The guard immediately fell to the ground, his blood vessels bursting, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he struck out with another palm. A group of guards immediately fell, unconscious. At this moment, the leader of the Tiet family was finally scared and stared at him. The person in front of him was at most at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, but he was not afraid of facing a group of high-level Qi condensation realm cultivators and even wipe them all out. He just didn't understand. The blood shadow palm that Chak Pham cultivated directly attacked the blood vessels. One palm could shatter an opponent's internal organs. The leader of the Tiet family on the other side looked at this scene with a serious expression. Not only him, the little beggar behind Chak Pham was equally shocked. He also didn't expect him to be so formidable. The young master bit his lip and took a step forward, speaking to Chak Pham. "Well done, kid. You have some skills, and you're arrogant. Let me, Tich Kwang, test your skills today." Chak Pham raised an eyebrow but said calmly, "Tit Kwang, you are the eldest young master of the Tit Gia." Tit Kwang. Tit Kwang heard Chak Pham reveal his identity and narrowed his eyes, saying, "So what? Are you scared?" Chak Pham heard him and smiled, shaking his head. "Not scared, just afraid of trouble. Since I've already offended you, then I'll make you all stay silent here forever." With that, Chak Pham immediately took a step forward, a killing intent flashing in his eyes, and a wave of pressure rushed towards Tich Kwang, making him a little nervous. He never, ever expected Chak Pham's attack this time to be stronger than the last. He felt a bone-chilling killing intent, which made his breathing stagnate, unable to make a sound. Chak Pham struck down with a palm, and Tich Kwang didn't dare to hesitate, throwing a punch in return. The high-grade martial art, Phoenix Fist. Chak Pham saw him about to attack and snorted, contemptuously smirking and forming a hand seal. A red light suddenly flashed and shot towards Tiek Thuong. It went straight into his body. At this moment, Tich Kwang immediately froze. His move also disappeared, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which scared him. At this moment, Chak Pham approached him, a killing intent in his eyes. He said, "Young Master Tiet, rest assured, after you die, I will send your subordinates down to accompany you. No one will survive. At least for the next 3 months, I don't want to be chased all over the mountains by the Tiet family, so let's just make this an unsolved case." With that, Chak Pham tightened his grip on Tich Kwang's neck, as if he wanted to crush his bones. He heard the crackling sound of breaking bones. Tich Kwang had vaguely felt death approaching, very close to him. He was terrified, and also a little confused. Just as Chak Pham had almost crushed the bones in Tich Kwang's neck, the little beggar behind him was terrified. His eyes welled up with tears. He shouted, "Stop! Don't kill him! I don't want them to die!" But Chak Pham ignored him, laughing coldly. "It's too late. They're not just your enemies now. but also my enemies. I will definitely not let him live." With that, Chak Fam's hand on Tich Kwang's neck immediately tightened, causing him to let out a loud cry and his eyes to widen in fear. Seeing that he still hadn't stopped, the little beggar was almost desperate, tears streaming down his face. He shouted at Chak Fam, "If you don't let go, I won't lead you to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range." Chak Fam immediately frowned. He almost didn't understand. With his way of doing things, any enemy would only have one path: death. He wouldn't let them live. But this person in front of him was so kind that he not only pleaded for them, but also shed tears for them. Was he too cruel or was he too kind? He couldn't figure it out, and he was too lazy to think about it. He immediately let go of Tich Kwang's hand, and he fell to the ground. He made a hand seal and called the blood infant back. He shrugged nonchalantly, turned to the crying beggar, wiped the tears from his face, and said, "If you don't care, why should I? Lead the way for me. After that, I'll take you out of the city, away from the Tiet family." Seeing the terrifying person in front of him, the little beggar seemed to understand what kind of person he had run into and cried out in fear, You're a bad person." Chak Fam heard this and didn't comment. He smiled and replied, "That's right, I'm a bad person. In this world, good people all have to go to hell. Only bad people are qualified to survive." The little beggar saw him admit it, but had no way to refute it. He wiped the remaining tears from his face and led him to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. A moment later, an old figure stepped into the alley. He was horrified by the tragic scene before him. He looked at the terrified Tich Kwang and immediately went to him and asked, "What happened to you? Who did this to you?" But no matter how he asked, Tich Kwang just kept trembling. He was terrified, out of his mind, and couldn't make a sound. The old man's heart immediately tightened. In his memory, Tich Kwang was always brave and could fight a key condensation realm cultivator. To be so scared, what kind of expert had Tich Kwang encountered? But no matter who it was, offending the Tiet family in Thonbin City was a dead end. At the same time, Chak Fam and the beggar had reached the forest. They saw a group of guards whose strength was all at the bone-tempering realm or above. With his current strength, even with the demonic treasure Hidden Moon Wheel and the Blood Infant, it wouldn't be difficult to break in. However, he wanted to break in without anyone knowing. At this moment, Chak Fam remembered the little beggar beside him and asked, "Tunung, where is that secret path you mentioned?" Tunung still looked scared, trembling, and stammered, You, follow me." Chak Fam saw the little beggar still trembling and was surprised. How can this person be so timid? So much time had passed, yet the tears were still in his eyes. However, he wasn't one to meddle, so he just focused on his own business. A while later, the little beggar led Chak Fam along a small path and brought him to a house. After a while, they saw a passage behind a tree. He pointed to it. "This is the place. When I was young, I used to sneak away from my father and follow my brother up the mountain to play." Chak Fam looked at the passage in front of him, deep in thought. This place is very secluded. If not for a local to lead the way, it would be impossible to find. Nodding, he said to Tunyung, "You go down first. I'll follow." Seeing that he wanted him to go with him, Nung was stunned. He was a little scared, but remembering his terrifying feeling, he reluctantly stepped in. But just then, a deep voice sounded from behind. "Nur, stand still." Surprised, he turned back. Chak Fam looked at the source of the sound. An old man was approaching. He was momentarily surprised. The newcomer's strength was at the peak of the bone-tempering realm. Looking at the newcomer, Chak Fam understood his identity. He said to the person, "Could you be the head of the Teet family, Teet Van Long?" Teet Van Long heard Chak Fam and nodded in admiration, but then remembered Teet Kwang's situation. He said, "Not a bad eye. So, my son, Tiet Kwang, was harmed by you, kid?" Chak Fam heard him mention Tiet Kwang and understood. He had thought of this situation when he decided to let him go. However, he still smiled calmly and replied, "That's right. He wanted to take my person away. I was being polite by not taking his life." With that, Tiet Van Long immediately became furious, his eyes full of killing intent towards Chak Fam. Then, he looked at the little beggar behind him. The little beggar was startled by the other person's gaze and nervously pulled on Chak Fam's hand, hiding behind him. Just then, a cry came from behind Tiet Van Long, and then a young man's figure rushed over. Seeing the little beggar, He laughed loudly. Well, what did I say? Nuanger is definitely here. Let me catch her and bring her back. The young man joked, not noticing there were others here. He ran straight to the little beggar, but as soon as he rushed over, Chak Pham grabbed his neck, making him unable to breathe. Only then did he realize there were others, but it was too late. He had been caught. Tiet Van Long stood there, terrified by the scene. He didn't want this young man to suffer the same fate as Tiet Quang. What do you want to do? At this point, Tiet Van Long had finally understood. With just the 5th level Qi condensation realm cultivation of the young man, how could he have injured his son? He had trained him in the family's most refined techniques, but this person, at a glance, had clearly been through countless bloody battles. He was ruthless and cruel, so his son was no match for him. Chak Pham heard him ask and looked at the young man in his hand, a wicked smile on his face. 5th level Qi condensation cultivation. This must be the second young master, Tiet Lam, right? Tiet Van Long heard this and shouted loudly, "What do you want to do? Let him go, or I will definitely not let you off." Hearing this, Chak Pham laughed loudly. His grip tightened again. "You won't let me off? It's more like I won't let you off. Family head Tiet, no matter what grudge you have with Tunung, he's my person now. I hope you can stop. Otherwise, you can wait to collect your son's corpse." Before Tiet Van Long could speak, the little beggar behind Chak Pham hurriedly begged, "Please don't kill him." Again. Chak Pham looked at him, pleading for the enemy once more, and felt annoyed. What kind of person had he picked up? He was always so kind to his enemies. It was a miracle he had survived this long. Tiet Van Long saw this scene, his eyes filled with respect. However, he was still determined to avenge Tiet Quang. He asked Chak Pham, "What's your name, kid?" Chak Pham smiled. He was naturally not afraid of being retaliated against by the person in front of him. He was all alone now, with no one to hold him back, so it was fine to give his name. With that thought, he replied, "I'm all alone. I'm not afraid of your revenge, and I'm not afraid to let you know, Chak Pham." Van Long heard the name and pointed at the little beggar, saying, "All right, Chak Pham. Today, you're determined to protect her, right?" Chak Pham snorted coldly with determination. "He is my person, so of course I will protect him to the end." "All right, then let's make a bet. You release my son. If you can take 10 of my moves, I'll stop pursuing her. How about it?" Chak Pham's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of thought, the person in front of him was only at the peak of the bone-tempering realm. He had a demonic treasure in his hand and a blood infant. He could even take on a heaven profound expert, let alone a mere bone-tempering realm cultivator. With that thought, he let go of Tiet Lam and threw him towards Tiet Van Son. "Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word, kid?" Tiet Van Son was surprised that he had released Tiet Lam so easily and asked with curiosity, "I want to kill him, but you can't stop me," Chak Pham sneered in reply. Tiet Van Long was furious and snorted coldly. Arrogant words. "Take this!" With that, Tiet Van Long immediately rushed towards Chak Pham, his powerful aura creating a wave of pressure. However, Chak Pham was not frightened and also rushed forward. The hidden moon wheel appeared in his hand and he attacked Tiet Van Long. Tiet Van Long was shocked when he saw the object in Chak Pham's hand. He knew it was a 3rd-grade demonic treasure, but he never would have imagined that it could unleash such power in the hands of a Qi condensation realm cultivator. Seeing him stunned for a moment, Chak Pham smiled strangely. He then sent out his blood infant. It entered Tiet Van Long's body, and he was immediately sent flying. Chak Pham immediately smirked. "I win." But just then, a strange change occurred. A faint golden light enveloped Tiet Van Long's body. The blood infant was immediately repelled. Shocked, Chak Pham observed Tiet Van Long and realized what it was, muttering, "A 2nd-grade defensive demonic treasure." He now understood why his attack had failed. The opponent had a 2nd-grade demonic treasure for protection, and his Qi condensation realm blood infant couldn't harm him. So, his only option was to use the hidden moon wheel, fighting a demonic treasure with a demonic treasure. At the same time, Tiet Van Long on the opposite side was also constantly shocked. He never would have thought that his bone-tempering realm strength would almost put him at a disadvantage when fighting a 5th-level Qi condensation realm cultivator. This was the first time he had witnessed someone with only Qi condensation realm strength calmly face a peak bone-tempering realm cultivator without a hint of fear. He couldn't help but curse and exclaim, "Is this kid a monster?" Tiet Van Long, a respected bone-tempering realm expert, definitely couldn't afford to lose to a chi condensation realm kid. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. With that thought, he began to gather origin energy in his hand, and a faint golden light radiated from his body. After a moment of stagnation, Chak Pham finally sensed that Tiet Van Long was about to make a move. He quickly advanced and shouted, "Second move!" Tiet Van Long was shocked to see Chak Pham attacking again, but he quickly calmed down. Chak Pham only had the hidden moon wheel to pose a threat, so as long as he could eliminate it, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 10 of his moves. With that thought, he quickly acted, attacking the demonic treasure, hidden moon wheel. He never would have expected it. The person in front of him was too fast. He couldn't get close to him at all and was forced to retreat. Tiet Van Long was almost shocked by the strength of the person in front of him. Chak Pham only had the strength of the chi condensation realm, yet he could push him to this extent. It was still unclear who was the stronger and who was the weaker in this battle. Just then, Tiet Lam on the other side had managed to catch his breath, but the battle was not over yet. He shouted to Tiet Van Long, "Father, you said he had to block 10 of your moves, not that he had to attack for 10 moves. Hurry up and kill him. Go, father." Tiet Lam's words almost shattered Tiet Van Long's calm expression. He couldn't kill him. If he didn't say anything, no one would think he was mute. Tuk Fan Long was being held back by the hidden moon wheel in Chak Pham's hand and couldn't attack. A strange curve appeared on Chak Pham's lips as he advanced again. But this time, he didn't use the hidden moon wheel, which made Tich Van Long a little wary. He shouted, "Low-grade spirit tier martial art, bewildering steps, increase speed!" In an instant, he was close to Tiet Van Long, but he couldn't see the figure in front of him at all. A stream of light flashed past Tiet Van Long's ear. Feeling the stream of light whistle past, Tiet Van Long froze on the spot. He sighed and said, "I lose." Tiet Van Long never would have expected it. He was a bone-tempering realm expert, yet now he was at a disadvantage against a chi condensation realm cultivator. But Tiet Lam, on this side, saw his father lose to a chi condensation realm kid and shouted in surprise, "How can that be? Father must have held back and let him win, right?" Hearing Tiet Lam's words, Chak Pham didn't mind, and admitted family head Tiet indeed didn't use his full strength. Every move was just a probe, without any killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiet Lam was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "See? If my father hadn't held back, you would have been dead long ago." Chak Pham laughed coldly and said, "Your father indeed didn't use his full strength. But if he had used his full strength, I would have already cut him down." Compared to a heaven profound realm expert, a bone-tempering realm cultivator lacks speed. With the support of the hidden moon wheel, his speed was no less than that of a bone-tempering realm expert. In that case, he only needed to unleash a killing move to kill a bone-tempering realm expert. At that time, he used the bewildering steps to unleash a killing move. Previously, Tiet Van Long's attention was controlled by the phantom image, allowing him to approach from behind. So, if Tiet Van Long had shown even a hint of killing intent then, he would have definitely killed him. Tiet Van Long saw this point and admitted defeat willingly. At this moment, Tiet Van Long sighed and said, "Chak Pham, you are the most trustworthy person I have ever met. I entrust Nugur to you. I hope you can treat her well. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off." With that, he went to the little beggar, hugged him, and said, "Nung Ti, go. Live the life you want. Never come back here." The beggar was held in his arms and finally couldn't hold it in anymore, crying out, "Father." Chak Pham was immediately stunned by this scene. What was going on? As far as he knew, family head Tiet Van Long had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Where did he get a 3rd son? No, he looked at the little beggar. He finally understood. "You are the 3rd young lady of the Tiet family, Tiet Nguyen Huang." Even though Tiet Van Long was reluctant, he could only turn and leave. "Lammer, let's go back." Tiet Lam saw his father was about to leave without taking his younger sister back and immediately spoke up. "Father, how are we going to explain this to Yu Min Kok when we get back?" Tiet Van Long looked at him angrily. "Shut up! I have my own way." After the 2 of them left, Chak Pham was finally angry. He had just wasted his time, spending a day fighting with the little beggar's father and brother, and almost killing them. He turned to Tiet Nguyen Huang and said coldly, Tiet Nwangwang, what is your purpose? I fought dozens of rounds and even vented my anger for you. In the end, I'm the asshole. Tiet Nwangwang heard the anger in his heart. Big brother Chak, don't be angry. Anyway, I wanted to go out. You came to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, so you didn't lose out. After thinking for a bit, she wasn't wrong. His purpose was to go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, and she was the one who brought him there. He was just using her as a pawn. Why should he be angry? Thinking of this, he was immediately a little horrified. Since when had he become someone who acted on his emotions? His few months with the Lack family had made him unconsciously think of others. How could he still be a demonic path cultivator like this? He couldn't let this continue, or he would run into even more trouble. With that, he said to Tiet Nwangwang, "Go down. Take me into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. After that, I'll take you out. Once it's done, our deal is over." Tiet Nwangwang was immediately stunned by his words. She glanced at him, then nodded and went down. Chak Pham quickly changed his attitude and followed her down. 10,000 Beast Mountain range, a vast forest that blocked out the sky. In an unnoticed spot, there was a small cave. At this moment, a slender figure crawled out and suddenly let out a loud cry, as if someone had hit her. "Hurry up for me!" Chak Pham frowned, then crawled out. His body was covered in mud, no different from Tiet Nwangwang's little beggar appearance. He really didn't understand why the three Tiet siblings liked to crawl into this stinking little path. It was disgusting. Tiet Nwangwang had been hit by him and was lying on the ground. At this moment, she stood up and shouted angrily, "You're a bad person." Hearing her curse, he didn't care and calmly admitted, "That's right, I'm a bad person." So what? Chak Pham had never cared about the title of a bad person. In his previous life, he was a demonic emperor who roamed freely. Everyone was terrified when they heard of him, but he never paid any attention to their curses. Besides, he cultivated the demonic path. If the demonic path wasn't evil, then what awaited him was a horrible death. He sniffed the smell on his body and his own appearance. Chak Pham was a little disgusted and wrinkled his nose. He asked Tiet Nwangwang, "Is there a place to wash up nearby?" Hearing his question, she glared at him and walked forward. "Follow me." Soon, Tiet Nwangwang led Chak Pham to a small lake in the middle of the forest. Chak Pham hurriedly washed the mud off his body, not caring that there was a woman here. He quickly took off his clothes and stepped into the lake to wash. Tiet Nwangwang saw him casually taking off his clothes in front of her. Her face turned bright red and she shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Chak Pham snorted coldly, not bothering to answer her. "Of course, I'm taking a bath. If you don't mind, you can bathe with me." "I don't mind either." Hearing his shameless words, Tiet Nwangwang's face instantly burned. She didn't dare to turn and look at him. "Who wants to bathe with you?" Shameless hooligan. Chak Pham, who was in the lake, heard every word she said, but he didn't care. What did a demonic path cultivator need a reputation for? Soon, Chak Pham was done and went to shore. He put on a white robe and said, "Let's go. Where is the diamond quicksand? Lead the way." Tiet Nwangwang heard his words, but she stood still. She blushed and muttered, "But I haven't bathed yet." Chak Pham saw her expression and chuckled softly. Tiet Nwangwang heard him laugh and immediately knew he was teasing her. She turned away angrily. "Go hide in the forest. Don't peek." Chak Pham heard her warning, sized her up from head to toe, and smiled. He replied roguishly, "The fruit isn't ripe yet. I won't eat it." Tiet Nwangwang was stunned for a moment. This rogue in front of her dared to tease her. She retorted defiantly, "Where am I not ripe?" With that, she snorted coldly and went to the small pond to bathe. A while later, Chak Pham was lying leisurely by a bush, a blade of fresh grass in his mouth, thinking about his upcoming plans. Suddenly, the trees rustled slightly. He knew who was coming and didn't even bother to look, saying, "Done with your bath, little girl? Can we go now?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman's figure stepped out from behind the bush. Her skin was fair, her figure well-proportioned. She was definitely a beauty. Hearing his question, she replied, "All right." Just then, Chak Pham stood up, turned to look at her, and was stunned for a moment. This was too big of a change. Before, she was a dirty little beggar, neither male nor female. After a bath, she had transformed into a beautiful young woman. Realizing he was stunned and seeing himself staring at the young woman in front of him, He cursed himself as shameless, then regained his composure. Chak Pham silently walked forward and gestured to her. "Miss Tiet, please lead the way." A while later, Tiet Nung Huang brought Chak Pham to a mountaintop. Chak Pham was stunned by the sight before him. According to reason, there should be many people when the diamond quicksand appears. Why wasn't there a single person? Tiet Nung Huang heard his question and quickly replied, "If we go there directly, they will discover us. That's why I brought you here." With that, she pointed in a direction, drawing Chak Pham's attention. "Look quickly. That's where the diamond quicksand appears." Looking in the direction Tiet Nung Huang pointed, Chak Pham saw more than 50 figures guarding a small pool of water where the aura was surging. It must be a hot spring. Chak Pham's attention was now on the person standing in the middle of the lake. He must be a heaven-profound realm expert, meditating with his eyes closed, guarding a rock in the water. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked towards Chak Pham and the other person. Chak Pham was startled and quickly pulled Tiet Nung Huang down, whispering, "Not good. Get down." What sharp intuition! This old man is definitely a heaven-profound expert. Hearing his words, Tiet Nung Huang confirmed. That's right. That old man is the 7th elder of Yu Min Kok. He's been guarding Thon Min Thon for over 10 years. Until a month ago, when the quicksand erupted and spewed out a lot of diamond quicksand, he has been guarding this place with 50 bone-tempering realm experts. Chak Pham nodded in agreement, as if he understood. It is said that before the diamond quicksand appears, there will be a wave of quicksand tide. But about 3 months ago, the diamond quicksand spewed out a large amount. If they want to get more diamond quicksand and prevent others from getting it, they must guard this place. After some thought, to get the diamond quicksand, they must defeat the more than 50 experts below. But with his current strength, this is not feasible. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He smirked, pulled Tiet Nung Huang back into the forest. Tiet Nung Huang was a little surprised to be pulled. "What's wrong? Do you have a plan?" Without answering her question, Imahu replied, "If we can't use force, we'll use our wits. Let's go, I'll find you a pet." At the same time, the old man below sensed someone, but when he looked up, there was no one there. He was a little suspicious of his intuition. Could it be an illusion? At that moment, at the Tiet family's residence in Thanmin City, Tiet Famson and Tiet Lam were respectfully speaking to an old man sitting in the main seat. At this moment, the old man opened his mouth and said, "Well, have you found Nuanger yet? Where is the person who injured Kwanger?" Tiet Van Long sighed at the mention of Tiet Nung Huang and said helplessly, "Father, I let them go. This kid is not bad. I can entrust Nuanger to him. As for him hitting Kwanger, it was an accident. He's not at fault. As long as he's good to Nuanger in the future, that's all that matters. I won't hold it against him." The old man was startled and said in disbelief, "What? What is he to Nuanger?" Nodding, Tiet Van Long said calmly, "That kid said Nguanger is his person, and Nguanger agreed. I think she has feelings for him too." "Fool!" The old man slammed the table and shouted, "Van Long, no matter who that kid is, we won't hold it against him for hitting Kwanger, but you can't let him take Nguanger. Do you know that this will make our Tiet family?" Before the old man could finish, a hint of sorrow appeared on Tiet Van Long's face, but he quickly concealed it. He said decisively, "Father, please forgive Nung Ni. I will take responsibility for whatever happens." The old man shouted and shook his head helplessly. "What will you bear? Can you bear the safety of the Tiet family? I know you dote on your daughter, but don't I dote on my granddaughter? But the Tiet family, where did they go?" Tiet Van Long's expression was a little complicated. He had agreed to let them go, but now he was facing his father's pressure and questioning. He didn't know what to do, but in the end, he closed his eyes, helpless, and said in a low voice, "The 10,000 Beast Mountain Range." Hearing the location, the old man disappeared in a flash, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, after leaving the mountain peak. Chak Pham took Tiet Nung Huang to look for something. Tiet Nung Huang felt it was very strange. Wasn't he here to get the diamond quicksand? What was he looking for now? Suddenly, Chak Pham cried out, dug something out of the ground, and shouted with joy, "Found it!" Tiet Nung Huang blinked a few times, looking at the thing in his hand. She had no idea what it was and asked doubtfully, "What is this? What's it for?" Chak Pham smiled mysteriously and said calmly, Sweet potato. This is the favorite food of the first-level spirit beast, the mole rat. Hearing this, a light flashed in Tiet Nwang Wang's eyes, as if she had thought of something. She shouted, "Good idea! You plan to use the mole rat to dig a path to steal the diamond quicksand, right?" Although the mole rat is a first-level spirit beast with no combat ability, it can dig. It can dig a tunnel through the mountain range in less than an hour. Chak Pham didn't answer, just smiled smugly. Seeing his expression, Tich Nung Huang was stunned, her doubts growing even stronger. This person was truly profound and unpredictable. She couldn't see through him. A while later, Chak Pham and Tuyet Nguang Huang went to a place far from the flowing gold spring and set up a bonfire, afraid of being discovered by the people of Yumin Kok on the other side. Soon, a fragrant aroma spread throughout the forest. Many spirit beasts poked their heads out to find it. Chak Pham and Tiet Nwang Huang ambushed them from the side. Not long after, a white mouse emerged from the ground. The moment it broke through the ground, Chak Pham immediately acted, quickly catching it. Caught by someone, the mouse struggled to escape. But Chak Pham didn't give it a chance. He laughed evilly. "Where do you think you're going?" Tiet Nwang Huang, who was watching from the side, felt a little pity. She snatched the mouse from Chak Pham's hand and held it in her arms. She looked at him with disdain and said, "Why are you so cruel? What if you hurt it?" Chak Pham heard her and pouted with contempt. "Spirit beasts aren't that easy to injure. We're in a hurry right now, otherwise we won't be able to tame it in time." Tiet Nwang Huang held the spirit beast in her hands, stroking the little guy, and said, "Even so, you don't need to be so rough. I also raise some small spirit beasts at home. I've never tamed them, but they still listen to me." "Isn't that right? You're such a small animal." The little guy in her hands nodded, as if it understood her words. Seeing this, Tiet Nwang Huang was even more delighted, but Chak Pham on this side was angry. He had things to do and didn't have time to show his kindness like her. Suddenly, he thought of something and revealed a strange smile. The little guy in Tiet Nwang Huang's arms seemed to sense the danger and hid in her embrace. Tiet Nwang Huang saw its fear and glanced at Chak Pham, saying, "What are you planning to do now?" Chak Pham rarely showed a kind smile, but Tiet Nwang Huang was scared and took a few steps back. A gourd appeared in his hand with a flash. He said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to it. I'll just feed it this." With that, a worm crawled out of the gourd. That's right, it was the cold pond snow silkworm he had refined. As long as he put this thing into the little guy's body, it would definitely obey him. Otherwise, it would die without a complete corpse. Chak Pham calmly looked at the person and creature before him. He said calmly, "In short, there are only two ways to quickly tame it. Either I train it for a day, or I feed it this." Seeing the seriousness on his face, Tiet Nung Huang couldn't help but feel respectful. She didn't dare to disobey him. Otherwise, she really couldn't bear the consequences. With that thought, she handed the little guy in her hands to him and said reluctantly, "Little guy, you eat this. It's a bit nauseating, but it's better than falling into his hands." Seeing her compromise, Chak Pham laughed evilly and slowly brought the worm closer to the kangaroo. But at that moment, a cold light suddenly shot through the air. Sensing the danger, Chak Pham instinctively pulled Tiet Nwang Huang back. After escaping the danger, Chak Pham looked at the source of the cold light and saw a young man with a handsome face and a sharp sword. At that moment, the little spirit beast had also returned and was standing on his shoulder. The young man stood there, looking coldly at the two of them and said, "You two are very bold, daring to touch this young master's spirit beast." Chak Pham saw this and knew what was happening. He muttered, "This thing already has a master." Tiet Nung Huang saw that the situation was not good and spoke up. "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to." But before she could finish, Chak Pham had already pulled her back. His sharp eyes looked at the young man, and he laughed coldly. "Whether it has a master or not, we must have it today." The young man heard him and laughed with contempt. Big words. A 5th-level Qi condensation cultivator and a 4th-level Qi condensation cultivator dare to touch my pet. All right, then today, I will end you. Without waiting long, Chak Pham immediately attacked. A silver light flashed in his hand. As soon as the move was out, he struck with the demonic treasure, the hidden moon wheel. The young man was shocked when he saw the object in Chak Pham's hand. He carefully responded, A third-grade demonic treasure is extremely dangerous. Although it is in the hands of someone with lower strength than him, its power is still very strong. If he is careless, he will die without a complete body. Then his eyes flashed with a bright light, and he attacked Chak Pham. A long sword appeared in his hand. With one slash, the world seemed to fall silent, causing Chak Pham's movements to slow down. Chak Pham's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the slash. His heart grew heavy for a moment. This person was using a profound grade martial art. 7th level bone tempering, 4th grade spirit weapon. He was definitely a core disciple of the 7 noble houses, maybe even the heir. If I offend him today, there will be trouble in the future, so I must take his life in an instant. After careful consideration, Chak Pham had developed a killing intent. Seeing this, the young man was stunned. That person had actually developed a killing intent towards him. He was the one in the dominant position. He had no right to unleash a killing move on him. However, a moment later, Chak Pham immediately increased his speed. Using an illusion, the battle immediately produced many more figures. But the young man in front of him was contemptuous of this move and also felt that he was too arrogant. But this young man was too arrogant, so he let Chak Pham succeed. Just as he was only paying attention to what was in front of him, Chak Pham had already appeared behind him, a wicked smile on his face, and said, "Nice sword. Unfortunately, you met me. A sword for a life. It's worth it." Once again, Chak Pham used the hidden moon wheel, planning to take the young man's life. But at that moment, a strange change occurred. The moment the hidden moon wheel struck him, it was repelled by a force. The hidden moon wheel in his hand also shattered. Chak Pham was forced back, his expression grave. He had protective spirit armor. This time, he had miscalculated. He never would have thought that a kid like him would have so many treasures. Even the elders of Yumin Kok didn't have as many as him. One in his clothes, one on his body. Who on earth was he? The opponent was a 7th level bone-tempering realm expert, wearing spirit armor and holding a spirit weapon with a profound grade martial art. There was no way to break his defense, so he had to take the hits passively. The most terrifying thing was that the opponent, regardless of strength, had used his full power, so he had no openings. How was he supposed to fight? At the same time, at the moment Chak Pham was pushed back, the young man in front of him also took a few steps back, his face full of shock as he looked at him. He was a genius among geniuses. He had never lost since he first picked up a sword. But now, facing a chi condensation realm cultivator, he was forced to use his full strength and almost died at his hands. If he hadn't had the spirit armor to support him just now, he would have been dead for sure. He was the heir of the family and had even defeated a peak bone-tempering realm expert in a higher-level battle. Yet now, he was in this situation. He looked up at Chak Pham and said, "Brother, what's your name?" Chak Pham heard him and knew this person didn't want to fight anymore. He opened his mouth and replied, "Chak Pham." Hearing the answer he wanted, the young man opposite him sheathed his sword, turned, and left. "All right, I'll remember your name. We'll fight again next time." Seeing him about to turn and leave, Chak Pham opened his mouth and asked, "Wait, excuse me, brother, did you also come here for the diamond quicksand?" Hearing Chak Pham mention the diamond quicksand, the young man was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. "So what if it is, and so what if it isn't?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chak Pham knew that he was most likely here for the diamond quicksand. He wanted to use his mole rat spirit beast to do his bidding, so he said, honestly, "If not, then we'll say goodbye. But if you are, would you like to cooperate with me?" Hearing this, the young man was surprised. "Cooperate? How do you want to cooperate? Even if the three of us team up, we might not be able to get any diamond quicksand." Chak Pham smiled evilly and pointed at the spirit beast on the young man's shoulder. "Brother, don't you have a mole rat? I'm sure you don't want to risk your life with them." The young man in front of him didn't expect Chak Pham to have the same idea as him, using the mole rat to act. However, he didn't know that although their starting points were the same, their processes were different, and the results would also be different. He asked, "So we think alike. No wonder you were looking for it. But it's mine. What do you have to cooperate with me?" Chak Pham smiled at him. "The correct way to use a mole rat. I wonder how you, brother, will use the mole rat to get the diamond quicksand." Chak Pham was not wrong. This young man had a way, but he couldn't tell them. He just asked back, "What do you think?" Just as Chak Pham was about to speak, Tiet Nguyen Huang, who was standing beside him, interrupted, thinking she was smart. "Let the mole rat dig a tunnel. When they pick up the diamond quicksand, we'll take the opportunity to steal some." As soon as she finished, the two of them burst out laughing. Seeing this, Tiet Nguyen Huang asked doubtfully, "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" The young man looked at the innocent girl in front of him and didn't mind explaining to her. "The opponent is a heaven profound realm expert. It's not that easy. I'm afraid you'll be caught before you can even make a move." Chak Pham, who was standing beside him, also agreed. This foolish girl thought she was smart, coming up with such a stupid idea. He smiled, taking advantage of the situation. He put his arm around her head and said to the young man, "What's your plan?" Perhaps the young man in front had already planned to cooperate with them. He didn't mind revealing his plan. "My method is very simple. The diamond quicksand is forced into the lake by the Earth's core pressure. As long as the lake water flows out, I can have the mole rat dig a branch and get it." After hearing the man's plan, Tiet Nguyen Huang couldn't help but exclaim, "Good idea!" However, Chak Pham didn't care about this method. He showed a strange smile and said, "Unfortunately, that's only a part of it. As for me, I want all of it." His words immediately shocked the young man in front of him. The person guarding the flowing gold spring was more than 50 bone-tempering realm experts, including a heaven-profound expert. With the cultivation of the three of them, it was already lucky to be able to get a part of it. But the person in front of him arrogantly said he wanted it all. This was impossible. Even if there was a way, those experts wouldn't let him get his wish. Chak Pham held the formation diagram in his hand, and together with Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Nguyen Huang, they went to a place far from the flowing gold spring called the second area of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Due to the dangerous concentration of spirit beasts, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range is divided into 3 zones. The first zone is considered the safest because it only has first and second level spirit beasts, suitable for chi condensation and foundation establishment realm cultivators to come and catch spirit beasts. And the flowing gold spring is in this area. The second area is considered a treasure hunting zone, with a concentration of third and fourth level spirit beasts. Without the strength of the bone-tempering realm, entering it is basically a dead end. But the spirit beasts here are abundant, and it is a place where experts come to find spirit pets. The third area is considered the most dangerous, because the spirit beasts that can survive here are all 5th level monsters or above. Even a divine illumination realm expert could be in danger. Chak Pham led everyone to the second area, which was considered a place where formations could be set up. But Ta Thien Duong, who knew the area of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range well, looked at him with suspicion. "Here, this is the second area. Even a heaven-profound expert wouldn't dare to walk around here." You're knowing Ta Thien Duong's thoughts. He didn't wait for him to finish. He pointed at the formation diagram and cut him off. "Brother Thien Duong, have your mole rat dig a tunnel from here to the flowing gold spring. Then, set up the formation according to this map. This is the flowing gold spring." Ta Thien Duong was startled when he heard him. He pointed at the map and said, "It's not a problem to have it dig a tunnel from here to the flowing gold spring, but to have it place spirit stones to set up a formation, it would require more than 1,000 stones." Chak Pham nodded and said calmly, "That's right, 3,221 stones to be exact. The mole rat is small and can only carry 1 stone at a time, which means it has to go back and forth 3,221 times to set up the formation around the flowing gold spring." Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing this. Tit Nung Huang, who was beside him, couldn't bear it and scolded him. "You want it to work to death?" The little guy on Ta Thien Duong's shoulder was equally scared. It seemed to understand everyone's plan. It kept trembling and fell from Ta Thien Duong's shoulder to the ground. Seeing this, Chak Pham couldn't help but laugh. He ignored the little guy on the ground and looked at its owner, saying, "We don't have much time now. The diamond quicksand will erupt soon. We have to make it act now." "Do we have to do this?" Ta Thien Duong said with a serious expression. Seeing his hesitation, Chak Pham chuckled softly. "As long as you can secretly set up the formation to the flowing gold spring, then you won't need it. It's just a mole rat. We can find another one later. But we can't get the diamond quicksand back. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee you'll get a lot." Ta Thien Duong glanced at the pet on the ground, his eyes thoughtful. After a while, He was moved by Chak Pham. He nodded and said, "All right, it's just a first-level spirit pet. At most, I won't need it anymore." The little mole rat had no way to resist and had to reluctantly go and dig a tunnel. When it returned after completing its mission, it looked like it was dying and crawled into Tiet Nung Huang's arms for comfort. Chak Pham looked at it and smiled proudly. "See? I told you it could do it." Helplessly nodding, Ta Thien Duong sighed and said, "That's right, but it will definitely hate its master, me, after this." Tiet Nung Huang looked at the two of them teasing each other, then looked down at the little guy in her arms. She immediately complained, "You guys are too mean. It's already so tired, so pitiful." Chak Pham didn't mind her complaints and shrugged. "There's no other way. We can set up the formation in 3 days. I had to force it, otherwise it would be lazy. If it dies from exhaustion, then it's not a first-level spirit beast." With that, Chak Pham made a hand seal and activated the formation. With everything in place, the three of them entered a period of waiting for the right moment, just like the people of Yu Min Kok on the other side. A month passed in a flash. The 10,000 Beast Mountain range was still as quiet as ever. Chak Pham and Ta Thien Duong were both waiting for the right moment. On one side, they cultivated their martial arts. Only Tiet Nuong Wang on the other side looked carefree, spending her days playing with Ta Thien Duong's spirit pet. It seemed she had forgotten about the diamond quicksand. Ta Thien Duong looked at Tiet Nuong Wang with dissatisfaction. His spirit pet was so close to her, following her around all day as if she were its master. He looked at Chak Pham, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating on the side, and couldn't help but sigh. They were both human, so why were they so different? In contrast to the carefree Tiet Nung Huang, Chak Pham was unusually calm. Ta Thien Duong's first impression of Chak Pham was that he was an enigma, with a mysterious strength and background. He said he came from a small family, but I don't believe it. In this 1 month, he was the calmest of the three of them. While waiting for the diamond quicksand to appear, he was still able to cultivate with peace of mind. His mentality was truly excellent. How many people like him could be found in the entire Thien Vu Empire? At least he, Ta Thien Duong, couldn't do it. While Ta Thien Duong was assessing him, Chak Pham also emerged from his cultivation state. After breaking through to the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. Ta Thien Duong, who was watching from the side, also praised him. "As expected of you. Even in such a tense situation, he was still able to break through. This level of mental training was something that even a galloping horse couldn't catch up to." A moment later, a strange phenomenon occurred at the Flowing Gold Spring. A loud bang shook the entire forest. On this side, the three of them also heard the commotion. It was time for the diamond quicksand to appear. Chak Pham smiled smugly. "It's here." At the same time, on the other side of the Flowing Gold Spring, the 7th elder of Yu Min Kok heard the strange sound and his eyes suddenly widened. He laughed loudly. "It's here! It's finally here! Ha ha ha. I've waited for 2 months, and it's finally here. Men, prepare the flowing gold silk net and retrieve the diamond quicksand." More than 50 bone-tempering realm experts were stationed around. Hearing the order, they replied in unison, "Yes." With that, they threw the net towards the emerging diamond quicksand. From a distance, Chak Pham felt it was time. He turned to Ta Thien Duong and asked, "Have you prepared the diamond silk net?" Hearing Chak Pham's question, he said, "Ridiculous. I came here for the diamond quicksand. How could I not bring a diamond silk net?" "Brother Chak, what should I do next?" With that, he took out a silk net and handed it to Chak Pham. Chak Pham took it and replied with a strange smile, "Just watch me." With that, he threw the silk net into the air. In his hand, he made a hand seal and muttered, "Heaven and earth are reversed, the first pass of the low. Yin and yang are exchanged, the twin Nazi formations activate." With that, the spirit stones buried in the ground began to glow, bursting out of the ground and shooting straight to the sky. The flowing gold spring on the other side was no exception. 3,321 beams of light suddenly shot into the sky. Discovering the strange phenomenon, the 7th elder was immediately shocked and looked around cautiously. What happened? Where did the cold water come from? Not good. Someone's playing tricks. The 7th elder had been guarding the flowing gold spring for so long and had finally waited for the diamond quicksand to appear. He couldn't let anyone else get the upper hand, so when he discovered someone was playing tricks, he immediately became furious, scanning the area for the person, and then flew away. At the same time, on the side of the three of them, after Chak Pham activated the formation, a stream of water immediately flowed towards them, and then hot magma spewed out. Seeing this scene, Tathin Duang shouted excitedly, "Diamond quicksand! Brother Chak, you're amazing! How did the diamond quicksand suddenly flow here?" Looking at the scene in front of him, Chak Pham smiled mysteriously and said, "This formation is called the Qian-kun Transference Formation. Although it is a low-level formation, it can reverse Qian-kun and move mountains. I just diverted the flow of the diamond quicksand from the flowing gold spring here." Hearing this, Tathin Duang was shocked again. Reverse Qian-kun and move mountains? How is that possible? Tathin Duang called himself a genius among geniuses. He had read countless books and was aware of fifth-grade formations. However, he had never heard of a low-level formation that could move the universe. It must be a lost formation. But Chak Pham not only activated a lost formation, it was also only a first-grade formation. Who on earth was this Chak Pham? Finally, Tathin Duang understood. What Chak Pham had said about signing an alliance with Team Longkak was true. How could a place like Team Longkak, which valued talent, let go of such a genius? Looking at Chak Pham, Tathin Duang quickly made up his mind. "Brother Chak, are you interested in becoming a retainer at the Sword Marquis estate?" Tietengung Huang was surprised when she heard Tathin Duang's words. Chak Pham looked so young, yet he was already being invited to be a retainer for one of the 7 houses. Chak Pham smiled at these words and snorted, "Forget it. Team Longkak already said that to me, but I refused. They only switched to signing a contract with me." Tietengung Huang thought he was bragging and teased him. "Big brother Chak, you're exaggerating a bit." But after what had just happened, Tathin Duang had seen his strength and fully believed what he had said before was true. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll have someone send you an alliance agreement when I get back. But where should I send it?" Chak Pham still hadn't forgotten his goal of reviving the Lak family and the Radiant Pearl secret decree. This alliance was beneficial to Laksa, so he smiled and said, "Send it to Laksa in Phong Lamthan. I'll go back there after I'm done." Tathin Duang hesitated for a moment when he heard that he wouldn't binding it directly. "Then let's wait until you get back. I'll only form an alliance with you. With your skills, if you're not in Laksa in the future, we'll be at a disadvantage." Hearing these words, Chak Pham couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was the same with Tiem Longkak before. The 7 houses were indeed cautious and far-sighted. Tiet Nung Huang, who was listening to their conversation, took a breath, her face full of surprise. The people of the Sword Marquis estate were really willful to actually sign an alliance with someone outside the 7 houses. Moreover, this contract was not with a family, but a personal one. She just didn't understand. What they saw was Chak Pham's strength and value, so signing a contract with him would bring no small benefits. Just then, with a loud bang, another burst of magma erupted. Seeing this, Chak Pham became serious and blocked it, saying, "Reel in the net immediately." Tathin Duang, however, didn't care about his words and waved his hand with a smile. "What's the hurry? The golden sand silk net is so fine. Even if the magma cools down, we can still fish out the diamond quicksand." Seeing that he didn't follow, Chak Pham frowned and snorted coldly. "Do you think I don't understand that logic? But even if you get it, do you have a life to use it? Do you think those people from Yumin Kok are blind? They can't see the pillar of light shining on them. The Heaven Profound expert will be here soon." Hearing this, Tathin Duang was startled and hurriedly reeled in the silk net. As the net slowly rose, the 3 of them saw magma flowing out. On the silk net, glowing particles remained. Seeing this scene, Tathin Duang, though excited, still pretended to be serious and asked Chak Pham, "What should we do now?" Chak Pham was right. They had used the formation to collect all the diamond quicksand that had appeared. They were essentially stealing from the people of Yumin Kok on the other side. They wouldn't return empty-handed. Once they discovered the 3 of them, it would be a big battle, and the 3 of them were at a disadvantage. Therefore, they had to find a place where they could avoid the pursuit of the Yumin Kok people and safely divide the diamond quicksand they had collected. After some thought, Chak Pham pointed to a place deep in the forest. Tathin Duang and Tiet Nguang Huang looked in the direction he pointed. Tiet Nguang Huang suddenly shouted, "The second treasure hunting area!" Tathin Duang also recognized the place and nodded in agreement. "Good idea. This area is vast and impossible to find." But Chak Pham slowly shook his head in denial. Wrong. I have to go to the third area. Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong and the other person were immediately startled. He wanted to go to the dangerous third area. Was he crazy? With our strength, we'll definitely die if we go to the third area. Even if they avoided the pursuit of the human cock people, they would still have to face the 5th level spirit beasts in that area. It was too dangerous. But they didn't know that Chak Pham's target in the 10,000 Beast mountain range was a 6th level spirit beast, the Thundercloud Sparrow, which was located in the third area. But their problem now was to divide the diamond quicksand before being found by the people of Yumin Kok. Otherwise, it would be all for nothing. Thinking of the main issue, Chak Pham spoke again. Let's divide the diamond quicksand first, then talk about escaping later. Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Nguyen Huang couldn't help but look at each other and smile wryly. Since they met Chak Pham, they had been led by the nose. However, they both believed that he could solve everything. Looking at the fruits of their labor, they couldn't help but smile happily. Chak Pham saw their expressions and couldn't help but tease them. If you two don't hurry up, I'll take it all for myself. At this moment, Ta Thien Duong was genuinely happy. He ran after Chak Pham and said, "Wait for me." A while later, they had reached a safe place and took out the diamond quicksand from the silk net. Seeing the abundant harvest this time, Ta Thien Duong immediately smirked. With this golden sand, he could add several kilograms to his refining. The harvest was much better than he had imagined. Seeing his greedy expression, Chak Pham couldn't help but secretly mock him. He was a disciple of the Sword Marquis estate, yet he was acting like he had never seen anything like this before. Then, he took his share of the golden sand and put it in his storage space. He then said to them, "According to our agreement, I'll take my share, the rest is yours." Ta Thien Duong was secretly impressed that he had only taken his share as agreed. He was truly a man of his word. He had only provided the mole rat and had done nothing else. He was the one who had done everything, yet he had only taken his fair share. This brother was a good friend to have. He looked at him and said, "All right, you can take a little more. It's fine. Now tell me, how do we get out of here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flashed in Chak Pham's hand and quickly disappeared. A small porcelain bottle immediately appeared. He gave it to Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Huang Huang and said, "Very simple, drink this." Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Nguyen Huang took the pills from Chak Pham's hand. Even though they were suspicious, they still willingly drank them down. After Ta Thien Duong finished drinking, he asked Chak Pham, "Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and tell us what this pill is." Chak Pham also drank one, then answered their question. This is a first-grade pill, the breath-concealing pill. It can hide our aura for a day. That way, when we pass through the second and third areas, as long as we don't run into any spirit beasts, they won't be able to detect us. Hearing about the pill's effect, the two were shocked. Ta Thien Duong immediately spoke up, "So magical. Where did you get it?" The 10,000 Beast mountain range is a treasure trove of spirit beasts that everyone wants. It's just a pity that the spirit beasts are ferocious and they don't dare to come here. If they knew about this kind of pill, they would definitely fight for it. But Ta Thien Duong had never heard of it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe that such a pill existed. Chak Pham heard his question and answered without hiding anything. "I refined it. There's only one, no branches." Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What? You also know how to refine pills?" Perhaps he was too shocked. He shouted loudly, which startled Tiet Nguyen Huang beside him. "Why are you shouting so loud?" However, Chak Pham didn't mind. He replied nonchalantly, "Why? Want to learn?" Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong was stunned for a long time. How many more surprises could this person bring him? From his Qi condensation realm strength, he could fight a bone-tempering realm expert, and he also knew how to set up formations. Now he even knows how to concoct pills. He's a true all-around genius. He has strength, he has schemes, and he always thinks carefully before acting, with great foresight. Are the disciples of the Seven Houses who call themselves geniuses too far off the mark? Compared to his peers, Ta Thien Duong had always thought he was superior. He never expected to meet a monster like Chak Pham out here. When he returns this time, he will definitely not dare to call himself a genius anymore, at least not in front of Chak Pham. He's not. Ta Thien Duong thought for a moment, then turned and walked towards the second area. Without another word, he just left 2 words, "Let's go." Chak Pham and Tiet Nuong Huang were stunned by his reaction and looked at each other. They didn't know what had provoked him to act so cold and decisive, but they didn't care. The two of them immediately followed. Not long after they left, the seventh elder of Yu Min Kok found them. Looking at the current situation, he confirmed that someone had indeed led the diamond quicksand here. This person had just left not long ago, so they probably hadn't gone far. If they were still hiding in the first area, they would surely be dead. Then, a mere trick to deceive me? In your dreams. The answer is the second area. With that, the seventh elder became furious and flew towards the second area, his powerful aura causing chaos throughout the forest. On the other side, the three of them, who were on their way to the second area, also saw this scene and immediately felt that something was wrong. They quickly stopped. Chak Fam's eyes narrowed in shock. How can this be? The elder of Yu Min Kok is coming straight to the second area. Ha Thin Duong, who was in front, was equally shocked. What? Then what should we do? With the seventh elder's speed, he'll catch up to us soon. How could Chak Fam not know? However, this seventh elder had gone against his expectations. It was his own fault for being too arrogant and miscalculating one step. He shook his head helplessly and said, I don't know either. Originally, I planned to bet on time with that elder. Logically, when he discovered the refining rock, he would search the first area first for safety. Besides, everyone knows the second area is dangerous. He can't get here right away. We just started, and we've already reached the second area. By the time he catches up, it will probably be 3 hours later. Besides, in the second area, to avoid the spirit beasts, his speed will slow down. This time difference is enough for me to hide in the third area. After all, in the third area, he, like us, is prey for extremely powerful spirit beasts. He doesn't have the guts to pursue us there, but now he's chasing us to the second area right from the start. Ta Tien Duong, who was listening to his plan, couldn't help but exclaim. In that situation, he was still able to calculate every step, every advantage and disadvantage, and come up with a perfect plan. But it's true that man's plans are no match for heaven's. The person he met was an old fox from Yu Min Kok, so he made a wrong move. Ta Thin Duong slowly said, Brother Chak, haven't you heard of the seventh elder's nickname? Hearing Ta Tien Duong's question, Chak Fam was surprised. He shook his head and said, What nickname? I only know he's an elder of Yu Min Kok guarding this place. I don't know anything else about him. Ta Thin Duong, being from one of the 7 houses, naturally knew about the other powers. At this moment, he slowly said to Chak Fam, You know, he is the most cunning old fox in Yu Min Kok. Yu Kwai That. Yu Kwai That is a person of respected status in Yu Min Kok. The Valley Masters often consult him on important matters. This person is cunning, treacherous, and unpredictable. Everyone calls him the 7-aperture ghost spirit. Chak Fam became curious upon hearing this and asked, So that means he's very strong. Ta Thin Duong took a deep breath, his face grave. In the 7 houses, many elders have died at his hands, especially the 9th elder of Team Longkak. The destruction of his purple lightning golden eye was single-handedly orchestrated by Yu Kwai That. Therefore, many people hate him, but even more people fear him. Chak Fam was enlightened. No wonder the old man went against his expectations. So he was also someone who worked with schemes, so he was on the same path as him. However, the situation as it was now couldn't be saved. The only way was to fight fire with fire, taking it one step at a time. At this moment, Ta Tien Duong looked at Tiet Nuong Huang beside him and a thought appeared in his mind. He said decisively, Brother Chak, the only way now is to leave Miss Nung behind. With our speed, we can definitely escape. Tiet Nuong Huang heard him want to leave her behind. Her body trembled, and she grabbed Chak Fam's hand and pleaded, Big Brother Chak, you promised to take me out of the city. Seeing her pleading on one side, he didn't care. Ta Thin Duong knew that the decision-maker was still Chak Fam. He said to him, This is not the time to be kind. If we leave Nagur, she will hold back the 7th elder, and we will be able to escape safely. Chak Fam narrowed his eyes and looked at Ta Thin Duong, raising an eyebrow. Ta Thin Duong, if I didn't have the breath-concealing pill, would you have wanted to leave me behind too? I won't leave anyone behind. As for the 7th elder, I'll set up a formation here and fight him. Hearing this, Ta Thin Duong thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He had seen Chak Fam's formation skills firsthand, and they were indeed unfathomably powerful. If he was so sure, he wouldn't mind taking a gamble. He also wanted to see what other surprises this person could give him. A while later, a figure appeared in the forest. Occasionally, a spirit beast would attack the person, but after a roar, it would quickly be knocked back. After he landed, he checked the surrounding traces. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "You three brats, why aren't you running anymore? Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to personally catch you?" The seventh elder's shout carried a killing intent, spreading in all directions and scaring the spirit beasts away. And at this moment, Chak Fam, who was hiding on the side, also chuckled softly. "Ha-ha! As expected of the seventh elder, the seven aperture spirit, you knew how many of us there were just by the traces along the way. I'm impressed, truly impressed." The seventh elder heard the voice and looked around cautiously. After a long while, he spoke again. "Kid, you just broke through to the 6th level of the chi condensation realm, right? It wasn't a question, but a statement." Yu Kuai. That had actually guessed Chak Fam's strength. Hidden in the darkness, Chak Fam couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. As expected, he was known as the Seven Aperture Spirit. He was more terrifying than he had imagined. Just by hearing his voice, he could guess his strength. It was truly beyond his expectations. However, he quickly regained his composure. The seventh elder was here for the diamond quicksand. "Let's make a deal. I'll give you a share, and you let us go. How about it, Yu Kuai?" That laughed loudly when he heard Chak Fam's words, his body radiating a killing aura. Ridiculous. The diamond quicksand was originally mine. You stole it, and now you want to make a deal with me? Come out. Today, I will definitely take back the diamond quicksand and also take your lives. With that, Yu Kuai. That suddenly rushed forward into the forest, unleashing a palm strike towards it. With a bang, everything was smashed. A young man was revealed. Chak Fam escaped from a single palm and dodged out, a strange smile on his face. "Then, come on." Yu Kuai. That looked at the person who appeared and laughed sinisterly. "Little brat, you knew my hearing was good and still dared to speak and make a deal with me. You're courting death." But Chak Fam sat there quietly, not afraid, and laughed coldly. "I dared to do it, so I'm not afraid of being exposed. Kill him!" With that, a hand seal appeared in his hand and he struck towards Yu Kuai that. Following that, a loud noise rang out. In an instant, flames appeared behind Chak Fam. Following the noise, a fire phoenix also appeared behind him. It flapped its wings and viciously spewed flames at Yu Kuai that. "This is a formation." Yu Kuai that was shocked by this scene. He never would have thought that the person in front of him, who only had the strength of the chi condensation realm, could set up such a profound formation. Looking at its power, it had definitely reached the level of a 5th grade formation master. He calmly sent a palm strike towards the charging fire phoenix. However, the flames that erupted swallowed Yu Kuai. That whole, he was hit by the blast and forced back. But he still looked at Chak Fam with indifference. "It seems I underestimated you. I thought you were just a 6th level chi condensation realm youth, but it turns out you're a 5th grade formation master. But it's a pity. With your strength, even if you can control a 5th grade formation, you still can't defeat me." With that, Yu Kuai. That formed another seal, creating a ghostly face illusion, accompanied by a mournful scream that echoed through the forest. The temperature in the surroundings instantly became indescribably gloomy. Seeing this, Chak Fam's expression became serious. "I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a terrifying demonic art. This is the inherited martial art of Yu Min Kok." "Haha, you're about to die. What's the use of knowing so much?" Yu Kuai. That didn't care about his words and laughed sinisterly, his hand seal pointed forward. Following that, the ghost face also attacked Chak Fam. Chak Fam on the opposite side didn't dare to be careless and changed the hand seal in his hand. The fire phoenix let out a loud cry and shot a stream of flames towards the ghost face. The flames and the ghost face collided, but it didn't cause a big explosion. Just as the flames were about to swallow the ghost face illusion, they were met with ice and extinguished. Seeing this scene, Yu Kuai that revealed a triumphant smile, while Chak Fam narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Nung, make your move!" As soon as he finished speaking, Tiet Nuong Wang's figure appeared, her hands forming a seal. A gust of wind merged with the fire phoenix and attacked Yu Kuai that. The moment the wind and fire combined, the flames grew several times stronger. "You Kwai." That's expression became solemn as he looked at this scene. He muttered, "So there's a helper." With that, he moved his hand seal, trying to withstand the attack of the two of them. But with the support of fire and ice, Yu Kwai, that was at a disadvantage, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sweat had started to trickle down his face. However, before he could think of a countermeasure, Chak Pham shouted again, "Ta Thin Duong! It's your turn! Your turn! Your turn!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ta Thin Duong appeared in a flash, his hands forming a seal, a triumphant smile on his face. "Ha ha ha! I've been waiting for this moment! Watch me take the head of a world-class expert." Following Ta Thin Duong's arrogant laughter, bolts of lightning began to crackle, shooting towards the ghost face illusion. At this moment, lightning entered the fire, and the fire aided the lightning. The lightning and fire exploded. With a bang, the ghost face was knocked back. It struggled to stay steady, but at this moment, as if with an extra boost, the ghost face's power suddenly increased, turning into a black aura. With a loud bang, the flames on the other side turned to dust. Yu Kwai, that coughed up a mouthful of blood with difficulty. The lightning just now had injured him quite badly. He never would have dreamed that he would end up in this situation. However, on the opposite side, Chak Pham was equally surprised. A fourth-grade demonic treasure, Yu Kwai. That looked at the three of them, panting heavily, and said, "Well done. You're all very good. I never thought that in my life of roaming freely, I would be pushed to this state by three little brats. Now, I acknowledge your strength. If we continue to fight, we'll only hurt each other. So, let's do as you said. Give me a share of the diamond quicksand, and I won't pursue this matter any further." Hearing this, Chak Pham and the other two glanced at each other, then nodded slightly. Chak Pham thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, then we'll call it a truce." With that, Chak Pham took out a cloth bag and, looking like he was about to approach, said, "This is the diamond quicksand. We'll call a truce here." Yu Kwai that saw him compromise and sighed in relief. He put away his demonic treasure and slowly flew towards Chak Pham. "That's right. Just hand over the diamond quicksand obediently, and I promise to let you go." But just as the two were not far from each other, the air simultaneously thickened with killing intent. They shouted in unison, "Kill him! You brat! Die!" Following Chak Pham's shout, Ta Thin Duong and Tiet Nguyen Huang behind him made their move. They formed a seal and created a formation, merging it with Chak Pham's flames in front, and attacked Yu Kwai that. At the same time, Yu Kwai that also made a move, taking out his fourth-grade demonic treasure to counter the flames. But he was a step too slow and couldn't dodge the attack. He had to use his full strength to shatter the force, and was also pushed back. Yu Kwai that looked up at the three people in the distance, his face green with anger. "You despicable brat! I shouldn't have trusted you." Chak Pham heard him and revealed a wicked smile, his lips curling in contempt. "We're all from the demonic path. We're the same." Ta Thin Duong and Tiet Nguyen Huang looked at the two of them in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. They were stunned. These two were too evil, with no integrity at all. One was more cunning than the other. From the beginning, they had wanted to kill each other, with no intention of a truce. But luckily, the person on their side was a little more evil. Otherwise, the three of them would have been done for. Yu Kwai, that in the air, was furious. He had chased them all this way, always thinking their strength was low. With his cultivation, he could easily retrieve the diamond quicksand, but he never would have imagined. Among them was someone who understood formations and schemes, putting him at a disadvantage like this. At this moment, he forced himself to calm down and think of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he looked at Tiet Nguyen Huang. He laughed softly and said, "You are the third young lady of the Tiet family, right? The last time I saw you was 5 years ago. You were still a child then. I didn't expect you to have grown into a young lady." Tiet Nguyen Huang immediately tensed up and lowered her head upon hearing this. Chak Pham's situation was not good. Fearing she would be affected, he quickly said to Yu Kwai that, "If you have something to say it to me. Don't scare a little girl." However, this old fox, Yu Kwai that, already knew that their weak point was Tiet Nguyen Huang. He ignored Chak Pham and stared at her, saying, "Nguer, did you think about the safety of the Tiet family when you opposed me? The Tiet family depends on you, Minkok. We have not treated you poorly. Why are you doing this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tiet Nguyen Huang felt the strong killing intent from him, and her body couldn't stop trembling. The seal in her hand also slowly loosened. Chak Pham was startled, knowing that she had been threatened by Yukui that. He blocked and said, "Not good. She's going to act." With that, Chak Pham and Ta Thien Duong simultaneously formed hand seals, and a stream of lightning and flames attacked Yukui that. But unfortunately, Tiet Nguyen Huang was shaken. Without the support of her wind, the flames posed no threat to him. The two of them were immediately knocked back. Yukui that saw this and was triumphant, throwing his head back and laughing loudly. "Ha ha! That's right, Noor, you're doing the right thing." These two brats can just pat their butts and leave later, but the Tiet family won't have it so easy. Chak Pham bit his lip and glanced at Tiet Nguyen Huang. He knew that at this moment, she was worried and afraid of being retaliated against, so she had wavered. He had to find a way to reassure her. "Noor, don't listen to him. He's already recognized you. When he gets back, he will definitely wipe out the Tiet family. Remember what I said before? This formation combines wind, lightning, and fire. As long as the three of us work together, even a heaven-profound realm expert can't escape. If he gets back today, the Tiet family will be truly finished." Hearing this, Tiet Nguyen Huang immediately looked at Chak Pham, then at Yukui that. He was right. By participating in this battle, she had offended Yu Min-kok. Besides, she had also offended them before. If he returned this time, new and old grudges would be settled on the Tiet family, and they would be done for. With that thought, she raised her head, a killing intent in her eyes. At the same time, she muttered, "We can't let him leave this place. He must die." With that, she formed a seal in her hand and activated the formation. A fierce leopard immediately appeared behind her. Seeing this, Chak Pham and Ta Thien Duong were overjoyed. The two of them simultaneously formed seals, once again creating the Wind Lightning Flame Burst formation. The three elements of wind, fire, and lightning combined to form a world-destroying force that shot towards Yukui that. Seeing this, Yukui that was horrified and hurriedly raised his staff to block. A loud bang erupted. The entire second area trembled ceaselessly, creating a scene of chaos. At this moment, Yukui that had been sent flying far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He never would have dreamed that this lightning flame could actually injure his lungs. In his current state, if he took another hit, he would undoubtedly die. He looked at Tiet Nguyen Huang below, and Yukui that's expression immediately became serious. Just a crazed little girl could increase the power of the formation to this extent. It was truly beyond his expectations. Similarly, Chak Pham saw that Yukui that was starting to falter and smiled triumphantly. He continued to form hand seals and shouted to the other two, "That old man is about to collapse. Ngung, Ta Thien Duong, are you ready? We'll give him one more blow." However, before Chak Pham and Ta Thien Duong could act, they saw the figure of the fierce leopard crazily rushing towards Yukui that. Seeing this, Chak Pham cursed inwardly. Not good. Tiet Nguyen Huang had just suffered a blow. At this moment, she had gone crazy. She was determined to take Yukui. That's life. She was agitated. Without the combination of the three of them, creating the wind, lightning, and fire would greatly reduce the power of the formation. Similarly, Yukui that in the air also saw this and smiled triumphantly, attacking the charging leopard. In an instant, he had Tiet Nguyen Huang in his hands. "You stinking brat, I almost died at your hands just now. If you weren't still useful, I would have killed you already." On this side, Chak Pham and Ta Thien Duong saw her fall into Yukui that's hands and shouted incessantly, "Nguer!" Yukui that heard this and glanced at them coldly. "What are you two brats shouting for? In a moment, I'll naturally come and deal with you." Chak Pham and Ta Thien Duong stood motionless, their hands clenched into fists in their sleeves. They couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Tiet Nguyen Huang, in Yukui that's hands, coughed twice with difficulty. She looked at Chak Pham and muttered, "Kill him quickly. Don't let him go back and harm my father." What a filial daughter, still thinking of her father at a time like this. But unfortunately, those two brats aren't skilled enough to kill me. When I get back, I'll make sure not a single member of the Tiet family is left. Hearing these words, Tiet Nguyen Huang's tears fell uncontrollably. Ta Thien Duong on the other side also spoke up angrily. "Yukui, that you are a respected elder of Yu Min-kok. Now you are bullying a little girl, tying up a chicken without a fight." Don't you feel ashamed? Yukui. That didn't care, and laughed contemptuously. In my eyes, the word shame doesn't exist. You little brat, on the other hand, are not bad. You're very much to my liking. With just 3 sentences, you were able to ignite this little girl's fighting spirit. If we weren't enemies today, I would definitely take you as my disciple. You hurt my friend, so I will definitely kill you. Tiet Nung Huang, in the old man's hands, had begun to despair. Tears streamed down her face more and more. She turned to Chak Pham and the others and begged, "Kill me, please." Chak Pham heard this. He glanced at her, and his eyes also began to water. Very quickly, he said decisively, "Ta Thien Duong, prepare to attack." But Nunger, this is the ending that Nunger wanted. Chak Pham was a little heavy-hearted, but very quickly his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but tremble. He sighed, gritted his teeth, and made a hand seal. If he couldn't kill this old man today, when he returned, the Tait family would be finished. Nunger would die with her eyes open. A moment later, the two of them once again formed a seal and activated the formation to attack. The fire phoenix and the lightning in Ta Thien Duong's hands immediately struck. But Yu Kuai, that stood there without a care, mocking them. Without the wind to help you, no matter how strong the lightning and fire are, you can't do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chak Pham revealed a strange smile. Who says I don't have wind? What? Yu Kuai, that immediately shouted in horror, but it was too late. Chak Pham had already created another wind formation attack, combining it with the fire phoenix and Ta Thien Duong's lightning attack, creating an explosion that blew up everything inside. This power was several times stronger than when the 3 of them had worked together before. This time, it seemed that Yukui that really couldn't escape. In the distance, Ta Thien Duong was completely stunned as he looked at Chak Pham, muttering, How is that possible? After dealing with Yukui that, Chak Pham turned his head and looked at Ta Thien Duong with a wicked smile, his face no longer showing any trace of sadness. How could the storm have appeared, right? The reason is because I lied to you. With a faint laugh, Chak Pham continued. From the beginning, I said my abilities couldn't control a 5th grade consciousness, and I had to team up with you. That was a lie. Otherwise, with Yu Kuai that's cunning, he couldn't have been fooled. Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong was immediately shocked. He had actually lied to everyone. He stared with wide eyes and stammered, What? You lied to us? Chak Pham smiled and said, Yu Kuai, that is more cunning than anyone. He's the wise man of Yu Min Kok. If I fought him, I might not win. So I arranged for you all to team up with me. Although it might have saved me some effort, it was also a fatal weakness. That is, it requires the combined efforts of 3 people to unleash the strongest power of the formation. This point is certainly clever, but Yukui that would have seen through it. So he would have looked for the weakest among us. Tiet Nguyen Wang was his target, but he didn't expect that Nguyen was our bait. When he went there, it was like falling into a trap himself. Ta Thien Duong sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at the person in front of him, shocked, and said, You mean you planned to abandon Wanger from the beginning? Ta Thien Duong never would have imagined that the person who had just vehemently declared that he would never leave anyone behind would start plotting against someone the next second. His plan was truly ingenious, a plan within a plan that would trap anyone who fell into it forever. This person was too terrifying. He had no sense of righteousness and would use any means to achieve his goal, regardless of who he used. If he really became his enemy, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Chak Pham looked at his expression and maintained a cold look, saying, Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't force her. She chose it herself. I just gave her a chance. Sacrificing herself to save her loved ones is a very noble act. Didn't you also suggest leaving Gungar behind because she was a burden and running away? I just thought more than you and took advantage of this burden. Chak Pham once again affirmed the life philosophy of the demonic path. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They had no concept of trust or kindness, because in the demonic path, kindness would lead to their eternal damnation. Ta Thien Duong swallowed hard and muttered, Then what about the promise you made to Nunger? You promised to take her out of the city. With a soft laugh, Chak Pham shook his head. You're right, but I can take her body out of the city. It's the same. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but look at him with different eyes, a chill running down his spine. After being together for more than a month, he had only felt that he was calm and mysterious. But at this moment, he felt that he was strangely terrifying, ruthless, cold-blooded, and would stop at nothing. But just then, a loud laugh erupted from within the thunderflame storm. Hearing the sound, Track Fam turned in horror. "You Kwai," that's voice echoed out. "Kid, you really do understand me. Selfish, cold, and heartless. You even use your own people. I have to admit, a kid like you makes me a bit wary." With a loud crash, the thunderflame storm was instantly shattered. A figure emerged with a ferocious smile. In his hands, he now held not only the Chuang Tak but also a black long scepter. The two scepters intertwined in a spiral, shielding him. But against the power of the wind thunderstorm flame formation, he was heavily injured, though he was still standing. Yu Kwai. That's breath was no longer steady. It couldn't be helped. He had nearly died in that formation and was far from unscathed. Looking towards Track Fam and the others, Yu Kwai that roared furiously. "Kid, to think that I, a master strategist my whole life, would fall into a trap and nearly die today. I've never met a terrifying brat like you." As he spoke, the scepter in his hand released Tiet Nung Huang, and her body slowly slumped to the ground. Track Fam glanced over. She was still breathing, not dead yet. But he didn't care if she lived or died. The enemy was still in front of him, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Staring intently at Yu Kwai that, Track Fam said, "So you have two fourth-grade demonic treasures." Yu Kwai that combined the two scepters and sneered, "I only have one. This fourth-grade yin-yang twin-lock demonic treasure is a single entity. Normally, I use the yang lock for fighting. The yin lock is reserved for my ultimate killing moves. Today, to save my own skin, I had to show you the power of the yin lock. Consider yourselves skilled. Even Thien Huyen masters only get to see it as they die." Track Fam narrowed his eyes, almost grinding his teeth. As expected of the seven-aperture nimble ghost. "You're good at enduring. You were willing to take our combined attack and get injured just to keep your trump card hidden. Of course, this world is full of conspiracies and schemes, so I must have a final life-saving card. That's why I can plot against others, but they can't touch me. However, this time was an exception. Yu Kwai." That laughed smugly, narrowed his eyes, and swung the scepter fiercely at Track Fam, roaring. "Too bad for you! You've used up all your tricks and have nothing left to stop me." Suddenly, Track Fam smirked. "Who says?" As he spoke, his hands formed a seal. A red light shot out from Tiet Nung Huang's body and hurtled straight towards Yu Kwai that. That's right, the Blood Infant was Track Fam's true final move. From the start of the fight, he had noticed that Yu Kwai that had no protective spirit armor. Now that he was heavily injured, the Blood Infant could be completely effective. At the same time, he activated the Heavenly Demon Grand Transformation Art. It could make him explode. Seeing the red light rushing towards him, Yu Kwai, that was horrified. He finally understood. Track Fam's final bait wasn't Tiet Ngung Huang herself, but something hidden inside her. He hadn't detected the scheme at all and had walked right into the trap. For a kid so young to possess such a devious mind, he would be terrifying if allowed to mature. Seeing the Blood Infant about to enter Yu Kwai, that's body. Track Fam smirked in satisfaction. "It's over, Elder that. In the end, I'm the one who wins this duel." But before Track Fam could finish speaking, the scepter in Yu Kwai that's hand pierced through his body, neither quickly nor slowly. His internal organs immediately ruptured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked up at Yu Kwai that. He cried out in terror. How is this possible? Track Fam's injury wasn't from the scepter. It was because something had happened to his life-bound blood infant. He coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood, staring in shock at Yu Kwai that. He saw his blood infant hanging weakly behind him, impaled through the chest by a long scepter. The blood infant quickly lost its power and fell, causing Track Fam to collapse to his knees. In this battle, he was the one who had lost. Seeing him injured, Ta Thien Duong anxiously raised his sword and charged at Yu Kwai that. But with his bone-tempering realm cultivation, he was no match for a Thien Huyen realm expert. He was quickly sent flying into a tree, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Luckily, his spirit armor saved him. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Yu Kwai that looked at the three of them, all on the brink of death, and slowly walked over to Track Fam. He spoke coldly. "Kid, they call me the 7-aperture nimble ghost. How could I possibly let you guess my thoughts? You're not bad. Not bad at all. Your ability to manipulate people's minds is frightening. If I gave you another 10 years to grow, even the world's smartest man, Jia Kak Trong Fong, wouldn't be your match. Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance to grow, because you are the first person whose potential truly frightens me. Therefore, today, you must die. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless." With that, Yu Kuai that gathered Yuan power in his hand and aimed a palm strike at Track Fam. Track Fam was now on the verge of death, but he wasn't resigned to his fate. He truly wasn't. He hadn't been outsmarted. In fact, his scheme was superior, but he still lost. He lost because of his lack of strength. It was a shame his time in this world hadn't been long enough. He still had so much left to do. His ultimate goal after reincarnating was still far from complete, yet it had to end here. He unwillingly closed his eyes, spat out a final mouthful of blood, and completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed throughout the entire Vanthu mountain range. Yu Kuai that abruptly stopped his attack. He looked up and cried out in alarm. How did this monster get to the second zone? Damn it! After speaking, he glanced at the 3 unconscious figures before him, then reluctantly turned and fled. He didn't even bother with the diamond-flowing chariot. A moment later, the entire sky darkened, and the surrounding forest began to wither as a monstrous bird flew overhead, blocking out the sun. But it paid no mind to the 3 unconscious people below. Because they had taken breath-concealing pills, the monstrous bird couldn't sense their auras. Suddenly, a soft cough echoed, and Tiet Nung Huang slowly opened her eyes. After her eyes adjusted to the surroundings, she saw Track Fam and the other lying there. The withered trees around her were a bit of a shock. She quickly ran over to Track Fam's side. He was lying there, completely still. His breathing was faint, and he was surrounded by blood. If he didn't get help soon, he would die. Seeing Track Fam's terrible condition, Nung Huang grew anxious. Tears streamed down her face as she called out repeatedly, "Big brother Track, wake up! Please, wake up!" Tiet Nung Huang's tears fell onto Track Fam's face as she called his name over and over. Track Fam stirred slightly and struggled to open his eyes. Seeing him finally awake, Tiet Nung Huang said with joyful excitement, "Big brother, Track, you're awake!" "You're awake." Track Fam's lips moved, but no words came out. He was too weak. Seeing her crying in front of him, he forced himself to take a deep breath and raised a hand, pointing towards the blood infant. But his hand quickly fell limp. Tiet Ngung Huang looked where he had pointed and saw the blood infant lying listlessly in a pool of blood. Then, a thought struck her. She turned to Track Fam and asked, "Do you want me to bring it here?" Hearing her, Track Fam wanted to respond, but was too weak. He managed a single blink. Tiet Nung Huang understood and quickly ran to retrieve the blood infant. In an instant, the listless blood infant flashed with light and vanished, entering Track Fam's body. At the same time, color returned to Track Fam's face, and his breathing steadied. The blood infant was his life-bound partner. As long as it was safe, he wouldn't die. But right now, the blood infant was extremely weak. It couldn't last much longer. It desperately needed blood qi, but he was helpless. He muttered hoarsely, "Blood, blood." Tiet Ngung Huang flinched. Without a second thought, she sliced her wrist. She let her fresh blood drip into Track Fam's mouth. Gradually, his complexion returned to normal. Seeing this, Tiet Nung Huang let out a sigh of relief and smiled happily. While she was smiling, Track Fam suddenly shot up, latched onto her wrist, and began to desperately drink her blood. Tiet Nung Huang was taken aback, but if it could help him, she didn't mind. When he felt he had enough blood to sustain the blood infant, Track Fam finally released Tiet Nung Huang's wrist, struggling to catch his breath. After recovering some strength, Track Fam looked at Tiet Nung Huang and said, "Thank you." He couldn't help but reflect. He had used her, sent her into a death trap, and nearly gotten her killed. Yet, she had given him her own blood to save him. Still, he didn't feel he was wrong. He cultivated the demonic path. And the demonic path is about achieving one's goals by any means necessary. He wasn't wrong. Realizing they were all still injured and needed to recover to escape the Vanthu mountain range, he took out a porcelain bottle. He handed it to Tiet Ngung Huang, saying, These are third-grade heart protection pills. Feed one to me, take one yourself, then check if that other kid is dead yet. If he isn't, give him one too. Tiet Nung Huang took the pill bottle from Track Pham, nodded, and fed him a pill. Then she went over to Ta Thien Duong, who was on the verge of death by a tree, and gave him a pill. However, she didn't take one herself, holding the last one in her hand. Seeing that she hadn't taken a pill, Track Pham asked, "Nguni, you're injured too. Why aren't you taking it?" Hearing his question, Tiet Ngung Huang smiled and replied, "My wounds aren't serious. A third-grade pill is too precious. You should save it." Track Pham was a little surprised. Then he chuckled. "What's so precious about it? Even if it was a gift from Canlong himself, you should still take it. Nu Wang Ni, just eat it. He owes it to you, you just don't know it yet. Your precious big brother wanted to sacrifice you from the start and use you as bait. What happened to him now is his own fault." A cold snort suddenly echoed. Tiet Ngung turned to look. Ta Thien Duong was still heavily injured. The pill had helped a lot, but he still couldn't move. Remembering what Track Pham had done, he couldn't help his coldness. When Track Pham had revealed his plan, Tiet Nung Huang had been unconscious inside the storm and hadn't heard. Now, hearing Track Pham's words, she was shocked and looked towards him. She hoped he would tell her it wasn't true, but he just lay there silently. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Track Pham looked at her, his eyes filled with hesitation as he spoke, "Nguni, I..." But before he could finish his sentence, Tiet Nung Huang quickly cut him off, forcing a bitter smile. "It's all right, you don't have to say anything. I know Big Brother Track is both wise and brave, and that you have a reason for everything you do. This must be a misunderstanding. I'll go find some materials to make a stretcher for you both. We can't stay here long." With that, she immediately ran off into the deep forest. Seeing her run off, pretending not to care, Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but feel angry on her behalf. He shouted, "Nguni! Are you really just going to let him off? He's injured and can't move right now. This is your chance for revenge." But Tiet Nung Huang didn't answer. It was impossible to tell if she hadn't heard or simply didn't want to. Ta Thien Duong tried to speak again, but Track Pham cut him off with a roar. "Shut up! If you want to die that badly, I'll help you right now. You're more injured than I am, so what should I be afraid of?" Ta Thien Duong muttered, but said nothing more. However, there was a hint of fear in his voice, because he had heard the killing intent in his voice. He had witnessed the entire plan, watching step by step as he cornered Yukui that in a trap. He knew just how terrifying Track Pham could be. Even though they lost the battle, and his methods were despicable, he had managed to force a Thien Huyen master to use his final, life-saving trump card. It made him feel a sense of respect. Soon, Tiet Nung Huang returned, She held many dry branches in her hands. She fashioned them into 2 stretchers and placed Track Pham and the other on them. Track Pham watched her. He was worried for her and wanted to apologize many times, but she deliberately avoided his gaze. The words never left his mouth and he swallowed them back down. Suddenly, the sky began to turn dark, and with a clap of thunder, rain poured down on the Van Thu mountain range. Tiet Ngung Huang ignored the rain. She strained to pull the 2 injured men, searching for shelter, but she too had been injured earlier, and due to blood loss, she was extremely weak. After just a few steps, she fell to the ground. She didn't care, and forced herself back up. She continued pulling the 2 of them. The 3 of them didn't say a single word, traveling the entire way in silence. Watching her, weak but still trying her best to pull them along, they looked at each other with a complicated feeling in their hearts. Ta Thien Duong felt extremely guilty. He had previously thought Nguang Ni's strength was weak and wanted to leave her to fend for herself. Track Pham was even more ruthless, saying he wouldn't abandon her, but then using her to lure them into a death trap. Now look at them. Both were so heavily injured that they probably wouldn't be able to move for months. They had to rely on her for help. Ta Thien Duong couldn't understand how she could be so kind as to not abandon them. This was a debt they could never repay in their lifetime. After walking for a while, a hole opened up in the ground in front of them. A mole emerged from it. It ran up to Tiet Nung Huang. Seeing the little creature, Tiet Nung Huang was happy. She had told it to run away earlier, but she didn't expect it to come back. Suddenly, it ran off in a certain direction. Tiet Nung Huang looked at it and knew it wanted to lead her. She immediately followed, dragging Track Pham and Ta Thien Duong along. In a short while, they saw a large cave ahead. Tiet Nung Huang immediately pulled the two of them inside, helping them lean against the cave wall to rest. A day later, Track Fam finally woke up, but looking around, he felt something was wrong. His face changed and he shouted, "We can't stay here. We have to leave quickly." Tiet Nung Huang was stunned by his shout. She looked at him, confused. "What is it?" Track Fam stared into the depths of the cave, pointing at the weeds. "Look, it's all analgesic demon grass." Ta Thien Duong followed his gaze. He frowned strangely and asked, "Analgesic demon grass can relieve pain. That's a good thing. What's wrong with it?" Track Fam rolled his eyes in frustration and said seriously, "It's good for humans, but it has a numbing effect on spirit beasts. It will attract a lot of spirit beasts here." Ta Thien Duong seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying this is a trap?" "That's right. And this is a trap set by a Xuan beast. That piercing mountain mouse was forced to bring us here." Track Fam nodded, confirming his suspicion. Ta Thien Duong bit his lip and glared at the mole, shouting, "Damn it, you traitorous little thing! You ran away when we were in danger. Do you want to die here?" Hearing Ta Thien Duong's scolding, the piercing mountain mouse trembled uncontrollably, cowering in fear. Tiet Nung Huang felt sorry for it and held it in her arms to comfort it. Then she turned to Track Fam and asked, "What should we do now? What else can we do? Run!" Ta Thien Duong quickly urged. If he were at his peak, he wouldn't care about these spirit beasts. But in his current state, he couldn't fight back. Track Fam thought for a moment and quickly asked, "How long have we been here?" Tiet Nung Huang looked up at the thick, dark clouds outside the cave and shook her head helplessly. "I'm not sure. It's probably been a day." Track Fam shook his head and sighed, his expression unusually grim. "Damn it, it can smell us. The effect of the pill has worn off. I'm afraid those beasts will find us when they come in. For now, we can only fight them off in waves." Ta Thien Duong was startled and said in horror, "Really? You said in waves?" Nodding, Track Fam sighed. Powerful spirit beasts wouldn't use this kind of trick. Only low-level spirit beasts would set up this kind of trap, and they mostly operate in packs. As if to prove his words, the sound of howling wolves echoed from outside the cave. Pairs of fierce eyes stared into the cave. Hearing the roars, the three people inside were terrified. They had finally found them. Track Fam narrowed his eyes and looked outside. He sighed and said, "We're done for. It's the bloodthirsty savage wolves. Although they're only second-level spirit beasts, they move in packs. The Wolf King is a third-level spirit beast. Even a fourth-level spirit beast wouldn't dare to provoke them." Ta Thien Duong also looked outside. A hint of sorrow appeared on his face. To think that I, Ta Thien Duong, a prodigy of heaven, would die here. Truly, the heavens are jealous of talent. Tiet Nung Huang was equally terrified, but Track Fam remained calm and said to Ta Thien Duong, "Ta Thien Duong, take your sword and give it to Nguang Ni." Ta Thien Duong seemed puzzled by his words, feeling like it was a joke. With Tiet Nung Huang's strength, even with his sword, she wouldn't be able to fight off the pack of ferocious spirit beasts outside. She wasn't Track Fam, able to fight above her level. Feeling uneasy, he looked at Track Fam and said, "Nguang Ni, even though my Yaoxing sword is a 4th-grade spirit weapon, Nguang Ni only has the strength of the 4th level of Qi condensation. How can she fight those beasts? She's not you, able to fight a Thien Huyen master with just the 6th level of Qi condensation, strong as a monster." Track Fam calmly listened to him, glanced at her, and continued, "Nguang Ni, take the sword. You don't need to fight hard, just break through and get out." Then he took out a white porcelain bottle and gave it to Nguang Ni, saying, "Nguang Ni, keep this bottle of breath-concealing pills safe. After you break through the encirclement, use it to leave this place. Don't go back home. Just leave the city." Hearing these words, Ta Thien Duong seemed to understand Track Fam's thoughts. They owed Nguang Ni too much. Now, they were cornered. Among the three of them, only she could still use her strength, so they couldn't drag her down. With that thought, his eyes shifted slightly. He decisively gave his Yaoxing sword to Tiet Nung Huang. Looking at the two of them, no matter how naive Tiet Nung Huang was, she understood the situation. They wanted her to escape the encirclement and leave them here to die. At this thought, her hand holding the sword couldn't help but tighten. She walked towards the cave entrance. Seeing that she had gone outside, Track Fam and Ta Thien Duong glanced at each other and smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief. At this moment, Ta Thien Duong smirked and muttered, "This way, we can repay our debt to her. Even if we die, we'll have no regrets." Trak Fam's face was calm. He said nonchalantly, "I, on the other hand, don't care about repaying debts. Even if I die now, I'm still a little unwilling. But I just don't want that girl to do anything more for me. That's all." Cold and heartless, Ta Thien Duong pouted and snorted, but he didn't argue with him. The two of them had arranged a path for Tiet Nung Huang's survival. They stood motionlessly, seemingly waiting for the pack of ferocious wolves outside to enter. But as they were waiting for the wolves to rush in, they heard screams from outside the cave. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The two of them hurriedly looked out. They saw Tiet Nung Huang, the person they thought had safely left, guarding the entrance of the cave. The longsword in her hand swung down fiercely. She attacked the wolf pack, determined to hold them off. Trak Fam was shocked to see this scene. Nu Wang Ni, what are you doing? Tiet Nung Huang swung her sword again. She took the head of a wolf, then turned to look at Trak Fam and the other. She smiled brightly and said, "Look, as long as I guard this place, they can't get in." "You fool! The ones rushing in are just sacrifices. The Wolf King doesn't care about their lives, but they'll wear you down until you die." Trak Fam found her smile a bit dazzling and angrily shouted. But Tiet Nung Huang ignored his words, shaking her head. "The Wolf King is a beast, so it doesn't care about its subordinates' lives. But since I was born, you two are my most important friends, so I won't leave you behind." With that, she once again mobilized her Yuan power, unleashing the sword technique in her hand, and fiercely attacked the wolf pack. With one slash, blood flew. The blood of those wolves splattered everywhere. But with her strength, not to mention her previous injuries, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, she didn't care. The small figure of the young girl stood guard at the entrance of the cave. Facing the wolf pack, she never retreated. At this moment, her small, slender back was deeply etched into Trak Fam's eyes. He took a deep breath. His eyes began to moisten, and his heart was filled with extreme resentment. It was unclear if he was angry with himself for using this kind girl before, or angry that she didn't listen to him and was determined to die here. But it didn't matter. Whatever it was, from this moment on, Tiet Nung Huang had unraveled a small knot in his heart. Suddenly, Ta Thien Duong bit his lip and fiercely said, "I just realized now. Turns out the two of us are the real bastards." Regardless of what Ta Thien Duong and Trak Fam were saying inside, Tiet Nung Huang was still fighting the ferocious wolf pack outside. Her stamina was insufficient, she was exhausted from the past few days, and she was injured. Soon, she was bitten and injured by a wolf. The longsword in her hand fell. Then another wolf attacked her other arm. Even if she wanted to fight back, she couldn't. Fresh blood began to flow. Seeing this, Trak Fam and Ta Thien Duong were not too surprised. They couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes tightly. They really couldn't stand to see that little girl being torn apart by the wolf pack until not even her corpse remained. But what could they do? They were helpless now. They had no ability to save her from the predicament of being dismembered by the wolves. Outside the cave, the wolf pack was still relentlessly attacking Tiet Nung Huang. Seeing the person before them unconscious, as if sensing the hunt was successful, the wolf pack immediately howled. They bared their sharp teeth at her. Suddenly, a loud roar emanated from the depths of the Van Thu mountain range. It caused Trak Fam and Ta Thien Duong to pass out simultaneously. At the same time, the wolf pack trembled in fear, instantly losing consciousness and falling to the ground. Only the Wolf King could still resist. It ran away in fear. Fortunately, this roar saved the three of them from death. At most, they were only unconscious. Trak Fam. Trak Fam vaguely heard someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes, looking around in a daze. He didn't know where he was. But his consciousness quickly returned. He had been heavily injured before and was in a coma. Why could he move now? While he was still confused, a blue phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. Trak Fam looked at it with suspicion. He saw that the phantom of the person was like a blue flame, and he had no idea who it was. "Are you Trak Fam? I heard those two little ones call you that." The person chuckled softly and spoke deeply. Trak Fam frowned in suspicion and asked, "Who are you?" The blue phantom slowly shook its head and said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. This is my territory." I should be the one asking you that question. Track fam, what are you doing in the Van Thu mountain range? Track fam pondered for a moment and said without hiding anything, to catch a spirit beast and refine a demonic artifact. What spirit beast? A 6th level spirit beast. The Loi Van Tuok. What do you want to catch it for? Hearing this, Track fam rolled his eyes. He said nonchalantly, that's a stupid question. I'm catching a spirit beast to increase my strength, of course. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Track fam's head throbbed as if it was about to explode. The other person laughed loudly at the same time. Little one, this is inside your consciousness space. You're right. I'm very satisfied with your answer. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. Track fam looked at the phantom in front of him, feeling terrified. This person could use their consciousness to enter someone else's. This level of strength had long surpassed the divine illumination realm, even transcending the mortal rank. Taking a deep breath, he said in surprise, "You're from the sacred domain." He never expected to meet an expert from the sacred domain in the mortal world. The person seemed surprised that Track fam could name that place. After a moment, he admitted, "You're indeed not an ordinary person. You even know I'm from the sacred domain. You can also set up an ancient formation to refine the blood infant." Track fam was shocked again. This person had been secretly monitoring everything he did, knowing even about the life-bound blood infant that was always inside his body. He also knew about the blood infant. That was something from the blood demon ancestor from a long time ago. Not many people in the sacred domain knew about it. He only knew about it thanks to the demon emperor's Ku-Yu Mat Luke. Yet this person knew. At this moment, he felt like he was standing naked in front of this person, at their mercy. All he knew was that this person was from the sacred domain. He knew nothing else. This feeling was not good at all. He asked again cautiously, "Who are you? I've already told you, you have no right to ask questions here. Why are you looking for the Loi Van Tuok? Tell me the truth." The person spoke coldly. Track fam thought for a moment, knowing he couldn't hide it, and answered truthfully, "I want to go to the Thunder Gorge to find the Heavenly Emperor's ruins. I need the Loi Van Tuok to help me block the Violet Thunder." The person seemed to already know the answer, just waiting for him to admit it. At this, he laughed loudly. "Good, very good. That's a good place. You should go." As soon as he finished speaking, the person suddenly disappeared. In a flash, he appeared in front of Track fam. He couldn't react in time and was shocked. The person was too fast. But feeling no malice, he stood still. He only saw the person gently raise their hand and tap Track fam's forehead lightly. Soon, a red flower appeared on his forehead, and a gentle aura washed over the top of his head. The person disappeared again, only his voice echoing, "Little one, we are fated to meet. I'll give you a small gift. I hope it can help you in the future. Also, if you want to find the Loi Van Tuok, go to the 3rd zone, 3,000 miles in. However, whether you can subdue it or not depends on your ability." Wait a moment. Track fam shouted in alarm and suddenly sat up. A ray of sunlight shone into the cave, hitting his eyes. He was surprised. He could now move normally. Although he was still a little weak, his injuries were almost healed. Moreover, the blood infant's condition had returned to normal. He couldn't help but feel scared. The person who entered his consciousness last night was definitely a master beyond the mortal realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such miraculous powers to heal his injuries overnight. Even the blood infant was healed, but he didn't know what purpose the person had in saving him. Track fam immediately frowned. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. He remembered that the person had tapped his forehead last night, seemingly leaving something in his body. However, with his current strength, he couldn't investigate it. For now, his main goal was to improve his strength. Only with great strength could he survive in this world. With that thought, Track fam walked out of the cave. He saw Tiet Nguangni lying there. Her breathing was shallow. Her body was covered in wounds from the wolf pack. He shouted, "Nguangni, little girl!" But no matter how he called, Tiet Nguang didn't move. She was too weak. If she wasn't treated, she would die at any moment. With that thought, Track fam immediately gave her a heart protection pill. Her face immediately turned rosy again. Fortunately, she only had external injuries. After a few days of recuperation, she would be fine. At this time, after taking the pill, Tiet Nguang slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Track fam in front of her, she smiled. "Big brother Track, are we dead?" Track Fam saw that she was awake. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, we're all alive." Tiet Nung Huang shook her head in disbelief and replied, "You're lying. You were so seriously injured, how could you be moving? But it's okay, we all died together." With that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Track Fam watched her fall asleep in his arms. He shook his head in confusion. He really didn't understand her. To ease her pain, Track Fam carried her to the analgesic demon grass to rest, which was also good for her wounds. After settling Tiet Ngung Huang, Track Fam remembered another person and went to find him. After a short walk, he saw Ta Thien Duong lying unconscious on the ground. He shook him. "How long are you going to lie there? Wake up!" But no matter how he shook him, the person on the ground didn't wake up. Instead, he immediately smiled wickedly. He kicked the person's butt and shouted, "Wake up for me!" This shout from Track Fam instantly scared the surrounding spirit beasts. They quickly ran as far away as possible. And in the cave, after being kicked by Track Fam, Ta Thien Duong had also woken up. But he still couldn't move. He muttered in pain, "Where is this? I've never done anything bad before. Why do I have to suffer this torture after death, Track?" Track Fam glanced at Ta Thien Duong. His current appearance was a bit funny. He couldn't help but want to tease him. "You call one kick torture? Then the sword torture I'm about to give you will be an eye-opener. You really are inexperienced." Ta Thien Duong heard the voice and turned to see Track Fam in disbelief. "Huh? You're the one hitting me? We clearly died together. Why are you torturing me?" Track Fam finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "If we were dead, all beings would be equal. Unfortunately, we're still alive." "What? We're still alive?" Ta Thien Duong was surprised to hear Track Fam's words. He immediately checked his surroundings again. He laughed loudly. "It really is that cave. We're still alive." But he quickly noticed something. Track Fam, who had been as seriously injured as he was, unable to move, was now standing fiercely in front of him. He exclaimed in shock, "If we're both alive, why did you recover so quickly? We took the same pill, but your injuries were much more severe than mine. Your cultivation is also lower than mine. Why? Tell me the truth. You're not human, are you? Are you a 1,000-year-old spirit beast that has taken human form?" Track Fam didn't mind his words. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled smugly. "I'm human, of course. It's just that my character is a bit better than yours. I don't know." Ta Thien Duong was truly shocked. The person in front of him was unfathomable, with mysterious strength, knowledge of formations, pill refining, and a cunning mind. Although Track Fam's cultivation was low, his knowledge was far greater than his. His title as a genius of a prestigious family was nothing in front of this person. But he was also relieved that Track Fam had recovered. He could protect them, allowing them to rest and recover before leaving this place. After talking with Ta Thien Duong, Track Fam went out of the cave. Holding a spirit stone in his hand, he immediately set up a heaven-concealing formation. Once the formation was activated, no one could approach this place. This way, they could rest and recover in peace. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had been in the Van Thu mountain range for 3 months. Their injuries had completely healed, and their cultivation showed signs of breaking through. At this time, in front of the cave, in a small grove, Ta Thien Duong split a large rock with one sword strike. He looked smugly at Tiet Nung Huang and shouted, "Nu Ni, what do you think?" Tiet Nung Huang clapped her hands, along with the piercing mountain mouse, and cheered, "Brother Thien Duong is so strong!" At this moment, Track Fam also came over, smiling. A powerful sword form. Perhaps after you've healed, you can break through to the 8th level of the bone-tempering realm. Hearing him speak, Ta Thien Duong frowned and said unhappily, "Didn't you also use this opportunity to break through to the 7th level of chi condensation?" "You have good eyes, Track Fam. I know I'm about to break through. Do I need you to tell me?" Tiet Nung Huang, seeing them about to argue, immediately ran over to intervene. "You two have been arguing every time you meet for the past few months. You weren't like this before. Isn't it because of you? Whenever I think of this kid using Ingu Inyi as bait, my anger flares up. Don't even talk about arguing. I just want to kill him right now." Ta Thien Duong still remembered being tricked by Track Fam and said resentfully, "You're the same. Who was the one who suggested throwing her down first to slow down Elder That?" Hearing him expose his past, Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but he quickly said forcefully, "That wasn't me. If I had known Nungu Ni was so good back then, I wouldn't have been willing to throw her down. It's still better than you leading her into the tiger's den. I'm a demonic cultivator. It's normal for me to be a little worse than you. A little? You're much worse than me. Trak Pham and Ta Thing Duong started arguing again. For the past 3 months, they had always been like this. Whenever they were together, they would start fighting. Tiet Nung Huang was used to it. She stood to the side, smiling at them, and waved her hand, saying, "You two, stop arguing because of me. It's all in the past. I don't mind. No, I want to get justice. For you." Ta Thien Duong glared fiercely at Trak Pham, then walked over to Tiet Nung Huang and put his arm around her shoulder. "We're all friends who have gone through thick and thin together. Let's just forget about what happened." Tiet Nung Huang looked at Trak Pham with a smile, and he immediately smiled back. She held out her hand. Seeing her trying to make peace, Trak Pham and Ta Thien Duong also reached out their hands, glanced at each other, and smiled. They had been through life and death together. After living together for these 3 months, they had long considered each other inseparable, lifelong friends. They would probably never have such a friendship again in this lifetime. It was just a pity that he still had things to do. At this moment, Trak Pham indifferently withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Now that everyone's wounds have fully recovered, let's say our goodbyes. The words, Chapter 77, Sworn Friends, immediately startled Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Ngung Huang. They both didn't understand. The words, Chapter 77, Sworn Friends, immediately startled Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Nung Huang. Looking at Trak Pham, they had just been through life and death together. Shouldn't they continue to fight side by side? Why would he say such a thing at this time? Seeing that they were silent, Trak Pham pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Sorry. I misspoke just now. I'm the one who has to leave. Ta Thien Duong, I can't take Nuong Ni out of the city, so please help me take her." "Big brother Trak, where are you going?" Tiet Nung Huang hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Trak Pham didn't hide it and directly stated where he wanted to go. The third zone. Ta Thien Duong was shocked again. That place was so dangerous that even Thien Huyen experts didn't dare to set foot there. Yet this person told him he wanted to go in. Ta Thien Duong asked doubtfully, "Didn't we go in there to avoid Elder That in the first place? Why do you want to go in there now?" Trak Pham was silent for a moment before finally revealing his purpose. "I won't hide it from you anymore. The third zone is my target this time. I only let you come with me in the beginning because I intended to use you." Hearing that he wanted to use them as bait, Ta Thien Duong became furious and cursed. "You're treating us as bait again? Trak Pham, you bastard." Trak Pham knew the place he wanted to go was very dangerous. With their strength, something would definitely happen if they went. So it was better to part ways. Thinking this, he said coldly, "That's right. If you don't want to die for nothing, then leave immediately. The farther away from me, the better." After speaking, he immediately turned to leave. But just then, Tiet Ngung Huang grabbed his hand, smiled, and said, "Wait, big brother Trak. If you don't mind me being a nuisance, then take me with you. Even if I'm bait, as long as I can help you, I'm willing." Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong also hurried over. "Hey, Huang Ni, he's not trustworthy." But before he could finish, Trak Pham spoke coldly to Nung Huang. "Even after I used you like that, you still want to help me?" After hearing her words, Trak Pham was slightly startled. He glanced at her. Was this girl really naive, or just too kind? He had used her back then, almost getting her killed, but now she still trusted him completely. She even wanted to help him. In his past life and this one, he had always maintained a ruthless and cold way of doing things. But until now, she was the first person willing to do anything for him. At this thought, a warm current flowed through his heart. Tiet Nung Huang looked at him with gentle eyes, held Trak Pham's hand sincerely, and said, "Back then, no one in Thonmin City was willing to help me. Only you, big brother Trak, agreed to help. We were able to snatch the golden sand from Yu Kwai. That's hands and survive. It's all thanks to your formations and strategies. Big brother Trak, didn't we say we'd stay together?" Ta Thien Duong, watching Huang Ni's sincerity from the side, was also moved, thinking about their past life and death experiences together. He finally came forward and placed his hand on top of theirs. Trak Pham looked at their actions and shook his head helplessly. "You want to come too?" Ta Thien Duong pouted and said, "That's right. But I'm only going because I'm afraid Nuong Ni will be sold off by you. Don't get the wrong idea. Track Fam chuckled lightly. With your intelligence, you might even be sold along with her. What did you say? Just kidding. A moment of warmth ended. This meant that the three of them would once again travel together on the difficult road ahead. The only difference was that Track Fam had truly opened his heart and considered them his life and death friends. It was something he couldn't have asked for. In the third zone of the Van Thu mountain range, the dense trees blocked out the sky. Ferocious spirit beasts were everywhere. In the rustling bushes, Track, Fam, and the other two were crawling on the ground to avoid those vicious creatures. They used breath-concealing pills. If the spirit beasts here discovered them, they'd be finished, so this was the only way to advance. After half a day of crawling, the proud son of heaven, Ta Thien Duong, couldn't take it anymore. He gave up and got up, complaining, "How are we ever going to get there crawling like this? I'm done crawling. It's too humiliating. Besides, it's not every day you get to see a level 5 spirit beast." Seeing him sit up, Track Fam furiously yelled, "You idiot, get down! If you see one, you're dead." Ta Thien Duong didn't care about the scolding and scoffed dismissively. "What's the big deal? The vegetation is so dense here, how could any spirit beast see us?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud roar echoed from the sky. The giant trees fell simultaneously, revealing the massive figure of a black bear. Its fierce and majestic presence terrified the three of them, and Ta Thien Duong dropped back to the ground in fear. Track Fam saw it and shouted, "It's a level 4 spirit beast, the violent gust bear!" But before the black bear could attack, a giant snake appeared. Before they could process it, they heard a roar, and the bear became a meal for the python. Track Fam stared in horror at the python and quickly said to Ta Thien Duong and the other, "It's a level 5 spirit beast, the diamond scale python! Let's go!" With that, he led the way, continuing to crawl forward slowly. Ta Thien Duong and the other hurriedly followed. At this moment, Ta Thien Duong was filled with regret. He must have had rocks in his head to agree to come to this place. He muttered, "Damn you, Track Fam. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to agree to follow you to this godforsaken place." Track Fam heard him and let out a chuckle. "I didn't ask you to come. If you don't like it, you can go back the way you came." Hearing this, Ta Thien Duong turned to look back for a moment. The sky was already dark, the perfect hunting time for spirit beasts. If he went back now, he'd be finished. After a moment's thought, he glared at Track Fam. "I'm already on your pirate ship and we've come this far. Now you want to kick me off? You clearly want me dead." Hearing this, Track Fam and Tiet Nguang Huang exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. After another tense moment passed, the three of them were still crawling on the ground, secretly advancing deeper into the third area. A month later, Track Fam's group had managed to enter a place where few spirit beasts roamed. However, level 6 spirit beasts would appear here. Level 6 spirit beasts were considered the kings of the 10,000 beast mountain range, and lower-level beasts wouldn't dare enter their territory. Ta Thien Duong carefully whispered to Track Fam, "Can we stand up here?" Track Fam nodded and said casually, "We crawled before because there were too many spirit beasts around. Too many eyes and ears. But this is the territory of a level 6 spirit beast. Standing up to evade is just as beneficial for us as lying flat." Ta Thien Duong heard this and stood up relieved, saying with a smile, "So, this place is much safer than before." "You could say that, but if we run into a level 6 spirit beast, we'll die even faster." When Track Fam heard him use the word safe, he raised an eyebrow and smirked. As he finished speaking, the smile on Ta Thien Duong's face vanished. His face contorted with anger as he said, "If a level 6 spirit beast is that terrifying, why are you even looking for one? To tame it as a spirit pet? You heard right." Hearing this, Track Fam could only shake his head helplessly, offering no comment. He obviously knew a level 6 spirit beast was dangerous, but since he decided to come here, he surely had a way to tame it. He had the blood silkworm in his hand. As long as he could get it into the Thunder Skylark's body, taming it was just a matter of time. However, how to get the blood silkworm into the Thunder Skylark's body was the real challenge. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed through the forest. The ground trembled ceaselessly. The three of them looked at each other in horror. Causing such a huge commotion meant that high-level spirit beasts were fighting. Horrified, he shouted, "It's level 6 spirit beasts!" Track Fam looked in the direction of the sound and rushed towards it. Ta Thien Duong, seeing him heading into the chaotic battle, tried to stop him. "Are you really going? If you get caught between those two spirit beasts, not even your bones will be left intact." But Track Fam didn't stop. He kept moving forward. The location of the commotion was very similar to the place the mysterious person had shown him. It was very likely that this commotion was caused by the thunder skylark he was looking for, so he wasn't afraid. Seeing him run off, Tiet Nguyen Huang also disregarded the danger and chased after him. Ta Thien Duong looked at the two of them ahead, sighed helplessly, and then started running after them. A moment later, the three of them successfully found the two great level 6 spirit beasts battling in the sky. Massive flames and bolts of lightning clashed in waves. If they were unlucky enough to get caught in the crossfire, they would die without a complete corpse. The three found a safe spot where they could observe without being detected, hiding and watching the situation. Track Fam looked at the purple bird in front of him, secretly excited. The thunder skylark. That mysterious person was right. The thunder skylark's nest really was here. Looking up at the sky again, Track Fam squinted at the black spirit beast. Its muscular body was fiercely spitting flames at the thunder skylark. He could make an assessment. After some thought, the spirit beast in front of him was a level 6 beast, the Crimson Flame Lion King. Although it was level 6, its power was comparable to a level 7 spirit beast. If this continued, the thunder skylark would definitely be defeated. It would then be devoured by that lion, and his plans to tame it would surely fail. He had to think of a way to help it escape this battle safely. Tiet Nguyen Huang, standing to the side watching the chaotic fight, seemed to notice something. She looked at Track Fam and said, "Big brother Track Fam, can you think of a way to help that little bird? It would rather be beaten than leave because it wants to protect its child. To watch a mother seek death to protect her child is so heartbreaking. Big brother Track, I beg you, please save them." As she finished speaking, Track Fam was immediately stunned. He looked towards the battle, and just as Tiet Nguyen Huang said, behind the thunder skylark was indeed its nest of eggs. A plan quickly formed in his mind. This was a plan. When Ta Thien Duong heard Tiet Nguyen Huang ask Track Fam to join the fight, he immediately shouted, "Nguyen Ni, we can't interfere in a fight between level 6 spirit beasts. Let's not even talk about their strength. We can't even get involved. Let's just talk about the fight itself." The life and death struggles between spirit beasts aren't just about devouring each other. It's about competing for status and territory. In a battle like this, even among humans, there's no right or wrong, and no one is to be pitied. We don't need to risk our lives for them. Hearing this, Tiet Nguyen Huang trembled. A few tears appeared on her face. Seeing it protect its child made me think of how everyone in the Tiet family always protected and spoiled me. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Track, Big Brother Thien Duong. I was being too emotional." Just then, Track Fam, who had been silently observing the situation, spoke up. "Nguyen Ni, don't worry. Watch how Big Brother Track helps this little bird escape its predicament." As soon as he said this, both Ta Thien Duong and Tiet Nguyen Huang were stunned. Given his understanding of this man, he never thought Track Fam would actually feel sympathy for the bird. Ta Thien Duong raised an eyebrow and sneered. "You hypocrite. Since when did you become so kind-hearted?" Track Fam chuckled and joked with him. "Oh, Ta Thien Duong, you really don't understand me. I'm actually a very loving person, you know. I'll need your help in a bit." Ta Thien Duong heard him and immediately scoffed in disdain. "If you have a loving heart, then I'm a saint." After speaking, he suddenly remembered Track Fam's purpose for entering the third area. Ta Thien Duong immediately understood. He shouted in horror, "Wait! Don't tell me your target is that thunder skylark!" "Haha, spending time with me has made you quite a bit smarter," Track Fam said with a laugh. Hearing his confirmation, Ta Thien Duong immediately flared up. With a grunt, he turned away. "Fine, so you really wanted to use me. If you want to tame that thunder skylark, do it yourself. We're not going." Hearing him, Track Fam just shrugged indifferently. He knew this guy was all bark and no bite, and he also knew his weakness. He certainly had a way to handle him. With that thought, he turned to Tiet Nguyen Huang, and where Ta Thien Duong couldn't see, gave her a wink. Tiet Nguyen Huang quickly understood and nodded. She then went over to Ta Thien Duong's side. With pleading eyes, she shook his arm. "Big Brother Thien Duong, please go with Big Brother Track. The little bird and its children are so pitiful." Then, She looked at him with her sparkling eyes. Ta Thien Duong heard her words and glanced at the thunder skylark in the sky. She said it was pitiful, but she didn't pity him, her big brother, one bit. With their combat power, joining the fight unnoticed to steal the thunder skylark's eggs was impossible. However, looking into Tiet and Guang Huang's pleading eyes and remembering the favor he owed her, he quickly relented. He reluctantly bowed his head and agreed. "All right, I'll go. Track fam. You better be careful. If you dare to sell me out, I definitely won't let you off." Hearing his agreement, Track fam on the side gave a smug smile and said, "Don't worry. What kind of person do you think I am? If I have to sell you out, I'll do it so thoroughly you won't even have a chance for revenge." "What?" Seeing him bristle, Track fam decided not to provoke him further. He walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Relax. I won't treat you badly. Nuong Ni, find a safe place to hide first. Don't let those two beasts find you. We'll be back in a bit." After speaking, the two of them flew towards the battle area of the two spirit beasts. Luckily, thanks to the breath-concealing pills, they weren't discovered. As soon as they got close, they immediately felt the immense pressure from the battle of the two great level 6 spirit beasts. It was truly extraordinary. The sky, filled with lightning and fire, clashed continuously, creating a black patch in the sky. Ta Thien Duong looked at the scene before him, then turned to Track fam and asked, "What should we do next?" Track fam already had a plan, so when asked, he answered truthfully. "Right now, the Thunder Skylark hasn't noticed this place. We'll sneak in and move the eggs. When it realizes the eggs are gone, it will stop fighting the lion and rush to find its children. With its speed, the lion won't be able to catch up. That's how we can save it." "So that's the plan. It's a good idea." Ta Thien Duong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon hearing his plan. "Let's go. Let's move this eagle's nest together." With that, Track fam gave the signal. They snuck into the area behind the Thunder Skylark and managed to take the nest without being discovered. Just when they thought they had succeeded, on their way back, the Crimson Flame Lion King suddenly stopped attacking the Thunder Skylark. It took a few steps back and looked towards them. Immediately after, it launched an attack at the two of them. Sensing the danger, Track fam yelled in shock, "Not good! That beast has spotted us! Run!" "But what about these eggs?" Ta Thien Duong said hurriedly. "Who cares about the eggs? Throw them all away!" Track fam snapped. Without a second thought, Ta Thien Duong threw the eggs away. The eggs instantly fell to the ground and scattered everywhere. But luckily, they were spirit beast eggs, so they didn't break. Suddenly, a fireball from the Crimson Flame Lion King shot towards the eggs, causing the Thunder Skylark to cry out in fear. It immediately dove towards the eggs, using its own body as a shield to protect its children. The Skylark took a direct hit from the Crimson Flame. Lion King was severely weakened and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Track fam couldn't help but secretly admire the Lion King's cunning. It knew the Thunder Skylark was fast. A direct attack wouldn't hit it, so it targeted the immobile eggs instead. The Thunder Skylark would definitely risk its life to protect them, making injury inevitable. Attack the enemy's vital point first. It was a good strategy. Just then, the Crimson Flame Lion King attacked the Thunder Skylark again with a massive stream of fire. The weakened Skylark could still defend itself. It unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the incoming fire, directly intercepting it. Seeing the situation, Track fam immediately retreated with Ta Thien Duong to a rock crevice. With a loud bang, the entire forest in front of them was obliterated. Reaching a safe spot, Track fam sighed. "It's over. We did the opposite of helping. With the current situation, we've only sped up the Thunder Skylark's defeat." He had planned to help the Thunder Skylark and then return to tame it, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Helping it now had become harming it. The plan to capture the Thunder Skylark was almost abandoned. Track fam knew Titan Guang Huang felt sympathy for the bird, but in this situation, even he couldn't do anything. Her sympathy was useless. He couldn't let her risk her life for a bird. With that thought, he went to take her hand and said, "Let's go. If we wait for the Thunder Skylark to die, that lion will come looking for us and cause trouble." But Tiet and Guang Huang didn't move. Her expression was heavy as she looked at the Thunder Skylark. It reminded her of the past. She remembered her kind mother, who always protected her and, before she died, told her to take good care of herself and not be lonely. Even in death, her mother only thought of her. Sadly, she was gone now, That's why seeing the thunder skylark trying so hard to protect its child stirred her compassion. Seeing Tiet Nguyen's determined desire to help, Track Pham finally lost his patience. He said in a commanding tone, "Forget it, Nguyen. Staying here won't solve anything." But when Track Pham wasn't paying attention, she rushed out to stand in front of the thunder skylark without a trace of fear, taking the Crimson Flame Lion King's attack. However, with her strength, one hit would be the end of her. Tathian Duong, seeing her rush out, immediately jumped out as well, standing in front of her. Track Pham watched the two of them go out to die. He cursed them internally, fools, but quickly rushed out as well. Track Pham was once the Demon Emperor, always living with the fake respect of others. So he had always been used to being alone, never swayed by emotions. But since meeting these two, and going through life and death together, things were different now. He didn't want to give up on either of them. He was the Demon Emperor. Even if he had to die, he would face the enemy. The Crimson Flame Lion King looked at the three humans trying to block its flames with their bodies and sneered, "Not knowing your own strength." Its sharp claws lunged towards the three. Track Pham was filled with a murderous aura. But just as the Crimson Flame Lion King's shadow reached him, Track Pham was enveloped in a bright light. The light emanating from his forehead terrified every beast in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It immediately withdrew its attack and fled. Who would believe that a great level 6 spirit beast from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range could be scared away? A human, watching the spirit beast in front of him run away. While facing it, Track Pham also saw from its eyes a blue flame emanating from his own forehead. The beast saw it and fled in terror. He gently touched the middle of his forehead, his brows furrowed. His forehead was still warm, but the blue flame was gone. He remembered the mysterious person lightly tapping his forehead in his dream and couldn't help but wonder what he had left on him that could make a level 6 spirit beast like the Crimson Flame Lion King run in fear. At the same time, Tathian Duong behind him was equally shocked. Just what other abilities did this person have? Before, he used the strength of the Qi-gathering realm to force back a heavenly profound realm expert, knew alchemy, and could set up formations. He had thought those were his greatest skills. But look at him now. He could emit a pressure that even spirit beasts feared. He had reason to suspect this guy wasn't human. With that thought, he approached Track Pham, his body leaning in slightly. "Tell me, are you even human?" Track Pham pushed his hand away and snorted coldly, "Nonsense. Of course I'm human. Am I a ghost? Look at what just happened. Can a human do that?" Tathian Duong took a deep breath to calm himself and shouted, "But I've never seen anyone scare off a level 6 spirit beast with just a glare. Did you see it just now? The moment that lion saw you, it ran for its life, as if it was afraid you'd eat it. Be honest, how many more secrets are you hiding from us?" Track Pham looked at him coldly. He walked towards Tiet Nguyen, who was kneeling on the ground. "I'm not your little brother, Tathian Duong." Hearing this, Tathian Duong was stunned. This guy was as annoying as ever, but he was really curious about him. How many more abilities did he have? At this moment, Tiet Nguyen was kneeling beside the thunder skylark with a pained expression. Track Pham saw this and said a few words to her. "It's not going to make it." Hearing his voice, Tiet Nguyen suddenly raised her head and asked, "Big brother Track Pham, can you think of another way?" With that, she looked at him with hopeful eyes. She truly hoped he had a way to save it. But Track Pham didn't want to deceive her. He slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Tiet Nguyen immediately burst into tears, which fell ceaselessly onto the Thunder Skylark's body. Suddenly, the Thunder Skylark opened its eyes and stared at the eggs that had been scorched by the flames in the distance with a hopeful look. Tiet Nguyen followed its gaze and said, "It wants its children." Track Pham walked over and brought the eggs to its side, but they were already charred black, with no signs of life. He shook his head and said, "They're all burnt. There's no trace of life. Wait, where's the other one? There's one more. Maybe there's still hope." Track Pham heard her and shook his head helplessly. "When I found them, there were only these 4. There are no others around." Hearing this, Tiet Nguyen was disappointed again. She bowed her head and apologized. "I couldn't help you." Just as she finished speaking, the Thunder Skylark revealed an egg from under its large wing. Tiet Nguyen's face lit up instantly. Track Pham saw the egg under the Thunder Skylark's wing had signs of life and couldn't help but marvel. The Thunder Skylark had managed to protect one egg even in such a dangerous situation. It used its own life to protect its child. Suddenly, the thunder skylark used its last bit of strength to cry out, then turned its head towards Track Fam, offering him its last egg. Seeing this, Track Fam couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This egg was burned by the fire? It's injured. Even if it hatches, it won't live for long, unless... With that, he suddenly thought of something and asked speculatively, "You want to give it to me?" The skylark heard his words and nodded. Then it took one last look at its child and peacefully passed away. Tiet Nuong Wong saw that it couldn't hold on any longer and cried even more sorrowfully. Track Fam and Ta Thiem Duong saw this scene, glanced at each other, and sighed internally. She was indeed kind before, but they didn't expect her to be so heartbroken over a spirit beast she had no connection with. At most, they only felt a little respect for the thunder skylark. They wouldn't feel this sad. They didn't know if this excessive kindness of hers was a good or bad thing. Tiet Nuong Huang knelt before the thunder skylark, crying for a full hour. Track Fam finally couldn't watch it anymore. Fearing she would cry herself unconscious, he tried to comfort her. "Nuong Ni, it's dead. It can't come back to life. Don't be too sad." Ta Thiem Duong heard this and nodded in agreement. "That's right. I didn't expect you and the thunder skylark to get along so well after just one meeting." Hearing this, Tiet Nuong Wong wiped the remaining tears from her face and sniffled, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not crying for it. I'm homesick. Seeing it risk its life to protect its child reminded me of my father. He also does everything to protect and care for me." The two of them, Track Fam's and the others' mouths twitched slightly. They had wasted their time thinking she was sad for the bird, but it turned out she was just reminded of her family. No wonder this girl was so brave and selfless in protecting the thunder skylark. Seeing that she didn't care much for the bird, Track Fam opened his mouth. "Nu Wong Ni, don't be sad anymore. I'll take the thunder skylark's body." Ta Thiem Duong heard this and disagreed loudly. "You beast. How can you take the body of a level 6 spirit beast all for yourself?" As the heir of one of the 7 houses, Ta Thiem Duong knew that the bodies of high-level spirit beasts were treasures. A level 6 spirit beast could even be used to refine medicinal pills, and he valued it greatly. Track Fam glanced at him and said plainly, "Didn't you see the thunder skylark entrust its egg to me? Its body is no exception. So, you stay here and take care of Nuong Ni. I'll be back in a bit." After speaking, Track Fam flew away, leaving behind an infuriated Ta Thiem Duong. Ta Thiem Duong watched him leave and wanted to follow to see what he was up to. But he couldn't leave Tiet Nuong Wong alone in this dangerous place. He decisively gave up the idea of going with him and stayed behind. Meanwhile, Track Fam had gone to a quiet place and placed the egg in his hand on the ground. He waved his hand again. The thunder skylark's corpse appeared. With a quick glance, Track Fam circulated his origin power. A flame quickly appeared in his hand. This was the power of origin fire. Though it had no combat strength, it could be used for refining. With the best spatial stones from the Imperial family and Hidden Dragon Pavilion, plus the body of a spirit beast nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it could be used for refining. He could refine items that contained spiritual energy. The body of this egg has been severely injured. It needs the thunder skylark's spiritual energy to soothe it so it can grow. Otherwise, it will become a stillborn. To nourish it with spiritual energy, one must use something that can contain and infuse spiritual energy. Now that the thunder skylark is dead, I just need to hatch this egg to become my demonic creature, helping me enter Luo La Gorge. That's why he deliberately told the thunder skylark before its death that its body could help its child survive. And so, it agreed. But whether it agreed or not, he wouldn't have canceled his plans for its body. At this moment, Track Fam brought the flame in his hand towards the egg and the thunder skylark's body, beginning the refining process. A moment later, he withdrew his hand, extinguishing the flame, and the seal in his hand quickly vanished. Looking at the glowing object in his hand, he smiled smugly. With this, his goal would soon be accomplished. On this side, goodbye. Their world was completely safe. Just then, Track Fam's figure returned. Tiet Nuong Huang saw him and immediately stood up happily, running towards him. "Big Brother Track, you're back." Ta Thiem Duong saw him return empty-handed and asked probingly, "That thunder skylark's body, what did you do with it?" Track Fam heard his question and immediately teased, "I cut it into 8 pieces." "What?" Ta Thiem Duong almost choked on his words and snorted coldly. "Nguang Ni, don't worry. The bodies of spirit beasts are usually handled this way. It's just that I don't know what he refined it into. Track Fam, seeing that he had guessed his purpose, wasn't surprised and gave a wicked smile. If you can't guess, I'll give it to you. Out. Ta Thien Duong heard this and knew Track Fam was messing with him. He snorted coldly, I am the future of the 7 noble houses, the young master of the Sword Marquis estate. I have no interest in your things. He told him, even if I die here, die in the mouth of a spirit beast, I won't need a single thing from you, Track Fam. Track Fam saw him getting angry, shrugged indifferently, and turned to leave. All right. Young Master Ta, you have the most backbone. Ta Thien Duong, seeing him ignore him again, got angry. When you talk to someone, don't turn your back like that. By the way, do you know today is Nuong Ni's 16th birthday? That's why she was so anxious about her family and felt so heartbroken seeing the thunder skylark protecting its eggs. Hearing his latter sentence, Track Fam frowned and glanced at Tiet and Wong Huang, only to see her blushing. She lowered her head in a shy, embarrassed manner. Thinking about how the 3 of them had gone through life and death together these past few months, plus the favor he owed Tiet and Wong Wong, he should give her something. With that thought, he laughed loudly. So today is Nuong Ni's birthday. Then, as her big brother, I must give a worthy gift. As he spoke, a ring appeared in his hand, the very object he had just refined. He raised his hand and offered the ring to Tiet Nguyen Huang, saying, This is a thunder spirit ring that I refined from the thunder skylark's body. It can store living things, one for me, one for you. This type of ring is different from a normal spatial ring. Not only is the refining method complex and not passed down by most sects, but more importantly, it contains spiritual energy. This thing is a container for spiritual energy. These 2 rings are one body, so as long as the rings react, I'll know you're nearby. Tiet Nguyen Huang, seeing him give her such a precious gift, was immediately overjoyed and put it on. She stared at it deeply. But Ta Thien Duong on the side was not so happy. Seeing him give her a precious ring, one for each of them, he raised an eyebrow. He said loudly, Track Fam, you have to give me one too. It's not your birthday today. What's with the gift? Track Fam shook his head, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, No, you must give me one. Otherwise, you 2 with a pair of rings. I don't care. You must give me one. Or I'll just... Seeing through Ta Thien Duong's intention, Track Fam smiled and nodded, at the same time throwing a similar ring towards him, saying, The 3 of us have gone through thick and thin together. How could I not refine one for you? Holding the ring, Ta Thien Duong was immediately overjoyed but didn't want Track Fam to know his thoughts. He pretended to be reluctant and said, Let's just say you're sincere. This young master will reluctantly accept it. Nguang Ni, come and try it on. Track Fam heard him and smirked contemptuously. This guy was just dying to get his hands on it a second ago, and now he's acting all reluctant. Who is he putting on a show for? Which hero was it just now who would rather die than accept my stuff? What's wrong? This young master just doesn't like you. Anyway, the 3 of us must each have one. He then said, This young master is upright and chaste. I am willing. After a moment of commotion, the 3 of them moved forward, looking for a way out of the 3rd area. And so, the 3 of them, each wearing a ring, could now sense each other even when out of sight. On a distant mountain peak, a figure was observing them, having seen everything that had just happened. The person seemed satisfied and smiled. Then, he immediately turned into a phantom and flew away. The 3 of them used the same method, crawling all the way back. After another half a month, they managed to return to the 1st area and safely exit the 10,000 Beast mountain range. Track Fam looked towards Thonmin City and said, Now we're finally back in the 1st area. Next, we just need to leave Thonmin City and we'll be safe. This time, although I couldn't tame the Thunder Skylark as planned, I still got its egg. Moreover, the bond between the 3 of them had grown. The rewards of this trip were not bad. Tiet Nguyen Huang heard him and remembered offending the 7th elder before. But we've offended that elder. Will he set a trap to catch us? Track Fam finally remembered the 7th elder. So much time had passed, he probably wouldn't be an issue anymore. Thinking that, he spoke to reassure her, Probably not. Back then, he didn't finish us off with a single strike. It seems he encountered something extremely dangerous and had to flee in a hurry. Something that even he feared must have made him think we were killed by it. So he won't be after us anymore. Ta Thin Duong, on the side, asked doubtfully, "What thing? What kind of thing? How should I know?" Track Fam shook his head indifferently. He wasn't sure either. At that time, he was barely conscious and didn't know the situation clearly. He only guessed the problem after waking up and seeing the surrounding wreckage. With that, he turned to Tiet Nuong Huong and asked, "Nuong Ni, what are your plans after leaving the city?" Tiet Nuong Huong heard him and remained silent for a long time. It seemed she was thinking about something. After a while, she looked at Track Fam and said, "Big brother Track, wherever you go, I'll go." Track Fam was slightly startled, his brow furrowing. He still had things to do, and they were very dangerous. He had always been a loner. He was used to it and not accustomed to having someone by his side. Tiet Nuong Huong's words made Ta Thin Duong nervous. "Nuong Ni, aren't you going to the Sword Marquee estate with me? There, let alone your family coming after you, even the Nether Valley can't do anything to you." Hearing this, Tiet Nuong Huong's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. "There, Track Fam, you should come to the Sword Marquee estate with us too. I've never seen what the strongest of the 7 houses of the Tianyu Empire is like." Ta Thin Duong heard this and nodded in agreement. "Track Fam, for Nuong Ni's sake, I'm inviting you to be a guest at my home." Even though Track Fam considered them close friends, he still had things to do and couldn't stay here for long. So he declined. "No, I still have things to do. We'll meet again when we have the chance." Ta Thin Duong genuinely wanted Track Fam to come to the Sword Marquee estate. Also, before, he wanted to sign an alliance pact with him. With that thought, he tried to persuade him again. "I've already welcomed you to my home. As brothers, you should give me some face." "I told you, I'm not your brother." Ta Thin Duong heard his refusal. Just as he was about to argue with him, a sharp whistling sound suddenly echoed. Then, a powerful, gloomy aura immediately rose around them. Another powerful, gloomy aura. A deep voice was heard. "None of the 3 of you will leave." The heavenly profound realm expert of the Tiet family. As he finished speaking, the gloomy figure of an old man appeared before them. The newcomer's strength as a heavenly profound expert made Track Fam and the other cautiously step forward. "Shielding Tiet Nuong Huong," he whispered. "Is he an elder from the Nether Valley?" Ta Thin Duong looked at the person in front of him. In his memory, the Nether Valley didn't have this person. He shook his head and replied, "I don't know, never heard of him." Seeing him shake his head, Track Fam looked at the newcomer again. He didn't know the identity of the person who had arrived, but seeing the man's gloomy gaze fixed on them, he immediately guessed this person was an enemy. But at that moment, Tiet Nuong Huong behind them excitedly pushed them aside and rushed out. "Grandpa!" The two were instantly shocked. The newcomer was actually the only heavenly profound expert of the Tiet family. The Tiet family's ancestor, Tiet Din Thin. Tiet Din Thin paid no attention to Track Fam and the other. He held his granddaughter in his arms, looked at her carefully, and said with concern, "Nuong Ni, where have you been these past few months? Grandpa has been searching all over the mountains for you." Tiet Nuong Huong heard his concerned words and muttered guiltily, "I'm sorry for making you worry." Tiet Din Thin had no intention of blaming her. He lovingly stroked her head, then glared fiercely at the 2 people on the other side. "Have these 2 brats been with you these past few months? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Tiet Nguong Huong blushed and pretended to be angry, chiding her grandfather. "What are you talking about?" Tiet Din Thin had no intention of blaming her. Teen exhaled a breath of anger, then looked at the 2 again. Track Fam spoke. "You 2, who was it that injured my grandson?" "It was him who injured your grandson, Tiet Thuong. I only met Nuong Ni after that. I've never met your grandson before." Ta Thin Duong immediately sold out Track Fam upon hearing the old man's words. Track Fam was shocked to see him turn on him so quickly. This guy turned hostile in an instant, selling him out. He sighed internally, then cupped his hands towards Tiet Din Thin. "At that time, I didn't know he was Huang Ni's brother. So, please punish me, senior." Seeing Track Fam admit it, Tiet Din Thin continued, "So you're also the one who convinced Huang Ni to run away from home with you?" Hearing these words, Ta Thin Duong couldn't help but be startled. He grabbed Track Fam's collar and shook him, questioning, "What? Run away from home with a guy? Track Fam, you better explain clearly to me, since when did you and Nuong Ni have that kind of relationship?" Tiet Din Thin was stunned by Ta Thin Duong's reaction. He looked at Tiet Nguyen Wang and asked, "What's that kid to you? Why is he reacting so strongly?" But Tiet Nguyen Wang on the side was embarrassed. She glared at her grandpa. How could he even think of such a thing? She then unintentionally glanced towards Track Pham with anticipation. Track Pham was even more startled, at most. He only asked her to be his guide and never intended to run away with her. He quickly waved his hands to explain, "Don't misunderstand, I just asked Nung Ni to guide me. Nothing else happened." Hearing this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Tiet Din Thien looked at him as if to confirm his words, then nodded. "If that's the case, considering you've taken care of my granddaughter for many days, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Let's go, Nuang Ni. Come home with Grandpa." With that, he took Tiet Nguyen Huang's hand to return to the Tiet family. Seeing them about to leave, and thinking of the seventh elder, he shouted to stop them, "Wait! You two can't go back to the Tiet family." Seeing him interfere, Tiet Din Thien asked, "What is it?" Track Pham sighed and said, "I won't hide it from you. The three of us have offended the Nether Ghost Seventh." Nuang Ni was also seen by him. He's probably at the Tiet family right now, settling scores. If you and Nuang Ni go back there, it's a dead end. Tiet Din Thien trembled upon hearing this news and couldn't stand firm. Kneeling on the ground, he never imagined that Tiet Nguyen Huang's trip out would cause such a disaster. Tiet Nguyen Huang saw this and immediately helped him up, saying with extreme grief, "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Tiet Din Thien looked deeply at her, then at the other two. Track Pham was furious inside, but Tiet Nguyen Huang was his granddaughter, whom he had spoiled since she was little. He couldn't bear to blame her, so he decided to blame the two of them. With that thought, Tiet Din Thien attacked, shocking the two of them. "It's you who brought disaster to the Tiet family. As long as I hand you over, the seventh elder will spare us for now." Seeing the person in front of him attack, Track Pham was stunned. A long moment later, as Tiet Din Thien's palm was about to strike him, he quickly retreated, dodging the attack. The attack missed, and Tiet Din Thien's palm struck the ground, creating large cracks. Seeing him dodge, Tiet Din Thien was surprised. He was only at the Qi Gathering realm, yet he could evade an attack from a heavenly profound realm expert. He really had some skills. Others feared him for a reason, but no matter what, he had to capture him today. Otherwise, the Tiet family would be finished. After a long moment, Tiet Din Thien attacked Track Pham again and quickly vanished. Track Pham's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding in horror as he tried to dodge. But it was too late. The speed of a heavenly profound realm expert was too fast. The power gap was truly detestable. Track Pham took a palm strike from behind, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. Tiet Din Thien saw him like this, and smugly attacked again. But just then, a sword light shot towards him. Tin Thien dodged in alarm, using his origin power to block the sword light. This was a profound rank weapon. He didn't dare to be careless. He vanished again. He quickly appeared beside Ta Thien Duong and struck down with his palm. The gap between the bone-tempering realm and the heavenly profound realm is too vast. Even with a profound rank weapon, Ta Thien Duong couldn't hold out for long against this move. Ta Thien Duong spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced back. Track Pham and Ta Thien Duong struggled to their feet, looking at the person before them. The power of a heavenly profound expert was indeed formidable. With this gap, they couldn't fight above their level. It was simply impossible. Their battle was quickly decided. Suddenly, Tiet Nguyen Huang, who was standing outside the fight, shouted loudly, "Stop!" This shout successfully stopped the three people in the battle. They all turned to look at the source of the sound, only to see Tiet Nguyen Huang's face filled with sorrow. She held a short blade to her neck. Decide. Tien saw this scene and immediately became anxious. "Nuang Ni, what are you doing?" After a moment of sobbing, Tiet Nguyen Huang, with tear-filled eyes, said, "Grandpa, spare them. They are my friends." But for the safety of the clan, Thien's doting attitude towards Tiet Nguyen Huang was gone. His eyes turned cold as he looked at Track Pham. "If I spare them, the Tiet family will be doomed forever, my grandchild. If you take another step, I'll kill myself in front of you." After Tiet Nguyen Huang heard him, the hand holding the knife pressed closer to her neck, which was already starting to show a trace of blood. Seeing the blood on her neck, he felt a pang of pain. He anxiously said, "Nuang Ni, don't." But Tiet Din Tin paid no attention, his feet still firmly walking forward. But if you looked closely, you could see tears welling in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Nuang Ni. The 7 houses truly cannot be offended." Trak Pham saw the pain in his eyes, squinted, and couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Haha, Tiet Din Tin, you're truly foolish. You think capturing us can save the Tiet family? It will only make the Tiet family be annihilated faster." "What do you mean by that?" Tiet Din Thin's steps halted. He raised his head and stared at Trak Pham. Seeing that he had stopped, he sneered and looked. He looked towards Ta Thin Duong. "So," Sa said, "do you know who he is? He is one of the 7 houses, a person from the Sword Marquis estate. A second-rate family like yours dares to capture someone from the 7 houses?" Din Thin was terrified, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Ta Thin Duong. He asked probingly, "Impossible! You must be lying to me. Someone from the Sword Marquis estate in Thon Min City? How could I not know? Do the disciples of the 7 houses need to report to you when they travel? Why don't you open your eyes and see what kind of weapon he's using? What kind of skills? If you don't believe me, try making a move. I'm not sure about myself, but the Sword Marquis estate will definitely wipe out your entire clan." Tiet Din Tin heard this and was immediately terrified. Could what he said be true? He slowly assessed Ta Thin Duong, then stumbled back a few steps in fear. Indeed, he had a 4th-grade spirit weapon, and his skills were of the profound rank. How could an ordinary family's descendant receive such treatment? Who else could it be but one of the 7 houses? Upon discovering this, Tiet Din Thin broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground. Seeing his reaction, Trak Pham smirked smugly and continued his threats. "If you capture us and offer us up, let's not even talk about whether they dare to accept. Even if they did, when the Sword Marquis estate comes asking, who will take the blame?" Hearing this, Ye Min Thin understood. He was now in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend any of the houses. With that thought, he turned to the 2 with remorse. "You 2 young masters, I was reckless before, not knowing your identities. Please accept my apology." Ta Thin Duong looked at the old man kneeling before him. He was momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do. He was about to step forward to help him up, but Trak Pham disagreed. "If you're going to do it right." He used sound transmission to tell Ta Thin Duong, "If you want to save Nuang Ni, act like the proud son of heaven for me." Hearing the words, "Save Nuang Ni," Ta Thin Duong immediately stood tall and proud, nodding at Trak Pham. Tiet Nuang Wang saw her grandpa kneeling on the ground and anxiously ran to help him up. "Grandpa, you guys." But Trak Pham didn't care. He ignored her accusing glare and continued to threaten, "Do you know young Master Ta's status in the estate? Today, he was injured by an old man like you. The Sword Marquis estate will not let this go." Hearing that the Sword Marquis estate would settle scores with the Tiet family, he lowered his head even further, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Yes, I was ignorant. I beg for your forgiveness." Fine. We'll take Nuang Ni with us. If you want to get her back, whether it's your Tiet family or the Nether Valley, you'll have to go to the Sword Marquis estate to ask for her. With that, Trak Pham was about to leave. But at that moment, Tiet Din Thin grabbed his ankle to stop him. "Wait a minute. Nuang Ni offended the 7th elder? That's fine, but you can't take her. Otherwise, the Tiet family will be finished. For this matter, even if I have to offend the young masters of the Sword Marquis estate, I will absolutely not agree." "Really?" Trak Pham glanced at him, only to see a determined look in his eyes, resolute not to let Tiet Nguang Wang leave. Suddenly thinking of something, Trak Pham snatched the sword from Ta Thin Duong's hand and pointed it at him. Ta Thin Duong and Tiet Nguang Wang were immediately horrified, a trace of panic rising in their hearts. "Don't." Ta Thin Duong on the side also used sound transmission with him. "Kid, are you crazy? I thought you were just trying to scare him a little. I didn't expect you to do it for real. He's Nguang Ni's grandpa." Trak Pham didn't care about their reactions at all. His sword remained firmly pointed at the kneeling man as he coldly asked Tiet Din Tin, "Why do you want Nuang Ni to go?" Tiet Min Thin sighed helplessly, took a deep breath, and spoke, "I know you 2 both like my granddaughter, but she's already engaged to the young master of the Nether Valley. On her 16th birthday, she must be sent for the marriage alliance. Because of this, she has run away countless times. Now the deadline is here. If she doesn't go, The entire Tiet family will be in trouble. I beg you to spare her. Nuang Ni, she really can't go to the marriage alliance. Nu Wang Ni wanted to leave the city because of this? Ta Thin Duong said in shock. Tiet Nu Wang nodded gloomily when she heard the mention of the marriage alliance. Pham looked deeply at the kneeling man. He didn't seem to be lying, so they really wanted to send her to a marriage alliance. But he didn't know that this time she wouldn't be coming back. With that thought, he sighed and said, "It seems you don't understand. If it's really a marriage alliance, that's fine. But it's a pity. A pity for what? How can she just marry someone from the Nether Valley?" Trak Pham shook his head. He said, casually, "Ta Thin Duong, the marriage alliance, is a fake. The Nether Valley's marriage alliance has clearly existed for a long time. Have you ever seen a bride return alive? The Nether Valley is one of the 7 houses and has many rules. How can a low-ranking family like us make demands? Once the girl belongs to them, we can't ask," Tiet Din Thin said with a sigh. "It seems no one has figured out the true purpose of the Nether Valley. They still think it's just a normal marriage. But they don't know that behind it is a long-standing conspiracy of the Nether Valley." His expression became serious as he said coldly, "Ha ha, you not asking is the same as agreeing with them. But if I tell you that all the brides who marry over there end up dead, what will you do? Will you still send Nuang Ni there?" Thin was startled to hear this. He didn't believe the Nether Valley would do such a thing to the Tiet family. After all, they had been loyal to the Nether Valley for over a decade. Such a thing wouldn't happen. Thinking this, he flatly denied it. "What? How could that be? We've been so loyal and dedicated to them." Upon hearing this, he immediately sent a command. "It's because you are loyal that they chose you as cultivation vessels." Cultivation vessels? These 2 words hit Tiet Din Thin hard. As a heavenly profound realm expert, how could he not know what a cultivation vessel was? But he never in a million years believed that the Nether Valley could do such a thing, let alone target his granddaughter. Seeing their reaction, Trak Pham smirked. He was from the demonic path, so he knew very well. He spoke bluntly. "In the demonic path, there's a technique to collect resentful souls and ghosts for offensive cultivation methods. However, the world maintains a balance of yin and yang. If the hostile energy is too heavy, it's easy to suffer a backlash. That's why pure souls are needed to supplement one's cultivation. A 16-year-old girl is the best target. Are you saying they're using Nu Wang Ni to cultivate?" Ta Thin Duong was shocked. He glanced at Tiet Nu Wang with endless worry. Trak Pham nodded nonchalantly. 90% certain. "Do you remember the martial skill Gui that used? That was a profound rank martial skill. But he hadn't mastered it, so its power wasn't great. Perhaps it was due to an insufficient number of cultivation vessels that he couldn't master it." His explanation left everyone stunned, taking a deep breath. They never thought the Nether Valley could be so cruel as to use young girls as cultivation vessels. However, Trak Pham didn't think it was a big deal. The demonic path had always been like this. The demonic path values strength, so as long as one's cultivation is profound, they will use any means necessary. To survive in the demonic path, not being cruel is seeking your own death. The surrounding air fell silent. Everyone was still reeling from the shock of the news Trak Pham had just delivered. After half a day of silence, Tiet Din Thin finally spoke, "Nguang Ni. If what this young master said is true, then you should leave this place." Tiet Nuang Huang knew he was worried about her, but she was also genuinely worried for the Tiet family's safety. She looked at him. "Grandpa." Tiet Din Thin looked at her for a moment, then shook his head firmly. "Don't worry. I will investigate this matter clearly. If it's not true, I will come back for you. At that time, don't blame me for forcing you into the marriage alliance." With that, he lovingly stroked Tiet Nuang Huang's head. He smiled kindly, then his body flickered and disappeared. Tiet Nuang Huang pensively watched the figure leave, her thoughts turning to her father and brother. She remembered how they doted on and loved her. She couldn't bear the thought of them losing their lives because of her willfulness. Her body trembled. Her eyes filled with tears. She looked at Trak Pham with anticipation. Big brother Trak. Will my brother be in danger when he returns? Trak Pham silently analyzed the situation for a moment. He didn't hide the current state of the Tiet family from her. If that old man doesn't return, the others still have a chance to live for a while longer. But once he returns, the entire family will be wiped out. Track Fam's words shattered her hopes. She truly hoped he would tell her that her grandpa would be fine, and so would the Tiet family. Unfortunately, Track Fam shook his head and gave her news so bad she didn't want to hear it. Seeing her pain, Ta Thien Duong on the side didn't know what to say. He couldn't bear it and ran to support her small frame, turning to Track Fam to interrupt. Hey, are you a worm in Gui, that stomach? What makes you say Huang Ni's grandpa's return will lead to the annihilation of her entire family? His return means a heavenly profound realm expert is back, which should make Gui that wary, right? Then you're wrong. Although I'm not a worm in his stomach, he and I are the same kind of people. I can roughly guess his thoughts. When we first offended him, it was already determined that the Tiet family had betrayed the Nether Valley. When he returns, he will definitely wipe them out, root and stem. But at that time, Old Man Tiet went looking for Nuong Ni. Since he couldn't find the Heavenly Profound expert, he would keep the others alive as bait for Old Man Tiet. Once he returns, the outcome is set. He truly didn't want to see her in pain, but he knew it was better to tell her. Otherwise, when she leaves, and the Tiet family collapses because of her, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Thien Duong looked at Tiet Nguyen again. Her face grew paler and paler, and her body wouldn't stop trembling. He cursed under his breath. This guy doesn't know how to choose his words. He immediately grabbed his collar and shouted, "Bullshit!" After all, a heavenly profound expert is at the elder level. In the 7 houses, I don't believe Gui, that has the guts to wipe out a family with a heavenly profound expert. Fan burst out laughing. It's precisely because they have an expert that he has to wait for Tiet Din Tien to return before wiping them out. Also, you're wrong about one thing. A heavenly profound expert isn't strong. A heavenly profound expert with no weaknesses is truly terrifying. Otherwise, why was Tiet Din Tien afraid of us? He was only wary of the power of the Sword Marquis estate behind you. If he was just a rogue cultivator with no ties, he could have killed us outright just now. But hearing his words, Ta Thien Duong really wanted to refute him. But after a long time, he couldn't say a word. How could he not know what he said? He didn't know, but he really couldn't bear to see Huang Ni suffer like this. Tiet Nu Huang was silent for a long time, her body still trembling. But now she raised her head. She said firmly, "All right, you two stop arguing. Big Brother Track, I know your analysis always makes sense. Tell me the truth. If I go back and use my status as a cultivation vessel to negotiate, can I protect the Tiet family?" Hearing she wanted to go, Ta Thien Duong immediately became anxious. "No way, Nuong Ni." Track Fam knew she was determined to go back. He sighed and nodded. "Gui, that. He really needs a cultivation vessel to master that martial art, so your method might work, but it's just a matter of not caring." Before she could finish her sentence, she was afraid the rest of the analysis would be something she couldn't accept. She was willing to deceive herself, just wanting to believe that she could save her family. She waved her hand decisively. "There's no but. If it's possible, then it's fine. Big Brother Track, Big Brother Thien Duong, thank you for taking care of me. Let's part ways here. I've never left the city since I was young, so it's a pity I can't see the Sword Marquis estate. Well, goodbye." Track Fam and Ta Thien Duong glanced at each other, then at her, teary-eyed, as she turned and left. But just then, Ta Thien Duong went and took her hand. "Don't." She knew they were worried about her safety and wanted to stop her from going back, but she really couldn't abandon her family, abandon the place that had sheltered her for 16 years. She ignored Ta Thien Duong's attempts to stop her, only turning her head to give a slight smile. "You two, don't force me. I know I can't beat you, but I will hate you for the rest of my life." With that, she quickly ran away. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to leave. It was because of her willfulness that she didn't have the chance to repay their kindness. If so, let me repay it in the next life. If there really is a next life. Ta Thien Duong watched her desolate figure leave. His eyes were filled with regret. After spending these months together, he truly saw her as a close friend. He sincerely didn't want anything bad to happen to her. At this moment, looking at Track Fam, he truly hoped that he could think of a way to save her. But that person just stood there indifferently, with a look of unconcern, not saying a single word to stop her. He was furious, and questioned Track Fam. "Nuong Ni is gone. Can the Tiet family really be safe?" Track Fam shook his head. "For now, yes. But once she becomes a cultivation vessel, her death will be the time the Tiet family falls. Only for now? Then why did you let Nguang Ni go? Tathin Duong bit his lip fiercely, asking angrily. Track Pham shrugged indifferently. At least until she dies, she'll think she protected her family and can leave in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Tathin Duong swung a punch at him. He knew this person was ruthless before, but after these few months, he didn't believe it. He was still indifferent to Nguang Ni walking into a death trap. Just a moment ago, they were happily together, but now he was like this. He was truly disappointed. He turned to leave. Track Pham wiped the blood from his face, slowly stood up, and looked at Tathian Duong. He said coldly, "What are you going to do?" Tathian Duong stopped but didn't turn around. He said firmly, "I'm going to save her." With your strength at the 8th level of the bone-tempering realm, how can you fight a heavenly profound realm expert? Didn't you see the difference just now? Track Pham scoffed disdainfully. Tathian Duong obviously knew that. How could he not? But he couldn't just watch her walk into a death trap like that. He clenched his fists tightly and said firmly, "So what? It's still better than someone who does nothing like you. Besides, didn't we have a chance to defeat Gui that last time?" Track Pham heard him mention the time they trapped Gui that in the formation before and looked at him like he was an idiot. They were able to almost defeat Gui that before because he was careless. Plus, they had many trump cards at that time. But given Gui, that's current situation, how could he? "Max me again," he thought. He said coldly, "That time was because we ambushed him with a preset formation, so we had the advantage. What about now? How are you going to set up a formation in front of him and then invite him to step in? So what if it's like that?" Tathian Duong wasn't stupid. He knew all that. But he definitely wouldn't just stand by and abandon Tiet Nguyen Huang as he intended. Tathian Duong once again said to Track Pham, "Track Pham, I know you're an unreliable person, but as a man, you should still keep your promises." With that, he quickly ran off. Track Pham watched his back as he left. He clenched his fists and muttered, "Even if you go, you can only watch her walk to her death without being able to do anything. I'm willing. At least I don't want to be a coward and just watch." He looked at his back. He left resolutely. He pondered for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and whispered, "Who says I'm not doing anything?" Track Pham was always a careful person. Every step he took was always well planned, so he would never fight an enemy without a plan. What he wanted was a sure victory, to press the enemy to their death. With that thought, Track Pham turned and walked deeper into the forest. A moment later, in front of a large cave, Track Pham set up a heaven-concealing formation to avoid being disturbed while he needed quiet time for his next task. Then he went inside and drew strange patterns on the ground with his hand, covering the formation with spirit stones and diamond sand. Once the setup was stable, 2 shimmering wings appeared in his hands. They also appeared at the center. Looking at the formation before him, he couldn't help but sigh a few times. He really didn't expect that one day he would have to use such a dangerous cultivation method on himself. But right now, this was the only way for him to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. His enemy was Gui, that, an old man with both strength and cunning. Without absolute power, there would be tricks to win. He would not be cornered. At this moment, Track Pham activated his origin power and struck the center of the formation. A golden light mixed with blood-red light appeared, flowing around the formation diagram. Heavenly Demon Great Transformation Art, Body Refining Formation, Victory. 89. Level 2 Body Refinement. The Heavenly Demon Great Transformation Art can refine weapon materials within the body, turning it into an indestructible diamond body. After successfully cultivating this technique, one's bones will be as hard as iron and steel, invincible in battle. However, the process is extremely painful. Forging the materials for a demonic treasure into one's body is like having thousands of swords carving into every inch of your flesh. The pain is 10,000 times worse than death by 1,000 cuts. If you fail, both your body and spirit will be annihilated, with no hope of recovery for all eternity. At this moment, Track Pham had entered the center. The formation activated, and his origin power entered the first stage of body refinement, refining the muscles. An immense pressure began to invade the muscles of his body. This body refining method aimed to completely destroy the entire body from top to bottom, inside and out. Then, it would be replaced with diamond sand to reconstruct the bones. Therefore, after successful cultivation, one could achieve both internal and external cultivation. A diamond breakthrough. But the pain was still as unbearable as ever. Track Fam's body, now in the first stage, trembled uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without crying out. If it wasn't to save Tiet and Guang Huang, he certainly wouldn't have to suffer like this, forcing himself to cultivate this self-harming technique. Even knowing how good this body-refining method was, it was too self-torturing. A moment later, he finally succeeded, passing through the first difficult stage and letting out a breath. After the pain subsided, he continued to the second stage of body refinement. Bone refining. Just as the name suggests, this stage strengthens the bones. This process was 10 times more painful than the first stage. The pain hit again, and he couldn't help but shudder. He gritted his teeth, pressed his hands to the ground, and held back the pain, not daring to cry out. Otherwise, during the strengthening phase, his internal organs would be just as painful. If that happened, his primordial spirit would scatter and he would die. At this moment, he really suspected that Uamade. How did he create such a torturous body-refining method? The pain finally subsided a bit, but just then, he felt the cracking of his bones. The cracking sounds made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He let out a loud cry. Finally, the most important part has arrived. Refining the 5 viscera. As long as he can endure this final stage, the diamond body will be completed immediately. Not long after, his body was drenched. He bit his lip, his eyes showing a determined glint. Even though he had lost too much blood, a hint of a smug smile appeared. He had finally succeeded. Now, he just needed to recuperate this battered body. But just then, his smile froze. A sharp pain erupted from his chest, and he let out a loud cry. Diamond sand. After destroying his 6 Fu organs and 5 Zhang organs, the sand instantly entered his brain and began to attack it, destroying his primordial spirit. The most crucial part of a cultivator is the head. Once the primordial spirit is destroyed, death is certain, with no place for burial. I never expected that the final step of this cultivation method would be the primordial spirit. He vaguely closed his eyes, feeling the pain coming from deep within. His primordial spirit was slowly being eroded to its very core. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He, the great demon emperor, had found his own death like this. It was too ridiculous. Suddenly, fragments of memories flashed through his mind. From the moment he stepped into the demonic path, a path of life and death, he became the head of the 8 Emperors' sacred domain, the #1 person in the sacred realm. He was ecstatic when he obtained the 9 Serenities' secret records. Until he was betrayed and died without a complete corpse, he was reborn in Luosha. He became a butler, and finally met Ta Thin Duang and Tiet Nuang Huang, who gave him a memorable memory. Every memory was deeply engraved in his mind. At this moment, he kept muttering 3 words, Tiet Nuang Huang. Thinking of her, he gritted his teeth and dragged his battered body. He remembered how she had disregarded everything, even death, to stand in front of them against a pack of wolves. Suddenly, at that moment, he opened his eyes and shouted, Nuang Ni. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he was cultivating this to save Tiet Nuang Huang. He quickly sobered up. He reversed the formation, and a force that counted everything inside, gave up. At that moment, a blue flame suddenly emanated from his forehead, quickly turning into a stream of water that flowed into him. At the same time, it merged with the formation on the ground. Chapter 90. Turning the Tables. At the same time, at the Tiet family in Than Minh City, Tin Tiet Din Thien felt something was wrong as soon as he returned. The Tiet Manor, usually bustling with activity, was now devoid of guards, and there was no sound of people. It was terrifyingly quiet. Quickly recalling Track Fam's words in the forest, he sensed that something had happened to the Tiet family. With a heavy heart, he stepped inside. Walking to the inner courtyard, he saw the figure of Gui. That, sitting there, calmly, enjoying fine tea, with an air of someone ready to pass judgment. Tiet Din Thien pretended to be calm and knelt down, facing Gui. That he spoke. I didn't know the 7th Elder had graced us with his presence. I apologize for not being here to welcome you from afar. Gui. That looked deeply at the kneeling man and opened his mouth. Tiet Din Thien. The Tiet family has been under the protection of our Nether Valley for 100 years, right? We have never treated you poorly. Hearing this, Tiet Din Thien hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes. If not for the support of the Nether Valley and the 7th Elder, how could our Tiet family have the glory it has today? Gui. That slowly stood up, nodded deeply, walked in front of Tiet Din Thien, and patted his shoulder lightly. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Haha, good. It's good that you know. But why did you collude with outsiders to steal the Nether Valley's diamond sand? Hearing these words, Tiet Din Thien trembled with fear. He immediately kowtowed on the ground and pleaded, "Seventh Elder, there must be a misunderstanding. The Tiet family has always been loyal and dedicated to the Nether Valley. We would never do such a thing. Besides, we wouldn't dare." Gui. That seeing Tiet Din Thien's denial, snorted coldly and slammed the table fiercely. "You're rebelling, biting the hand that feeds you. At first, I really didn't believe it, but now, I have to. I ask you, where is your granddaughter, Tiet Nguyen Huang?" Hearing Gui that mentioned Tiet Nguyen Huang, Tiet Din Thien stammered, not knowing how to answer. He had already agreed to let her go. But now, the people from the Nether Valley had come to hold them accountable, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Tiet Din Thien was secretly terrified, cold sweat covering his forehead. Seeing Tiet Din Thien stuttering, Gui that became angry. "Let me tell you, your precious granddaughter and the two brats who stole my diamond sand are already dead in the 10,000 Beast mountain range." Gui. That couldn't help but think of the three of them. He had roamed the world his whole life, yet he had almost been defeated by them. Although he didn't personally finish them off, he thought that with their severe injuries, they definitely couldn't escape the clutches of that monster. Thinking of Tiet Nguyen Huang, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She used to be useful to him, but now she was completely useless. Without the diamond sand and the cultivation vessel, this loss, he would definitely make the Tiet family pay for it. With that thought, Gui that sighed, then angrily ordered, "Men, bring them up." As he spoke, all the members of the Tiet family were brought out. They were tied up, with bleeding wounds on their bodies. Tiet Din Thien bit his lip upon seeing this scene. He slowly stood up and roared in anger, "Seventh Elder, our Tiet family has served the Nether Valley for 100 years, guarding Thon Min City, always loyal to our post. If not for our contributions, then at least for our hard work. Is this how the Nether Valley treats its subordinate families? Don't think of yourselves as a low-ranking family. But we, the Nether Valley, can cultivate as many commodities like you as we want. As I see it, you people have never been dependents, just a bunch of somewhat useful guard dogs. We give you a bone and a little reward, and you should be grateful. Now you dare to boast about your contributions and bargain with your master? Then we don't need this kind of dog anymore. A mere watchdog dares to talk back to its master? Perhaps it's time to get a new one." Gui that sneered, his words venomous. But Tiet Din Thien's eyes grew redder and redder. He clenched his fists, the chi in his body rising to its peak. His entire body erupted with momentum. After so many years of loyalty, in the eyes of the Nether Valley, his Tiet family was worse than dogs. How could Tiet Din Thien endure this? At this moment, the Tiet family and the Nether Valley had practically turned against each other, so he no longer needed to respect the people of the Nether Valley. With that thought, Tiet Din Thien looked at Gui that. "Gui that, I ask you, about Huang Ni's marriage alliance, did you want to use her as a cultivation vessel?" Hearing Tiet Din Thien say this, Gui that was extremely surprised. He actually knew the secret the Nether Valley had hidden for so long. He glanced at Tiet Din Thien, not bothering to hide it anymore. He laughed loudly. "Haha, why didn't I see you were so smart before? We've been doing this for a long time, and no family has ever found out, but you saw through it. No wonder you wanted to betray us. So it was because of this." The despicable villain, Gui that, had finally admitted it. Tiet Din Thien was furious. The Nether Valley could do such a cruel thing, and they even had designs on his granddaughter. He had almost sent her to her death. Pushed to the brink, Tiet Din Thien unleashed the aura of a heavenly profound realm expert and charged at Gui that, roaring, "You bastard! I'll fight you to the death!" Gui that, standing opposite him, was not flustered. Tiet Din Thien had only just broken through to the heavenly profound realm and was no match for him. He squinted at the charging figure, preparing to engage. Chapter 91. Just as Tiet Din Thien's palm was about to strike, Gui that also struck out with his palm, hitting him in the chest. Tiet Din Thien felt his chi stagnate and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. After all, with the difference in their strength, Gay, that speed, was too fast for Tiet Din Thien to keep up with. Very quickly, after just a few moves, the battle was decided. Tiet Din Thien was sent flying into a wall by Gui That. He knelt on the ground, continuously vomiting blood. Seeing this, Gui That walked up to Tiet Din Thien and smiled smugly. I've long been a third-level Heavenly Profound Realm expert. You're just a novice who has just broken through. The difference between you and me is like heaven and earth. You're no match for me. Go to hell. Don't worry, in a little while, your son and grandson will join you in hell. Teen sat weakly against the wall, his face filled with sorrow. He never imagined that the Tiet family would end up like this, but luckily, Gui That thought Nuang Ni was already dead. Otherwise, the Tiet family would truly be wiped out. With that thought, he closed his eyes, waiting for death. Just as one of Gui That's palms was about to strike, a loud shout echoed, "Stop!" Following the sound, they looked over. They only saw Tiet Nuang Huang standing tall and straight. She held a sharp knife in her hand. Seeing the person standing there, Gui That couldn't help but be surprised. A mere chi-gathering realm girl could escape the clutches of that monster. However, he didn't care. Her return meant his cultivation vessel was still here. He couldn't help but rejoice secretly. You're not dead yet. Tiet Nuang Huang didn't look at him, but scanned her surroundings. The Tiet family had just gone through a massacre. Her father and brother were tied up, and her father was severely injured, with terrifying red blood flowing from his body. A trace of guilt appeared on her face. It was because of her willfulness that the Tiet family was in this state, so she had to save them. She looked at Gui That again, her hatred flaring. The knife in her hand pressed against her neck as she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't you want me as a cultivation vessel? Release my family immediately, or I'll kill myself in front of you." Gui That's eyes narrowed as he looked at the knife in her hand. He sneered, "Huang, you overestimate yourself. Although I want you as a cultivation vessel, it's not like I can't do without you. You're not in a position to make demands of me." Hearing him say this, Qichuang Huang was startled, her heart filled with fear. But she quickly remembered Track Fam's words. She believed in him and looked up at Gui. Her eyes became even more determined, and the knife in her hand pressed closer. A trace of blood appeared on her neck. "Elder, don't try to fool me. I know you're short on cultivation vessels in the Nether Valley, so I'm very important. If you say that, I'll die with my family." Nuang Ni, don't stop. Tiet Din Thien and Gui That saw her action. One was afraid something would happen. The other was afraid she would ruin his plan, but both wanted her not to harm herself. Tiet Nguang Huang was secretly delighted. As expected, Track Fam was right. She had the qualifications to negotiate with him. Thinking this, she continued, "It seems the seventh elder is still reluctant to let me take responsibility." Gui That stared at her for a moment, his mind racing. He couldn't believe this girl could guess his thoughts. There was only one possibility. That cunning brat was still alive. He chuckled twice. "Gui," That said to Tiet Nuang Huang, "is that brat not dead yet?" Tiet Nuang Huang was startled to hear him mention Track Fam. She knew they had offended him. If he found out he was still alive, he would definitely not let him go. With that thought, she replied firmly, "He's already dead on the 10,000 Beast Mountain. If you want to find him, go pick up his corpse, but I'm afraid it's already been eaten by spirit beasts." Her expression fell into Gui That's eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. As expected, that cunning brat was still alive. The biggest loss he had ever suffered in his life was at the hands of that brat. He sneered and said gloomily, "You don't need to lie to me. I've rarely met an opponent in my life. The biggest loss was at the hands of that kid. I couldn't get the diamond sand back and I was severely injured. Little girl, I'm not underestimating you, but with your mind, you couldn't have guessed my trump card. It must have been that brat who taught you. Forget it. It seems I've been caught by you this time. I won't take your family's lives." Tiet Nguang Huang was overjoyed to hear him say this. She could finally save everyone. She didn't know how a girl like her could fight an old man like Gui That. She quickly wanted to run and help Tiet Din Thien up, but at that moment, Gui That's palm strike hit Tiet Din Thien, sealing his cultivation. Tiet Din Thien, who was already severely injured, endured the pain and immediately passed out. Tiet Nuang Huang saw this and shouted at him, "Gui That, I agreed not to take your lives, but I didn't say I would let them go. After all, your father is still a heavenly profound realm expert. I have to restrict his strength. When we get to the Nether Valley, I'll release them. Tiet Nwangwang bit her lip and stared at Gui, saying, "You must keep your word." Gui. That let out a wicked laugh. This little girl wanted to fight him. Foolish. When he finished cultivating her inner energy, she would surely die. With that thought, he gave an order. Of course, an important person like you can't be deceived. Take Miss Nwang Ni back to her room to rest. Tomorrow, we will set off for the Nether Valley. Following his command, a leader brought a servant to Tiet Nwanghuang's side. This was the Nether person who had been trained before. The Nether person stood beside her, sizing her up and speaking crudely. "So this is the cultivation vessel for senior brother to practice with? She's so beautiful." Tiet Nwanghuang didn't give him a good look, ignoring his words. She immediately turned and left. The indestructible diamond body. After the servant had taken Tiet Nwanghuang away, Yu Ming approached from behind Gui and asked cautiously, "Master, have you thought of a countermeasure to deal with the Luo family? Their butler, Track Pham, will be our biggest problem in the future." Gui heard him mention the Luo family and couldn't help but ponder for a moment. After Yu Ming returned, he had reported the situation at Black Wind Mountain to Gui. Of course, he also knew that 2 elders of the Nether Valley had been killed by a Qi-gathering realm brat named Track Pham, so he was still planning to eliminate the Luo family. With that thought, he asked Yu Ming, "The matter of him killing our 2 elders, you haven't told anyone, have you?" "Not yet. If this matter were to be revealed, I'm afraid even the Valley Master wouldn't believe it," Yu Ming reported honestly. Gi chuckled and said, "At first, I didn't believe a Qi-gathering realm brat could kill a heavenly profound realm expert either. But a month ago, I also met a monster like that. I suffered quite a bit. It seems the world is vast and full of all kinds of strange people. But let's deal with that brat first. As for Track Pham, I'll think of a way." Ti Nwang Huang. Huang heard the entire conversation between the two. Gui, that was constantly worried. Gui, that had clearly targeted Track Pham, and she was afraid something would happen to him. But she couldn't even take care of herself right now, so she couldn't help him. She could only pray silently, hoping he could leave safely and that no misfortune would befall him. She heard every word of their conversation. Gui that was constantly worried. Gui that had clearly targeted Track Pham. She was worried something would happen to him, but she couldn't even take care of herself right now and couldn't help him. She could only pray silently, hoping he could leave safely and that no misfortune would befall him. At the same time, on a mountaintop in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, a figure in a white robe was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Suddenly, he felt that the flame he had left for Track Pham had lost its connection, and he was surprised. The person broke out of his cultivation state and carefully investigated. Indeed, he could no longer sense it. The person wondered and muttered, "The azure flame I gave you has disappeared. Did that person erase it himself, or did he claim it as his own, escaping my control? But how could my azure flame be erased by him? He can't be that heaven-defying. Could he have really refined it? But if that's the case, how can I find him?" Thinking of this, the person became a little worried, but he quickly calmed down and couldn't help but laugh. Forget it. He will definitely come back on his own in the future. And at this very moment, in a deep cave in the 10,000 Beast Mountain, purple lights appeared, illuminating the entire forest. A moment later, Track Pham's figure slowly walked out, leaning on the cave wall. But suddenly the wall exploded without warning. He surprisingly withdrew his hand and then smiled smugly. After refining his body was extremely weak, so he had been recuperating in the cave during this time. Heaven rewards the diligent. After countless hardships, he finally succeeded. Now, he has been completely transformed, truly becoming an indestructible diamond body. This body is now forged from diamond sand. It's no less powerful than a 5th-grade spirit weapon, and there's also the blue flame that person left on his forehead. Before, his strength was insufficient to control it. But now, after going through the 9 Serenities Demon's formation, his primordial spirit has completely merged with it, becoming the fire of the primordial spirit. He can also control it freely. In addition, it can ensure the safety of his primordial spirit. Even a heavenly profound expert can't do anything to him. With that thought, he quickly put on his clothes. It was time to get to work. A moment later, he had quickly dressed tied up his hair, and headed towards Thonmin. He flew away, constantly thinking of Gay that. Gay that, your time is up. Chapter 93. Sword Marquis, Estate Elder, Kim Tu Fong. The next morning, on the bustling streets, the Nether Valley's wedding procession was on its way to the Tuyet Manor. The large procession, with a sound of horns and drums, brought a festive atmosphere to the street. People on the street chattered, all thinking that the Tuyet Manor's alliance with the Nether Valley was a step up. But no one knew that this alliance would lead the Tuyet Manor to a point of no return. At the same time, in a small room in the Tuyet Manor, Tiet Nguanghuang was wearing a red wedding dress, but her face showed no joy of someone about to get married. She was currently trying to put on the splendid jewelry, sadly telling her entire courtyard, "I'm sorry. From now on, you can't follow me anymore. Today, when I step out of this door, I can never return to this place. I originally wanted to build you a house, but unfortunately, I can't do it. I'm sorry, little one. No matter what, I will save my family." Just then, two maids with cheerful faces walked in and reminded her, "Miss, it's time." Hearing the urging, Tiet Nguanghuang slowly stood up, put on the bridal veil, and was led out by the maids. In her heart, she silently thought of the people of the Tiet family. She would definitely protect the Tiet family, just as they had loved and spoiled her, even if it meant sacrificing her life. But how could she know that on this trip, not only her, but the entire Tiet family would soon be wiped out? The Nether Valley's wedding procession quickly arrived at the gate of the Tuyet Manor. Gui, that and Yu Ming sat on their horses, a faint smile on their faces as they looked at everyone. At this moment, Tuyet Nguanghuang also stepped out of the gate, looking at the procession before her. She sighed silently. As soon as she stepped out, gasps of admiration for her beauty rippled through the crowd. She wore a bridal gown and light makeup, which was enough to enhance her beauty. Her jade-like eyes and willow-like eyebrows, her delicate face, made people feel that she was as fragile as a flower. It made people feel sorry for her and think that only such a beauty could enter. The Nether Valley took in everyone's expressions, but she didn't care at all. She didn't want this marriage anyway. If it weren't for the Tiet family, she wouldn't be standing here. Today, everyone thought the Nether Valley was a noble Seven Houses family, unreachable, but who knew how rotten they were inside? She wasn't ascending to become a phoenix, but falling into hell. With that thought, she tilted her head to look at Gui. Seeing that he intended to follow, she sneered. Is the seventh elder also planning to go? Gay. That didn't mind her attitude. He maintained a faint smile and said, "Haha, of course. Since Nuong Ni is marrying the young master of the Nether Valley, I naturally have to protect you at all times and ensure your safe arrival at the Nether Valley." His words immediately shocked everyone. The Nether Valley's attitude clearly showed they valued the Tiet family greatly, otherwise they wouldn't have an elder escort her. But only Tiet Nguanghuang knew that Gui. That wasn't escorting her, he was monitoring her. But that was fine. If he left with her, Trak Pham and Ta Tin Duong would be safe. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Gui, that beside her, had already seen through her thoughts. He sneered, "That's right, Nuong Ni. When we leave Thonmin City, I've already ordered people to seal off the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Even that secret tunnel of yours, I've had people watch it closely until I return. Those two brats can't escape my grasp." "You!" Tiet Nguanghuang was furious when she heard him. Her face instantly turned pale. He knew about her secret tunnel. Then, Trak Pham and Ta Tin Duong would definitely be caught by the Nether Valley people when they came out. No need to say more. Your life has been exchanged for your father and brothers. You can't exchange it for anyone else. Come on, Miss Nuong Ni, please. Gui, that knew what she wanted to say. He impatiently waved his hand, signaling her to leave. In front of her was a large sedan chair, carried by 8 people. Moreover, they were all bone-tempering realm experts. Even if she had wings, she couldn't escape. She took slow steps, her brow furrowed. She really hoped Trak Pham and the others could leave in time. But just then, the thunder spirit ring on her hand suddenly reacted, startling her. She sighed internally. Could it be that Trak Pham and the others had come to save her? She subconsciously shouted, "Don't come here!" Her shout confused everyone around her. What was wrong with her? But only Guy, that knew that the prey he had been waiting for, had arrived. His brow furrowed slightly as he scanned the area. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. "Nuong Ni, we're here to save you." With that, a figure rushed towards. He was shocked. He thought Track Fam would come, but it turned out to be this kid. But it didn't matter who came. As long as they appeared before him, he would make sure they wouldn't return. Looking at the charging Ta Thien Duong, he sneered contemptuously. So you're not dead either. But you're just at the bone-tempering realm, yet you dare to challenge me? As he finished speaking, he fearlessly faced the attacking 4th-grade spirit weapon, gathering origin power in his palm. A gust of wind appeared, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Ta Thien Duong's sword thrust was blocked by a force and he was pushed back, a little horrified. This person in front of him was indeed powerful, just as Track Fam had said. They had only succeeded before because Gui, that was careless. But now that he was here, he wouldn't give up and leave. He swung his sword again, void-splitting style. Gui. That's eyes narrowed as he saw the technique Ta Thien Duong used. He instantly vanished, dodging the attack. That one sword strike shattered the sedan chair. Gui, that looked at the person in front of him in shock. Void-splitting style. Who are you from the Sword Marquis estate? Why, at such a young age, have you already received the secret teachings? Could it be? Don't meddle, Ta Thien Duong snorted coldly, not giving Gui that any time to rest. He continued to slash down with his sword. The second strike! You overestimate yourself. Even if you're using a profound rank martial skill, you should understand. The gap between the bone-tempering realm and the heavenly profound realm is insurmountable. Gui that sneered mockingly. As he finished speaking, Gui that vanished in a flash and quickly appeared in front of Ta Thien Duong, staring at him intently. Ta Thien Duong was surprised to see the person opposite him and raised his sword to defend. But Gui, that was too fast to dodge. He was immediately hit and sent flying. By the time he stood up, he had been captured by the bone-tempering realm experts of the Nether Valley. Gui that slowly withdrew his hand and looked at Ta Thien Duong kneeling on the ground. He sneered. Little brat, you brought this humiliation upon yourself. If not for the sake of the Sword Marquis estate, my last palm strike would have killed you. Ta Thien Duong heard him and sneered twice, scoffing disdainfully, go ahead and kill me. But by then, the Nether Valley will surely have to fight the Sword Marquis estate. Can you bear the responsibility? He, Gui, that's face darkened. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. You rotten brat, do you really think I'm afraid of your Sword Marquis estate? Today, you're the one causing trouble in my territory first. Even if I kill you, the Sword Marquis estate will have nothing to say. As he finished speaking, Gui that gathered his origin power again and struck down with his palm. Ti Nwang Wang, on the side, saw Gui that about to strike and anxiously shouted, Don't! But Gui that paid her no mind. Old and new grudges, he wanted to settle them all with Ta Thien Duong today. This palm strike still came down fiercely. Stop! A shout rang out. Just then, a wave of origin power shot towards Gui, that startling him. He immediately dodged. With a bang, the spot where Gui that had been standing instantly exploded, sending smoke billowing everywhere. At the same time, a figure in a white robe appeared. Gui, that looked at the uninvited guest and sneered, A rare guest. It's been 50 years. How have you been, Kim? Tu Fong. Chapter 94. Finally, he appeared. The newcomer was an old man in a white robe, his face old and haggard, his eyes cloudy. The old man's hands were not intact, with only 2 fingers remaining, but they were covered in green veins and old calluses. He was truly a swordmaster, Ta Thien Duong. On one side, seeing the newcomer, he was overjoyed and at the same time rescued by that person. He shouted loudly, Eighth Elder! The person heard Gui, that sarcasm, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at him. He snorted coldly and said, I was fine until I saw you, then I felt unwell. He had escaped from control. He immediately ran to Kiem Tui Fong, grabbed his sleeve, and pleaded, Eighth Elder, you've come at the right time. Please help me save Nuang Ni. Kim Tui Fong looked at Tie Nuang Huang, then back at Ta Thien Duong and shook his head. Thien Duong, this is the Nether Valley's family matter. We shouldn't interfere. Gui that heard this and laughed loudly. That's right. Young people who meddle in others' affairs will pay a heavy price. The person next to you is a good example. If he hadn't poked his nose into other people's business, why would he have lost 3 fingers for no reason? Hearing this, Kim Tu-fong couldn't help but tremble, his eyes turning red. Hatred radiated from his body. He glared at Gui, that and said, "If I hadn't been young and naive back then, how could I have fallen for your trick? Haha." "You can't say that. I've heard my master talk about you, senior. This is called a man who is not frivolous is not a youth. Back then, if you, senior, hadn't drooled over a beautiful girl in a family affiliated with our Nether Valley, how could you have been defeated by a beautiful woman? In the end, your master had to use 3 cities to exchange for you. But those fingers couldn't be reattached." Hungmin, at this moment, walked to the side, chuckled, and said, biting his lip fiercely, Kim Tui-fong was furious with Gui, that. "You guys, don't go too far. What do you want to do here? Fight? 50 years ago, you were no match for me. Now, you're even less of a match. If you really want to fight, you should call over your 7 sword elders." Chapter 23. The Sword. Elders of the Sword Marquis estate are renowned throughout the world. I, Gui that, am also very impressed. But as for you, and those after you, I don't like any of you. Kim Tui-fong's hatred flared, his hands clenched into fists. But he knew this was the Nether Valley's territory and he couldn't act rashly. He suppressed his anger. He sighed and said to Ta Thin Duong, "Thin Duong, let's go. But 8th Elder, even if you don't save Nuong Ni, you have to fight for the honor of the Sword Marquis estate." Just leaving like this, you still don't see it? He's deliberately provoking us. This is the Nether Valley's territory. Once we fight, whether we win or lose, we'll be the ones to suffer. Thin Duong, remember this for me. That old man, Gui. That is very cunning and treacherous. You must be extremely cautious when you encounter him in the future. Kim Tui-fong, seeing his stubbornness, couldn't help but get angry and scold him. How could Ta Thin Duong not know what the 8th Elder was saying? But he couldn't just abandon Tiet Nguyen Huang. He said firmly, I know all of it. But I also know very well in my heart, if I can't save Ngung Ni today, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Hearing Ta Thin Duong's words, Tiet Nguyen Huang couldn't help but be moved. She had made the right choice in befriending him. It was a pity that she wouldn't have the chance to repay him in this life. She would have to wait for the next. Haha, indeed, young and full of vigor, not understanding the harsh realities of the world. Since this young master likes being a hero, saving a damsel in distress so much, then I will give you another chance. Let's see. If you can save her whole family, she will surely be even more grateful to you. What do you say? After speaking, he clapped his hands, and then people escorted the members of the Tiet family one by one and tied them to a wooden cross. Seeing this, Tiet Nguyen Huang immediately struggled, crying out in pain, Grandpa, brother! She glared fiercely at Guidat and questioned, Guidat, what do you mean by this? Guidat chuckled, looking at Ta Thin Duong standing there. He said, What do I mean? Otherwise, how could this young man here become a hero saving a damsel in distress? He then immediately gave the order to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately took action. The bone-tempering realm experts struck, driving iron hooks into them, creating a scene. A pained cry rang out, accompanied by drops of fresh red blood. Tiet Nguyen Huang watched this scene with wide eyes, but she could do nothing. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed in despair, Gui, that's stop! If you don't stop, I'll die in front of you! Gui, that heard her threat and didn't care. He laughed mockingly. Really? If you dare to die, I'll kill them. You, Ming, standing beside him, also nodded in agreement. Little one, you don't know your own strength. Who is my master? He is the #1 strategist of the Nether Valley, known as the 7th Demon. How many people in the 7 houses have been defeated by him? You think you can outsmart him by yourself? Although you hold his trump card, it's a pity you're still too naive. To tell you the truth, it's because you angered him that you ended up like this. Don't forget, your trump card is also firmly in his hands. Tiet Nguyen Huang heard this and fell into despair. Her life, her trump card, she thought could save her family. But now she realized she was nothing. She couldn't do anything. It turned out it was all her fault. It was because of her willfulness, only thinking of herself and running away from home. Her family wouldn't have been in trouble. She wouldn't have met Trak Pham and Ta Thin Duong. Perhaps they would still be living peacefully, without fear of retaliation from the Nether Valley. Tiet Nguyen Huang collapsed in despair, her face filled with grief. But just then, A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, surprising everyone. At the same time, the rings on Ta Thien Duong's and Tian Wang Huang's hands lit up. They both looked up at the sky with joy. He had finally arrived. The person they had been waiting for had finally appeared. Indeed, Track Fam's figure hovered in the sky with 2 purple wings, stunning everyone. He looked down at Gui That and smiled wickedly. "We meet again. I lost the first round, Gui That, but the second round is just beginning." Chapter 95. The Battle. With that, Track Fam descended, slowly landing on the ground to face Gui That with a smile. He looked at him wickedly. Gui That looked at the newcomer, unable to forget the incident a few months ago where he had almost been defeated by him. A murderous aura emanated from him as he gritted his teeth. Haha, a flight tool? So you're not dead, and you've even broken through to the bone-tempering realm. At the same time, Kiem Tui Fong on the other side was also extremely shocked. He was only using a flight tool to forcibly increase his speed. More importantly, he was just a kid who had just broken through to the bone-tempering realm. Yet the aura he exuded could make even a heavenly profound realm expert like him feel oppressed. He squinted at him and muttered to himself, "Who are you?" But Ta Thien Duong, beside him, heard his words and smiled smugly. "He's my friend, the person I trust the most." Hearing this, Kim Tui Fong was once again surprised. This was the first time he had heard Ta Thien Duong evaluate someone like this. He had watched Ta Thien Duong grow up. From a young age, he was more talented than others, a genius among geniuses. Yet now, he could evaluate someone like this. Just what kind of person was he? He really wanted to see for himself. At this moment, Gui That was also squinting, sizing up Track Fam. His aura was completely different from a few months ago. But, unfortunately, it wasn't a big threat to a heavenly profound realm expert like him. What he cared about most was his cultivation speed. A few months ago, he was just a 7th level chi-gathering realm brat. But now he has broken through to the bone-tempering realm. He really couldn't underestimate him. This person was indeed a monstrous brat. The threat from him was too great, so he wouldn't let him live. With that thought, Gui That waved his hand and pulled Yu Ming forward. "Minger, go for me. Kill him. Kill him." Track Fam looked at the person who had just stepped out and sneered. This bastard actually managed to escape. Yu Ming followed this old demon. He couldn't help but chuckle and say contemptuously, "So it's you. Good. I was regretting letting you get away last time. This time, let's settle our old scores." "Ming Er, what's wrong? Do you know each other?" There was no reply. Gui That looked behind him angrily, only to see Yu Ming standing there, pale and terrified, not saying a word. Kiem Tui Fong on the other side saw this and couldn't help but mock Yu Ming. Gui That, his famous and arrogant disciple, was no exception. But look at the situation he's in now. Just seeing a brat of the same bone-tempering realm, his most proud disciple, he could be scared like a dog. Kim Tui Fong wouldn't miss this opportunity to mock him. He laughed twice and said, "Haha, indeed, a great master produces a great disciple. Today, I have learned more about the disciples of the Nether Valley. They are such heroes. The Nether Valley and the Sword Marquis Estate have been enemies for a long time. Neither side would pass up an opportunity to mock the other. But now, he was being mocked by a defeated general. How could he not be angry? He kicked at you. "You useless thing! With your master here to protect you, you can still be scared into this state? You coward! He just broke through to the bone-tempering realm. What's there to be afraid of?" Yu Ming was still trembling uncontrollably. His defeat at Blackwind Mountain at the hands of Track Fam had become his trauma. He looked at him again. He saw him smiling at him. He instinctively knelt at Gui That's feet and cried out in alarm, "Master, he is the butler of the Luo family, Track Fam! Elder Yun and Elder Jian both died at his hands." Hearing this, Gui That looked at Track Fam in horror. He was actually the butler of that Luo family, and he killed 2 great elders of the Nether Valley. No wonder Yu Ming was so afraid of him. But for someone who had almost been defeated by him, he wasn't too surprised. This person was skilled at setting up formations and had a deep mind. He himself had fallen into his trap. But now, he couldn't set up a formation here. His current strength was only at the newly broken through bone-tempering realm, so he was no match for Yu Ming's strength. Second level of the bone-tempering realm, He thought it was just Yu Ming being affected by his previous fear. So, to help this disciple overcome his inner demon, he had to let him kill him himself. With that thought, he placed his hand on Yu Ming's shoulder to reassure him, then turned to the bone-tempering realm subordinates behind him. Who is willing to capture that person? I will surely reward you greatly. A subordinate finished speaking and stepped forward, giving Track Fam a wicked smile. Gui that, on this side, spoke to persuade Yu Ming. Look carefully. This kid is only good at formations. When he can't set one up, he's nothing to worry about. When that guard captures him, you kill him yourself, and your inner demon will be dispelled. Kiem Tufong stood to one side, observing. The Sword Marquis estate would not interfere in this matter, so he could only watch from the sidelines. Although Kiem Tuifong disliked Gui, that seeing how he was helping Yu Ming deal with his inner demon, he couldn't help but sigh a few times. As expected of the seventh demon, in just a short moment, he was able to identify the problem and come up with a quick solution for the inner demon. With that thought, Kiem Tuifong looked at Ta Thien Duong. Thien Duong, that friend of yours is in danger. Ta Thien Duong, hearing him, sneered. This guy was a monster. He could still gain the upper hand despite the difference in strength and a 4th-grade spirit weapon. Not to mention, now that he has broken through to the bone-tempering realm, a fight at the same level wouldn't be a problem for him. Ta Thien Duong said calmly, "That kid looks calm and composed. He'll definitely be fine." Kiem Tuifong heard this and immediately frowned. He was curious and looked ahead. He had never seen a 1st-level bone-tempering realm expert defeat a 7th-level one, but Ta Thien Duong's calm demeanor reassured him quite a bit. Of course, he really wanted the people of the Nether Valley to fail miserably in this battle. On this side, the Nether Valley subordinate approached Track Fam and said smugly, "You're truly a gift from the heavens. But after capturing you, little brat, we can achieve great merit for the 7th Elder. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Track Fam smirked contemptuously, his lips curling. "You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant." With that, he immediately attacked Track Fam, rushing towards him with the speed of the wind. Track Fam, seeing this, was not the least bit worried. He stood there silently. In an instant, a punch landed on him. Track Fam's sound stunned everyone. Ta Thien Duong's smile vanished. He never would have dreamed that this person, who was only at the Qi Gathering realm before, could fight him with comparable speed. But why was he so slow now, not even dodging to take the hit? Tian Guang Huang was equally worried, shouting, "Big Brother Track!" The people of the Nether Valley were smug, especially Gui that. But just then, a gruesome scream was heard. The subordinate's arm was twisted out of shape. Looking back at Track Fam, he was still calm and composed, seemingly unharmed. A smug smile appeared on his face. The tide had turned. His strength was astonishing. Everyone was instantly horrified. How could this be? That person was only at the 1st level of the bone-tempering realm, yet he could deform the arm of a 6th-level bone-tempering realm expert. At this moment, everyone could only describe Track Fam with 2 words: monster with formidable strength. This wasn't something a 1st-level bone-tempering realm cultivator could unleash. Although Ta Thien Duong had witnessed Jack Fam's strength, that was when he was well prepared. But now, without a formation, he hadn't even attacked, yet he could create such a shocking scene. At the same time, Gui, that also looked at Track Fam. He cursed inwardly, "Little monster." At that moment, he suddenly swung his long scepter towards Track Fam, binding him tightly. He laughed loudly. "Little brat, didn't expect this, did you? I had already guessed you would appear, so I deliberately prepared a big gift right under your feet." Kiem Tuifong's brow furrowed deeply. He glanced at Track Fam and sighed helplessly. Originally, he thought Track Fam's talent was not bad, and he would definitely have great achievements in the future. But now, falling into the hands of Gui, that's 4th-grade demonic treasure, there was really no escape. He also didn't expect Gui that to be so shameless. He could even use such a tactic against a bone-tempering realm brat. Ta Thien Duong on the side was also worried, his face scrunched up. He didn't expect that Gui, that a heavenly profound realm expert, would actually use this thing to deal with a bone-tempering realm brat. How despicable. But he didn't know that demonic path cultivators and righteous path cultivators had different stances. You can't use the same methods in a fight. The demonic path is all about being unscrupulous. They don't care about the process, only the result. As long as they win, nothing else matters. While everyone was worried about Track Fam, his face only wrinkled a little. He closed his eyes and looked deeply at Guidat. Seventh Elder, you're already resorting to tricks against a junior like me. Aren't you afraid of losing the prestige of the Nether Valley? That's eyes flickered. He laughed loudly and said, smart. To be able to see through my thoughts in an instant, there aren't many people like that in the entire Tianyu Empire. You're really good, little brat. I still can't be too complacent. Haha, Track Fam really doesn't respect the caution of the Seventh Elder. After all, this junior came here this time without any intention of using any schemes or tricks. I just wanted to settle the score with you, old man, once and for all. I didn't expect you to still be so careful. Hearing these words, That's face darkened in an instant. How could he not hear the mockery in his contemptuous words? Being humiliated by a mere brat like this, his body constantly radiated a murderous aura. You brat! You dare to be so impudent with me? I will immediately make you die without a complete corpse. Track Fam didn't mind his anger. He laughed and said, Isn't that so? With your personality, you'd want to eliminate the enemy in front of you as soon as possible. But when I just arrived, you weren't in a hurry to attack. Instead, you called your disciple to test me first. As a result, that brat was so scared by me he lost his nerve, not even listening to your command. You just used the excuse of dispelling his inner demon to let that guy go to his death. It's good if he wins, but if he loses, it's the perfect time to sneak attack me when I'm relaxed, just like now. As he finished speaking, everyone instantly understood. Kiem Tui Fong and Ta Thien Duong were once again shocked. Kiem Tui Fong felt wary. That this old man was indeed sinister. In an instant, he had come up with this vicious plan to deal with a junior, using hundreds of schemes to eliminate his opponent, making others fearful, as expected of the seventh demon. But looking at Track Fam, Kiem Tui Fong also couldn't help but admire his cunning. To be able to see through that's trick at a glance. His cunning was no less profound than that's... At this moment, Kiem Tui Fong had a deep understanding of Track Fam. That let out a wicked laugh, his eyes revealing a naked killing intent. So what if you saw through my plan? Aren't you in my hands now? As long as I tighten my grip, you'll be shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. You'll die without a burial. Hearing his words, Track Fam didn't mind at all and laughed loudly. Haha, you old man, you're so sinister. How did you become so stupid? Since I saw through your trick, how could I fall for it so easily? As he finished speaking, Track Fam's eyes focused, and a sharp sound echoed. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed by. With a boom, the scepter in that's hand exploded. A pair of wings appeared behind Track Fam, surrounded by lightning. That's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. A 6th grade flying demonic treasure. So the previous one wasn't your only flight tool. You're just an unknown junior. Yet you can be so meticulous? I see. I still underestimated you. Borrowing a flying demonic treasure can indeed increase your speed to that of a heavenly profound expert. With that, that waved his hand, sending his yin and yang scepters flying towards the opposite side. One black and one white scepter flew to either side, surrounding Track Fam and blocking his escape. He laughed wickedly. But a heavenly profound expert is stronger than a bone-tempering expert in more than just speed. How could Track Fam not know that? But he didn't even pay attention to the two scepters. He laughed and said, Of course I know. The terror of a heavenly profound expert also lies in their close combat flexibility. This is a weakness that no flying demonic treasure can compensate for. But, just as the two scepters were about to strike Track Fam's vital points, a strange change occurred. A pair of wings appeared, twisting to counter the two scepters. In a flash, the scepters were knocked away, not even a single hair on his head was touched. Seeing this, That and Kiem Tui Fong were equally shocked and cried out, How is this possible? Demonic treasures are inanimate objects. How can they change shape at will? Track Fam stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent. Who said it's a demonic treasure? Demonic treasures are tools refined by demonic path cultivators. But when Track Fam refined the Thunder Skylark's wings, he had already fused them into his body. It can be said that they have become a part of his body, not just an ordinary demonic treasure. That was truly angry now. He gritted his teeth and said, "You monstrous brat! You deserve to die!" After speaking, the scepter in his hand attacked Track Fam again. But this time, it wasn't 2, but 8, all rushing towards him. But Track Fam remained calm. Without a hint of fear, he sneered contemptuously. Is this the flexibility of a profound realm expert? Suddenly, everyone heard a series of loud bangs. Lightning crackled continuously, but they couldn't see the scepter or Track Fam's wings at all. They only saw him standing there calmly, surrounded by bolts of lightning. Seeing this, everyone truly realized how intense their battle was. They couldn't keep up at all. And at this moment, in the battle, after many attacks, Gui That had appeared behind Track Fam. He held a sharp weapon in his hand and smiled smugly. "Rotten brat, let's see what tricks you have left this time." Just as Gui That struck, Track Fam quickly used the phantom evasion step, causing Gui That to miss. He was caught off guard. Just as he revealed an opening, Track Fam instantly appeared behind him, secretly mocking. "Seventh Elder, being sneak attacked from behind doesn't feel good, does it? If the thing in my hand now was a third-grade demonic treasure and I stabbed you, you'd be dead. But when I had that chance, I was still alive." Hearing Track Fam's taunt, Gui That couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately erupted, his eyes gloomy. You motherfucker, don't you get cocky." After speaking, Gui That attacked him again, his body emanating a thick, murderous aura. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Track Fam posed too great a threat to him. If he didn't eliminate him today, he would surely be unable to do anything to him in the future. At this moment, Gui That, the heavenly profound expert, had used his full strength. The yin and yang twin children sped up, wanting to prevent Track Fam from escaping. Track Fam, seeing this, was not flustered and sneered. Then he used the phantom evasion step again and vanished in a flash. Losing sight of his opponent again, Gui That gritted his teeth and said, "That footwork again! Do you only know how to run?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at the afterimages. Suddenly, he attacked in one direction, saying, "That's Track Fam's real body! What's your hurry? The show's just getting started." Before Gui That's weapon could strike, he used his wings to block it, raised his head, and smiled wickedly at him. 2 afterimages fought fiercely in the air, but no one below could see them. Seeing the intense battle, everyone was terrified. A bone-tempering realm expert and a heavenly profound realm expert fighting above their level created such a shocking scene. At this moment, Ta Thien Duong below was also shocked. The speed was too fast, he couldn't see how they were fighting at all. But when he looked at Kim Tui Fong, he asked, "How can they be so fast? I can't catch their movements at all." "Eighth Elder, what's the situation now?" Kim Tui Fong was the only one here who could keep up with the speed of the two above. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. It was too shocking. "Thien Duong, this friend of yours is terrifying. I've never seen anything like it in my life." Gui That was suppressed to this extent by someone. It's clear that Gui That has gone all out, yet he can still be firmly suppressed by relying on speed alone. But he's not just using speed to fight Gui That. He's fighting him while also, right under his nose, he's slaughtering his subordinates. Why? Kim Tui Fong's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the battle, a faint smile playing on his lips. Haha, that's what's terrifying about that kid. By doing this, he's ruthlessly slapping that old ghost in the face. Gui That is known as the 7th demon. Today, he's being played with like a cat toying with a mouse by a bone-tempering realm brat, to the applause of everyone. Time and time again, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Where would his face be? At this moment, Kim Tui Fong understood. Track Fam was the same kind of person as Gui That, vicious, cruel, and cunning. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Offending them was a big problem. Their revenge isn't just about killing their opponent, but also about taking away everything they hold dear, making them wish for death. At the same time, in the battle, after a period of fighting, Track Fam had switched from a defensive to an offensive posture. He took the initiative to approach Gui That, grabbing his weapon with one hand, and said coldly, "So this is what you call a heavenly profound realm expert. It's just this." Gui That was surprised by Track Fam's change. He attacked again with force. At the same time, Track Fam let go, and the two of them retreated simultaneously. Gui That's mind raced. Track Fam's current strength was no longer the same as before. He was certain that his strength had now surpassed his own. Not to mention, this person's schemes were unfathomably deep. This was the first time he had encountered someone like this. Just then, Kim Tui Fong's laughter suddenly echoed from below, striking a blow to Gui. That's heart. Ha ha ha. As expected, for every villain, there's a greater one. Gui. That you've done many evil deeds in your life, and now you're being tormented to this extent by a little demon. This is truly delightful. As he finished speaking, Gui that in the air gritted his teeth. His lifelong pride was about to be destroyed by this brat. He would not let this happen. If this continued, he would definitely be played to death by Track Fam. Suddenly, he glanced at Tiet Nguyen Huang. He decided to bet on it. Otherwise, there was no other way. With that thought, he swung his scepter again, still heading towards Track Fam, with all his might. This toy is useless against me. With that, he used his wings to block. But when the twin scepters were just a foot away from Track Fam, they changed direction and attacked Tiet Nguyen Huang on the other side. Track Fam's eyes narrowed and he quickly flew towards Tiet Nguyen Huang to block That's attack. Otherwise, she would definitely be finished. Gui that, seeing this, immediately smiled smugly. As expected, he had bet right. This Track Fam was no longer as ruthless as he was in the 10,000 Beast mountain range. He appeared here today because he cared about that girl, Tiet Nguyen Huang. So, he just needed to attack Tiet Nguyen Huang to distract him. This battle was as good as won. Seizing the opportunity, Gui that laughed loudly. Haha, so that's how it is. Track Fam, oh Track Fam, now I've finally found your weakness. At first, your ruthlessness and selfishness always made me wary. So when you came here today, I still thought you were here for revenge. But it turns out you came here to save this girl. Track Fam, on the opposite side, protecting Tiet Nguyen Huang, glanced at him and said coldly, so what? The result today will not change. You will die sooner or later. If you were as ruthless as you were that day, I would still be wary of you. But now, you've fallen for that girl. I'm sure I'll win. Ha ha ha, with that, Gui. That flew over his hand. A hand seal, a profound rank martial skill, the ghost face seal. In an instant, a phantom ghost face appeared before everyone. The surrounding area was filled with the mournful cries of vengeful souls. Kim Tui Fong, who was observing from the side, was horrified and shouted, "Not good. This is the Nether Valley's profound rank martial skill, the Ghost Face Seal. This Ghost Face Seal is different from ordinary martial skills. It attacks the primordial spirit, making it difficult to defend against. Basically, cultivators below the Spirit Illumination realm find it extremely difficult to deal with the Ghost Face Seal. If hit, a light injury would result in a coma, while a heavy one would lead to the destruction of both body and spirit." Kim Tui Fong's words were clearly transmitted to Track Fam in the distance, obviously intending to guide him. How could Gui that not know this? But he wasn't worried. He laughed loudly and said, "Rotten brat, if you dare to dodge, the Ghost Face Seal will directly hit that girl's face. I think you won't be able to escape the Ghost Face Seal while carrying someone like that." Hearing this, Tiet Nguyen Huang hurriedly said, "Big brother Track, don't mind me. You must dodge later. As long as you save my father and everyone else, I'll be grateful even in death, Big brother Track." Track Fam turned his head to look at her, smiled and shook his head, then said coldly to Gui that on the opposite side, she's mine. As long as I'm here, you won't hurt her. All right, then I'll deal with you. With a loud laugh, Gui that suddenly pointed forward. The Ghost Face Seal let out a mournful cry and shot towards Track Fam. Seeing this, Tiet Nguyen Huang behind him anxiously said, "Big brother Track!" But Track Fam remained firmly in front of her. The phantom ghost face charged fiercely, and with a bang, it slammed into him. Suddenly, mournful wails echoed. A cloud of black gas enveloped him. Ta Thin Duong saw this and became anxious, looking at Kim Tui Fong. But Kim Tui Fong also shook his head helplessly and sighed. Once this move was used, even a heavenly profound realm expert couldn't avoid it, let alone a mere bone-tempering realm cultivator. Tiet Nguyen Huang had already collapsed, crying in sorrow. Gui that laughed smugly, looking at Track Fam surrounded by vengeful ghosts, and said loudly, "Rotten brat, you've got a problem in your head. The demonic path is heartless, yet you fell in love. That has become your fatal weakness. Little girl, this brat died because of you. Hearing this, Track Ngan Huang cried out tragically. Big brother Track! I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm the one who got you killed. But as she finished speaking, a smug laugh came from the black gas. Oh, you silly girl, don't cry in front of him. The more you suffer, the happier he is. Guillaume Tuifong and Ta Thien Duong were surprised and overjoyed to hear his voice. Luckily, he was still okay. But Gui? That was not so happy. His eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. His primordial spirit should have been completely devoured by now. Just then, Track Fam chuckled softly. You want to kill me with just this little trick? Aren't you too naive? Seventh demon. With that, a blue flame suddenly emanated from within the black gas. Lum. The black gas seemed to fear it and quickly dispersed. A hand seal appeared in his hand. He looked at Guidat and said, If you have no new tricks, just this little bit of skill, then I'll have to get serious. With that, a sudden pressure erupted from the azure flame. The black gas in front of him was absorbed into it and completely vanished. He also felt a powerful force being slowly absorbed by his primordial spirit, growing stronger and stronger. Gui. That was terrified to see this, but he tried to maintain his composure. He said seriously, Don't boast. Are you saying you weren't going all out before? Gui. That could clearly feel the naked contempt in Track Fam's eyes. He was an elder of the Nether Valley, known as the Seventh Demon. When had he ever been toyed with like this? And to lose to a mere brat at that. How could he endure this humiliation? Track Fam looked at Gui, that his face filled with mockery. A corner of his mouth lifted as he said, Ha ha, Seventh Elder, I wonder if you still remember the words you said to me on the 10,000 Beast Mountain range a few months ago. In the face of absolute strength, any calculations and schemes are meaningless. Today, I'm returning those words to you, word for word. One move, just one move, and I'll have nothing. I'll take your head right off, Gui. That hurt his insult. He roared in anger, Nonsense! At this moment, Gui, that finally understood. Everything Track Fam had done since he appeared was for revenge. He wanted him to feel what it was like to face absolute power. His intelligence was nothing but a joke. No matter what schemes he had, he couldn't touch him. He came here to shatter the wisdom he had always been proud of. He would make him die with his eyes open. Kim Tuifong, on the side, was no less surprised to hear Track Fam's words. His expression became solemn as he said, What a terrifying brat. Compared to that, Gui, this kid is much more vicious. With that, Kim Tuifong slowly looked at Track Fam, deeply observing their battle. He feared that in the future, Track Fam would be like Gui. That, or even a more terrifying figure than that, Gia Cat Trong Fong. Therefore, it was better to be friends with such a terrifying character than to be enemies, ignoring everyone's gazes. Track Fam remained focused on Gui. That in the sky, his eyes filled with excitement. He laughed loudly. Gui that, are you ready? Open your eyes and see what absolute strength is. With that, Track Fam immediately shot towards Gui. That with the speed of the wind. Gui that, at this moment, did not dare to underestimate him, and carefully responded. The two long scepters continuously wrapped around Track Fam, but the same move no longer worked on him. The yin and yang twin children couldn't even touch him. He quickly approached Gui, that and struck with his palm. You've been tricked! Didn't expect this, did you? The yin and yang twin children have a third child. With that, Gui. That let out a loud cry. A chain suddenly shot out from his hand, aiming for Track Fam's heart. Track Fam didn't mind and sneered. So what? In the face of absolute strength, any of your schemes are useless, including your last trump card. With that, a golden light flew out from his body. It was the Blood Infant, successfully refined from diamond sand. At this moment, the Blood Infant had materialized, essentially becoming a 5th-grade demonic treasure. It spun and attacked the chain in Gui, that's hand. As soon as they collided, the chain was shattered by the Blood Infant, which then shot straight towards Gui that. With a whoosh, Gui that's arm was severed, but he had no time to feel the pain. Because Track Fam had already rushed towards him from the front, he hurriedly shouted, Rotten brat, you really think you can kill me in one move? Gui. That couldn't help but be horrified. He now knew that Track Fam hadn't been using his full strength before. But even if he died, he wouldn't let him kill him in one move. Otherwise, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. He would also die with his eyes open. At this moment, Track Fam saw Gui that's stabbing at him with his 7-fish harpoon. The corner of his mouth lifted, and then a crisp sound echoed. The third-grade demonic treasure immediately broke. Track Fam immediately struck Gui that with his palm, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Gui that's body swayed, his face filled with horror as he looked at him. "You! What kind of monster are you?" His eyes narrowed slightly. Track Fam seemed to remember the pain of refining his body, and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. "My current body's strength can be compared to a 5th-grade treasure. A 3rd-grade demonic treasure like yours can't hurt me at all. As for why I became like this, isn't it all thanks to you?" Gui. That, at this moment, was like a stringless kite, falling powerlessly to the ground. His mouth was full of fresh blood, and he had stopped breathing. His eyes were wide open, not closing even in death. Kiem Tuai, Fong, and Ta Tien Duong were terrified by this scene. Track Fam had really killed the Nether Valley's #1 strategist, the one all the major families feared, with just one move. The 7th demon, Gi that. Who would believe that a bone-tempering realm brat could kill a heavenly profound realm expert? He was truly a terrifying monster. After today, when this news spreads, he will become the fear of many. And at the moment Gui that fell, the people of the Nether Valley fled in terror. Nothing else mattered anymore. Track Fam in the sky looked down, and seeing this, he frowned in contempt. These Nether Valley brats are really experts at running away. But he let him get away, but it doesn't matter. He still has things to do. With that, he used his wings again, and flew towards the standing Tiet Nuang Huang, gracefully scooping her up and flying away. Ta Tien Duong, seeing him take Tiet Nuang Huang away, shouted loudly, "Hey, Track Fam! What are you doing? Where are you taking Nuong Ni?" Kiem Tui Fong, at this moment, ignored Ta Tien Duong and stepped towards Gui that. He shook his head and sneered, "Oh, Gui that. You were a famous figure in the Tian Yu Empire. Yet you ended up like this. What a pity. How tragic. Ta Tien Duong didn't care about Gui. That's fate." He still stared resentfully in the direction Track Fam had flown. That bastard Track Fam, killing Gui, that is enough. Why did he have to take Nuong Ni away? Kim Tu Fong, who had come over from the side, knew there were more important things to deal with and said, "Tien Duong, get them down. We must immediately take them back to the Marquis estate for treatment. From now on, the Teat family is an affiliated family of our Sword Marquis estate." Ta Tien Duong was startled. A look of joy spread across his face as he said, "This is exactly what I wanted. 8th Elder, I didn't expect you to think so much for me. Of course, I'll risk my life to save Nung Ni's family." Kiem Tui Fong heard him and snorted coldly, a serious look on his face. "Who said I was thinking of you, you rotten brat? The strength of that little monster just now was too great. You saw it too. Who knows how strong he'll become in the future? Since he came here to save these people, we might as well go with the flow and befriend him. Otherwise, if we become enemies in the future, we can still use them as hostages against that brat." Hearing this, Ta Tien Duong pouted and grumbled to himself. So, saving the Tiet family wasn't to give him face, but for Track Fam's benefit. Who was the real core disciple of the Sword Marquis estate? "If Nuong Ni finds out, where will I put my face?" he agreed. At the same time, in a hidden corner, Yu Ming was hiding, trembling uncontrollably. He cursed Track Fam. He never expected him to be able to kill 3 elders of the Nether Valley. He was too terrifying. Mung. At this moment, outside the small forest of Thon Min City, a bolt of lightning struck, and Track Fam and Tiet Nuang Huang landed on the ground together. Tiet Nuang Huang looked at him with confusion. Track Fam smiled at her and said plainly, "Before, we agreed that I would take you away from the city. Now, I have fulfilled my promise." Tiet Nguang Huang was surprised to hear him say this. Then she looked around and smiled excitedly. "Is this outside the city? It's so big. This is my first time out. I finally left the city. Thank you, Big Brother Track." With a faint smile, Track Fam looked at her deeply and said, "It's nothing. This was our promise. Nguang Hai, perhaps now we must officially say Goodbye. Tiet Nuong Huang was startled to hear him say he was leaving. She looked up at him, a hint of regret in her eyes. She choked up and said, "You're leaving? Where are you going?" Track Fam shook his head and sighed. "I don't know. After all, I still have a lot of things to do." The place Track Fam wanted to find was the Heavenly Emperor's ruins. He still hadn't forgotten his purpose for this trip, which was to find strong experts for the Luo family. This was an important task he had to complete, but his goal was not fixed. He could only try his best to search. Seeing the determination on Track Fam's face, Tiet Nuong Huang knew he was set on leaving and didn't try to stop him, but she also didn't want to leave him. After a moment's thought, she timidly asked Track Fam, "Big brother Track, can you take me with you?" Track Fam shook his head firmly and said, "No, with your strength. Going with me would be very dangerous. You silly girl, you still have a family to take care of. That kid, Tathien Duong, has a big mouth. It seems he has a high status in the Sword Marquis estate. The Tite family has offended the Nether Valley and needs a backer. If he helps you plead your case and protects you under the wings of the Sword Marquis estate, it will definitely not be a problem. I'm leaving." With that, he turned and left. Right now, what she had to do was consider her family. She couldn't be as willful as before, or she would implicate her family like this time. She couldn't wander with Track Fam either. With that thought, she raised her head and shouted at him, "Big brother Track, when will we meet again?" Track Fam heard her question but didn't turn around. He waved his hand. The Thunder Spirit ring on his hand glowed, reminding her, "When the Thunder Spirit ring flashes with light again, that will be the time we meet." A month later, in the Imperial Garden of the Imperial Capital, the two children had been dealt with. An old man was playing chess in a small pavilion. One man wore a dragon robe, his hair streaked with silver, his eyes old. He was the emperor of the Tianyu Empire. The other had flowing white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and an aura that commanded respect. Suddenly, a panicked voice was heard. "Father! Father! Something bad has happened! A major incident has occurred!" The emperor looked at the person who had arrived, his face full of helplessness. He sighed and said, "Thonger, didn't I tell you to remain calm no matter what happens? Besides, don't you see I'm playing chess with Mr. Sima?" That's right, the person who had arrived was the third prince, Vu Van Thong. Hearing his father's reprimand, he immediately bowed. Yes, I know my mistake." The emperor paid him no mind, still holding a chess piece, and continued to play. He didn't even glance at Vu Van Thong. "Speak! What is it?" Vu Van Thong remembered the main issue, took a deep breath, and reported the news he had received. Reporting to father, "A major incident has occurred. The seventh elder of the Nether Valley was killed a month ago." Hearing this news, the emperor suddenly froze for a moment, the chess piece in his hand falling onto the board. His eyes narrowed, and opposite him, Mr. Sima also shook his head, his face showing a look of horror. He slowly turned his head. The emperor looked at Vu Van Thong and said, "Who did it?" Vu Van Thong carefully looked around and said, "It's the butler of the Luo family that I mentioned to you before, Track Fam. A month ago, I don't know what kind of madness he got into in Thon Min City. He killed the seventh elder in front of everyone. Moreover, there's another terrifying rumor spreading. Even the two elders who died in Fonglam City of the Nether Valley were also killed by him. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion was just taking the blame for him. A little brat consecutively killed 3 elders of the Nether Valley, and one of them was Gui. That, their precious treasure. This person really has guts." Prime Minister Ma was also shocked to hear this, and looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, how should this be handled?" The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile on his lips. He picked up a chess piece and made a move. "If it were a grudge of the 7 houses, I wouldn't have a headache at all. But for this matter, then that Yuvan Sun isn't here to complain to me either. Just let them be. But the Luo family side must be handled properly. Don't let them make a move on the Luo family. This pearl of mine must shine brightly immediately." "Ha ha!" Vu Van Thong heard these words, looked deeply at the emperor for a moment, bowed to accept the order, and then withdrew. At the same time, in a small house, Jia Cat Trong Fong was sitting elegantly in a chair, his eyes half closed. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and whispered in his ear. At this moment, Jia Cat Trong Fong suddenly opened his eyes wide, his brow furrowed in shock. What? Gui, that is dead? Oh, it seems the balance of the 7 houses is about to be broken. I should prepare early. After all, my opponent is you, Your Majesty. I can't afford to lose. At the imperial tutor's residence in the capital, an old man with white hair and beard also received the news. He couldn't help but sigh. Brother, the world is in chaos. The fire of a single star can spread to the grasslands. Oh, it seems this world is about to have a new master. I hope it doesn't cause suffering to the people. Some time ago, at the headquarters of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, the pavilion master, Long Yifei, along with several elders, Long Jie and Long Gui, were present. A few days ago, the two of them had performed exceptionally well, and Long Yifei wanted to reward them. The meeting ended, and Long Yifei looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Recently, the performance of Xiao Jie and Xiao Gui has been very good. I think we can let them go to the Great Elder to enhance their cultivation. Then cultivate our family's inherited profound rank martial skill." But the third elder heard this and said with a serious face, "These two kids have indeed improved quite a bit. But compared to the genius disciples of the other 6 families, they still can't compare." Longjie heard this and nodded in agreement. "We are indeed far behind them." Longjie looked at Longjie and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Jie is humble and not arrogant. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. If you two brats had half the talent of my brother Track, you would now be cultivating our Hidden Dragon Pavilion's inherited profound rank martial skill. Longui heard this and pouted in dissatisfaction. "Ninth uncle, why do you keep mentioning him? That brat is arrogant and self-important, and he doesn't even want to join our Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Even with a little talent, he won't amount to much in the future. Sooner or later, we'll surpass him." As she finished speaking, a voice came from outside. A man in black instantly appeared before everyone, quickly kneeling down and presenting a letter, reporting to the pavilion master, an urgent message from the front line. The third elder took the letter and opened it to read. Suddenly, his eyes focused. Long Ju saw that he was silent and was a little puzzled. "What's wrong, third brother? What happened?" Still in shock, the third elder handed the letter to Long Ju. "Ninth brother, see for yourself." Long Ju was startled and took it. He wanted to see what had happened. But when he read the contents, he was no less shocked. Tears welled up in his eyes. This, my good brother, ninth brother owes you another favor. Gui, that of the Nether Valley has been killed by Track Fam in Thonmin City." These words immediately shocked everyone. Gui that, a cunning elder of the Nether Valley, was killed by a brat like Track Fam. Who here didn't know of Gui, that's reputation? Hung Chi had even suffered at his hands before, yet now he had met such an end, which frightened everyone quite a bit. Long Yifei laughed loudly and said to the elders, "Ha ha ha, well done. It seems the pavilion master's initial choice was correct. That brat is indeed a dragon among men. Issue my order to immediately increase aid to the Luo family and send people to protect their safety. I'm sure no one objects, right?" Hearing this, the elders of the Nether Valley nodded in unison. Not to mention that the Hidden Dragon Pavilion had allied with Track Fam and agreed to protect the Luo family. Now he had even killed the arch-enemy of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. How could they possibly object? At the same time, as the news spread throughout the continent, Track Fam became a name remembered by all the major families. After this battle, Track Fam's name would surely shake the world. In a quiet valley, surrounded by mountains and forests, where the sun never shines year-round, the surroundings are damp, and all kinds of poisonous insects appear everywhere. But this place is full of natural treasures, rare flowers, and strange herbs everywhere, which is why it is called the Nether Valley. Deep inside the valley, Yuvan's son was furious after hearing the news from Yuming's return. "Yuming, you said that the 3 elders of our Nether Valley were all killed by that brat?" Yuming knelt below, not daring to raise his head, his whole body trembling. He reported honestly, "Disciple dares not deceive the Valley Master. Elder Jian, Elder Yun, and my master, the 7th elder. They all indeed died at the hands of that butler of the Luo family, Track Fam." Hearing Yuming's confirmation, Yuvan's son immediately released a murderous aura and slammed the table in anger. "You bastard! If you knew Elder Jian and the others died at the hands of that brat, why didn't you report it to me sooner?" Seeing his anger, Yuming cried out and muttered, "Valley Master, spare me. It's not that I didn't report it, but Master didn't allow it. My master said that this matter was too strange, and even if he reported it, no one would believe it. It would be better not to say anything. Wait until he finds a chance to eliminate that track fam, and it will be over. But I didn't expect that before my master could make a move. That track fam had already come to our door. In the end, the elder looked at his expression and immediately sneered. So-called demonic path is heartless. To cultivate the demonic path and put on such a show in front of them, they weren't so easily fooled. However, everyone didn't mind and didn't bother to expose him. At this moment, an elder spoke seriously. Pavilion Master, this child, Yu Ming made a mistake, but it was out of helplessness. He can't be blamed. Right now, what we must do first is to think about how to resolve this matter. Right now, the major families of the Tianyu Empire are staring at us. If we just let that brat go unpunished, what will the people of the world think? We will become the biggest joke in this empire. Those small subordinate families will also break away from us. Hearing this, Yu Van Sun took a deep breath, his brow furrowed, his face radiating a thick killing intent. The great elder is right. How can we let that brat live happily ever after? Isn't he the butler of the Luo family? Then we'll just go directly to the Luo family to settle the score. But as soon as he finished speaking, another voice was heard. Valley Master, we can't do that. Yu Van Son turned his head in surprise to look at the elder who had just spoken, his brow slightly furrowed. Yu Van Son snorted coldly. Second elder, what do you mean by that? Does someone slap us in the face, kill our people, and we don't count it as a debt? Do we still have any face left in the Nether Valley? After a moment of silence, the second elder explained, Valley Master, calm down. I am not stopping you from settling scores. It's just, Valley Master. You must remember that almost a year ago, His Majesty issued a ban on the 7 houses, forbidding us from entering Fonglam City. If we openly defy the order now, it will only give the Luo family an excuse, an opportunity to attack us. Hearing this, the great elder also nodded in agreement. He looked at Yu Van Sun and advised, Second elder is right. It's indeed not appropriate to openly violate the imperial family's decree right now. Moreover, according to reports from the front line, the imperial family and experts from the Hidden Dragon Pavilion are all in Fonglam City. I'm afraid that if we go now, it will be exactly what they want. Yu Van San thought for a moment about what the 2 elders had just said, then looked at the 2 of them. After a while, he still couldn't find a solution. He immediately roared in anger. This is not good. That is not good. So you tell me, what should we do? If the 7th elder were still alive, how could there be such a troublesome matter? Oh my God, that damn brat. He killed my important advisor time and time again. When I catch you, I'll see if I don't eat you alive. Yu Ming, who had been silently observing the situation, heard Yu Van Sun's desire to deal with Track Fam. An idea sparked in his mind. He smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips, then quickly hid his expression, pretending to be timid as he carefully offered his opinion. Reporting to the Valley Master, this disciple dares to present a plan. Yu Van Sun raised an eyebrow and looked at him, angrily shouting, What right do you have to speak in an elders' meeting? Get out! But the great elder quickly waved his hand to stop him. He wanted to see what this kid had in mind. He said to Yu Van Sun, Wait, Valley Master. After all, this kid is the successor of the 7th. Why don't we hear what he has to say? Persuaded by the great elder, Yu Van Sun pondered for a moment, then signaled for him to continue. Seeing this, Yu Ming was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly said, reporting to the Valley Master, In my humble opinion, we can completely ignore the Luo family. The Luo family's rise is entirely due to Track Fam's strength. Therefore, as long as we eliminate Track Fam, the Luo family will no longer be a threat. With that, Yu Van Sun's eyes lit up. He secretly marveled at the 2 sentences, then looked down and signaled, Continue. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Yu Ming nodded and continued. Although we can't get close to Fonglam City, Track Fam isn't there right now, so we don't need to worry about it at all. We just need to focus on dealing with Track Fam. Then how do we find that brat? Issue a netherworld pursuit order, making it impossible for him to hide anywhere in the entire empire. At this point, Yu Ming was endlessly pleased with his plan. Even though he didn't dare to face Track Fam directly, he could use the Nether Valley to make him face the pursuit of the entire empire. This way, No matter how powerful he was, he would surely die. The great elder of the Nether Valley above heard this plan and seemed to see through his thoughts. He was obviously seeking personal revenge, but that didn't matter. After all, Track Fam was an enemy of the entire Nether Valley. No matter the purpose, eliminating him was the most important thing to do. With that thought, the great elder spoke up. But, Valley Master, if this Track Fam can kill the seventh elder, then even with a Netherworld pursuit order, I think, in the end, we still have to be the ones to deal with him. To be able to fight him, only the top 5 elders in our valley can do it. Especially the 5th elder, who cultivates the Crimson Flame demonic body, indestructible and just right to fight that brat. The 5th elder, mentioned by the great elder, was currently leisurely looking in the mirror, with a nonchalant attitude. Hearing everyone mention him, he casually dismissed it. Don't look for me. I have to attend the 100 Pills assembly at the Flower Rain Pavilion. I don't have the energy to hunt down that brat. Yu Vansun, currently in a foul mood, saw that he was neglecting his duties and immediately erupted, shouting, "A bunch of women holding some kind of pill refining conference. What's so great about it? Is that more important than avenging the family?" The great elder chuckled and waved his hand. "Valley Master, don't say that. Although the Flower Rain Pavilion is full of women, they are still one of the 7 houses. It's obviously a good thing to be able to form an alliance." This time, they invited the 5th elder to participate because they value his fire-based cultivation method. They probably want to take this opportunity to refine some new pills. Yu Vansun heard this but didn't agree. He pouted and said resentfully, "A bunch of stinking women can actually occupy a seat in the 7 houses. Sooner or later, I will take over her territory."